Dragon God Supreme Chapter 1 to Chapter 53. Heavenly Spirit Continent's Western Region, Inferno Empire's Peerless City. Today was the most important day for Heavenly Spirit Continent's cultivators to awaken their martial spirits. Martial spirits were ranked from 1 to 9 grades. Legends said that above the 9 grades were Emperor grade and Divine grade. Martial spirits determined a cultivator's cultivation limit and also determined a cultivator's talent. If a cultivator failed to awaken their martial spirits at the age of 16, they would forever remain in the refinement realm, unable to improve. Before the age of 16, the higher the refinement realm, the higher the grade of the martial spirits they awakened. Awakening their martial spirits was a stage that all cultivators in Heavenly Spirit Continent had to go through. It represented a cultivator's future achievements. On such an important day, Peerless City should be bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone should be cheering for the younger generation's geniuses. However, today was the exact opposite. In the middle of Peerless City's arena, a handsome youth in white was fighting with his life on the line. The youth's handsome face was filled with malevolence and anger. It was supposed to be a lively day filled with cheers. However, the spectators around the arena were sighing and shaking their heads. Sympathy, pity, disdain, ridicule. This youth was Peerless City's Feng family's third young master, Feng Wuchen. Peerless City had 4 big families, led by the Mo family. The Feng family was one of them. Feng Wuchen, give up. You will never win. Below the arena, a green-clothed girl spoke with a cold tone, as if she understood the youth very well. Her voice was cold and emotionless. In the green-clothed girl's eyes, other than coldness, there was disdain and disgust. Feng Wuchen, in terms of strength and status, you are inferior to me. If I want to defeat you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Give up. The youth fighting with Feng Wuchen said arrogantly. The youth crossed his arms in front of his chest and allowed Feng Wuchen to attack. No matter how ruthless Feng Wuchen's attacks were or how fast they were, the youth could easily dodge them. The two's strength was not on the same level. Feng Wuchen glared at the girl with unwillingness and anger. Like a furious tiger, he growled, "Mo Ling Er. You promised me 3 years, but only 2 years have passed. Why didn't you wait for me? Why did you do this? Wait for you? Humph. You're not worthy." A mocking sneer appeared on the girl's pretty face. I didn't know before, but in the past 2 years, I slowly realized that I was really stupid. I actually misjudged him. Feng Wuchen, as the 3rd young master of the Feng clan, let's not talk about the fact that you haven't accomplished anything in the past 16 years. Even today, you only awakened a 2nd-grade martial spirit. Your Feng clan can afford to lose face, but my Mo clan can't. My martial spirit is of the 6th grade, and I am now the number 1 genius of the Mo family, and the number 1 genius of my generation in Wushuang City. You only have a 2nd-grade martial spirit. What right do you have to make me wait for you? You can't even compare to a woman, let alone protect me. Without strength, what can you use to protect me? Following you is an insult to me. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's pupils constricted and his body trembled. His face stiffened and tears began to roll down his cheeks. He stared at Mo Ling Er with a blank expression as countless images of him and Mo Ling Er appeared in his mind. These images were filled with beauty and happiness, but at this moment, they seemed to have been blown apart by a heavy bomb. This was no longer the Mo Ling Er he knew. Feng Wuchen's heart was bleeding. 16 years of beautiful memories were so precious to him, but in Mo Ling Er's eyes, it was an insult to her. Mo Ling Er's words made the faces of the Feng clan's upper echelons gloomy. Their eyes were filled with anger, but they were powerless to refute. Indeed, Feng Wuchen had stayed in the Feng clan for 16 years. For 16 years, he was unknown. His talent was mediocre, and he accomplished nothing. His peers' cultivations were far above his. In Wushuang City, among his peers, Feng Wuchen's strength could be said to be at the bottom. Mo Ling Er was different. Not to mention that the Mo clan's strength was above the Feng clan, and not to mention that Mo Ling Er's talent was far above Feng Wuchen's. Just the fact that Mo Ling Er had awakened a 6th-grade martial spirit was enough to leave everyone in Wushuang City in the dust. The difference between their future achievements could be described as heaven and earth. Not to mention that Mo Ling was now at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, and could step into the chi refinement realm at any time. 6th grade martial spirit? Mo Ling actually awakened a 6th grade martial spirit. Did I hear it wrong? Oh my god, this has never happened in our Wushuang city's younger generation. Although Mo Ling's words are unpleasant to hear, they are quite reasonable. Young Master Feng's talent is indeed too poor. It can be said that he awakened a trash martial spirit. Yes, Mo Ling has awakened a 6th grade martial spirit. In Wushuang City, no one in the younger generation can compete with her. She is not someone Feng Wuchen can compete with. A 2nd grade martial spirit is simply trash. He wants to compete with her? He is not even comparable to me. He is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The surrounding crowd sighed. Although Mo Ling's words were outrageous, most people were on Mo Ling's side. The reason was very simple. It was because the Mo clan was the head of the 4 big clans. Mo Ling's words and the crowd's discussion constantly appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. It completely caused Feng Wuchen to collapse. The feeling of being pierced by 10,000 arrows was worse than death. The pain and the torment of anger made Feng Wuchen feel as if his head was about to explode. Feng Wuchen's body that had been stiff for a long time finally wilted. It was as if his soul had left his body and his eyes had lost their color. Boom. Pooh. Looking at the dazed Feng Wuchen for a moment, the youth finally made his move. With one palm, he hit Feng Wuchen until he spat out blood. His body flew back a few meters and his face was as white as paper. The youth defeated Feng Wuchen with one palm. His strength was far above Feng Wuchen's. Humph. 4th level of the body refinement realm dares to challenge me. Feng Wuchen, in this lifetime, you will never win against me. The youth arrogantly sneered and glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain. Chen. Below the stage, a beautiful woman's face was filled with anxiety. She was worried that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. She was Feng Wuchen's mother, Xiaoqingqing. Feng Xingxiong's face was extremely ugly. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura exploded from his body like an enraged beast. The aura crazily swept out. His gaze shifted to the Mo family and said in a low voice, "Patriarch Mo, is this how you teach your daughter?" Chen Er's talent is indeed inferior to Mo Ling's, but in these 16 years, Chen Er has treated Mo Ling well. Even if Mo Ling doesn't like my son, she shouldn't humiliate and trample on Chen Er's dignity. Do you really think my Feng family is easy to bully? 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Patriarch Feng has also broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Feeling the tyrannical aura exploding from Feng Xingxiong, the crowd was terrified. Lightly glancing at Feng Xingxiong, Patriarch Mo lightly smiled and said, "Patriarch Feng, there's no need to be angry. This matter will be decided by Ling herself. Old man won't interfere. You also know Ling personality. Once she has decided on something, she will not change it." You. Feng Xingxiong was furious. He secretly cursed this old fox for pushing the blame away with a single sentence. Feng Xingxiong was burning with rage and killing intent. His face twitched as if he couldn't wait to slap Patriarch Mo to death. "Uncle Feng, what I have decided on will not change. The fact that Feng Wuchen only has a 2nd grade martial spirit cannot be changed. His life's fate cannot be changed. But I am different. I don't want to wrong myself. I hope Uncle Feng can understand." Mo Ling slowly said. Feng Xingxiong frowned. Mo Ling's words were clearly saying that Feng Wuchen wasn't worthy of her. In this lifetime, Feng Wuchen might remain unknown while Mo Ling's future was limitless. You only think about yourself. Have you considered Chen Er's feelings? Have you considered our Feng family? How Chen Er treated you all these years, you are very clear in your heart. But how did you treat Chen Er? Mo Ling you are too selfish. The beautiful woman resentfully said. If I am selfish, then so be it. I have better choices. I don't want to regret it in the future. As for Feng Wuchen, I will never look back in this lifetime. Mo Ling coldly replied. Enough. On the stage, the injured Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. The sudden roar startled everyone. For a moment, they all looked at Feng Wuchen with astonishment. Feng Wuchen slowly stood up. His eyes became extremely cold, causing people's hearts to tremble. Aren't you disdaining my mediocre talent and not worthy of you? You are afraid that I will drag you down and become a joke. If you want to go with him, I will not have the slightest bit of reluctance. Dang. After saying this, Feng Wuchen's palm broke the long sword in his hand. He coldly said, "You and I are cut in half. This sword will be the witness." Seeing Feng Wuchen so decisive and ruthless, with a high and mighty attitude, plus Feng Wuchen's loud roar just now, Mo Ling-er's heart was filled with an inexplicable anger. She felt that Feng Wuchen was extremely disgusted. Mo Ling-er lightly bit her red lips and angrily said, "I despise you. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. These years, if I didn't give you the spirit-dividing liquid, you wouldn't even be able to break through to the third level of the body refinement realm. Not to mention the fourth level of the body refinement realm." Mo Ling-er's words caused the entire crowd to boil. As the third young master of the Feng family, he actually relied on a woman to help him cultivate? Wasn't this a disgrace to men? Feng Xianxia and the upper echelons of the Feng family became even more gloomy. "What I owe you, I will return it to you right now." Feng Wuchen's face was ferocious as he replied. His voice was even colder. Feng Wuchen raised the broken sword in his hand and decisively stabbed it into his dantian. Blood sprayed out. No matter how painful it was, Feng Wuchen did not make a sound. Compared to the pain in his heart, this was nothing. "Chen-er! Stop!" Seeing this scene, Feng Jingxiong's face changed, but it was already too late to stop him. "Chen-er! Third brother!" The entire Feng family was in a state of panic. The onlookers were all shocked. No one expected Feng Wuchen to do this. "Mo Ling-er, what I owe you, I have already returned to you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and angrily said. This sword could be said to have destroyed his qi. Not long after, Feng Wuchen fell to the ground. Mo Ling-er was also shocked. She did not expect Feng Wuchen to have such courage and backbone. This was different from the usual Feng Wuchen. She did not know why, but at this moment, Mo Ling-er suddenly felt like she had lost something, but she could not say it. After one glance, she heartlessly turned and left. Mo Ling-er's betrayal and humiliation had caused Feng Wuchen to completely give up. His life force gradually weakened, and his half-opened eyes slowly closed. The moment Feng Wuchen weakly closed his eyes, they strangely widened and turned completely black. It was very frightening. A moment later, traces of black miasma began to faintly emerge from Feng Wuchen's forehead. Shortly after, a small black dragon appeared. It was very strange and mysterious. "The seal has finally been broken. You did not expect this brat to seek his own death, right? This lord will borrow this brat's body to be reborn. Once this lord recovers his strength, I will definitely exterminate your entire family. No. This lord will seal you forever." A deep and ancient voice filled with killing intent appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. "Evil dragon god, you really do not change your nature. You want to borrow the young master's body to be reborn? Simply wishful thinking." Just as the evil dragon god was about to expel Feng Wuchen's soul, a majestic voice rang out. "Young master? You are?" The evil dragon god was shocked and hurriedly asked. There was actually another person hiding in Feng Wuchen's body, and the evil dragon god did not sense it at all. It was clear that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. "Humph. I have sealed you for so many years just for today. It's time for the young master to awaken." An extremely terrifying power erupted and directly attacked the evil dragon god's soul. "Bastard! You sealed this lord for 10,000 years just for this brat." The evil dragon god was furious. A monstrous power erupted, and a terrifying killing intent crazily spread. "A mere soul dares to resist? Die!" The mysterious person shouted again. A vast and vigorous power ruthlessly crushed the evil dragon god's soul. The evil dragon god could not fight back at all. After an unwilling roar, his soul exploded. Countless fragments began to fuse with Feng Wuchen's limbs and bones. On the stage, Feng Jingxiong, Xiao Qingqing, and the rest of the Feng family were panicking. Feng Wuchen's injuries were very serious. The sword pierced through his qi and dyed the stage red. Grand Elder, how are Chen Er's injuries? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously. Bring Wuchen back to heal immediately. The Feng family's Grand Elder, Feng Qianyang, said solemnly. Preposterous. Hearing Feng Qianyang's words, Feng Jingxiong was enraged. His murderous aura burst out unreservedly. Mo Qianshan. If Chen Er doesn't live past today, I won't forgive your Mo family. This has nothing to do with me. If Patriarch Feng really wants to deal with my Mo family, old man will be waiting for you. Patriarch Mo replied indifferently and left without looking back. Even if Feng Jingxiong had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm, Patriarch Mo was not afraid. Patriarch Feng, I forgot to tell you that Ling Er is now a student of the Skyflame Academy. Putting aside the fact that Feng Wuchen stabbed himself, even if Ling Er killed him, your Feng family can't do anything. With the Skyflame Academy and my Huangfu family, if you want to deal with the Mo family, you have to consider your own strength. The young man on the stage sneered proudly. After laughing proudly for a while, the young man said, Do you know what a 6th-grade martial spirit means? I have never heard of a 6th-grade martial spirit genius in Wushuang City, let alone a girl. Even in the Skyflame Academy, Ling Er is outstanding. After saying that, the young man left as well. Skyflame Academy? Feng Jingxiong's expression changed, but he didn't think too much about it. He hurriedly left with the heavily injured Feng Wuchen. Compared to that, Feng Wuchen's life was more important. Mo Ling Er has been recruited by the Skyflame Academy? When did this happen? She is indeed the #1 genius of Wushuang City. Mo Ling Er has been recruited by the Skyflame Academy. With a 6th-grade martial spirit and such powerful talent, it would be strange if the Skyflame Academy didn't recruit her. Mo Ling Er's future achievements are boundless. With such amazing talent, if it were me, I would do the same. With such great talent, there are indeed better choices. Feng Wuchen, you can't blame Mo Ling Er. Everyone was shocked. Such a genius made the people of Wushuang City envious. Mo Ling Er's entry into the Skyflame Academy meant that her status had become even higher. Feng Wuchen was even less qualified to associate with her. The main hall of the Feng clan was completely silent. The faces of the upper echelons were filled with worry and anxiety. In less than a quarter of an hour, Feng Qianyang appeared in the hall with a sad and helpless look on his old face. Great Elder, how is Chen Er? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously. Everyone looked at Feng Qianyang. Feng Qianyang helplessly shook his head and said, Wuchen's injuries are too severe. His dantian is damaged and his cultivation has dropped to the 2nd level of the body refinement stage. With old man's strength as a 1st-grade alchemist, he can't save Wuchen. Great Elder, do you mean that Chen Er won't survive? Feng Jingxiong asked in a panic, his eyes fixed on Feng Qianyang. Great Elder, quickly think of a way. You must save Chen Er. Xiao Qingqing broke down when she heard, her tears falling like rain. Feng Qianyang shook his head again and said with a sigh, unless it's a 3rd-grade alchemist refining it. But where can Wushuang City find a 3rd-grade alchemist? Hearing this, Feng Jingxiong sat down in despair. Feng Qianyang's words were undoubtedly sentencing Feng Wuchen to death. Mo Ling Er. The eldest son, Feng Yuan, gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. He said furiously, I absolutely won't spare you. If 3rd brother doesn't survive, I'll definitely bury you with him. Great Elder, is there really no other way? Xiao Qingqing asked while crying bitterly. She was unwilling to give up even if there was a trace of hope. Old man is truly powerless. Wuchen doesn't have much time left. You can go and take one last look at him. Feng Qianyang shook his head again. Grief and anger spread out in the hall. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was still unconscious. His life force was very weak and could die at any time. However, not long after, a miraculous scene happened. The sword wound on the unconscious Feng Wuchen's dantian healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. It was as if he had been held in water for a few hours. He desperately breathed in and out. It was as if he had a nightmare. His head was covered in cold sweat and his face was pale with fear. That What's that black thing? Feng Wuchen wiped his sweat and said fearfully. But before Feng Wuchen could think, his face suddenly froze. My injury. What's going on? Just as Feng Wuchen was in a daze, his head suddenly felt as if it was pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely painful. His face instantly became ferocious. Then, a huge amount of information poured into Feng Wuchen's mind. This is... Accepting the huge amount of information without resistance, Feng Wuchen was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. His eyes almost popped out. He even forgot about the intense pain in his head. This is the evil dragon god's memory. He's the ancient dragon gods. Legend has it that the dragon race is omnipotent. Why is the evil dragon god hiding in my body? And he wants to borrow my body to be reborn? This? Am I still in a dream? Feng Wuchen cried out in shock. He felt that everything was too unbelievable. Feng Wuchen had never even heard of the ancient dragon gods. When this huge amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind, Feng Wuchen felt that he was still in a dream. In the evil dragon god's memory, Feng Wuchen knew that the evil dragon god was the ancient dragon gods. The dragon gods had two holy sons, Long Tianhun and Long Tianzhan. The two of them were the most dazzling peerless geniuses of the dragon gods. However, in order to fight for the throne of the dragon race, the two holy sons fell out and fought openly and secretly for many years. In the end, on the day of the election for the throne of the dragon race, Long Tianhun lost because of his evil intentions. His younger brother, Long Tianzhan, successfully became the next dragon god. In terms of talent and strength, Long Tianhun did not lose to Long Tianzhan. In a world where strength was everything, he believed that he could lead the dragon gods to become stronger. The throne of the dragon race should have fallen into his hands. Unfortunately, it did not. Long Tianhun felt that his father was biased. He was unwilling to accept that the throne of the dragon gods fell into Long Tianzhan's hands. His hatred grew deeper and deeper. In the end, Long Tianhun led many experts of the dragon race and left. He completely cut ties with the dragon gods. Thus, Long Tianhun changed his name to the evil dragon god. In order to snatch the throne of the dragon race, Long Tianhun wantonly recruited people. When the war between the dragon gods broke out, Long Tianhun defeated Long Tianzhan with overwhelming strength and snatched the dragon god's seal. He thought that the throne of the dragon race was in his hands. However, he did not expect that the 6 great elders of the dragon gods would use their abilities to seal him. This can't be real, right? This evil dragon god is too terrifying. No, the 6 great elders are even more terrifying. Looking through the memories of the evil dragon god, Feng Wuchen was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He broke out in cold sweat and could not stop breathing. Third young master. You're awake? Just as Feng Wuchen was trembling in fear, the door was suddenly opened. A beautiful servant girl rushed in. The servant girl was also alarmed by the screams that came from the room. When she rushed in and saw that Feng Wuchen had woken up, she was completely stunned. I just woke up. The servant girl who rushed in woke Feng Wuchen up with a start. Then, he nodded to the servant girl and acted as if nothing had happened. Master. Madam. Elder. Third young master is awake. After being stunned for a moment, the servant girl, who was in disbelief, suddenly raised her voice and rushed out with superhuman speed. The high decibel shouts seemed to shake the earth and the mountains. However, the expressions of all the Feng clan members who could hear them stiffened at this moment. Feng Qianyang had just spread the news that Feng Wuchen could not be saved. How could he suddenly wake up? Could it be that the servant girl was so infatuated with Feng Wuchen that she was hallucinating? He's awake? In the hall, Feng Jingxiong and the others looked at each other in shock and disbelief. This? Feng Qianyang was so frightened that the teacup in his hand shattered on the ground. Feng Qianyang was a first-grade alchemist. Not to mention that he was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, but he was definitely more authoritative than anyone when it came to the injuries of the human body. How could such an authoritative figure be wrong? Of course, Feng Qianyang also hoped that he was wrong. At least, Feng Wuchen would not die. Master. Madam. Elder. Third young master is awake. The servant girl who rushed into the hall panted. Her exquisite pill refinement was filled with ecstasy. Xianxia quickly went forward and grabbed the servant girl's hand. She asked with anticipation, Xiaolan, is what you said true? Chen is really awake? Madam, it's true. Third young master is in the room. Xiaolan nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. Quickly go take a look. Feng Jingxiong rushed out anxiously. Feng Wuchen was currently digesting the evil dragon god's memories in the room. All the memories of the evil dragon god had already merged with his body. In other words, as long as it was the evil dragon god's possession, it now belonged to Feng Wuchen. Chen. Feng Jingxiong, Xiaoqingqing, and the other surprised shouts came from outside the door, interrupting Feng Wuchen once again. Everyone rushed into the room to take a look. Feng Wuchen really woke up. Resurrection from the dead. This was simply a miracle. Too miraculous. Chen. That's great. Xiaoqingqing cried tears of joy. Her tears fell like rain as she hugged Feng Wuchen. Xiaoqingqing did not notice that Feng Wuchen's wound had healed, but Feng Jingxiong and the others did. Feng Wuchen's resurrection was indeed a pleasant surprise to them, but at this moment, it was overshadowed by shock and joy. With such a serious injury, he was about to die. How did he recover in the blink of an eye? Feng Qianyang's old eyes almost popped out as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, the wound is actually healed. Chen, what happened to your injury? Feng Jingxiong suppressed his shock and asked. He felt that it was very strange. Only now did Xiaoqingqing realize that Feng Wuchen's wound had already healed. She could not help but ask curiously, Chen, what happened? I also don't know. I woke up and was healed. I also found it strange. Feng Wuchen casually replied. He absolutely could not reveal the matter of the evil dragon god. Feng Qianyang hurriedly checked on Feng Wuchen's situation, but he could not see the reason. However, a full recovery was already an ironclad fact. This made Feng Qianyang even more puzzled. No one knew what happened to Feng Wuchen's body, including Feng Wuchen himself. Feng Wuchen's injuries had completely healed, but he was still digesting the evil dragon god's memories. To Feng Wuchen, this was definitely a priceless treasure. What a terrifying guy. He's simply a god, omnipotent. Feng Wuchen once again exclaimed in shock. The ecstasy in his heart was indescribable. Although he didn't know how he obtained the evil dragon god's memories, Feng Wuchen was too lazy to think about it. To the current Feng Wuchen, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Feng Wuchen was currently searching for powerful cultivation techniques in the evil dragon god's memories. Every cultivation technique was extremely terrifying. In the end, he decided to cultivate the Supreme Dragon God technique. It was the most powerful cultivation technique of the evil dragon god, and the evil dragon god also cultivated the Supreme Dragon God technique. The continent's cultivation techniques and martial skills were divided into yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. Every one of them was divided into low, middle, and high ranks. Legend had it that above the heaven rank, there were even god rank existences. Blacksmith, alchemist, the evil dragon god really benefited me. Although I don't know how you came to be in my body, all of this belongs to me. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. With the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, cultivating the Supreme Dragon God technique won't be a problem for me. So what if I only awakened a grade 2 martial spirit? That old evil dragon god is also a god rank alchemist. Even stronger than a grade 9 martial spirit. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He couldn't wait to cultivate. It was indeed so. Even if Feng Wuchen only awakened a grade 2 martial spirit, with the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, even a super genius with a grade 9 martial spirit wouldn't be able to compare to Feng Wuchen. Not to mention, the evil dragon god was also a legendary god rank alchemist. This was definitely a supreme existence. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated according to the Supreme Dragon God technique's cultivation path. The evil dragon god's comprehension of the essence of the Supreme Dragon God technique could be said to have reached the pinnacle. Feng Wuchen had his memories, so the essence of the Supreme Dragon God technique was already in Feng Wuchen's mind. He only needed to cultivate without restraint. With regards to the evil dragon god's various terrifying martial skills, Feng Wuchen could use them even with his eyes closed. However, Feng Wuchen hadn't stepped into the qi refining realm, so he couldn't condense true qi and practice martial arts. Only after stepping into the qi refining realm could one be considered a true martial artist. As Feng Wuchen began to circulate the supreme dragon god technique, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to condense into a storm that surged towards him. The spiritual energy was visible to the naked eye. The next moment, Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. What a tyrannical cultivation method! Even though he had learned about the terror of the supreme dragon god art from the evil dragon god's memories, Feng Wuchen still couldn't help but cry out in shock after personally cultivating it. My cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. Isn't this too exaggerated? Feng Wuchen was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. The ecstasy in his heart once again burst forth. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was simply a heaven-defying existence. If it was combined with spirit liquid and pills, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Feng Wuchen didn't even dare to imagine it himself. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Feng Wuchen had naturally stepped into the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, breaking through 1 level in 4 hours, such a heaven-defying cultivation speed, in the entire infernal fire empire, no, in the entire heavenly spirit continent, there wouldn't be a second person like this. Breaking through in 4 hours, Mo Ling so what if you awaken a 6th grade martial spirit? So what if your talent is high? So what if you're at the 9th level of the body refinement realm? Even if you've already broken through to the qi refining realm, I can still surpass you. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. A wave of arrogance soared to the heavens. However, the excited Feng Wuchen didn't notice that a faint golden halo had appeared on the surface of his body. Moreover, a faint dragon mark had appeared between his eyebrows. That's right. It was the dragon mark. If Feng Wuchen had noticed, he would have been shocked to discover that his aura had suddenly increased by several times. At this moment, following the appearance of the dragon mark, Feng Wuchen's body once again underwent a change. All of this, Feng Wuchen was completely unaware. 2 months. No. 1 month is enough. I can surpass you in 1 month. Just wait and see. I will definitely trample your arrogance under my feet. Feng Wuchen was full of confidence. His eyes were filled with determination and self-confidence. Without the help of any spirit liquid or pills, Feng Wuchen was able to break through to the 3rd level of the body refinement realm in 2 hours. One could imagine that with the help of spirit liquid and pills, his speed would be even more terrifying. Surpassing Mo Ling in 1 month was not impossible. Looking out the window, it was already dark. Feng Wuchen muttered, "It's already late. Tomorrow I'll go find father to ask for some more spirit liquid. Tonight I'll recover to the 4th level of the body refinement realm and then plan my next move." 1 night passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. His lowered cultivation was restored in 1 night. Breaking through 2 levels in 1 night. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed left others in the dust, causing them to tremble in fear. I feel even stronger than before. As expected of the supreme dragon god technique. Slowly opening his eyes, his face revealed a faint smile. Feng Wuchen stretched his body crackling like firecrackers. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, "Tonight I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. The supreme dragon god technique is too terrifying." In 1 day, Feng Wuchen experienced death and a turning point in his destiny. Thinking back, Feng Wuchen felt that it was like a dream, but it was real. From today onwards, it will be Feng Wuchen's new beginning, a new journey. 3rd young master. At this time, the maid Xiao Lan's voice came from outside the door. "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen casually asked as he went to open the door. "Doesn't young master know that the Skyflame Academy is recruiting students? People from the 4 great clans have all gone. It's so lively." Xiao Lan looked at Feng Wuchen with slight astonishment. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and curled his lips. "What does it have to do with me? Even with my talent, I can't get in." Xiao Lan thought about it and agreed. In order to enter the Skyflame Academy, the minimum requirement was to awaken a 5th grade martial spirit. A junior with a 5th grade martial spirit was already considered a genius in Wushuang City. Seeing Feng Wuchen acting as if nothing had happened, Xiao Lan asked with concern, "Third young master, are you really alright?" Everyone in Wushuang City knew that Feng Wuchen and Mo Ling were childhood sweethearts. Now that Mo Ling had betrayed them, the entire Feng clan was worried that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to take the blow. "Silly girl, aren't I fine? What could have happened to me?" Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Mo Ling's betrayal had indeed caused Feng Wuchen great heartache, but more than that, he was angry and resentful. Xiao Lan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. "It's good that young master is fine. Mo Ling is arrogant and even betrayed young master. It's fine if you don't want her. Even if she was recruited by the Skyflame Academy, she might not be able to soar to the sky. There are many people in the Skyflame Academy who are more powerful than her. Since that's the case, there's even less need for me to go to the Skyflame Academy. I don't care." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile and walked out of the room. The current Feng Wuchen was no longer the Feng Wuchen of the past. He had the evil dragon god's memories and a terrifying cultivation speed. He really didn't care about the Skyflame Academy. "Third young master, where are you going?" Xiao Lan quickly chased after Feng Wuchen and obediently followed behind him. "Didn't you say it's very lively? Let's go take a look." Feng Wuchen only wanted to take a look. He still had important matters to attend to. Today was the most lively day of the year in Wushuang City. Every city in the Inferno Empire only had 2 spots for the Skyflame Academy's recruitment. One of them was already occupied by Mo Ling, while the other spot was still undecided. On the stage used to test martial spirits, an elder and a dozen or so students of the Skyflame Academy received a lot of attention. They were the most dazzling existences present. Mo Ling was among them, causing many juniors to be extremely envious. Being able to enter the Skyflame Academy was the dream of countless juniors in the Inferno Empire. That place was where all the juniors of the Inferno Empire gathered. It was a cultivation holy land in countless people's hearts. There was a sea of people around the stage. The juniors of Wushuang City were extremely excited, but at this moment, there was only silence. Even the members of the 4 great families had respectful expressions on their faces. The elder of the Skyflame Academy had personally come. Not to mention the elder's respected status, just the elder's cultivation alone was enough to crush the entire Wushuang City. In front of an expert, no one dared to be disrespectful. Among the 4 great families' upper echelons, other than the Mo family, the other 3 families were extremely worried. It was impossible for the Feng family. With Feng Wuchen's talent of a 2nd grade martial spirit, he wasn't qualified at all. Everyone was guessing whether the Lin family or the Yang family would obtain the 2nd spot. "It's really lively." On the street, Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised as he looked at the sea of people in front of him. "Young master, the elder of the Skyflame Academy personally came this year." "Of course it's lively," Xiao Lan quickly replied. Feng Wuchen saw Mo Ling on the stage with a glance. The latter also saw Feng Wuchen, but she was surprised to see that Feng Wuchen's expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest hint of emotion in his eyes. Other than Mo Ling, the elder of the Skyflame Academy also saw Feng Wuchen's figure, which made him feel very surprised and strange. In the entire Inferno Empire, which junior didn't want to enter the Skyflame Academy? Even if they knew that their talent wasn't enough, they still wanted to enter the Skyflame Academy. However, Feng Wuchen didn't have the slightest bit of interest, which made the elder feel strange. Seeing the elder's strange expression, everyone's gaze followed the elder's gaze and turned back, just in time to see Feng Wuchen on the street. "Elder Su, he is the 3rd young master of the Feng family, Feng Wuchen. He awakened a 2nd grade martial spirit yesterday. He's just a piece of trash." The Yang family's patriarch tried to curry favor. "Piece of trash?" Elder Su frowned slightly and thought to himself, "That's not right. This child's footsteps are steady, and the confidence and arrogance in his eyes is definitely not something an ordinary junior would have." Strange, wasn't Feng Wuchen heavily injured? How did he recover from a stab to his dantian in just one night? That's right, such a heavy injury would require at least 1 or 2 months to fully recover. Everyone present felt that it was very strange. However, in the next moment, they were shocked. Eh? How did Feng Wuchen's cultivation recover to the 4th level of the body refinement stage? Did I see wrongly? His dantian was damaged, and his cultivation dropped to the 2nd level of the body refinement stage. How did he recover in just one night? Was it an illusion? 4th level of the body refinement stage. It can't be wrong. After the strange feeling, the crowd around the stage exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was guessing what kind of miraculous pill Feng Wuchen had consumed to have such a miraculous effect. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Elder Su's face was filled with shock. On the day of the martial spirit awakening, everyone in Peerless City had an impression of Feng Wuchen. Not to mention Mo Ling Er's betrayal, just the fact that Feng Wuchen had awakened a 2nd-grade martial spirit had spread throughout Peerless City. When Feng Wuchen stabbed the broken sword into his dantian, it caused his cultivation to drop and he was heavily injured. Everyone in Peerless City had witnessed it. However, in just one night, Feng Wuchen not only recovered from his injuries, but also his cultivation. Chen Er's cultivation has indeed recovered by 4 layers and his aura is much stronger. What's going on? Feng Xingxiong frowned and started to suspect that Feng Wuchen was lying. Feng Qianyang and the rest looked at each other in shock. They felt that the Feng Wuchen in front of them was another person. Feng Wuchen's recovery was already unbelievable. Now that his cultivation had recovered by 4 layers, it was even more ridiculous. Let's go. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Feng Wuchen wanted to turn around and leave. Chen Er! Come here quickly! Xiao Qingqing hurriedly shouted. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. He originally planned to go to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion to buy some spirit liquid so that he could break through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Chen Er, hurry up and greet Elder Su! Feng Xingxiong berated. They had to respect the Heavenly Flame Academy. Greetings, Elder Su. Feng Wuchen walked over with a calm expression. He was not flustered by everyone's gazes. After experiencing yesterday's incident and obtaining the evil dragon god's memories and experience, Feng Wuchen had matured a lot. Elder Su nodded slightly and a faint smile appeared on his old face. He realized that even if Feng Wuchen was standing in front of him, he could not see through this youth. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Feng Wuchen said. He only wanted to take a look. If it was in the past, Feng Wuchen would be like the other youths and yearn for the Heavenly Flame Academy. But now, he did not care at all. At least you have some self-awareness. With the talent of a 2nd-grade martial spirit, you won't be qualified to enter the Skyflame Institute in your lifetime. A youth from the Yang clan mocked, his face full of disdain. A 2nd-grade martial spirit trash, even if he recovers his cultivation to the 4th level of the body refinement realm, he will still be trash for the rest of his life. Rather than coming out to embarrass himself, why not just obediently stay at home? 16 years old, 4th level of the body refinement realm. Among your peers in Wushuang City, you are the worst. The younger generation of the Mo clan and Yang clan mocked them incessantly. Many people followed suit. With their own clans supporting them, they were not afraid of the Feng clan. Feng Xingxiong's face darkened. The way the Mo and Yang families indulged their juniors was simply looking down on the Feng family. Elder Su didn't say a word and just watched quietly. The Mo family head, Mo Kuan, raised his hand and gestured for the juniors to quieten down. Then, he smiled faintly and said, Feng family head, the juniors are not sensible. I hope Feng family head will not take it to heart. Humph. Feng Xingxiong coldly snorted. He didn't want to make a fuss in front of so many people in Wushuang City. It was beneath his dignity. Chen Er, don't bother with them. Work hard in your cultivation. Mother believes that you will definitely be stronger than them. Xiao Qingqing patted Feng Wuchen's head and comforted him. Mother, don't worry. I won't lower myself to the same level as these clowns. They are just frogs at the bottom of a well. They think that they are invincible just because they have talent. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, without the slightest bit of emotion. If it was in the past, Feng Wuchen would have already rushed forward. Feng Xingxiong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Even the elders were very surprised. In the past, Feng Wuchen did not have such a good temper. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The three brothers had a very good relationship since they were young. The two brothers also took good care of Feng Wuchen. Thus, they understood Feng Wuchen very well. Feng Wuchen was definitely not the kind of person who would not retaliate after being insulted. Feng Wuchen. What did you say? Mo Yi suddenly shouted angrily and glared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, trash like you, what qualifications do you have to insult us? Another junior angrily rebuked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled faintly. Sorry, it's my fault for not making it clear. It's also your fault for being stupid. I'm not talking about you guys, but the families behind you. When Feng Wuchen's words came out, the faces of the Mo and Yang families instantly darkened. The rest of Wushuang City looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Did Feng Wuchen eat a leopard's guts? He actually dared to insult the Mo and Yang families in front of everyone. Chen Er. Don't be rude. Feng Jingxiong quickly scolded. It was fine to offend one family, but if they offended both at the same time, the Feng family would not be able to withstand their anger. Father, I'm telling the truth. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, they rely on their families to support them, and they've long been arrogant. They've even forgotten the most basic respect for others. They don't have any manners at all. Either they're extremely stupid and can't learn, or their parents didn't teach them at all. If the family falls into their hands, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Feng Wuchen's words could be said to have completely offended the Mo and Yang families. However, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Patriarch Feng has really raised a good son. Patriarch Yang said gloomily as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Feng Wuchen, according to what you said, if the Feng family falls into your hands, it will become even stronger? Yang Tian replied coldly. It will happen sooner or later. Feng Wuchen sneered. Humph. Arrogant and conceited. Yang Tian squinted his eyes, the anger in his eyes almost spewing out. He wanted to rush up and slap Feng Wuchen to death. Feng Wuchen. Do you dare to fight with me? I want to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Yang Bufan, a junior of the Yang family, shouted angrily as his aura exploded. Yang Bufan was at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, 2 levels higher than Feng Wuchen. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Third brother, ignore him. Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Chen Er, you are not his match. There is no need to accept this challenge. Feng Jingxiong hurriedly stopped him. He was worried that the Yang family would use underhanded means. Father, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at Yang Tian. Feng Wuchen asked, Patriarch Yang, if I win, the Lin family will have the quota to enter the Skyflame Academy. How about that? Feng Jingxiong and the rest of the Feng family were shocked. They realized that Feng Wuchen was different from before. His words and actions were completely different from the Feng Wuchen of the past. Below the stage, Lin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Brother Feng is giving the quota to me? Humph. I'm afraid you won't be able to win. If you win, I'll give my quota to Lin Yu. Yang Tian replied without hesitation. Patriarch Yang frowned slightly. He could not understand where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. However, a trace of worry welled up in his heart. Everyone present, including the Feng family and Elder Su, could not figure it out. In terms of talent and strength, Yang Bufan was above Feng Wuchen. In everyone's opinion, Feng Wuchen had no chance of winning. Elder Su, what do you think? Feng Wuchen looked at Elder Su. All right. Elder Su smiled and nodded. He really wanted to know how Feng Wuchen would win against Yang Bufan. Bufan, find a chance to cripple him. Yang Tian said in a low voice. All right. Yang Bufan replied in a low voice and leaped onto the stage. Feng Wuchen walked onto the stage without hesitation. Xiao Qingqing still wanted to stop him but was stopped by Feng Jingxiong. Although he did not know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from, he believed in Feng Wuchen. At this time, everyone's gazes landed on Feng Wuchen. The entire place quieted down. Shock, doubt, anticipation, disdain, and so on appeared in everyone's eyes. Feng Wuchen. Come on. Feng Wuchen had just stepped onto the stage when Yang Bufan suddenly erupted with full strength and charged out like a ferocious tiger. Yang Tian, don't regret it. Feng Wuchen said with a slight sneer and charged forward, unwilling to be outdone. Bang, the two people collided fiercely with a fist. Yang Bufan's powerful force directly blasted Feng Wuchen back several steps. The difference in strength could be seen from the head-on collision. Just this punch alone made everyone in the Feng family worried. Everyone also shook their heads one after another. Yang Bufan could not even take a punch, how could he win? Humph. Trash is trash. Yang Tian's face was full of disdain and he sneered complacently. Feng Wuchen. Watch me beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground. Yang Bufan shouted and charged forward again. My strength is indeed much stronger than before. Feng Wuchen was secretly delighted. There was no panic on his face and the confidence in his eyes was even stronger. His cold eyes swept towards Feng Wuchen. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Feng Wuchen still charged forward. You're overestimating yourself. Yang Bufan sneered and the disdain in his eyes increased. In the following battle, Yang Bufan's attacks were very fierce and fatal. However, he found that his attacks were completely ineffective. No matter how fast he was, Feng Wuchen cleverly and perfectly avoided his attacks. Even if he went all out, he could not force Feng Wuchen back again. The expressions of the spectators had changed from disdain to surprise and finally to shock. Feng Wuchen, who had a second-grade martial soul, was actually contending with Yang Bufan with a fourth-grade martial soul cultivation. What the hell was going on? Did Feng Wuchen really have this kind of strength? Good boy, he's really not simple. Yang Bufan's moves were broken by him in the first moment. Elder Su exclaimed. The upper echelons of the four great families were all shocked at this moment. With their cultivation, they could see that Feng Wuchen's strength was indeed inferior to Yang Bufan's and he would definitely lose in a head-on clash. However, Feng Wuchen could break Yang Bufan's moves in an instant. A trash who had awakened a second-grade martial soul was actually able to do something that even a super genius could not do. Chenner has already seen through Yang Bufan's moves. Unbelievable. Feng Xianxia's eyes almost popped out. That's right. No matter how Yang Bufan attacks, Wu Chen can break his moves in the first moment. Feng Qianyang was also shocked. All of this was due to the evil dragon god's rich experience. Feng Wuchen countered every move and counterattacked in an extremely ingenious way with one or two punches. They landed solidly on Yang Bufan's body and the latter retreated step by step without any strength to resist. This is impossible. A fourth-level body refinement realm martial artist can't defeat me. Yang Bufan was shocked and terrified as he roared in his heart. Bang! Gotcha! Finally, Feng Wuchen's fist landed on Yang Bufan's arm. The powerful force broke the latter's arm and he kicked Yang Bufan off the stage. Feng Wuchen. Aren't you being too ruthless? Yang Tian said angrily. Yang Bufan's arm was broken and could be considered crippled. Unless there was a grade 3 alchemist, no one could save Peerless City. Yang Bufan provoked me first and his attacks were all fatal. Everyone here is stronger than me, can't you see that Yang Bufan wanted to kill me? I was already being merciful by breaking his arm. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Feng Wuchen. Yang Tian's face turned gloomy as he narrowed his eyes, emitting a trace of killing intent. Preposterous. How dare you break my son's arm? Feng Wuchen. I will not forgive you. Yang family's head elder angrily rebuked as a powerful aura burst out. Humph. I want to see who dares to touch my son. Feng Xiang took a step forward as the aura of a 9th-level origin transformation realm exploded. The powerful aura intimidated everyone present and silenced the Yang family. Yang family head Yang Qingyun was only at the 8th-level origin transformation realm. He did not dare to challenge Feng Xiang. In Peerless City, the only one who could match Feng Xiang was the Mo family head, Mo Kuan. Don't forget that the Feng family had a grade 1 alchemist backing them. Ever since Feng Xiang broke through to the 9th-level origin transformation realm, the Feng family's status was no longer the same as before. Feng Xiang. If my son's arm is crippled, I will not rest until I am dead. From today onwards, I will cut off all business with the Feng family. Head elder Yang Shan said with a malevolent expression. Humph. If your Yang family dares to touch a single strand of my son's hair, I will definitely exterminate your entire Yang family. Feng Xiang angrily shouted. The furious Feng Xiang was definitely a lion that could not be provoked. Feng Wuchen. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Yang Tian angrily shouted. Yang Tian, do you have any shame? Yang Bufan is already bullying the weak. My third brother is only at the 4th level body refinement realm and you are already at the 8th level. Isn't challenging my third brother too much? How about I challenge you? Do you dare to accept it? Feng Zhan replied coldly. Feng Zhan was 2 years older than Feng Wuchen and was currently at the 1st level of Qi refining realm, several times stronger than Feng Wuchen. Many of the people present felt that Feng Zhan's words made sense. Just as they felt that Yang Tian had gone overboard, Feng Wuchen's words instantly caused their faces to stiffen. I accept your challenge. Feng Wuchen accepted it without hesitation and said, but I have a condition. Give me 1 month. Chen Er. Don't accept his challenge. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly stopped him. Madam. Feng Xiang held on to Xiao Qingqing and shook his head slightly, as if he wanted to let Feng Wuchen decide for himself. Yang Tian was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Yang family. He had awakened a 5th grade martial spirit and was extremely talented. He was many times stronger than Feng Wuchen. Humph. As long as you dare to accept it, let alone 1 month, even if I give you 3 months, so what? With your 2nd grade martial spirit talent, you might not even be able to step into the 6th level of body refinement realm in 3 months. Yang Tian sneered. 1 month is enough. Feng Wuchen sneered confidently. 1 month? Feng Wuchen, I advise you not to embarrass yourself. Mo Linger said coldly. She did not believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to do so. You don't have to worry. Feng Wuchen replied coldly, not even looking at Mo Linger. Feng Wuchen's cold and aloof appearance made Mo Linger extremely unhappy and disgusted. Humph. Overestimating himself. Even if you give him a year, he won't be Big Brother Yang's opponent. Want to defeat Yang Tian in 1 month? Extremely arrogant. Looking at how easily Feng Wuchen defeated Yang Bufan, perhaps he really has the ability. In 1 month's time, not many people in Peerless City thought highly of Feng Wuchen. Everyone in Peerless City had witnessed Yang Tian's strength and talent. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Feng Wuchen shifted his gaze towards Elder Su and said, Elder Su, Yang Bufan has lost. The 2nd spot belongs to Lin Yu. Of course. Elder Su nodded and asked with a smile, Old man is very curious as to why you gave the spot to someone else. Because Lin Yu is my only friend in Peerless City. I only have a 2nd grade martial spirit and am not qualified to enter Skyflame Academy. Feng Wuchen replied unhurriedly. What if old man makes an exception and increases the number of spots to 3? Are you willing to enter Skyflame Academy? Elder Su asked. Based on Feng Wuchen's ability to instantly break his opponent's move, Elder Su could conclude that Feng Wuchen was not mediocre. Just as Elder Su finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Elder Su had actually invited Feng Wuchen to join Skyflame Academy. Moreover, he had even asked for Feng Wuchen's opinion. Mo Linger was only chosen because of her high talent. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, was directly chosen by Elder Su. From Elder Su's words, it could be seen that Elder Su valued Feng Wuchen very much. Although they could both enter Skyflame Academy, Feng Wuchen was still a level higher than Mo Linger. That's great. Chen Er. Quickly thank Elder Su. Xiao Qingqing was overjoyed. Good, good, good. As expected of Feng Xiangxiang's son. Haha. Feng Xiangxiang's face was filled with joy and he was in high spirits. He could not help but laugh loudly, sweeping away his gloomy expression from before. Third brother, that's great. You can finally enter Skyflame Academy. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan were truly happy for Feng Wuchen. The crowd could not believe that Elder Su had made an exception for a 2nd grade martial spirit trash. Elder Su has taken a fancy to Feng Wuchen. I did not expect this brat to have such a miraculous ability. Mo Kuan frowned. Elder Su, Feng Wuchen is just a piece of trash with a grade 2 martial soul. If you let him join the Skyflame Academy, wouldn't that be an insult to the Academy's reputation? Elder Su, please reconsider. My son's talent is definitely more than 10 times greater than Feng Wuchen's. If Elder Su is willing to make an exception, please give the slot to him. There are plenty of juniors in Wushuang City who are more talented than Feng Wuchen. Why would Elder Su want to recruit a trash like him? The higher-ups of the Mo and Yang families were extremely anxious. With an extra slot, they all wanted their sons to enter Skyflame Academy. However, just as they were worried that Elder Su would give the slot to Feng Wuchen's reply caused everyone to fall silent. I appreciate Elder Su's good intentions, but I do not wish to enter Skyflame Academy. Feng Wuchen tactfully rejected. Feng Wuchen had actually rejected something that many people dreamed of, not to mention the people from Wushuang City. Even Elder Su felt that he had heard wrongly and his face was filled with astonishment. What did Feng Wuchen say? He does not wish to enter Skyflame Academy? Did I hear wrongly? This brat actually rejected it. He rejected it because he doesn't have the face to go, right? He's afraid of being laughed at by others. After a moment of silence, the surroundings of the arena erupted into an uproar. Cries of surprise swept out like an avalanche. What did you say? Elder Su asked in astonishment. He still could not believe his ears. Brat. Are you crazy? It's rare for Elder Su to give you a chance, but you actually dared to reject it. Feng Jingxiong was stunned for a moment before he could not help but angrily rebuke. Elder Su, don't be anxious. Let me talk to Chen Er. Xiao Qingqing panicked, worried that she would anger Elder Su. No one in the Feng family expected that Feng Wuchen would reject it. Father, mother, there's no need to say any more. I've already decided. Feng Wuchen quickly said. Hearing this, the Mo and Yang families were extremely happy. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at an idiot. Elder Su frowned slightly and asked regretfully, Feng Wuchen, can you tell old man your reason? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, no reason. Elder Su, he's only a second-grade martial spirit trash. Why are you wasting your breath? Mo Ling could not stand Elder Su's invitation to Feng Wuchen. Elder Su ignored her and continued, Feng Wuchen, as long as you're willing, old man can accept you as his personal disciple. What do you think? Personal disciple? The crowd instantly went into an uproar. An elder of Skyflame Academy actually wanted to accept a second-grade martial spirit trash as his personal disciple. Since the establishment of Skyflame Academy, no one had ever heard of an elder accepting a disciple. Moreover, it was a personal disciple. Chen Er. Hurry up and agree. Feng Jingxiong gritted his teeth and rebuked angrily. His heart was burning with anxiety. Third brother. Hurry up and agree. Feng Yuan wanted nothing more than to agree on Feng Wuchen's behalf. Big brother Feng. Hurry up and agree. Lin Yu cried out anxiously. Elder Su, I'm very grateful for your kind intentions. However, I only want to cultivate on my own. You don't have much time left. If you don't expel the cold poison from your body, I'm afraid that you won't be able to live for another half a month. You should hurry back and expel the poison. Feng Wuchen rejected once again. At the same time, he explained Elder Su's condition. Hearing this, Elder Su's heart trembled and he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Everyone was stunned as they stared dumbstruck at Feng Wuchen. Was he cursing Elder Su? Stinking brat. What do you know? Don't be rude to Elder Su. Feng Jingxiong rebuked angrily again. He really wanted to slap Feng Wuchen. Cold poison? Why didn't old man see through it? Feng Qianyang frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen. You've got guts. Shameless when given face. To actually dare be disrespectful to Elder Su. Mo Linger shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. Forget about rejecting Elder Su's good intentions, he even dares to be disrespectful to Elder Su. Make Feng Wuchen kneel down and apologize to Elder Su. That's right. Kneel. Seeing Elder Su's appearance of about to fly into a rage, for a moment, the entire place was filled with angry rebukes. They all wished that they could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Kneel down and apologize? Why do I have to kneel? Why do I have to apologize? Want the third spot? You don't need to make an example out of me, right? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Chener. What the hell are you doing? Seeing everyone criticizing Feng Wuchen, Xianxia was anxious until she was on tenterhooks. Feng Jingxiong. Why aren't you making your son kneel down and apologize to Elder Su? Mo Kuan rebuked angrily. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to suppress the Feng family. Humph. Feng Jingxiong. After offending Elder Su, I think you won't be able to protect your son. Yang Shan laughed sinisterly. Many people were gloating. Looking at these people's faces, Feng Wuchen secretly shook his head. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak would never be able to stand on the stage. Feng Jingxiong, is this how you teach your son? Do you know the consequences of offending Elder Su? Mo Kuan said coldly. If you offend Elder Su, you and all the descendants of the Feng family can forget about entering the Skyflame Academy in this lifetime. Mo Kuan angrily rebuked. Feng Wuchen had obviously angered him as his face became more ferocious. Chener isn't a brute and he won't offend Elder Su. Don't worry. Feng Jingxiong frowned as he signaled for Xiaoqingqing and the rest to calm down. Offending an elder of the Skyflame Academy was a capital offense. Everyone present knew this, including Feng Wuchen. Would Feng Wuchen knowingly offend Elder Su? Impossible, unless he really knew about the frost poison in Elder Su's body. As expected, just when everyone was rejoicing in Feng Wuchen's misfortune and thought that Feng Wuchen and the Feng family were finished, Elder Su's words silenced them. Feng Wuchen, how did you know about the frost poison in old man's body? And how did you know that old man still has half a month to live? After recovering from his shock, Elder Su hurriedly asked. His heart was filled with shock. A 16-year-old brat could see the frost poison in his body just by meeting him once. This was definitely not a coincidence. Elder Su really has frost poison in his body? How did Feng Wuchen know? It can't be, right? Is Feng Wuchen telling the truth? Even a blind guess wouldn't be so accurate, right? Everyone present was shocked and the four great families were instantly silenced. Those who were scolding Elder Su were petrified. Elder Su, the frost poison in your body has been accumulating for many years. It seems like the Skyflame Academy doesn't have a 5th grade alchemist. Otherwise, your frost poison would have been expelled long ago. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled as he walked over. That's right. The Skyflame Academy only has one 4th grade alchemist and he's the great elder of the academy. He really couldn't do anything about old man's frost poison. Elder Su nodded as he felt that Feng Wuchen was becoming more and more mysterious. Seeing through Elder Su's illness with a single glance and breaking his opponent's move in an instant. Is this trash? Impossible. That was impossible. Elder Su, the reason why the cold poison in your body is difficult to expel is because your cultivation method is incomplete. You often suffer from the backlash and slowly accumulate. Elder Su, do you feel that the cold poison's backlash is becoming more frequent recently? Feng Wuchen continued to explain. That's right. For the past few days, he has been suffering from the backlash of the cold poison every 4 hours. Elder Su nodded his head in shock. Could Feng Wuchen predict the future? How could he know that? The crowd below the ring was already dumbfounded. When did Feng Wuchen have this kind of ability to predict the future? Why didn't I notice it before? Great Elder, what's going on? Feng Jingxiong looked at Feng Qianyang and asked. Only when he finished speaking did he realize that Feng Qianyang was dumbstruck. Chener has never seen Elder Su before. How did he know? Xiaoqingqing's face was filled with disbelief. No one knew what was going on. Other than shock, there was only shock. Elder Su, relax first. I have a way to expel the cold poison from your body. However, with my current cultivation, I can't withstand the cold poison's power. So, I need your power to expel it. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Then, according to the mysterious hand gestures that appeared in his mind, he tapped Elder Su's back as if he was pressing his acupuncture points. Feng Wuchen's technique was very mysterious. No one could understand it and could only watch in shock. The most shocked was the Feng clan. Feng Wuchen had been in the Feng clan for 16 years, but they didn't know that Feng Wuchen had such a mysterious ability. Elder Su was very cooperative. Feng Wuchen tapped more than 10 times. Suddenly, Elder Su felt the cold poison in his body magically surge out from his meridians. In the blink of an eye, Elder Su's hands were covered in a layer of frost. Strands of cold air also began to spread out from Elder Su's body and the ground was frozen. Elder Su, now is the time. Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted and retreated at the same time. Ha! Elder Su abruptly shouted and his tyrannical true essence erupted, directly dispersing the cold air that gushed out. 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Feeling Elder Su's terrifying strength, everyone was scared to the point their faces turned pale. Elder Su's face was filled with shock as the cold poison was easily expelled. What kind of technique was this? It was actually so effective. The Skyflame Institution's Grand Elder had difficulty expelling the cold poison with his grade 4 alchemist cultivation, but Feng Wuchen, who was only at the 4th level of the body refinement stage, was actually able to do it. Feng Wuchen, what martial skill is this? It's actually able to expel so much cold poison for old man. Elder Su asked in shock. Elder Su, I can only help you expel some of the cold poison. I can't completely cure it. It's better if you go find a grade 5 alchemist to expel it. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently and didn't answer Elder Su's question. Since Feng Wuchen didn't say anything, Elder Su didn't pursue the matter. Who didn't have their own little secrets? Sai, our empire's strongest alchemist is grade 5, but even he has difficulty expelling old man's cold poison. Elder Su smiled bitterly and helplessly. The Inferno Empire was only a small country among the countless empires on this continent. They only had one grade 5 alchemist, and after expelling Elder Su's cold poison twice, he suffered a backlash from the cold poison and almost lost his life. Chen, since you have a way, why don't you help Elder Su? Xiaoqingqing could see that Feng Wuchen had a way to expel Elder Su's cold poison, so she went with the flow and treated it as selling a favor. Elder Su had a high position in the Skyflame Institution, and being on good terms with him would be of great benefit to the Feng clan. Elder Su's gaze looked at Feng Wuchen with anticipation. Feng Wuchen was his only hope for survival. No one in the entire Inferno Empire could expel the cold poison from his body. Only Feng Wuchen was able to expel a large amount of it in a few tries. How about this, Elder Su? I'll make a trip to the institution a month later. The cold poison that I just expelled is enough for you to live for 3 months. Feng Wuchen said. If it wasn't for Xiaoqingqing's request, Feng Wuchen might have really left him in the lurch. Thank you, Brother Feng. Elder Su was overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Elder Su's attitude and his action of cupping his fists to Feng Wuchen shocked the people below. Thank my mother. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and turned to leave with Xiaolan. Thank you, Madam Feng. Brother Feng, old man can recommend you to the first elder. What do you think? Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to leave, Elder Su was extremely anxious. He definitely wouldn't give up on such a genius. He had to think of a way to pull him into the Skyflame Institution. Recommend him to the first elder? That was incredible. There's no need. Thank you, Elder Su. Feng Wuchen didn't even turn his head as he rejected Elder Su once again. Chen'er is definitely crazy. Feng Jingxiong looked at Feng Wuchen dumbfoundedly. Feng Wuchen actually rejected something that so many people wanted but couldn't get. The Skyflame Institution gathered countless geniuses from the Empire. Its strength was enough to fight against the Empire. One could imagine how high the First Elder's status was. It was difficult for others to even meet him. Big Brother Feng, wait for me. Lin Yu quickly chased after him. While everyone in Peerless City was shocked and envious, Feng Wuchen disappeared from their line of sight. A place that others dream of going to, but you refuse to go even when others beg you. Aren't you just trying to tell me that even without the Skyflame Institution, you can still become strong? Aren't you just trying to tell the people of Peerless City that you're not trash? Mo Linger raged in her heart. The glory that should have belonged to her today had been snatched away by Feng Wuchen. She didn't know why, but the more Feng Wuchen displayed his genius side, the more Mo Linger felt disgusted and unhappy. The resentment in her heart grew deeper and deeper. What's wrong with Feng Wuchen? The first elder is a grade 4 alchemist and he actually rejected him. He actually didn't want such a good opportunity. Who doesn't want to follow an alchemist? With the help of pills, why would he be afraid that his cultivation isn't strong enough? Humph. Isn't he just trash? He's arrogant and looks down on the Skyflame institution. Does he really think that he's amazing just because he knows how to expel cold poison? A grade 2 martial soul trash will never change. The crowd gradually regained their senses. Shock, astonishment, disdain, and sneers once again appeared on their faces. No matter what amazing things Feng Wuchen had done, in their hearts, a grade 2 martial soul trash would always be trash. He's indeed a useless trash. Simply stupid to the extreme. He ruined the future of the Feng family. Yang Tian sneered in disdain. Yang Shan laughed sinisterly, isn't this good? If he agrees, how will he take revenge for Bufan? If Feng Wuchen agreed, with the help of a grade 4 alchemist, Yang Tian was really worried that he wouldn't be Feng Wuchen's opponent after a month. Now that Feng Wuchen had rejected him, he was relieved. The terrifying existence of a grade 4 alchemist could be imagined from the fact that there were only grade 1 alchemists in Wushuang City. It was much harder for an alchemist to increase their realm than their cultivation. The identity of an alchemist was also highly respected by the cultivators of the continent. Feng Qianyang was a grade 1 alchemist. Just this identity alone was enough to make the Feng family powerful. With him around, the Feng family would never lack spiritual liquid and grade 1 pills. Such an amazing alchemist, yet Feng Wuchen actually rejected Elder Su. In everyone's eyes, Feng Wuchen was just a pile of mud that couldn't support a wall. Elder Su, since Feng Wuchen doesn't want to enter the Skyflame Academy, then can the third quota. Yang Qingyun wanted to give the third quota to Yang Tian, but before he could finish his sentence, his face turned green. If Feng Wuchen doesn't agree, where will the third quota come from? Elder Su said snappily. Elder Su's words were straightforward. The third quota was specially prepared for Feng Wuchen. If Feng Wuchen didn't want it, no one else could. This showed how important Feng Wuchen was in Elder Su's heart. No, I have to think of a way to get this brat into the academy. Elder Su frowned. Even if Feng Wuchen had rejected him many times, he still wouldn't give up. Feng family head, Madam Feng, please tell your son that whenever he wants to go to the Skyflame Academy, this old man will welcome him at any time. I hope that Feng family head can persuade him, Elder Su said politely to Feng Xianxia and his wife. SSS, Elder Su's words caused everyone to gasp. This was undoubtedly opening a green path for Feng Wuchen. Was Feng Wuchen really that important? Who else in the entire Inferno Empire would receive such treatment? Elder Su, I'm afraid we can't do anything about it. Chen has a stubborn personality and will not change his mind. Xiao Qingqing smiled bitterly and helplessly. Other than Elder Su, everyone present knew why Feng Wuchen did not want to go to the Skyflame Academy. Thousand Treasure Pavilion. After leaving the arena, Feng Wuchen and the other two arrived at Peerless City's Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Thousand Treasure Pavilion, as the name implied, had countless treasures. Martial skills, cultivation techniques, weapons, pills, materials, and so on. It was also the most lively place in Peerless City. Third young master, what do you want to buy? Xiao Lan asked curiously after entering Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Feng Wuchen said, Rainbow Spiritual Liquid. Rainbow Spiritual Liquid? Doesn't our Feng family have it? Xiao Lan asked curiously. Why would he buy it when his own family had it? Xiao Lan was already puzzled when she recalled Feng Wuchen's rejection of Elder Su. Now that he had come to buy the Rainbow Spiritual Liquid, Xiao Lan concluded that Feng Wuchen was beyond cure. Lin Yu did not mind. He was still wondering why Feng Wuchen had rejected Elder Su and was not thinking about the Rainbow Spiritual Liquid. It's a secret. You can't tell my parents. Do you understand? Feng Wuchen said in a low voice. His voice was a little cold, scaring Xiao Lan into nodding repeatedly. Thousand Treasure Pavilion was a little deserted today because most of the people had gone to the arena. Isn't this young Master Feng? What a rare guest. There's also young Master Lin. After entering Thousand Treasure Pavilion, a middle-aged man immediately welcomed them. He was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's manager, Zhang Han. It was not strange to see Lin Yu. However, it was strange to see Feng Wuchen. It was Feng Wuchen's first time coming to Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Young Master Feng, isn't Skyflame Academy recruiting students today? Why have you come to Thousand Treasure Pavilion? Oh, right, I forgot that young Master Feng has awakened a grade 2 martial spirit and is not qualified to enter Skyflame Academy. Zhang Han smiled. He seemed very polite, but his words were filled with mockery. Shut your stinky mouth. Otherwise, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Yu said coldly. His fierce eyes made Zhang Han tremble. Zhang Han was only the manager of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. He did not dare to provoke Lin Yu. I want to buy 10 bottles of rainbow spiritual liquid. Go and prepare them for me. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He did not seem to have any intention of arguing with Zhang. Rainbow spiritual liquid? Wasn't Elder Feng able to refine it? The shops of the Feng clan are all selling them, and young Master Feng still wants to buy them? Zhang Han looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of astonishment. Could it be that he had too much money and nowhere to spend it? If I tell you to go, then go. What's with all this nonsense? Lin Yu berated him again. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go right away. Zhang Han nodded. Lin Yu, Elder Su is likely to return soon. You should go back, said Feng Wuchen as he looked at Lin Yu. Big brother Feng, can you tell me why you're not going to the Heavenly Flame Academy? Lin Yu asked seriously. Are you stupid? I only have a 2nd grade martial spirit. If I go, won't I just be a joke to them? I can't afford to lose face like that. Besides, Mo Ling is also in the academy. Why would I go there? Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. Patting Lin Yu's shoulder, Feng Wuchen said, your talent is not bad. Work hard and don't embarrass your father. Don't worry, big brother Feng. I'll definitely work hard. Big brother Feng, take care. Lin Yu nodded firmly. After asking for the reason, Lin Yu left. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, Feng Wuchen also felt somewhat reluctant. Young Master Feng, 10 bottles of the rainbow spiritual liquid you wanted. Soon, Zhang Han came out with 10 bottles of rainbow spiritual liquid. In the beginning, he was still very polite. However, when he saw that Lin Yu was not around, his attitude instantly changed. Just as Feng Wuchen reached out to take it, Zhang Han moved and sneered, Young Master Feng, you haven't paid yet. 1 bottle of rainbow spiritual liquid costs 300 gold coins. What? 300 gold coins? You might as well rob. Xiaolan immediately scolded angrily. The rainbow spiritual liquid was not a precious spiritual liquid. It was only used to increase the cultivation speed of body refinement realm cultivators. 1 bottle was only 100 gold coins. Zhang Han was purposely making things difficult for Feng Wuchen. The price of the rainbow spiritual liquid has increased recently. 1 bottle costs 300 gold coins. Do you want it or not? In any case, your Feng clan has plenty of it. It makes no difference whether I sell it to you or not, Zhang Han sneered mockingly. Xiaolan was about to scold Zhang Han angrily but was stopped by Feng Wuchen. He said indifferently, I want 20 more bottles of rainbow spiritual liquid. Bring me to see the weapons first. I wonder what kind of weapons young Master Feng wants. The weapons of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion are very expensive, Zhang Han asked as he led the way. His attitude was very bad. He did not treat Feng Wuchen as a guest at all. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, let's take a look first. When did 3rd young master become so good-tempered? Xiaolan was shocked. She felt that Feng Wuchen was strange today and somewhat mysterious. With Feng Wuchen's temper in the past, he would have beaten someone up long ago. He would not tolerate it. The weapons room was filled with all kinds of weapons. Next to it was a room filled with magic treasures. Magic treasures were also divided into grades. From low to high, they were magic tools, precious tools, spiritual tools, immortal tools, and divine tools. Each grade was divided into 3 grades, low, middle, and high. Although there were many weapons in the 10,000 treasure pavilion, it was still a shop in a small city. The weapons were all magic tools. Only powerful cities and sects had precious tools and spiritual tools. Just like cultivation techniques and martial skills, the more powerful a weapon was, the more precious and rare it was. Feng Wuchen glanced and thought, ordinary weapons are made of fine iron. I hope I can find a weapon made of black iron. Feng Wuchen's gaze finally fell on a hammer and said, I want this. 3,000 gold coins, Zhang Han said without looking. You're deliberately raising the price. A low-grade magic tool is 1,000 gold coins. Third young master, he's deliberately making things difficult for us. Xiaolan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. She wanted to slap Zhang Han to the wall. So what if I'm making things difficult for you? You're just a second-grade martial spirit trash. The price of your weapon has also increased. If you don't want it, then scram. Zhang Han spread out his hands and sneered. Feng Wuchen ignored him and said to Xiaolan with a smile, Xiaolan, I'll take you to see the magic treasures. Just tell me what you like. In the magic treasure room, Feng Wuchen casually chose a storage ring. Because the storage ring was very precious, Zhang Han offered a price of 10,000 gold coins. Feng Wuchen did not bargain and continued to choose. Time passed. An hour later, Feng Wuchen chose dozens of treasures, and the more he chose, the more expensive they were. He was like a nouveau riche who completely regarded money as dirt. Dozens of treasures added up, according to Zhang Han's price, were at least 100,000 gold coins. Feng Wuchen bought so many things at once, Xiaolan was incomparably worried. That was more than 100,000 gold coins. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen did not have so many gold coins, even the Feng family would not be able to take out so many gold coins in a short period of time. Young Master Feng, have you finished choosing? These treasures add up to a total of 137,000 gold coins. The 1,000 treasure pavilion never returns the things you buy. This is the rule. If you can't take out the money, don't even think about walking out of the 1,000 treasure pavilion. It's useless even if your father comes. Zhang Han grinned and clapped his hands. Soon, more than 10 burly men rushed out of the 1,000 treasure pavilion. Although there were 4 major families in Wushuang City, the 1,000 treasure pavilion could not be underestimated. The pavilion master of the 1,000 treasure pavilion was also a first-grade alchemist. Otherwise, even if Zhang Han was given 100 guts, he would not dare to be so arrogant in front of Feng Wuchen. So it's the trash of the Feng family. What's the matter? You came to the 1,000 treasure pavilion to behave atrociously? One of the burly men sneered. You bought so many things. If you can't take out the money, I'll break one of your legs. Another burly man angrily shouted. He looked ugly and fierce, extremely frightening. Young master, what should we do? Xiaolan was so scared that her face turned pale and her body trembled. Any one of the burly men in front of her could beat Feng Wuchen to the ground, not to mention there were more than 10 of them. Zhang Han, if you kneel down and kowtow to me now and bark like a dog, I might be able to save your life. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, without the slightest hint of panic. Save me? Haha. Zhang Han was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, Feng Wuchen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and bark like a dog, I might be able to return the goods to you. I'll treat you like a fart and let you go. Your cultivation hasn't improved at all for half a year. Am I right? You're cultivating a fire attribute cultivation method. No matter how you cultivate, your true qi will dissipate and you can't absorb it. Am I right? Feng Wuchen sneered, as if he had seen through everything about Zhang Han. You. How did you know? Zhang Han widened his eyes in shock. He was the only one who knew about this, and he had never told anyone about it. No one else knew, but Feng Wuchen was able to point it out. In order to break through to the 5th tier of qi cultivation realm, you used a qi boosting pill to forcefully break through, which led to qi deviation. Now, every time you cultivate, you feel excruciating pain all over your body. Am I right? Feng Wuchen sneered. Impossible. You can't possibly know. I've never told anyone about this. Even the pavilion master doesn't know. How could you know? Zhang Han looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. The burly men looked at each other in shock. Could it be that Feng Wuchen was telling the truth? How did young master know? Xiao Lan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Looking at the terrified Zhang Han, Feng Wuchen sneered, "You're going to die in 2 months at most. The more you cultivate, the sooner you'll die. Even if you tell the pavilion master, he won't be able to save you. I'm the only one who can save you." "You can save me? Is what you're saying true?" Zhang Han asked in panic. From his panicked expression, it was clear that Feng Wuchen was telling the truth. "Unfortunately, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't take it." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Young Master Feng. I was wrong. Please give me another chance, I beg you. I don't want to die yet." Zhang Han knelt down and cowed out in horror. "Nonsense." Right at this moment, an aged yet dignified voice resounded. "Pavilion Master." Zhang Han and the other burly men respectfully greeted. "Get up." The pavilion master shouted at Zhang Han, "You believe the words of a piece of trash? How can he save you? Stupid." The person who came was the pavilion master, Yuan Xiong. He was an old man and a Tier 1 alchemist. "Steward Zhang, this brat must be playing with you," one of the burly men said. He also didn't believe that a piece of trash could save Zhang Han. "Feng Wuchen. How dare you play with me?" Zhang Han was furious when he heard this. "Feng Wuchen, for the sake of your father and Feng Qianyang, put down the things and get out of here. You're not welcome in the pavilion. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Yuan Xiong shouted at Feng Wuchen. A tyrannical aura burst out. "If you don't scram, be careful that I'll break your legs," Zhang Han said gloomily. His appearance was indeed frightening, but he was suffering in his heart. Feng Wuchen's words already made him believe without a doubt. But with Yuan Xiong here, he didn't dare to lower his head to Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, his position as manager would have to be changed. "You already have no chance. Also, Pavilion Master, you've been refining pills for many years. The fire poison in your body must have accumulated quite a bit, right? Elder Feng is also frequently tortured by the fire poison. That kind of pain isn't something that ordinary people can endure. Every alchemist has fire poison in their body. It just so happens that I know how to expel the fire poison." "Humph." Feng Wuchen sneered and turned around to leave. Feng Wuchen's words were like a death sentence to Zhang Han. The latter was also panicking in his heart. He wished that he could immediately kneel down and kowtow like a dog. Yuan Xiong frowned. His eyes were somewhat complicated. He discovered that the Feng Wuchen in front of him was too different from the Feng Wuchen from before. Regarding Feng Wuchen's words, Yuan Xiong didn't know whether to believe it or not. Leaving the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Feng Wuchen went to his shop to get some 7-colored spirit liquid and returned to the Feng family. "Third young master, family head and madam have been waiting for you for a long time." Just as he arrived at the mansion, a guard hurriedly greeted him. Feng Wuchen didn't need to guess to know what was going on. In the hall, Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing sat in the main seats. The 3 elders sat in separate seats. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan were also present. Entering the hall, without waiting for Feng Jingxiong and the rest to ask, Feng Wuchen directly said, "Dad, I know what you want to ask. But this is my secret. It can't be leaked. Otherwise, it will attract big trouble." "This?" Feng Jingxiong, Feng Qianyang, and the rest looked at each other in confusion. "Chen are your injuries and the fact that you could see through Elder Su's frost poison also related to your secret?" Xiao Qingqing asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, "Yeah, the reason why I helped Elder Su to get rid of it is for the Feng family. We've already fallen out with the Yang family, and the Mo family isn't on good terms with us. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion has also been on bad terms with our Feng family because of the 7-colored spiritual liquid. Our Feng family is in danger. You helped Elder Su get rid of it just for them to see?" Feng Qianyang understood what Feng Wuchen meant. "The Heavenly Flame Academy holds a high position in our empire. We can use them to suppress the Yang family, the Mo family, and the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Even if they join forces, they will still be wary of the Heavenly Flame Academy," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Since that's the case, why did you reject Elder Su?" Isn't joining the Heavenly Flame Academy more beneficial to our Feng clan? The second elder, Feng Yunshan, asked doubtfully. Feng Wuchen casually found a seat and said with a smile, joining the Heavenly Flame Academy is indeed beneficial to our Feng family. However, what we can't obtain will only make others want it more. So that's the case. You're smart. In the entire empire, only you can help Elder Su get rid of the cold poison. If he wants to live, he will definitely come to you. With Elder Su as a chess piece, the Mo family and Yang family won't dare to act rashly, Feng Jingxiong laughed. I really couldn't tell that the third young master had such a brilliant method. No wonder you rejected Elder Su time and time again. But won't this delay your cultivation? Feng Qianyang praised. Shrugging his shoulders, Feng Wuchen said without a care, don't worry about my cultivation. Going to the Heavenly Flame Academy will only delay my cultivation. Chen might have had a fortuitous encounter, Feng Jingxiong guessed inwardly. This was the only way to convince himself. Is he really Chen Er? Xiao Qingqing was shocked as she stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Feng Wuchen's change was too great. In the past, Feng Wuchen never cared about the family's matters and would never say such words. Moreover, his performance on the stage was very calm. Even when facing an expert like Elder Su, he didn't panic at all. Just what could have caused such a huge change in Feng Wuchen? Was it because of Mo Ling Er? No, Xiao Qingqing could see that there was no anger or sadness in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Instead, there was only confidence and pride. Chen Er, cultivate well. Mother believes in you. Don't think too much about Mo Ling Er. Mother will help you find a better one, Xiao Qingqing encouraged. She didn't know why, but she felt very gratified when she saw the confidence in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Father's cultivation is the same as Mo Kuan's. Looks like I have to let father break through first. Only then can we suppress the Mo and Yang families. Great Elder's alchemy realm should also break through. Feng Wuchen secretly thought. However, the most important thing right now was to raise his own cultivation. After all, he was going to fight Yang Tian in a month. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to cultivate. However, Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence that he could defeat Yang Tian in a month's time. Before returning to his room, Feng Wuchen used the same mysterious method to help Feng Qianyang expel some of the fire poison. Feng Qianyang's shock was indescribable. He finally understood why Elder Su valued Feng Wuchen so much. After lunch, Feng Wuchen hurried back to his room. He took out the 7-colored liquid and swallowed it. He immediately circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique to cultivate. The Supreme Dragon God technique was extremely overbearing. Combined with the 7-colored liquid, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was even more terrifying than before. The 7-colored liquid is simply a treasure of the body refinement realm. No wonder it's so popular. I can break through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm tonight. Feng Wuchen was extremely happy. Feng Wuchen greedily absorbed the spiritual energy and the liquid to cultivate. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered and formed the 3 flowers as one's head. If someone saw this, their jaw would drop. Reporting to the pavilion lord. There's news. In the 1,000 treasure pavilion, a guard hurried into the hall. What news? Yuan Xiong asked unhurriedly. Just now, the Feng clan's 3rd young master, Feng Wuchen, with his 4th level of the body refinement realm, easily defeated Yang Bufan, who was at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. The guard reported. Oh? Feng Wuchen defeated Yang Bufan? A 2nd-grade martial soul trash has this ability? Yuan Xiong asked in surprise. It's absolutely true. Not only that, he was also able to see through the frost poison in Elder Su's body and expelled some of the frost poison from Elder Su's body. Elder Su personally said that even a 5th-level alchemist would find it difficult to expel the frost poison. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen used some unknown method to easily expel the frost poison. Because of this, Elder Su wanted to accept him as a direct disciple. In the end, he even wanted to recommend him to the Sky Flame Institute's great elder. However, Feng Wuchen rejected him. The guard reported truthfully. Expel the frost poison? Hearing this, Yuan Xiong stood up in shock. He recalled the words Feng Wuchen said to him before he left. Before Feng Wuchen left, he clearly said that he could expel the fire poison. He wondered if Yuanqiong was starting to regret it now. In one night, Feng Wuchen consumed 2 bottles of spirit liquid and successfully advanced to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Looking at his fist, Feng Wuchen sneered, "With my current strength, I'm afraid that I can defeat Yang Bufan with a single punch." After breaking through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, not only did Feng Wuchen feel a breakthrough in his cultivation, he also felt that his body had become stronger. The Supreme Dragon God technique is a dual cultivation technique. As my cultivation grows stronger, my body will also grow stronger. As a result, my battle prowess will definitely be stronger than others. At that time, even if I don't break my opponent's moves, I will still be able to defeat them. Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy. His excitement could not be described with words. Yang Tian, just you wait. 1 month later, watch me beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely. After breaking through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, Feng Wuchen wanted to continue cultivating. Breaking through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm would take at least 2 to 3 days. Feng Wuchen did not want to waste time. Third young master. But at this time, Xiao Lan's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. A young lady is looking for you. Xiao Lan's voice came from inside. A young lady? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. After thinking about it, in Wushuang City, other than Mo Ling Er, Feng Wuchen did not know any other young ladies. Who would be looking for him? Who is it? Feng Wuchen asked. I don't know. Young master, quickly go take a look. I'll go now. In the Feng family's main hall, Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing were sizing up a young lady in green clothes. The young lady was slim and elegant, with a unique temperament. Her skin was like jade, and her face was exquisite. One look and one could tell that she was a beauty. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but her development was extremely good. In 2 to 3 years, she would definitely be a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. The young lady's excessive beauty caused Xiao Qingqing to exclaim in admiration. When did Chen Er know such a beautiful young lady? Why didn't he tell mother about such a big matter? This young lady is definitely not an ordinary person. She's much prettier than Mo Ling Er. This is great. Xiao Qingqing was very happy. She liked the young lady as soon as she met her. The young lady's beauty was indeed much better than Mo Ling Er's. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, Mo Ling Er could not compare. Where did such a beautiful young lady come from? Feng Jingxiong and the 3 elders were very puzzled. What shocked them was that the young lady was already at the 6th level of the qi refining realm. To reach this level at the age of 15 or 16, she was a genius among geniuses. There was probably no other genius like her in the entire Inferno Empire. The young lady's talent was outstanding, and she was definitely not someone ordinary geniuses could compare to. Xiao Xiao, come and sit here. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. The young lady's name was Ling Xiaoxiao. She obediently walked over with a sweet smile on her face. Xiao Xiao, can you tell auntie where you're from? Xiao Qingqing asked with a smile as she gently stroked the young lady's black hair. The continent. Ling Xiaoxiao replied simply. The continent? Feng Jingxiong and the 3 elders' faces stiffened as they looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in shock. The Inferno Empire was far away from the continent. Ling Xiaoxiao came here alone? Feng Wuchen definitely could not have been to the continent. He had been in the Feng family for 16 years. Everyone in the Feng family could testify to this. However, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to know Feng Wuchen. This made them feel strange. At this time, Feng Wuchen entered the hall. When he saw Ling Xiaoxiao sitting beside his mother, he couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Feng. The moment she saw Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face instantly revealed a happy smile as she hurriedly ran over. Chen Er, when did you get to know Xiaoxiao? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Qingqing grumbled. Do you know me? Feng Wuchen asked curiously as he sized up Ling Xiaoxiao. He could guarantee that this was the first time he had seen Ling Xiaoxiao. Chen Er, you don't know her? This little girl said she came from the continent. Feng Jingxiong asked in astonishment. But in their eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to be very familiar with Feng Wuchen. Uncle Feng, this is the first time I've met Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. First time? Xiao Qingqing's face stiffened. How could there be such a good girl in this world? Her aura is extraordinary. She's obviously deliberately hiding her true aura. She's very talented, and she's already at the 6th level of Qi refining realm. Who is she? Feng Wuchen frowned. With Feng Wuchen's current eyesight, he could naturally see that Ling Xiaoxiao was no ordinary person. Confused, Feng Wuchen asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and said, "I just want to be friends with Brother Feng." She came all the way from the continent to be friends with Feng Wuchen? Who would be so bored? It's him. His aura can't be wrong. It's exactly the same as his aura 2 days ago. He's my Mr. Right. Ling Xiaoxiao affirmed in her heart, and the smile on her pretty face became even happier. Feng Wuchen wanted to cry. A girl he didn't know came all the way from the continent to be friends with him? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. Although he didn't believe it, Feng Wuchen couldn't see any ulterior motives from Ling Xiaoxiao, let alone any intention to harm him. Yes, yes, yes. Let's make friends first. Take it slow. Feelings grow with time. Xiao Qingqing was happy when she heard this. She quickly said, "Chen what are you waiting for? Why aren't you preparing a room for Xiaoxiao?" Seeing Xiao Qingqing's elated appearance, Feng Wuchen guessed what she was thinking. He felt helpless in his heart. Mo Ling-er's betrayal still hurt Feng Wuchen. Because of Mo Ling-er, Feng Wuchen didn't want to experience it a second time. Forget it, she's not Mo Ling-er. Feng Wuchen secretly shook his head and turned to leave. Feng. Madam, you don't have to be so anxious, do you? We still haven't figured out Ling Xiaoxiao's background. After the two left, Feng Jingxiong hurriedly said. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing smiled and said, "I like this little girl, but she doesn't seem to want to tell us." Xiaoxiao is definitely not an ordinary girl. She's probably 1 or 2 years younger than Chen but she's already at the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. We've never heard of anyone with such terrifying talent in the Inferno Empire. This little girl's talent is indeed terrifying. This also means that the power behind her is also terrifying. With the power behind her, if she wanted to deal with our Feng family, we would be dead already. This little girl won't harm Wu Chen. Feng Qianyang concluded. After a long time, we'll let Chen act first and report later. We must capture this little girl. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily as if everything was in her hands. Madam, how can you say that? Is Chen that kind of person? Feng Jingxiong smiled bitterly. What? Didn't you act first and report later? If you can, why can't Chen? I like this little girl, Xiaoxiao. She's 100 times better than Mo Ling-er. Xiao Qingqing immediately retorted. This isn't the same. Feng Jingxiong was extremely embarrassed. Haha. Feng Qianyang and the rest laughed. Their attention was all on Ling Xiaoxiao, but they didn't notice that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the 5th level of the body refining realm. Brother Feng, I've heard about your matter. Brother Feng, you don't have to care about what they say. Once Brother Feng becomes stronger, they won't have anything to say. Ling Xiaoxiao lightly smiled as she held on to Feng Wuchen's arm. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Feng family? With your talent, only a large power can nurture you. Feng Wuchen solemnly asked as he stared into Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes. After obtaining the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, Feng Wuchen had become extremely careful in handling matters. He had to deal with everything that was dangerous to him and the Feng family. Seeing Feng Wuchen's solemn and slightly cold attitude, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Brother Feng, I won't harm you. I can't tell you right now. Can you give me some time? Feng Wuchen couldn't see any clues from Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes. There was only grievance and pleading. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's grievance, Feng Wuchen's heart softened. After confirming that Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't lying, he said, All right, I believe you. Go and rest. Thank you, Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao obediently nodded and didn't stick to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said this, but his heart was still on guard. The little beauty delivered herself to his doorstep. If it was anyone else, they would be suspicious. 1 day, 2 days passed. Other than eating, Feng Wuchen was cultivating with all his might. His cultivation had increased at a terrifying rate. On the 3rd day, Feng Wuchen broke through again and stepped into the 6th level of the body refinement realm without any hindrance. Breaking through the 5th level only took 1 night, but breaking through the 6th level took 3 days. It was clear how difficult cultivation was. Based on my current speed, I can definitely break through to the 9th level within a month. In a month's time, Yang Tian might step into the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm. Feng Wuchen coldly smiled, his eyes flashed with a vicious glint. As the number 1 genius of the Yang family, Yang Tian was someone that the Yang family would use all their resources to nurture. Moreover, Yang Tian was already at the peak of the 8th level of the body refinement realm and could step into the 9th level at any time. With his talent, he might be able to step into the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm within a month's time with the help of external help. After a few days of cultivation, he had already used up all of the rainbow spirit liquid. The rainbow spirit liquid was extremely important for breaking through to the body refinement realm. Even with Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed, he still needed the rainbow spirit liquid. Brother Feng. Just as Feng Wuchen walked out of his room, Ling Xiaoxiao's melodious voice entered his ears. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao jogging over, Feng Wuchen had a helpless expression. Although Ling Xiaoxiao did not stick close to him, every time Feng Wuchen came out, he would always see Ling Xiaoxiao first. Brother Feng, where are you going? I'll accompany you. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and hugged Feng Wuchen's arm. She can actually hide her aura. With just one glance, Feng Wuchen was shocked. He was completely unable to determine the depth of Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation. Xiaoxiao's background is probably even more terrifying than I imagined. Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. Let's go, I'll bring you out for a walk. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Looking at the innocent Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen really could not bear to harden his heart. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not even bother with her. A simple sentence made Ling Xiaoxiao incomparably happy. This was the first time Feng Wuchen brought her out. Chen, where are you going? Passing by the front yard, Feng Xiong asked. Going out to get some spirit liquid. Feng Wuchen casually replied. You've used up all the spirit liquid? Then has your cultivation improved? Feng Xiong was slightly stunned. He knew that Feng Wuchen had taken 10 bottles of spirit liquid from the store. It had only been a few days and it was already gone. Was the spirit liquid used up too quickly? Yes, 6th level of the body refinement realm. Feng Wuchen replied as he walked out the door. Yes, that's good. Feng Xiong nodded. But just as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Wait. What did he just say? 6th level of the body refinement realm? Feng Xiong's face was full of shock. He turned his head fiercely wanting to ask and investigate, but Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were already long gone. After being shocked for a full 2 minutes, Feng Xiong finally regained his senses and said involuntarily, 3 days and he broke through 2 levels? How is this possible? With Feng Wuchen's 2nd-grade martial spirit talent, not to mention 3 days, even 3 months would not be enough for him to break through 2 levels. Even with Feng Yuan's 5th-grade martial spirit talent, breaking through 1 level would take at least 2 to 3 months, maybe even more. Feng Wuchen breaking through 2 levels in 3 days, could it be that he was lying? Thinking back to 2 days ago, Feng Xiong guessed that Feng Wuchen might have had a fortuitous encounter. If Feng Wuchen was not lying, then wouldn't the Feng family soar to the skies? The more Feng Xiong thought about it, the more excited he became. He hurriedly followed them out. Feng Wuchen going out was a very normal thing, but suddenly there was an exquisite and beautiful young girl by his side. That was not normal. Not long after they left, Feng Wuchen regretted it. He realized that the gazes of the people on the street all fell on them. Whose family's girl is this, so beautiful? This Feng family's trash really has good luck with women. It's only been a few days and he's already found another one. She's much prettier than Mo Ling Er. When did Feng Wuchen get to know her? I don't think we've seen this young girl before. I think it won't be long before this trash gets dumped again. Whose family's girl is so stupid to actually choose a trash, what a pity. The appearance of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao caused 100% of the people on the street to turn their heads, causing a huge commotion. Who knew how many people would die of envy? Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiaoxiao gave an awkward smile to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen ignored the gazes of these people and did not care about their words. His expression remained calm. On the other side of the street, a person was fiercely staring at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, stopped in his tracks and slightly frowned. Xianxia. Feng Wuchen, you broke my second brother's hand, today I'll break one of your legs. Xianxia said fiercely, his eyes like a poisonous snake staring at Feng Wuchen. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Feng Wuchen sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. Xianxia's cultivation was only one level higher than Feng Wuchen's. Now that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the 6th level of the body refinement stage, how could he be afraid of Xianxia? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you won against my second brother by luck. I'll break one of your legs right now. Xianxia shouted angrily. Seeing Feng Wuchen's arrogance, he was even more furious. Saying this, Xianxia angrily shouted, his body like a fierce tiger rushing forward. His aura was tyrannical, and the people on the street all stepped aside. Bang! In a few breaths' time, Feng Wuchen's fist had already met Xianxia's. With a loud bang, a wave of energy rippled outwards. Facing Xianxia's full force attack, Feng Wuchen easily blocked it. Xianxia's expression changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, unable to believe what he had just seen. 3 days ago, Feng Wuchen was only at the 4th level of the body refinement stage. The only reason he could defeat Yang Bufan was because he had broken his opponent's moves. But in just 3 days, how did Feng Wuchen's strength increase by so much? He was actually able to match someone at the 6th level of the body refinement stage and was not at a disadvantage at all. You're at the 6th level of the body refinement stage. Xianxia exclaimed after looking at Feng Wuchen in shock for a long time. Isn't it a little too late for you to only realize now? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly, as if he did not place Xianxia in his eyes at all. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed again. Feng Wuchen was able to defeat Yang Bufan when he was at the 4th level of the body refinement stage. Now that he had broken through to the 6th level, it meant that Feng Wuchen could also defeat him. Thinking that Feng Wuchen could break his opponent's moves in an instant, Xianxia retreated without hesitation. What? Didn't you want to break my legs? Seeing Xianxia retreat, Feng Wuchen could not help but mock him. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. Since he had already spoken, if he did not fight, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in Peerless City? Xianxia was now in a dilemma. At this time, he had no choice as Feng Wuchen's attack was already flying towards him. Bang bang bang. Feng Wuchen launched a fierce attack. This time, there was no need to break his opponent's moves. With Feng Wuchen's current strength and speed, it was enough to crush Xianxia, completely treating him as a target. Facing Feng Wuchen's fierce attacks and astonishing speed, Xianxia had no way of defending himself, retreating step by step. The crowd on the streets were already stunned. Feng Wuchen is actually at the 6th level of the body refinement stage. Where did this trash get such a fast cultivation speed from? 3 days ago, he was still at the 4th level, right? A trash with a 2nd-grade martial spirit, even with the help of spiritual liquid and medicinal pills, it's impossible for him to break through to the 6th layer in 3 days. What the hell? Xianxia was actually unable to retaliate. When did Feng Wuchen become so strong? There's no need to break his move. Countless pairs of disbelieving eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. At this moment, the entire street seemed to have frozen. Everyone was petrified. How could this trash possess such strength? Xianxia was greatly shocked. Was this really the same Feng Wuchen who possessed a grade 2 martial spirit? Was it possible for his strength to soar in just 3 days? Punches and kicks landed one after another on Xianxia's body. They were so fast that Xianxia couldn't even see them clearly. After a dozen or so punches, Xianxia was already injured. Bang! Feng Wuchen's fist smashed into Xianxia's abdomen, the powerful force causing Xianxia to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's body was bent over, and he immediately followed up with a stomp from above, directly trampling Xianxia to the ground. From start to finish, Xianxia didn't even have a chance to attack. 7th level of the body refinement stage, is this all you've got? Feng Wuchen mocked. How could your cultivation have broken through to the 6th level of the body refinement stage? Xianxia gnashed his teeth in anger. Unable to withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen, Xianxia was so furious that he almost lost all reason. If he couldn't even defeat a trash, how could he still have the face to appear in Peerless City in the future? Who knows? Feng Wuchen coldly laughed, since you wanted to break my leg, and you were the one who provoked me first, if I don't break your leg, then I'll be letting myself down. Feng Wuchen. You dare. Xianxia angrily roared. Bang. Gotcha. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate in the slightest as he viciously stomped down. The powerful force directly crushed the bones in one of Xianxia's legs. The intense pain caused Xianxia to let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. The shocked onlookers all paled at Xianxia's screams. This was the first time they had seen the ruthless and merciless Feng Wuchen. The Feng Wuchen of the past, how could he be so ruthless and merciless? How could he be so tyrannical? Feng Wuchen. You dare to break my leg. The Yang family will definitely not forgive you. Xianxia crazily roared. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and coldly laughed, then let the Yang family come at me. Humph. Stinking brat. You dare to injure a descendant of the Yang family. You're courting death. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an angry and dignified voice suddenly rang out, and it even emitted a powerful aura and killing intent. Killing intent. Yang family head Yang Qingyun. Feng Wuchen's face slightly changed. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, hurriedly warned. Yang family head is here. The onlookers on the streets scattered in panic. Feng Wuchen is dead for sure this time. Many people secretly guessed in their hearts. A black shadow rapidly leaped from one of the buildings in the city, rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen. It was Yang Qingyun, an 8th-level origin transformation realm martial artist. Family head, kill him. Quickly kill him. Xianxia angrily and fearfully roared. Seeing that Xianxia's leg bones had been crushed and that he was most likely crippled, Yang Qingyun's killing intent grew even stronger. Feng Wuchen hurriedly dodged to the side, not panicking in the slightest. He coldly said, Yang family head, he provoked me first. There are many people here who saw it. I only have a 2nd-grade martial spirit talent. If I can't even defeat a trash like me, there's nothing I can do. Humph. First you crippled Buffon's arm, and now you broke Xianxia's leg. I'll kill you now. Yang Qingyun angrily shouted, his face sinister and terrifying. The enraged Yang Qingyun did not have the time to think about how Feng Wuchen had suddenly become so strong. After he finished speaking, Yang Qingyun fiercely charged towards Feng Wuchen, his speed extremely shocking. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to see Yang Qingyun's figure. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen was not an ordinary person. In the instant Yang Qingyun attacked, Feng Wuchen had already seen through Yang Qingyun's weakness, and he had also seen the direction of Yang Qingyun's attack. This stinking brat can indeed see through his opponent's weakness in an instant. Yang Qingyun furrowed his brows and angrily said in his heart. This was too humiliating. Yang Qingyun's fist landed, but it missed, just a little bit more. If Feng Wuchen's reaction was just a little bit slower, this fist would have taken Feng Wuchen's life. Yang Qingyun's cultivation far exceeded Feng Wuchen's by 2 whole realms. Feng Wuchen actually dodged. The onlookers on the streets cried out in shock, their eyes almost popping out. Yang Qingyun was in the essence transformation realm. A weakling in the body refinement realm was actually able to dodge the attack of an expert. Was Feng Wuchen still human? Humph. Let's see where you can run to. Yang Qingyun angrily shouted. After his fist missed, he once again rushed forward. Yellow rank middle grade martial skill. Fierce mountain palm. Seeing that he was closing in on Feng Wuchen, Yang Qingyun activated his true qi and shouted loudly. His palm blasted through the air, and a vigorous qi swept out. This is bad. It's too late. Feng Wuchen's face changed greatly. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao activated her true qi and quickly rushed over, intending to help Feng Wuchen block this palm. "Don't come over!" Feng Wuchen anxiously shouted. However, Ling Xiaoxiao did not care so much. This stinking brat is actually in the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Yang Qingyun's heart shook. Even if Feng Wuchen had the ability to instantly see through the flaws, the opponent's strength was too strong. Moreover, she had used a martial skill. Feng Wuchen could not resist at all. "Yang Qingyun! You dare to hurt my son, I'll kill you today. I'll exterminate your entire Yang clan." At this moment, an extremely fierce roar rang out. An aura that was even stronger than Yang Qingyun swept over. "Feng Xingxiong!" Yang Qingyun's face changed. "Patriarch Feng is here!" The crowd exclaimed again. "Father!" Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He was relieved now. Yellow rank middle grade martial skill. Fierce wind palm. Feng Xingxiong flew over with his fastest speed and simultaneously used a martial skill to counterattack. Boom! The two powerful palm energies collided, and with a boom, the stalls on both sides of the street were destroyed by the powerful force. Yang Qingyun was also forced back a few steps. Feng Xingxiong was able to force Yang Qingyun back in one move. It was clear that his strength was far above Yang Qingyun. Luckily, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Ling Xiaoxiao would have been in trouble. "Chener, Xiaoxiao, are you all right?" Feng Xingxiong asked with concern. "We're fine. Luckily, father came in time." Feng Wuchen shook his head. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were fine, Feng Xingxiong was relieved. Shortly after, he angrily said to Yang Qingyun, "To attack a junior, to think that you could do it. Luckily, Chener is fine. Otherwise, I would definitely kill you. Feng Wuchen crippled 2 of my Yang clan's juniors. I will not let this matter rest." Yang Qingyun angrily shouted. He knew that he was not Feng Xingxiong's match, so he could only suppress his anger and leave with Yang Xian. "If you have the ability, come at me. I'll be waiting." Feng Xingxiong replied forcefully. Feng Xingxiong did not stop them. Instead, he turned around and said to Feng Wuchen, "Good kid, you really are ruthless. Well done. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll kill you." Feng Xingxiong was very sure that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. His heart was filled with joy. To have such an improvement in 3 days, who else would have such terrifying talent? Hearing Feng Xingxiong's words, Feng Wuchen was shocked. This father was even more ruthless than him. "I say, what's wrong with you, little girl? Don't you know the danger? You even rushed over." Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen's face was full of blame. But Ling Xiaoxiao's actions just now made Feng Wuchen extremely touched. He and Ling Xiaoxiao had only known each other for a few days. Ling Xiaoxiao actually dared to take such a risk for him. "I'm just worried that something might happen to Brother Feng. As long as Brother Feng is alive, even if Xiaoxiao dies, it doesn't matter." Ling Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "Don't speak nonsense. You can't die. I still owe you a life. You can't do this in the future." Feng Wuchen's tone eased a lot. Hearing Feng Wuchen's concern for her, Ling Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with joy as she nodded her head repeatedly. "Chener, be careful when you go out in the future. The Yang clan will not let this go." Feng Xingxiong solemnly warned. "Don't worry, father, I will settle this score with them." Feng Wuchen coldly laughed. Since they had already become enemies, Feng Wuchen would not allow danger to appear by his side. "And, take the spirit liquid and quickly go back. After you go back, cultivate properly. With your current cultivation speed, father believes that you will be able to defeat Yang Tian in a month." Feng Xingxiong happily laughed. He was now filled with confidence towards Feng Wuchen. Within 2 hours, news of Feng Wuchen defeating Yang Xian and breaking one of his legs spread throughout Peerless City. Every household in Peerless City was shocked. Yang Xian was a genius of the Feng clan, at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. His strength was second only to Yang Tian. How could he lose to a trash with a 2nd-grade martial spirit? Yang Bufan's defeat was due to Feng Wuchen seeing through his moves, but that was enough to shock Peerless City. Now that Yang Xian's leg was broken, Peerless City was even more shocked. Two of the younger generation of the Yang clan were defeated by Feng Wuchen. For a moment, Peerless City was in an uproar. Is the news of Feng Wuchen defeating Xianxia true? His cultivation even rose to the 6th level. Xianxia's 7th level strength was not his match. It is absolutely true. Xianxia's leg was broken. If not for Patriarch Yang's timely arrival, he might have been killed by Feng Wuchen. How could a trash with a 2nd-grade martial spirit raise 2 levels in 3 days? With Elder Feng's strength as a 1st-grade alchemist, it is impossible for him to raise Feng Wuchen's cultivation by 2 levels in 3 days. Raising 2 levels in 3 days, I'm afraid no one in the entire empire can do it. The people of Peerless City were puzzled. With a 2nd-grade martial spirit talent, how could Feng Wuchen raise 2 levels in 3 days? Thinking back to Feng Wuchen's performance a few days ago, many people began to suspect that Feng Wuchen only had a 2nd-grade martial spirit talent. Did he purposely hide his talent martial spirit? Feng Wuchen was unaware of the uproar in Peerless City. He was currently cultivating. In the Yang clan's main hall, Yang Qingyun and the rest had ugly expressions. The hall was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Grand. Elder Yang Yun was extremely sorrowful. Yang Xian and Yang Bufan were both his sons and they were both crippled by Feng Wuchen. They were currently being sent to the Skyflame Institute, pleading with the Grand Elder to save them. Feng Wuchen. I will tear you to shreds. Yang Shan gritted his teeth in anger, his face was filled with veins. It was already good enough that Yang Shan did not go crazy from anger after his sons were crippled. The crippling of Yang Bufan and Yang Xian had completely enraged the Yang clan, but unfortunately, the current Yang clan, they did not have the strength to challenge the Feng clan. With Feng Wuchen's 2nd-grade martial spirit, it's impossible for him to break through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm within 3 days. It's even more impossible for him to be Yang Xian's opponent, unless he's not the real Feng Wuchen. Yang Qingyun frowned as she spoke. Thinking back carefully, the current Feng Wuchen was too different from the previous Feng Wuchen. Or maybe Feng Wuchen had a fortuitous encounter. He's as he can't be left. SSSSS, he can't. He's is. S Yang. His Lin Lin's family. The relationship between the Lin and Feng clans is not shallow. If we want to kill Feng Wuchen, we'll have to ask the Mo clan for help. Patriarch, don't be rash. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen can save Elder Su. With Elder Su's support, the Mo clan won't dare to interfere. Feng Wuchen is very astute and has already expected this. That's why he used Elder Su to suppress the Mo clan. If we kill Feng Wuchen and anger Elder Su, our Yang clan will be finished. The 2nd elder said seriously. Yang Yin furiously said, then let's let him live for a while. Once he saves Elder Su, we'll find a chance to kill him. Without any evidence, Feng Jingxiong won't be able to do anything to us. Isn't that trash going to the Skyflame Academy a month later? This is our chance. Half a month. Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Even Mo Ling didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Cultivation speed was fast. Other than talent, cultivation techniques and resources were also very important. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was so fast. Other than the terrifying cultivation techniques, it was also because of the external resources. Feng Wuchen could actually concoct a stronger spirit liquid. The effect would definitely be stronger than the rainbow spirit liquid. However, there was no need for that. After all, he was only in the body refinement realm. There's still half a month. It's enough for me to break through to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Once I break through to the Qi refinement realm, I'll be able to use martial skills. Feng Wuchen smiled as he talked to himself. Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memories. He didn't need to cultivate martial skills. As long as Feng Wuchen stepped into the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm, he would be able to use some low-grade martial skills. 3rd Young Master, Pavilion Master Yu Wanxiong wants to see you. At this time, Xiao Lan's voice came from outside the door. You Wanxiong? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He sneered and said, looks like he already knows about the 1st elder expelling the fire poison. I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Let him wait. Feng Wuchen casually replied. He didn't leave immediately and continued to cultivate. Back in the hall, Xiao Lan passed on Feng Wuchen's message and left. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han nodded. The Feng family and the 10,000 treasure pavilion didn't have a good relationship because of the price of the rainbow spirit liquid. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han suddenly came and brought so many treasures. This made Feng Jingxiong and the others puzzled. Was this a blind date? The Feng family didn't have any girls. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han's attitude was very respectful. They didn't have the demeanor of a pavilion master. They didn't dare to speak loudly and could only bow. This old thing probably wants Wu Chen to help him expel the fire poison. Feng Qianyang sneered in his heart. They waited for 4 hours. Although they were anxious and annoyed, Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han didn't dare to flare up. They could only wait silently. As they waited, only the two of them were left in the hall. It was extremely awkward. As for the reason, they knew better than anyone else. They had already offended Feng Wuchen in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. After knowing that Feng Wuchen could really expel the fire poison, Yuan Xiong immediately brought the treasures to apologize. Zhang Han also followed to save his life. Yuan Xiong had fire poison in his body. Zhang Han had a qi deviation because he forcefully broke through. Whether it was the fire poison or the root of the illness, they couldn't do anything. Yuan Xiong was fine. At most, he would be tortured by the fire poison. But Zhang Han was different. He still had 1.5 months to live. Pavilion Master, what should we do? Feng Wuchen obviously doesn't want to help us. Zhang Han asked anxiously. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He couldn't even cry. He was starting to despair. Yuan Xiong was also extremely regretful. His face was bitter and helpless. But who would have thought that a second-grade martial soul trash would have the miraculous ability to expel fire poison? Who would have thought that such a trash martial soul could increase by 2 grades in 3 days? Humph. You offended my young master and you still want to live? Wishful thinking. Xiao Lan, who brought in tea, said coldly. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han couldn't refute. They didn't dare to refute because this was Feng Wuchen's home. If it was any other time, Yuan Xiong would have already flipped out. But they had already offended Feng Wuchen once. They didn't want to offend him a second time. Pavilion Master Yu, I'm really sorry for making you wait for so long. I've already sent people to rush you several times. I don't know what Chen'er is doing. Feng Jingxiong and the other higher-ups of the Feng family entered the hall again. Feng Jingxiong's tone was also very polite. Feng Jingxiong and the rest had obviously heard from Xiao Lan that Feng Wuchen was driven out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. They were here to apologize to Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Jingxiong naturally wouldn't sit idly by when his son was bullied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Yuan Xiong in the hall for 4 hours. How could the experienced Yuan Xiong not see through it? Even if he knew that Feng Jingxiong and the rest did it on purpose, Yuan Xiong didn't dare to say anything. Patriarch Feng is too polite. Let him finish his business first. There's no need to rush. Yuan Xiong smiled politely. Yes, yes, yes. No rush, no rush. Zhang Han nodded with an awkward expression. If you're asking for help, you should have the attitude and tone of asking for help. Pavilion Master Yu, my youngest son is good at everything, but he likes to hold grudges. This problem can't be changed. Xiao Qingqing added. This? Yuan Xiong smiled awkwardly. He naturally knew what Xiao Qingqing was referring to. This isn't a problem. Everyone holds grudges. Feng Qianyang smiled faintly. He glanced at Yuan Xiong's expression and continued, ever since Wu Chen helped me expel the fire poison, I realized that I'm about to advance to a second-grade alchemist. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Feng Qianyang's words were obviously directed at Yuan Xiong. After the latter heard it, he was both envious and regretful. If he could expel the fire poison, advancing to a second-grade alchemist wouldn't be a problem. Congratulations, Elder Feng. Yuan Xiong congratulated. If Feng Qianyang successfully advanced to a second-grade alchemist, his status would be different. The Feng family would also become the head of the 4 major families. At this moment, Feng Wuchen entered the hall with Ling Xiaoxiao following behind him. When Feng Wuchen appeared, Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han immediately stood up with respectful expressions. Pavilion Master Yu, I'm sorry. I just broke through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm, so I took some time. Feng Wuchen just entered and spoke first. Broke through again, the upper echelons of the Feng family were shocked and petrified. 10 days ago, he just broke through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, and now he broke through again. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? It was simply unimaginable. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han were equally shocked. Regarding the matter of Feng Wuchen's rapid increase in cultivation, they had also heard about it. After checking, Feng Wuchen was indeed at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed. Was it still the same Feng Wuchen who had awakened a 2nd-grade martial spirit? Congratulations, young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, about the matter last time. Yuan Xiong hurriedly congratulated, but before he could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Feng Wuchen indifferently said, if it's because of this matter, then you can go back. I didn't take it to heart. Young Master Feng, I know I was wrong. I still don't want to die, please save me. These are the treasures that young Master Feng picked out last time. I brought them all for you. I'll give them all to young Master Feng, please save me. Once Zhang Han heard this, he knelt down with a pudong sound, kowtowing while crying and begging. Young Master Feng, look at my fire poison. Yuan Xiong didn't have the face to ask. It was hard for an elder to ask a junior for help. The most important thing was that Yuan Xiong had offended Feng Wuchen, which made it even harder for him to ask. But there was no other way. Who told Feng Wuchen to know how to expel the fire poison? Who else could he ask? Feng Wuchen didn't answer. He looked coldly at Zhang Han and said, Pavilion Lord Yu, Manager Zhang, I forgot to tell you that the Feng family doesn't welcome you. Please leave and take these things away. This? The two of them panicked when they heard this. Yuan Xiong quickly looked at Feng Qianyang, hoping that Feng Qianyang could put in a good word for them. But he was immediately disappointed. Feng Qianyang was actually resting with his eyes closed, as if he wasn't going to interfere. Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing also didn't say anything. It was as if they were waiting for Feng Wuchen to decide. If Yuan Xiong didn't apologize, Feng Jingxiong and the others wouldn't interfere. Young Master Feng, please, save me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Han refused to give up. It's too late to regret now. How did you treat third young master in the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion? Xiao Lan said coldly. This? Yuan Xiong's face was red. He said awkwardly, Young Master Feng, old man shouldn't have insulted young Master Feng. I hope young Master Feng doesn't take it to heart. How about this, as long as young Master Feng likes it, any treasure from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion can be given to young Master Feng as an apology from old man? The treasures of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion are nothing to me. Feng Wuyo shook his head. Feng Qianyang squinted his eyes at Yuan Xiong and quickly closed them again. He was puzzled. Wuchen told old man to spread the news of the fire poison to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. He wanted Yuan Xiong to take the bait and get some treasures from him. But why did he say he doesn't like it? What does this kid want? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, even if he didn't like it, Yuan Xiong was overjoyed. At least there was room for discussion. If Feng Wuchen didn't open his mouth or directly kicked them out, then there would be no room for discussion. Young Master Feng, what if it's a low-grade profound ranked martial skill? Yuan Xiong probed with a proud expression. Mystic ranked low-grade martial skill? Feng Jingxiong's eyelids twitched, obviously moved. Not only Feng Jingxiong, but the three elders, Xiao Qingqing, and the others were also shocked. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yuan Xiong became even more arrogant. Zhang Han also began to feel hopeful. Even though it was a mystic low-grade martial skill, it was still a priceless treasure to the Peerless City. The entire Peerless City couldn't even take out a single mystic martial skill. If Yuan Xiong could take it out, it was probably the only one in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Although profound rank martial techniques were priceless, they could not be compared to one's life. Feng Jingxiong and the others all looked at Feng Wuchen. They were very concerned about Feng Wuchen's decision. If the Feng clan obtained a profound rank martial skill, their strength would definitely become stronger. It would not be a problem for them to become the leader of the 4 major clans. I don't like it. But Feng Wuchen's answer almost angered them to death. Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han almost fell over. They stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes, thinking that they had misheard. This was a low-grade profound rank martial skill. Feng Wuchen actually said that he didn't like it? Young master, that's a profound rank martial skill, not a yellow rank. Xiao Lan thought that Feng Wuchen had misheard and hurriedly reminded him. Third brother, do you want to reconsider? Feng Yuan also hurriedly asked in a low voice. He was obviously very tempted by the profound rank martial skill. Young Master Feng, this is a profound rank martial skill, not a yellow rank. Yuan Xiong also hurriedly reminded. He still couldn't believe Feng Wuchen's words. What is this stinking brat trying to do? He doesn't even want a profound rank martial skill? Feng Jingxiong cursed in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to help Feng Wuchen agree. No one in the Feng family knew what Feng Wuchen was up to, nor did they know what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. I know it's a profound rank martial skill. I heard it very clearly, but it's not what I want. Feng Wuchen was unmoved. A mere profound rank martial skill was nothing to him. In the evil dragon god's memory, there were many terrifying martial skills. How could Feng Wuchen be interested in these trash martial skills? It's not what you want. Zhang Han was dumbfounded. He didn't want a profound rank martial skill? Wasn't his vision too high? If this was released, the people of Peerless City would probably fight over it. The 4 great families might even fight over it. After being stunned, Yuan Xiong asked, then what does young Master Feng want? A profound rank martial skill is already the most precious treasure in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Yuan Xiong was most worried that he wouldn't be able to take out what Feng Wuchen wanted. If he couldn't take it out, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Pavilion Master, you will definitely be able to take out what I want. Since Feng Wuchen said he could take it out, Yuan Xiong couldn't help but feel relieved. He then asked, I wonder what young Master Feng wants? If old man can take it out, he will definitely give it to young Master Feng. Pavilion Master, you have to think carefully before answering. If you agree and go back on your word, you won't have another chance. Feng Wuchen sneered. Chen what do you want? Is there anything more precious than a profound rank martial skill? Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Yuan Xiong frowned. He thought about all the treasures in the 10,000 treasure pavilion, but he still couldn't think of anything more precious than a profound rank martial skill. Although a profound rank martial skill was precious, it wasn't much to you. Yuan Xiong. As an alchemist, if he could become a 2nd-grade alchemist or even higher, he could have anything he wanted. All right. As long as young Master Feng can expel the fire poison from old man's body, no matter what young Master Feng wants, old man will agree. After thinking carefully, Yuan Xiong readily agreed. Very good. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I want the right to buy and sell goods in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. The right to buy and sell goods in the 10,000 treasure pavilion? Yuan Xiong heard and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Right to buy and sell? Feng Jingxiong and the others also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen was only a 16-year-old youth. He didn't know anything about trading. What did he want the right to buy and sell goods for? The Feng family didn't have anything to sell. Moreover, the Feng family had their own shops, and there were more than 10 of them. They didn't need the right to buy and sell goods. Third brother, what do you want the right to buy and sell goods for? Doesn't our Feng family have 13 shops? Second brother Feng Zhan asked curiously. I have my own use for it. Feng Wuchen replied and looked at Yuan Xiong again. Pavilion Master, the right to buy and sell goods in the 10,000 treasure pavilion must go through me. Of course, I don't want a single cent of the profits from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. I only want my share of the profits. This? Zhang Han was dumbfounded. He couldn't make this decision. Yuan Xiong's face was ugly. Giving the right to buy and sell goods to Feng Wuchen was equivalent to giving away the 10,000 treasure pavilion. The 10,000 treasure pavilion was Yuan Xiong's blood and sweat. How could he be willing to give it away, although Feng Wuchen didn't know about trading, the Feng family did. If the 10,000 treasure pavilion was taken over by the Feng family, wouldn't Yuan Xiong have nothing? Because of this, Yuan Xiong didn't know what to do. If Pavilion Master Yu doesn't agree, it's not too late to regret it now. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Chen wants the right to buy and sell goods in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Could it be? Feng Jingxiong frowned, as if he had guessed something. The 10,000 treasure pavilion's strength is not inferior to the Feng family. If this kid can expel the fire poison from the old man's body, the old man will be more valuable than the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Moreover, with the Feng family's strength, they can forget about taking over the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Yuan Xiong calculated in his heart. After thinking it through, Yuan Xiong said, "All right." The old man agrees. Pavilion Master Yu, in the future, you will rejoice because of your decision today. Feng Wuxin smiled. I wonder what treasure young Master Feng is planning to sell. Yuan Xiong asked curiously. What can this stinky kid sell? Feng Jingxiong said unhappily, as if he was still angry about Feng Wuchen's decision. That's a secret. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Young Master Feng, then when can you expel the fire poison from my body? Yuan Xiong asked. The fire poison's torment was incomparably painful, and he no longer wanted to endure it. Anytime, but it will have to be done 3 times. Moreover, it can't be cured at the moment. The Great Elder's fire poison is not cured, but it won't affect his improvement in alchemy. Feng Wuchen said calmly. Young Master Feng, what about me? Zhang Han asked nervously. It will depend on your performance. Perhaps I will save you when I am in a good mood. Feng Wuchen sneered. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Feng, don't worry. I will do my best. Zhang Han nodded. At least he still had a chance. Next, Feng Wuchen used a mysterious technique to expel the fire poison from Yuan Xiong's body. The fire poison was extremely terrifying. During the process, Yuan Xiong's meridians turned black, and finally, they turned into wisps of black qi that spread out. After a while, the mysterious technique helped Yuan Xiong expel a lot of the fire poison. It made him feel incomparably comfortable, as if he was 10 years younger. What a mysterious technique. It can expel the fire poison so easily. Thank you, young Master Feng. Yuan Xiong was very grateful. After experiencing it personally, he knew how powerful Feng Wuchen's technique was. Pavilion Master Yu is too polite. From now on, we are on the same side. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. This kid is not simple. Why didn't I see it before? This kid doesn't look like a 16-year-old kid. Instead, he looks more like an old man. He is not a waste, but a genius. In half a month, he broke through from the 4th layer to the 7th layer. Even if he has a 9th grade martial spirit, he can't do it. Yuan Xiong said in his heart. Thinking of this, Yuan Xiong asked, Young Master Feng, when do you plan to take over the trading rights of the 1,000 treasure pavilion? The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth slightly rose. He sneered and said, Now. Manager Zhang, after you go back, immediately cut off all business cooperation between the 1,000 treasure pavilion and the Yang family. Outside of Wushuang City, if anyone has business with the Yang family, the 1,000 treasure pavilion will cut off all business cooperation with them. Manager Zhang, go back and take care of this matter. Immediately cut off all business with the Yang family. Yuan Xiong ordered without thinking. Yes. Zhang Han replied respectfully and immediately ran out. This was a good opportunity for him to perform. As long as he could keep his life, Zhang Han didn't care so much. As for the consequences of cutting off business, it wasn't something he needed to consider. The reason why Yuan Xiong didn't hesitate was because of the confidence he gained from expelling the fire poison. Without the obstruction of the fire poison, he could guarantee that he could enter the realm of a 2nd-grade alchemist in a short time. With the status of a 2nd-grade alchemist, the Yang family was nothing. Even the powers in the surrounding cities would want to curry favor with him. Pavilion Master Yu, I will help you expel the 2nd time in 3 days. Feng Wuchen continued. Thank you, young Master Feng. This old man will take his leave first. Yuan Xiong was very grateful. Feng Wuchen wanted to cut off business with the Yang family. Yuan Xiong didn't need to ask to understand, so he left immediately. As soon as Yuan Xiong left, Feng Qianyang asked, Wu Chen, you want the trading rights to cut off the Yang family's business? Chen Er, why do you want the trading rights? Why don't you want the profound rank martial skill? Xiao Qingqing asked curiously. The Yang family wants to kill me, so they have to pay the price. They have already cut off business with our Feng family, so why can't I cut off their business? Without money, the Yang family will slowly decline. As for the trading rights, of course it's to make our Feng family stronger. Feng Wuchen curled his lips and smiled, then left the hall. Uncle Feng, just believe in Brother Feng. Brother Feng will definitely make the Feng family stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao was full of confidence in Feng Wuchen and ran out after saying that. Chen Er. Feng Jingxiong shouted but couldn't stop him. He scolded, this stinking brat is getting more and more outrageous. He's so mysterious all day long. Father, you don't say. In this half a month, third brother has really become mysterious. Feng Zhan frowned. Normally, it's impossible for someone with a grade 2 martial spirit to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Now that third brother has displayed his cultivation speed, I'm afraid that even those with grade 8 martial spirits can't compare to him. Feng Yuan added. You two didn't get any answers either? Feng Jingxiong asked. The two shook their heads. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly and said, before we even said anything, third brother already said it was a secret. There is nothing we can do. Miraculous technique, astonishing cultivation speed, shrewd and intelligent mind, these changes are really puzzling. Wu Chen's calmness and steadiness are not comparable to the average people of the same age. Feng Qianyang said slowly. This means that Chen Er has grown up. Moreover, he's a cultivation genius. This is a good thing. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. Which mother didn't want their son to stand out? It's not that simple. I just don't know what happened to Chen Er. However, Chen Er has his own decision. We can only trust him. Feng Jingxiong shook his head. Father, from the way third brother handled things just now, he's much stronger than me and big brother. Feng Zhan smiled. Feng Jingxiong smiled faintly and nodded. He said, that's true. Even when facing Elder Su, this stinking brat could act as if nothing had happened. He used his ability to expel the cold poison to restrain Elder Su. Now, even that old thing Yuan Xiong personally came to apologize. He's very shrewd. Wu Chen is much more powerful than those geniuses. Let's not talk about Wu Chen's terrifying cultivation speed. Just based on his miraculous ability to expel cold poison and fire poison, who knows how many alchemists would use him? Feng Qianyang added. This was the most valuable aspect. Great Elder is right. Chen Er's future achievements are immeasurable. Feng Jingxiong's smile became even brighter. Manager Zhang, who had returned to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, did not say a word. He directly ordered to cut off all business with the Yang family. When asked by the elders, Zhang Han said that it was Yuan Xiong's order. Everyone in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was shocked and puzzled. Why would they suddenly cut off all business with the Yang family? Zhang Han did not explain. He only ordered. The news quickly spread. Peerless City was once again in an uproar. Everyone was wondering what happened to make the Thousand Treasure Pavilion make such a decision. Could it be that the Yang family offended the Thousand Treasure Pavilion? Or did the Yang family secretly take some treasure from the Thousand Treasure Pavilion? All kinds of guesses spread in Peerless City. The Mo family and Lin family were also very puzzled. For so many years, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion had never cut off business with anyone or any family. Why would they suddenly make such a decision? No one could understand. Yang Family Hall. Everyone in the Yang family had already heard the news. It was too sudden. They could not believe it. Why did Yuan Xiong suddenly cut off business with our Yang family? Our Yang family did not offend them. Yang Qingyan said with a pale face. Patriarch, could it be Feng Jingxiong's doing? We just cut off our business with them. Now that the Thousand Treasure Pavilion suddenly cut off our business with them, it must be related to the Feng family. An elder said with certainty. Yang Qingyan shook his head and said coldly, impossible. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion has no reason to be afraid of the Feng family. They also have no reason to cut off their business with us because of the Feng family. Even the Mo family does not have this ability. Then the Thousand Treasure Pavilion has no reason to cut off their business with our Yang family. What is going on? In Peerless City, other than the Feng family, we did not offend anyone. Yang Yin said with a frown. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Before Yang Qingyan and the others could understand, the following news was more and more frightening. It was so frightening that they were caught off guard and could not accept it. Patriarch. Not good. The Lin family and the three major families of Supreme Cloud City have cut off their business with our Yang family. A guard rushed into the hall in panic. What? Yang Qingyan's face changed greatly. He stood up in shock. How is this possible? The three major families of Supreme Cloud City have always been on good terms with our Yang family. How could they cut off their business with us? Yang Yin was so frightened that his body trembled. It is absolutely true. The three major families of Supreme Cloud City have returned the goods. The guard replied in panic. Yang Qingyan's face became ferocious. His flesh twitched violently. It was obvious that he was in a state of rage. Reporting to the Patriarch. Another guard ran in a panic. What is it? Yang Qingyan shouted angrily. The guard was so frightened that his face turned pale. He said in panic, Patriarch, the 5 major families of Fallen Sky City have sent people to return our goods. They also said that they have cut off their business with our Yang family. Boom. Another heavy bomb exploded in the Yang family's hall. Everyone was so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. If these families cut off their business with the Yang family's income would be greatly reduced. This would be a huge blow to the Yang family. After a long time, the entire Yang family would decline. Preposterous. What is going on? Who is targeting our Yang family? Yang Qingyan was furious. He could not help but burst out with a terrifying murderous aura. On the same day, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Lin family, Supreme Cloud City, Fallen Sky City, and many other major families cut off their business with the Yang family. This was definitely not a coincidence. Someone was behind this and was targeting the Yang family. Even an idiot could see it. This matter might be related to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The families of Supreme Cloud City and Fallen Sky City are all working with the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. It must be the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Otherwise, they would not have cut off their business with us. Yang Yin said angrily. Only the Thousand Treasure Pavilion would have such a strong method. Yuan Xiong. Yang Qingyan gritted his teeth. He was so furious that his eyes were about to spit fire. Patriarch, let's go to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and ask about it. An elder suggested. Go to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Yang Qingyan said angrily, also, immediately send people to investigate. Let's see who's behind this. The news had already spread throughout Peerless City. Yang Qingyan and the Yang family's upper echelons angrily rushed to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. At this time, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion was as if nothing had happened. Treasures were still being sold and it was still lively. Yang Qingyan and the rest angrily rushed into the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The guards did not dare to stop them. The others were scared and quickly hid to the side. Yuan Xiong. Come out. Yang Qingyan roared furiously. Everyone in the originally bustling 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was startled and instantly quieted down. In just a moment, the customers in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion who felt Yang Qingyan's terrifying killing intent fled in panic, afraid that they would get into trouble. Seeing the Yang family's formation, Zhang Han was so scared that his face turned pale. But as the steward of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, how could he shrink back? Not to mention this was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. With the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's strength, there was no need to fear the Yang family. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Zhang Han said in a deep voice, Patriarch Yang, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Don't you know the rules of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion? Don't make a fuss here. Following Zhang Han's words, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's guards swarmed out. This has nothing to do with you. You'd better scram. Yang Qingyan said angrily. He glared fiercely at Zhang Han, as if Zhang Han dared to stop him, he would attack. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion's main hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Patriarch Yang, I knew you would come. Steward Zhang, all of you withdraw first. At this time, Yuan Xiong's voice rang out in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's main hall. Yuan Xiong. You severed your cooperation with my Yang family, but why did you let the other families in the Skyfall City and Skyfall City sever their cooperation with my Yang family? What is your intention? Yang Qingyan asked angrily. Yuan Xiong slowly walked out of the main hall and said indifferently, Patriarch Yang, old man can't do anything about this. The trouble you caused has already implicated the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. If the old man didn't do this, I'm afraid that the old man and Steward Zhang's lives would have been lost. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion didn't look for your Yang family, but you came knocking on our door. Trouble? Yang Qingyan frowned. After thinking for a while, he concluded that the Yang family didn't cause any trouble. He said in a deep voice, my Yang family didn't cause any trouble. Even if we did, what does it have to do with your Thousand Treasure Pavilion? Humph. If Patriarch Yang says so, then what does my Thousand Treasure Pavilion's actions have to do with your Yang family? Yuan Xiong sneered. Pavilion Master Yu, this old man really can't think of any big shot that the Yang family has offended. If even Pavilion Master Yu is afraid of a big shot, then my Yang family definitely has not offended anyone. Please enlighten me, Pavilion Master Yu. Patriarch Yang, old man advises you not to offend anyone during this period of time. This time, we may only sever our cooperation with you, but next time, it's hard to say. Yuan Xiong added after taking a few steps. This was Yuan Xiong's advice to Yang Qingyun. As for whether they listened or not, that was the Yang family's business. Patriarch Yang, please. Zhang Han made a gesture of invitation. Humph. Yang Qingyun coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Yang Yun and the others followed closely behind. Yang Qingyun, for the sake of our many years of friendship, old man can only help this much. The trash you offended is someone you will never be able to defeat in your lifetime. Yuan Xiong sighed in his heart. Yuan Xiong was not stupid. Feng Wuchen had such a miraculous ability, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Otherwise, Yuan Xiong would not be willing to give the trading rights of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion to Feng Wuchen. Of course, this could be considered Yuan Xiong's plan. Being on good terms with Feng Wuchen would only bring him benefits and no harm. Pavilion Master, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be planning to exterminate the Yang family, right? Manager Zhang asked in a low voice. Thinking of Feng Wuchen, he felt a sense of fear. Yuan Xiong was silent for a moment, and said, I don't know, but with Feng Wuchen's ruthless means, I'm afraid he won't let the Yang family go. However, the Yang family is not to be trifled with. I just don't know what he will do. Severing our business cooperation may only be the first step. Yuan Xiong added. Zhang Han frowned, and said doubtfully, Pavilion Master, with my understanding of Feng Wuchen, the previous Feng Wuchen was not so fierce. Is it because of Mo Ling? Will Feng Wuchen deal with the Mo family? You don't have to worry about these things. You just need to know that roping in Feng Wuchen is very beneficial to us. If you want to live, don't know too much. Yuan Xiong waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Han nodded repeatedly. Everyone in the city was talking about this matter, but no one knew why the Wanbao Pavilion suddenly cut off their business cooperation with the Yang family. Even the Lin family cut off their cooperation with the Yang family. The only one he could think of was the Feng clan, but was that even possible? The Feng family only had a good relationship with the Lin family. Everyone in Peerless City knew that because of the seven-colored spiritual liquid, the relationship between the Feng family and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion had always been strained. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion would never fall out with the Yang family because of the Feng family. The Feng family didn't have the power to put pressure on the Wanbao Pavilion, so this guess was overturned. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't come up with a proper answer. In the main hall of the Yang clan, Yang Qingyun was enraged. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire hall, and no one dared to say a word. Who else in Peerless City can force Wanbao Pavilion to lower their heads? Impossible for the Mo clan, impossible for the Lin clan, and even more impossible for the Feng clan. Who is it? Yang Qingyun bellowed in rage. His loud bellow reverberated throughout the entire Yang clan residence. Everyone was scared witless. The Mo clan has the power, but we have a good relationship with them. They have no reason to deal with us. Yang Yin shook his head. The biggest suspect is the Feng family. We have already fallen out with the Feng family. Other than them, the old man can't think of anyone else. Don't forget that Feng Qianyang is a first-grade alchemist. An elder reminded. Feng Qianyang. Yang Qingyun narrowed his eyes. Although Feng Qianyang's identity as a first-grade alchemist can't suppress the Wanbao Pavilion, he might know other experts. It could also be Feng Wuchen. That stinking brat only has a second-grade martial spirit. It's impossible for him to raise his cultivation by 2 layers in such a short time. The elder added. Yang Yin nodded and said, Second elder is right. Feng Wuchen, that bastard, has been very mysterious recently. Speaking up to here, Yang Yan's face suddenly changed. He guessed, wait, could it be Elder Su? Could it be that Feng Wuchen made Elder Su come forward with the matter of expelling the cold poison? Only Elder Su has the ability to make Yuan Xiong lower his head. From Yuan Xiong's words, he is very afraid. Hearing up to here, Yang Qingyun's face turned even uglier. This was the only explanation that made sense. But if it was really Elder Su, the Yang family wouldn't be able to fight against the Skyflame Institute. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Wuchen was the biggest suspect. Yang Qingyun said gloomily, There's still half a month. When the time comes, let Tian'er kill him. Time passed day by day as Feng Wuchen cultivated. There were still 3 days until the battle between him and Yang Tian. Everyone in Peerless City was looking forward to it. On one side, the #1 genius of the Yang family could step into the qi refining realm after cultivating in seclusion for more than a month. On the other side, the trash with a second-grade martial spirit from the Feng family had strangely raised his cultivation by 2 layers in a few days. His strength was comparable to a 7th-layer martial spirit cultivator. Now that so many days had passed, would Feng Wuchen's cultivation increase again, looking forward to the battle that everyone was looking forward to? In the Feng family's courtyard, Feng Wuchen was chatting with Ling Xiaoxiao. After spending some time together, Feng Wuchen had already accepted Ling Xiaoxiao as a friend. Their relationship wasn't bad. After spending a month together, Feng Wuchen had some understanding of Ling Xiaoxiao. However, he couldn't ask about Ling Xiaoxiao's background. Brother Feng, there are still 3 days left. Are you confident? With Yang Tian's talent, he might have already broken through to the qi refining realm. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as she looked at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. Feng Wuchen replied with a relaxed smile, I don't know either. Staring at Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen continued, Xiaoxiao, you didn't cultivate much during this time. How did your cultivation increase so quickly? Your talent is terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled embarrassedly and didn't answer. She seemed to be worried that Feng Wuchen would ask about her background. Chen. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing's voice sounded in his ears. Feng Wuchen turned around and saw that Xiao Qingqing had already walked over. Seeing the 2 of them together, she was overjoyed. Xiao Qingqing gave Feng Wuchen a thumbs up. Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, but he soon understood and shook his head helplessly. Ling Xiaoxiao also seemed to understand what he meant. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush as she lowered her head shyly. Mother, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked. Nothing, I just came over to take a look. There are still 3 days before your battle with Yang Tian. Mother is worried that you won't be his match. Xiao Qingqing smiled. If Yang Tian breaks through to the qi refining realm, I might not be his match. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. However, he didn't look worried. Frowning, Xiao Qingqing was obviously worried. She quickly asked, Chen, what's your cultivation now? 8th level of the body refinement realm. Feng Wuchen replied. 8th level? Another level in half a month? Xiao Qingqing was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Wasn't the speed too terrifying? Was this the talent of a 2nd-grade martial spirit? Even an 8th grade or 9th grade martial spirit wouldn't be much better than this, right? Feng Wuchen nodded. Xiao suddenly said excitedly, "That's great. Chen, you're a genius. You're even more amazing than Mo Ling and the rest. Even if you lose to Yang Tian, it doesn't matter. With your talent, you'll surpass him sooner or later. No wonder you're unwilling to go to the Skyflame Academy." If Feng Wuchen's rapid improvement was due to luck, then there was nothing to say about it this time. Brother Feng is a genius. Ling Xiaoxiao also praised. Surpassing Yang Tian was something that would happen sooner or later. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't need the spiritual liquid to assist his cultivation, he could easily surpass Yang Tian with just the Supreme Dragon God technique. After chatting for a while, Xiao Qingqing left. It seemed like she was going to tell Feng Xingxiong the good news. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the battle between Feng Wuchen and Yang Tian. Peerless City's arena was surrounded by a sea of people. Almost everyone in Peerless City had gathered. It was extremely lively. On the arena, Yang Tian was already waiting. Yang Tian really broke through to the first level of the qi refining realm. Feng Wuchen will definitely lose. That's hard to say. I wonder what Feng Wuchen's cultivation is now. In a month's time, no matter how fast Feng Wuchen's cultivation improves, it's impossible for him to surpass Yang Tian, right? No matter how strong the body refinement realm is, he can't condense true energy. I'm afraid Yang Tian has even cultivated martial skills. Patriarch Feng and the rest are here. Why isn't Feng Wuchen here yet? Could it be that he's afraid? Below the arena, the crowd was discussing animatedly. They were all anticipating Feng Wuchen's appearance. "Feng Xingxiong, hurry up and get your son to come out." Yang Qingyun coldly shouted with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Feng Xingxiong smiled calmly and said, "Patriarch Yang, don't worry. Chen will definitely come. I'm just afraid that he won't come." Yang Tian said coldly. "If I'm afraid of you, I'm not Feng Wuchen." A sneer came from the street not far away. Everyone's gaze swept over. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao came together. One was handsome, the other beautiful. They were simply a match made in heaven. It was incomparably enviable. Humph. Yang Qingyun's vicious gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. He said to Yang Tian in a low voice, "Tian, kill him if you have the chance." "Father, don't worry. He hasn't broken through to the qi refining realm. He's dead for sure. I won't spare him," Yang Tian said fiercely. Yang Tian, who had stepped into the qi refining realm, was very confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen is here. The duel is about to begin. I wonder if young Master Feng's cultivation has broken through. 2 levels in 3 days. It has already been a month. I'm afraid he has become even stronger. Feng Wuchen's appearance made the already lively arena even livelier. A month ago, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had strangely increased by 2 levels in a few days. Now that a month had passed, everyone in Wushuang City was looking forward to Feng Wuchen's current cultivation. This brat seems to be very confident. However, there is no trace of true qi in his body. It is obvious that he has not stepped into the qi refining realm. Mo Kuan muttered. There was no trace of panic or worry on Feng Wuchen's face. Wu Chen's cultivation should be even stronger. Patriarch Lin said with anticipation. Because there was no true qi, no one knew what cultivation Feng Wuchen was at. After the battle, they could only judge based on his strength. Yang Tian's true qi aura was emitted from his body. It was obvious that he was in the qi refining realm. "Feng Wuchen, come up." Yang Tian sneered with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. "Chen, you must be careful," Feng Xingxiong reminded him in a low voice. He was worried that Yang Tian would do something behind his back. Feng Wuchen nodded and walked up the arena unhurriedly. "Feng Wuchen, you're dead meat." Yang Tian sneered. His face was filled with mockery. He looked as if he was certain that he would defeat Feng Wuchen. "Let's see how you're going to break my legs." Yang Tian grinned as he circulated his true qi with all his might. Then, he stomped on the ground and charged forward like a ferocious tiger. The qi refinement realm and the body refinement realm were 2 completely different realms. The Qi refinement realm could use the power of true Qi to increase one's combat strength, while the body refinement realm could only rely on the strength of one's body without any external help. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the two realms. Because of this, Yang Tian was able to remain calm and did not put Feng Wuchen, who was in the refinement realm, in his eyes. Let's test his strength first. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Unwilling to be outdone, he charged forward. Bang! Within a few breaths, their fists collided and a muffled bang sounded out. Feng Wuchen's face darkened as he was pushed back several meters by the powerful force. He was completely unable to withstand Yang Tian's strength. Oh? 8th level of the body refinement realm? Humph. You want to fight me with this little strength? Yang Tian was stunned at first as he was shocked by Feng Wuchen's rapid increase in cultivation. But soon after, he sneered in disdain. 8th level of the body refinement realm. Feng Wuchen broke through again. What a terrifying cultivation speed. He only has a 2nd grade martial spirit and he managed to increase his cultivation by 4 levels in a month. This is impossible. Even with Yang Tian's 5th grade martial spirit, it is impossible for him to increase his cultivation by 4 levels in a month. How did Feng Wuchen do it? When the battle started, the crowd could see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation based on their experience. For a moment, there was a commotion below the stage. The upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion, Mo family, Lin family, and Yang family were all in disbelief. Since when did a 2nd grade martial spirit become so terrifying? Yuan Xiong was shocked and surprised as he seemed to have noticed something. Pavilion master, what's wrong? Zhang Han asked curiously. Yuan Xiong shook his head as he thought, strange. This kid is only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, but he can withstand the strength of a 1st level Qi refinement realm martial artist. This is not normal. Everyone only saw Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed, but they did not see Feng Wuchen's endurance. With Ling Er's talent, breaking through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm would take more than 2 months. Feng Wuchen, this brat, actually managed to break through 4 levels in a month. It's really strange. Mo Kuan frowned, unable to figure it out. After forcing Feng Wuchen back with a punch, Yang Tian took advantage of the situation and charged forward once again. This time, Feng Wuchen did not choose to meet force with force because his strength was not enough to fight against Yang Tian. Even if Feng Wuchen could instantly see through Yang Tian's moves, the gap between them was too big to make up for. Therefore, Feng Wuchen chose to dodge. No matter how ferocious Yang Tian's attacks were, Feng Wuchen cleverly avoided them. With the rich experience of the evil dragon god, Feng Wuchen was able to see through Yang Tian's attack and its location the moment Yang Tian attacked, allowing him to dodge it immediately. Preposterous. The more Yang Tian fought, the angrier he got. With so many people watching, a 1st level of Qi refinement realm was unable to land a single punch on a 8th level body refinement realm martial artist. Humph. Feng Wuchen sneered and looked at the impatient Yang Tian with disdain. The more Feng Wuchen showed disdain and contempt, the angrier Yang Tian became. Yang Tian charged forward at full speed and sent out a palm strike. Feng Wuchen did not show any fear, instead, he revealed a mysterious cold smile and cleverly dodged to the side. Humph. I know you can instantly see through your opponent's moves, but I'm much faster than you. However, my speed is several times faster than yours. Yang Tian said fiercely after his palm missed. He seemed to have guessed it and immediately sent out a kick. That might not be the case. Feng Wuchen's eyes and feet were quick. The moment Yang Tian sent out a kick, Feng Wuchen immediately sent out a kick. Not good. Yang Tian's expression changed slightly. He thought that with his speed, he would be able to hit Feng Wuchen first, but his kick missed. Feng Wuchen swept his leg and knocked Yang Tian down. Then, he followed up with a kick. Bang! Yang Tian's reaction was not slow, he used both his hands to block. With a loud bang, he was still kicked several meters away by Feng Wuchen and rolled twice on the ground. 3rd young master. Good job. The Feng family cheered excitedly. Feng Jingxiong happily laughed. Chin'er is not simple, his strength is very strong, comparable to a peak 9th level body refinement realm martial artist. No wonder he did not panic at all. A first-level Qi refinement realm martial artist being in such a sorry state, Yang Tian was both angry and embarrassed. Not only did he not hit his opponent, he was the one who was knocked down. Yang Qingyan and the rest of the Yang family felt like they were slapped, their faces burning. A first-level Qi refinement realm martial artist was knocked down by an 8th-level body refinement realm martial artist. How embarrassing, the scene just now felt unreal. Yang Tian's speed was clearly above Feng Wuchen's, and it was very obvious that his kick should have hit Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen took the opportunity to counterattack. This meant that Feng Wuchen was not only able to see through his opponent's moves and flaws, he was also able to predict them. This was the key. This was the scary part. This stinking brat's movements are very sharp, and his brute strength is tyrannical. He seems to be able to see through and predict his opponent's attack, but he is more like an experienced martial artist. Mo Kuan was slightly surprised. This trash's brute strength is so strong, this is the strength of a 9th-level body refinement realm martial artist. Yang Tian was shocked, both his hands felt a sharp pain. After sending Yang Tian back with a kick, Feng Wuchen rushed forward and threw a punch at Yang Tian, who was still trying to get up. Bang! Yang Tian's expression changed again, and he dodged in panic. With a loud bang, Feng Wuchen's fist landed on the ground. The tyrannical force caused the ground to tremble and crack. You are only at the first level of Qi refinement realm? Feng Wuchen sneered, and looked at Yang Tian with disdain. Humph. Let me show you the power of a martial skill. Yang Tian's face instantly turned ferocious, and he fiercely rushed forward. The true Qi in his body was activated again, and Yang Tian's palms emitted a faint flame. Low-grade yellow rank martial skill. Raging flame palm. Yang Tian roared angrily and sent a palm strike at Feng Wuchen from a distance. A streak of fire shot out. Raging flame palm was a fire attribute martial skill, and when it was used, the power would be stronger. As long as one was able to gather true Qi, they would be able to practice martial skills. Using martial skills required the power of true Qi. Feng Wuchen, who was at the 8th level of body refinement realm, was obviously unable to use martial skills. Facing Yang Tian's martial skill, not only was Feng Wuchen not afraid, he even rushed forward. His figure swayed left and right, and his speed was even faster than before. You are not even proficient in your martial skill, and you dare to use it to make a fool of yourself. Feng Wuchen sneered. Taking advantage of the time Yang Tian was using his martial skill, Feng Wuchen quickly closed in. Tian, be careful. Yang Qingyan's face changed, and she hurriedly shouted. Wishful thinking. Yang Tian coldly shouted, and quickly threw out another flame palm towards the approaching Feng Wuchen. But after throwing out this palm, Yang Tian regretted it. You have been tricked. Feng Wuchen sneered, and his body quickly bent down, and his head just happened to brush past Yang Tian's palm. His right fist followed the momentum and smashed forward. Bang! Feng Wuchen's extremely fierce fist solidly smashed into Yang Tian's abdomen, causing him to spit out saliva. The ferocious strength sent Yang Tian flying 3 to 4 meters away, and an intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Yang Tian clutched his abdomen and rolled on the ground, obviously in extreme pain, making it difficult for him to stand up. How is this possible? Yang Tian was extremely shocked. With his cultivation of Qi refining realm, he was unable to withstand the power of Feng Wuchen's fist. At this moment, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes were dumbstruck. Young master. The Yang family members were all shocked. Yang Qingyun was so shocked that his body stiffened. He never expected Feng Wuchen to have such tyrannical strength, knocking Yang Tian down with one punch. Young Master Feng actually knocked Yang Tian down with one punch. So strong. Too strong. A body refinement realm defeated a Qi refining realm. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yang Tian actually lost. The spectators were so shocked that their words were stiff, and their faces were expressionless. Chen. Well done. He defeated his opponent with one punch. Haha. Feng Jingxiong laughed happily. On the other hand, the Feng family members were even more excited, cheering continuously, and their faces were all red from excitement. Is a Qi refining realm that weak? Can't even withstand one punch? Do you want me to tell you your weakness? Feng Wuchen mocked as he walked towards Yang Tian. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen swept his leg out, and with a muffled bang, Yang Tian was sent flying a few meters, with a few more abrasions on his body. Your strength is indeed above mine, but it is only temporary. You are arrogant, thinking that you are strong just because you have broken through to the qi refining realm. A lack of talent does not mean a lack of strength. You underestimated your opponent too much. This is the first point. You are still not familiar with the martial arts techniques, and even your normal moves are full of loopholes. Forcefully using them will only consume more true qi. Haven't you noticed that your strength is getting weaker and weaker? This is the second point. During a battle, you are impatient. This is the biggest taboo of cultivators. This is the third point. These are all your weaknesses. You are too weak. Feng Wuchen pointed out each of these points, as if he was a teacher giving pointers to a student. Bang! Gotcha! As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen stepped on Yang Tian's leg without hesitation. With a muffled bang, Feng Wuchen broke Yang Tian's leg. Yang Tian's face changed as he let out a miserable scream. I said I would break your leg, so I will break your leg. Scram! Feng Wuchen sneered, and with another kick, the screaming Yang Tian was sent flying off the stage. Tian. Yang Qingyan ran over in a panic. The Yang family's upper echelons were extremely worried. Father! My leg is broken. Avenge me. Kill Feng Wuchen. Yang Tian shouted in fear and anger. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen. How dare you break my son's leg? Yang Qingyan was furious, his killing intent soaring. This was already the third descendant of the Yang family to have his leg broken by Feng Wuchen. All the geniuses of the Yang family's younger generation had fallen at the hands of Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen did not show any fear, and sneered, I am already merciful for not killing him. Bastard! Yang Qingyan roared in anger, and fiercely stomped on the stage. Yang Qingyan! How dare you! Feng Jingxiong roared and jumped onto the stage, looking like he was about to fight a fierce battle with Yang Qingyan. Humph! If you want to die, then come at me. Feng Jingxiong shouted angrily as he activated his powerful true origin. Stop! Seeing that Yang Qingyan was about to fight with Feng Jingxiong, a loud shout suddenly sounded out as an even more powerful aura spread out. Judging from this formidable aura, this was a cultivation at the first level of the origin core stage. A moment later, a black figure quickly flashed onto the stage and appeared between Yang Qingyan and Feng Jingxiong in a few blinks of an eye. Instructor Li. Feng Jingxiong was surprised when he saw who it was. Instructor Li, why are you here? Yang Qingyan asked as his anger subsided. Instructor Li was the Sky Flame Academy's instructor, Li Feng. He was in his early 30s and wore a gray robe. Elder Su asked me to escort Feng Wuchen to the Sky Flame Academy. I just happened to be in time to watch an exciting duel. Patriarch Yang, I'm sorry, Li Feng slowly said with a calm tone. Humph. Yang Qingyan was speechless and unwillingly snorted angrily. The Yang family did not dare to offend the Sky Flame Academy. No one in the Yang family dared to speak and could only suppress their anger in their hearts. Feng Wuchen, quickly follow Instructor Li to the academy. You still have to expel the cold poison from Elder Su's body. Feng Jingxiong looked at Feng Wuchen and gave him a thumbs up at the same time. Third young master. Third young master. The entire Feng family cheered. Too powerful. Feng Wuchen is simply a peerless genius. His talent is even more terrifying than Mo Ling'er's. I wonder how Mo Ling'er will feel when she finds out. Yang Tian was actually defeated by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Feng Wuchen's talent is definitely number one in Peerless City. He advanced by 4 levels in a month. Everyone in Peerless City was in an uproar as their exclamations swept out like an avalanche. A 4th-level body refinement martial artist was able to help Elder Su expel the cold poison. This was something that even a grade 5 alchemist would find difficult to do. After that, he easily defeated Yang Bufan, who was at the 6th-level body refinement martial artist, and Yang Xian, who was at the 6th-level body refinement. Now, even the number one genius of the Yang clan, Yang Tian, had been defeated. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen was the absolute genius of Wushuang City. If they knew that Feng Wuchen was able to expel the fire poison from the alchemist's body, they would probably faint from fright. "Brother Feng, I'll go with you." Ling Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed Feng Wuchen's arm and said. "It's boring for me to go alone. Let's go." Feng Wuchen didn't object. If he hadn't promised Elder Su, Feng Wuchen probably wouldn't have gone. Although the Heavenly Flame Academy wasn't far, it would still delay his cultivation by quite a bit. "Chen you must be careful," Xiao Qingqing exhorted, her eyes filled with reluctance. This was the first time in 16 years that Feng Wuchen had left Peerless City. Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but worry. "Mother, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me." Feng Wuchen smiled. "A man should go out and explore. Don't worry." Feng Jingxiong smiled. He wasn't worried about Feng Wuchen. Instead, he was worried about those who had offended Feng Wuchen. Take the Yang clan for example. Those who offended Feng Wuchen didn't have a good ending. 3 of the Yang clan's younger generations had been crippled by Feng Wuchen. That was the price they had to pay. "Feng Wuchen, let's go." Li Feng looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled. After watching the battle between Feng Wuchen and Yang Tian, he finally understood why Elder Su thought so highly of Feng Wuchen. Although Feng Wuchen only had the talent of a second-grade martial spirit, Li Feng had already heard about Feng Wuchen's matters. This made him extremely shocked. He had never heard of a second-grade martial spirit talent having such a frightening cultivation speed. Li Feng placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from a tall mountain outside of Wushuang City. Following that, a huge red bird flew over. The Academy's second-grade magic beast, Scarlet Blood Bird. Someone from Wushuang City exclaimed as they looked towards the sky. The Scarlet Blood Bird was extremely large and could carry 7 to 8 people on its back. It landed steadily in the air above the stage. "Let's go." Li Feng smiled and took the lead to jump onto the Scarlet Blood Bird. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. The people from Wushuang City were extremely envious. Even Mo Ling Er and Lin Yu didn't receive such treatment when they went to the Skyflame Academy. Flying on the back of a Scarlet Blood Bird was something that many people dreamed of. However, to fly in the sky, one's cultivation had to reach the Sky Yuan realm to do so. With the escort of the Scarlet Blood Bird, it only took a few hours to travel from Wushuang City to the Skyflame Academy. The huge Scarlet Blood Bird's speed was extremely shocking. Swoosh! The Scarlet Blood Bird flapped its wings and a strong wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following that, a sonic boom was heard as the Scarlet Blood Bird soared into the sky and disappeared in a few breaths of time. Due to its fast speed and high altitude, Feng Wuchen, who was flying in the sky for the first time, was a little flustered. He couldn't even open his eyes. "Feng Wuchen, do you really have a second-grade martial spirit talent?" Li Feng asked curiously as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "It's true. Everyone in Wushuang City knows about it." "I don't think so." Li Feng shook his head and said, "I heard that you increased your cultivation by 4 grades in a month. No one in the entire Sky Flame Academy can do that. Even the geniuses from the transcendent forces on the continent might not be able to do it." Pausing for a moment, Li Feng continued, "I watched your duel with Yang Tian. It was very impressive. Your battle experience is very rich. Turning defense into offense, you killed your opponent in 1 strike. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Such a genius, no wonder Elder Su values you so much." "Elder Su values me because I can expel his cold poison." Feng Wuchen calmly smiled. Feng Wuchen didn't answer directly, so Li Feng didn't ask any further. Only then did he look at Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been obediently standing beside Feng Wuchen. "Who is this little girl? Why didn't Elder Su mention her? She's already at the 6th level of Qi refining realm at such a young age. With such a terrifying talent, she must have a terrifying transcendent force behind her." Li Feng guessed in his heart. He was completely shocked by Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying talent. Ling Xiaoxiao's identity was still a mystery. Even Feng Wuchen couldn't ask her. Time passed as they flew. The crimson blood bird carried them over thousands of mountains and rivers. After 6 hours, they finally arrived at the Skyflame Academy. The Skyflame Academy was very large. The majestic buildings were awe-inspiring. Geniuses of the entire Scorching Fire Empire gathered in the academy. To put it bluntly, the Skyflame Academy was a powerful force that could rival the Scorching Fire Empire. Disembarking from the Crimson Blood Bird, Li Feng led Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao into the academy through the main entrance. Instructor Li. The students greeted him one after another. At the same time, they looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao with suspicion and envy. Are they new students? Wow, that girl is so beautiful. I must snatch her over. She's really beautiful. That brat is so lucky. Why can't I meet a beautiful girl? Hasn't the recruitment period already passed a month ago? Why are the two of them only here now? In the academy, many students looked at them with suspicion. Many male students' gazes landed on Ling Xiaoxiao. They were almost drooling. Big brother Feng. Entering the academy square, Lin Yu ran over excitedly. He smiled happily and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Yu. Wow. First tier of Qi Refinement Realm. You've improved your cultivation base very quickly. Seeing Lin Yu rush over, Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Hee, this is all thanks to the academy's nurturing, Lin Yu said with an embarrassed smile. Then, he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and asked in confusion, 6th tier of Qi Refinement Realm. So powerful. Big brother Feng, who is this? Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation base, Lin Yu was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She's Ling Xiaoxiao, my friend, Feng Wuchen introduced. Miss Xiaoxiao. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Yu greeted her politely. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded in response. Many students surrounded the square. They were all looking at Feng Wuchen and the other two. There was a beautiful figure in the crowd. She stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. This person was Mo Linger. The sharp-eyed Feng Wuchen also saw Mo Linger in the crowd. However, he only glanced at her coldly. There was no longer the gaze that Mo Linger was familiar with. Did you bring such a beautiful girl here for me to see? Or to prove that even if you're a piece of trash, you can still find a beautiful woman? That you can also find a talented woman? Mo Linger was furious. She did not know why, but when she saw Ling Xiaoxiao beside Feng Wuchen, and that she was so beautiful that she did not lose to her at all, an inexplicable anger surged in Mo Linger's heart. In Mo Linger's opinion, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao here to anger her. She should be that Mo Linger. If you don't cherish her, you will regret betraying Big Brother Feng. Don't even think about getting Big Brother Feng to look at you for the rest of your life. Ling Xiaoxiao's sharp senses also sensed a cold gaze on her. She turned her head and happened to meet Mo Linger's gaze. After just one glance, Ling Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but she intimately held Feng Wuchen's arm. It seemed like she was doing it for Mo Linger to see. Seeing this scene, Mo Linger's pretty face turned even colder. Anyone who saw it would feel their hair stand on end. Beside Mo Linger, there was another person. It was the man who had defeated Feng Wuchen in the arena. He was the young master of the Huangfu family. Seeing Mo Linger's anger, the young master of the Huangfu family quickly withdrew his gaze from Ling Xiaoxiao and whispered, Linger, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. Defeating a few pieces of trash from the Yang family cannot change his fate of being a piece of trash. However, the girl beside him is very beautiful. Humph. If she is beautiful, then go and snatch her. Mo Linger fiercely glared at the young master of the Huangfu family and turned to leave angrily. Linger. Linger. Wait for me. The young master of the Huangfu family hurriedly chased after her. The angry Mo Linger's mind was filled with the image of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao together. She did not know whether it was jealousy or because Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty and talent were above hers. How could the proud and arrogant Mo Linger be willing to lose to Ling Xiaoxiao? Feng Wuchen was only a trash with a grade 2 martial spirit, yet Elder Su placed so much importance on him. This made Mo Linger's heart tremble with jealousy. Although she said that Feng Wuchen was trash, Mo Linger knew that Feng Wuchen had easily defeated Yang Bufan and Yang Xian. This was not something a trash could do. If Mo Linger knew that Yang Tian, who was at the first level of Qi refinement realm, had lost to Feng Wuchen, who was at the 8th level of body refinement realm, who knows what she would think. Within the main hall of the Skyflame Academy, the dean and the 3 great elders had already gathered in the main hall after knowing that Feng Wuchen would be coming to the academy today. They had already heard of Feng Wuchen's existence from Elder Su. A body refinement realm cultivator was actually able to expel the frost poison in Elder Su's body. This was something that even the Great Elder and a Grade 5 alchemist would find difficult to do. They were naturally very interested in such an inconceivable genius of the younger generation. Before entering the main hall, Feng Wuchen had asked Ling Xiaoxiao to conceal her aura. If the elders of the academy were to know of this, they would probably use all means to recruit Ling Xiaoxiao into the academy. Li Feng brought the 2 of them into the majestic hall, and waves of tyrannical aura assaulted them. As expected of the Skyflame Academy, its strength is indeed terrifying. No wonder it is said to be able to contend against an empire. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After entering the main hall, he took a simple glance. Dean, elders, Feng Wuchen has arrived. Li Feng respectfully reported. Greetings Dean, elders. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao greeted in unison. Little brother Wuchen, the old man has been waiting for you. Seeing Feng Wuchen, Elder Su happily smiled. In the main hall, the white-robed elder sitting on the main seat was the dean of the heavenly sect, Xing Tian Feng. The great elder was Zhenyun Tian and the second elder was Lu Chang Feng. The 3 elders were all at the Yuandan stage. It was said that Principal Xing Tian Feng had already reached the heavenly Yuan stage. He was definitely one of the strongest people in the Yanhua Empire. Xing Tian Feng sized up Feng Wuchen with an indifferent expression as he smiled. So you're Feng Wuchen. I heard from Elder Su that you refused to enter the Heavenly Flame Institute and that you were able to expel the frost poison that had accumulated in Elder Su's body for many years. This has piqued the old man's curiosity. He is indeed a good child. He is very calm and not impatient. Second elder Lu Changfeng nodded and praised. Feng Wuchen, come over and let old man take a look. Great elder Zhenyun Tian said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen didn't refuse. These old men were all seniors. In front of seniors, he naturally couldn't be rude. Zhenyun Tian channeled a strand of true yuan into Feng Wuchen's body. After inspecting for a moment, he slightly frowned and said, you are indeed a second-grade martial spirit talent. You are indeed a genius to be able to defeat 2 of the Yang family's younger generation. Great elder is too kind. Feng Wuchen slightly smiled. With Zhen Yuntian's cultivation, he couldn't see the exact situation within Feng Wuchen's body. Wait. Just as he finished speaking, Zhen Yuntian's old face suddenly changed as he said in shock, peak of the 8th level of the body refinement stage. What? Peak of the 8th level? Elder Su's old face instantly changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Elder Su asked in shock, little brother Wuchen, you broke through again? Elder Su and the others had obviously heard of Feng Wuchen's news from the Yang family. When Yang Bufan and Yang Xian were sent to the academy for treatment, they heard that Feng Wuchen broke through 2 levels in 3 days. Such a terrifying cultivation speed had frightened them. Now that a month had passed, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased from the 6th level to the 8th level. Such a terrifying speed had once again frightened them. It happened a few days ago. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled as he replied. You are indeed a peerless genius. A second-grade martial spirit talent actually has such a terrifying cultivation speed. Dean Xing Tianfeng exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. A low-grade martial spirit talent actually had a cultivation speed that surpassed countless geniuses. Such a strange and miraculous thing was something they had never heard of nor seen before. Elder Su, let's hurry and expel the poison. I still have other things to do. Feng Wuchen slowly said. He didn't feel proud or excited because of the dean's exclamation. All right. Elder Su excitedly nodded. At the same time, he gave Xing Tianfeng a look. Not arrogant or proud. It's really rare. Zhen Yuntian praised. The more he looked at Feng Wuchen, the more satisfied he was. It was as if he was looking at his son-in-law. Feng Wuchen walked behind Elder Su and began to use a mysterious method to expel the cold poison from Elder Su's body. Xing Tianfeng and the others were filled with anticipation as they looked at Feng Wuchen without blinking. They had only heard of such a mysterious and miraculous method from Elder Su. They had never seen it before. The cold poison that even a fifth-grade alchemist couldn't expel was easily expelled by such a miraculous method. It would be strange if Xing Tianfeng and the others weren't curious. In just a moment, Xing Tianfeng and the others' faces were filled with shock. Wisps of cold air spread out from Elder Su's body, condensing a layer of frost on his body. Even the ground was covered with a layer of frost. They had never heard of such a miraculous method. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Wuchen stepped back and signaled Elder Su to take action. "Huh!" Elder Su suddenly circulated his quintessential essence and shouted. The tyrannical quintessential essence instantly shattered the cold qi and the frost that froze his body. The second time, Elder Su clearly felt that a lot of the cold poison had been expelled. His body was much more relaxed, and the Zhen Yuan in his body flowed more smoothly. The cold poison in Old Man's body is almost gone. Elder Su was extremely excited. This meant that he wouldn't have to suffer the torture of the cold poison anymore. "I can't believe that there is such a miraculous method in this world." Xing Tianfeng was extremely shocked. As the dean, he could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a miraculous method. Zhen Yuntian hurriedly checked the condition of Elder Su's body. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. Zhen Yuntian was shocked and said in a daze, "This is unbelievable. The cold poison accumulated for many years. Old Man and the Imperial Advisor were helpless and couldn't expel it. You only helped Elder Su expel it twice, and the cold poison is almost gone. This is unbelievable." Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Elder Su, the cold poison in your body is caused by the cultivation method. If you want to completely expel the cold poison, it's best not to cultivate before the cold poison is completely expelled. Otherwise, my efforts will be in vain. As for the rest of the cold poison, you can also expel it completely if you spend some time." "Good. Old Man will listen to you." Elder Su nodded excitedly. If the cold poison could be completely expelled, it wouldn't be a problem to stop cultivating for a period of time. Even if he cultivated, it wouldn't increase his cultivation by much. Instead, the cold poison would accumulate again. However, after thinking about it, Elder Su asked, "Little brother Wu Chen, after the cold poison is completely expelled, if Old Man cultivates again, won't the cold poison slowly accumulate again? If this is the case, the Great Elder can help you. There isn't much cold poison. With the Great Elder's cultivation as a 4th-grade alchemist, he can help you expel it." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "Feng Wuchen, with your talent and miraculous method, it would be a waste to waste it. Why don't you enter the academy? Old Man can guarantee that you will step into the Yuandan stage within 5 years." Looking at Feng Wuchen, Dean Xing Tianfeng opened his mouth and said, "Such a peerless genius, if he didn't rope him in, wouldn't it be letting others take advantage of him? I appreciate Dean's good intentions, but I'm not used to staying in the academy." Feng Wuchen refused without hesitation. Even if the dean himself said it, it would be useless. "Old Man will teach you alchemy, how about that?" Zhen Yuntian continued to ask. Feng Wuchen still shook his head. "The academy's best cultivation method and martial skills will be made an exception for you to cultivate. Old Man will also give you a mid-grade artifact. You can take as many elixirs as you want. Old Man will also personally guide you in your cultivation. How about it?" Xing Tianfeng once again stated his conditions. Xing Tianfeng's conditions were very tempting. Even the princes of the empire didn't receive such treatment. Feng Wuchen was shocked by Xing Tianfeng's conditions. Not only him, but even the 3 elders were shocked. They didn't expect Xing Tianfeng to give such heaven-defying conditions. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Xing Tianfeng would personally guide him in his cultivation was something that countless juniors in the Inferno Empire dreamed of. "Senior Dean, your conditions are indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, I really don't want to enter the academy. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Feng Wuchen still refused without hesitation. Xing Tianfeng's eyes were filled with disappointment, but he still didn't give up. He asked, "Then what will it take for you to enter the academy?" Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "I really don't have time. I have many things to do. Staying here will take up a lot of my time." This? Elder Su smiled helplessly and didn't know what to say anymore. Xing Tianfeng had already started. Even with such heaven-defying conditions, Feng Wuchen still wasn't moved. They couldn't think of any other way. If they missed out on such a peerless genius, there wouldn't be a second one in the future. In Xing Tianfeng's opinion, if Feng Wuchen entered the academy, the name of the academy would definitely shake the continent in the future. "Feng Wuchen, why don't you reconsider?" Xing Tianfeng asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen was just about to speak when Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Brother Feng, you can agree to it. You'll just be a student in name. You can come and go as you please." Hearing that, Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He secretly gave Ling Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. This was a perfunctory method. At least these old men wouldn't pester him anymore. "Dean, how about this? I'll just be a student in name in the academy. How about that? If it doesn't work, I can't do anything about it." Feng Wuchen suggested as if he was taking a step back. "A student in name?" Zhen Yuntian was slightly stunned. "Deal. Old man agrees. But after a year, you'll have to make a trip back to the academy. At that time, the new students of the academy will have to compete for rankings. They'll also have to compete for rankings with the academies of the other empires." Xing Tianfeng agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Feng Wuchen nodded. This wasn't anything difficult. Feng Wuchen's agreement put Xing Tianfeng's mind at ease. He smiled happily and said, "Feng Wuchen, whatever you want, just tell me. Cultivation methods, martial skills, pills, spirit liquids, treasures, you can choose any of them. I don't need these treasures. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Feng Wuchen shook his head and refused. "Xiaoxiao, you're so smart." Feng Wuchen immediately praised her after they walked out of the main hall. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely happy with Feng Wuchen's praise. She smiled and said, "Only this way can I not waste Brother Feng's time and also brush them off. It's the best of both worlds. Brother Feng, how is it?" Lin Yu, who had been waiting outside the main hall, immediately ran over to ask when he saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao come out. "Elder Su's cold poison is almost completely removed. He can remove the rest himself." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lin Yu shook his head anxiously and said, "That's not what I'm talking about. I heard that Elder Su wanted to recommend you to the dean. Did the dean not mention this? So that's what you're talking about." "I rejected it." Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "What? You rejected it? Brother Feng, you really rejected it?" Lin Yu's eyes instantly widened as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Feng Wuchen nodded. "I don't want to stay here." It was one thing to reject Elder Su, but Feng Wuchen had rejected the dean's request. Lin Yu felt that Feng Wuchen's brain was damaged. Just as Lin Yu was in disbelief, Feng Wuchen continued, "However, I'm now considered a student of the academy. It's just a title. I can come and go as I please." "A title?" Lin Yu was slightly taken aback and was stunned once again. "Come and go as he please?" Xing Tianfeng had actually agreed to Feng Wuchen's conditions? Just to pull Feng Wuchen into the academy, he had given him such high privileges? Feng Wuchen patted Lin Yu's shoulder and smiled. "Stay in the academy and cultivate well. If there's anything, come and find me. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I won't let you down." Lin Yu nodded heavily. If it were not for Feng Wuchen's help, he probably would not have been able to enter the academy. Even though Lin Yu possessed a grade 5 martial spirit, his power was one level higher than Yang Tianrua's. If the two of them were to duel, Lin Yu was not confident that he could defeat Yang Tianrua. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had just walked more than 10 meters when they stopped again, because there was someone in front of them blocking their way. The people blocking the way were none other than Mo Linger, the young master of the Huangfu family, and many other students. Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Linger and said indifferently, "First level of qi refining. No wonder you are the #1 genius of the Mo clan. Congratulations." "Who is she?" Mo Linger was as cold as ice, pointing at Ling Xiaoxiao. "I am Brother Feng's fiancé." Ling Xiaoxiao rushed to answer. She was not afraid of Mo Linger's coldness. "Fiancé?" Mo Linger was stunned, and so was the young master of the Huangfu family. "It's over. We don't stand a chance. Such a beautiful girl, it's no longer my turn to protect and love. Oh my God. I don't want to live anymore. The heavens are not fair. I am so handsome, and for so many years, I have been suffering from the pressure of being handsome. How come there isn't a beautiful girl with me? Is there still justice? Who did I offend? AI, what a pity, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung." A group of male students were disappointed, crying and shouting. Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in surprise. He did not expect Ling Xiaoxiao to say that she was his fiancée. "You have to be rational. He is just a second-grade martial spirit trash. Don't be fooled by him." Mo Linger shouted at Ling Xiaoxiao. "You are not allowed to insult Brother Feng. Brother Feng is not trash." Ling Xiaoxiao tried her best to defend Feng Wuchen. Mo Linger's insult made Ling Xiaoxiao very angry, and her pretty face instantly became cold. "You." Mo Linger was furious. She did not expect Ling Xiaoxiao to be so ungrateful. Mo Linger glanced at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, "Feng Wuchen, I know you purposely brought her here to piss me off. But I can tell you clearly that no matter how many you bring, no matter how pretty you are, it won't change my opinion of you. If you dare to insult Brother Feng again, don't blame me for being rude." Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became fierce, and she looked like she was ready to attack at any time. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Ling Xiaoxiao was in the LV6G cultivation realm, and she could defeat Mo Linger with one palm. He did not want Xing Tianfeng and the other old men to see this. "Rude? Try it if you dare. Let me wake you up." Mo Linger said coldly. She was still proud and arrogant. "Mo Linger, don't be too self-righteous. I brought Xiaoxiao here because I wanted to take her out to play. You think too much. What you think of me is your business, and it has nothing to do with me. You and I have cut off all ties, and my business has nothing to do with you. Because you are no longer the Mo Linger I know." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Mo Linger's arrogance disappointed Feng Wuchen again. "You are no longer the Mo Linger I know." This sentence repeatedly appeared in Mo Linger's mind. Feng Wuchen's words seemed to say that Mo Linger did not deserve to know him. It made Mo Linger feel insulted. "A mere second-grade martial spirit, what are you being arrogant for?" the young master of the Huangfu family said disdainfully. He could not bear to see others treat Mo Linger with such an attitude. Feng Wuchen indifferently glanced at the young master of the Huangfu family. He sneered and said, "The Huangfu family has taught you to be like this. It is really unfortunate for the family. I wonder how long the Huangfu family can survive in your hands." "What did you say?" "Say it again if you have the guts. Don't think that defeating Yang Bufan and Yang Xian is something." The young master of the Huangfu family was furious. He pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily, "Humph. Ignorant." Feng Wuchen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked away. "Brother Feng is holding my hand." Ling Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. Her face was a little red, and her heart was filled with joy. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, the male students were about to vomit blood. They wished they could rush up and fight Feng Wuchen to the death. If looks could kill, Feng Wuchen would have died who knows how many times. The young master of the Huangfu family's face darkened. His dark eyes were burning with anger. "Feng Wuchen! Stop right there!" Mo Linger shouted coldly. The anger in her heart grew stronger and stronger. "If you have something to say, say it. I don't have time to waste on you." Feng Wuchen said coldly. He had already given up on Mo Linger. Mo Linger shouted coldly, "You are just a piece of trash. You don't have the ability, yet you still think you are infallible. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with a sneer, "Mo Linger, you are hopeless. Bastard. How dare you insult Linger?" The young master of the Huangfu family shouted angrily. "Idiot." Feng Wuchen replied disdainfully and continued to hold Ling Xiaoxiao's hand to leave. "Preposterous. How dare you look down on me?" The young master of the Huangfu family was furious. The more arrogant Feng Wuchen was, the more unhappy he was. The more he felt that Feng Wuchen looked down on him. "Give me a reason to look up to you." Feng Wuchen sneered without looking back. "You are courting death." The young master of the Huangfu family's face was extremely ferocious. He channeled all his true qi and rushed forward furiously. "Huangfu Qing! Stop!" Just as Huangfu Qing was about to attack, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Feng Wuchen is a nominal student of the academy from today onwards." Nominal student? Huangfu Qing and many other freshmen looked at Instructor Li in surprise. They did not seem to understand what he meant. He agreed to enter the academy? Mo Linger could not believe it. Looking at the doubts of the students, Instructor Li said seriously, "The so-called nominal student means that Feng Wuchen can enter and leave the academy at any time. This is the intention of the dean and the 3 elders. Enter and leave the academy at any time? Why? Feng Wuchen only has a 2nd-grade martial spirit talent. Why can he enter and leave the academy at any time? Why can't we?" Huangfu Qing was the first to object. The dean and the 3 elders agreed? Mo Linger was stunned. Instructor Li said seriously, "Huangfu Qing, if you can help Elder Su expel the cold poison, you can also enter and leave the academy at any time. The same goes for all of you. If you can't, then shut up. Either you bring the academy to Cultivate, or you leave the academy." When Instructor Li said this, the freshmen were speechless. They could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Preposterous. Huangfu Qing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Poor talent does not mean that you have no strength. No one is allowed to insult Feng Wuchen. You must respect everyone. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Do you understand? Instructor Li said sternly. Understood. The students answered in unison. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the academy's entrance. A group of people rushed in a panic. They even carried a young man in. The young man had already fainted. Instructor Li! Instructor Li! Get the Grand Elder to treat him. One of them happened to see Instructor Li and hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he also saw Feng Wuchen's figure. Many of the students surrounded him curiously and doubtfully. Yang Tian? When he saw the unconscious young man, Lin Yu recognized him immediately. Yang Tian's leg was broken. Huangfu Qing exclaimed. He thought to himself, who could be so cruel? Feng Wuchen, who brushed past him, glanced at him and ignored him. Uncle Yang, who broke Yang Tian's leg? Mo Linger asked. The man from the Yang family pointed at Feng Wuchen's back and said angrily, Feng Wuchen. What? Feng Wuchen broke it? How is that possible? Huangfu Qing's face was filled with disbelief. Mo Linger could not believe it either. Many of the students looked at Feng Wuchen's back. Instructor Li said, in the duel between Yang Tian and Feng Wuchen, Yang Tian was defeated by Feng Wuchen with a single punch and broke one of his legs. He defeated Yang Tian with a single punch. Mo Linger and Huangfu Qing's expressions changed again. They were even more shocked. Instructor Li said, that's right. At that time, Yang Tian's cultivation was already at the 1st level of the Qi refinement realm. Feng Wuchen was only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Therefore, Feng Wuchen is not the trash you say he is. To be able to raise his cultivation by 4 levels in a month, such a heaven-defying talent cannot be found in the entire Inferno Empire, let alone our academy. Now you know why the dean and the elders value him so much, right? After hearing Instructor Li's words, Mo Linger and Huangfu Qing were petrified. Such terrifying talent was simply unmatched. They actually dared to show off their talent in front of Feng Wuchen. How laughable. A LV8 body refinement realm martial artist defeating a LV1 chi cultivation realm martial artist. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Such a strong contrast caused many students to be dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. Is this still the trash that Mo Linger mentioned? An LV8 body refinement realm martial artist defeated a LV1 chi cultivation realm martial artist with a single punch. This is impossible. Feng Wuchen must have cheated. Huang Fuqing would rather believe that Feng Wuchen cheated than believe that Feng Wuchen had the ability to do so. Feng Wuchen didn't cheat. It was all his own strength. Of course, it's also Yang Tian's fault for underestimating him. Instructor Li said. Is a second-grade martial spirit talent really so terrifying? He's a monster. A body refinement realm martial artist can't even condense true chi. Could it be that his speed is very fast? With such terrifying strength and talent, doesn't that mean that no one in our academy can compare to him? The strongest in our academy only has a LV7 martial spirit. Could Feng Wuchen's talent be even more terrifying than his? Many students were shocked and envious. For a moment, their eyes were filled with admiration for Feng Wuchen. The Scorching Fire Empire was just a small country. It couldn't be compared to a big country or a big force. It was already very rare for a genius with a LV7 martial spirit to appear in the empire. Because of this, Mo Ling who was a girl and had awakened a LV6 martial spirit, received a lot of attention in the academy. The elders also focused on nurturing her. Although there were many students in the academy and any one of them would be outstanding in their own family, they were ordinary in the academy. This was because most of the students' talents were between LV5 and LV6. There were no more than 10 geniuses with LV7 martial spirits in the entire academy. Only those with LV7 martial spirits and above were considered true geniuses. Of course, there were also many genius disciples in the powerful sects of the Scorching Fire Empire. Although Mo Ling was talented and was the #1 genius in Wushuang City, it was only in Wushuang City. In the entire empire, she was only in the middle. In the entire continent, Mo Ling wasn't even ranked. Quickly bring him to the Grand Elder. Instructor Li hurriedly said after taking a look at Yang Yan's leg. He couldn't help but glance at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looks easy to bully, but in reality, he is extremely vicious. Those who offend him will not have a good ending. This person is a dangerous person, Instructor Li thought to himself. Then, he followed behind. The students began to disperse, but Mo Linger remained where she was. She had never felt such humiliation before. She felt as if Feng Wuchen had been humiliating her all this time. Did I misjudge you, or have you been lying to me all this time? Mo Linger's face was pale. She felt terrible. She didn't know if she regretted it or if she felt that she deserved it. Thinking back to how she had humiliated Feng Wuchen in front of so many people in Wushuang City, trampling on Feng Wuchen's dignity, Mo Linger felt like a clown. It was like slapping her own face, a burning sensation. What a joke. Mo Linger's face was haggard. She had mixed feelings. She could raise her cultivation by 2 levels in 3 days? 4 levels in a month, Mo Linger couldn't do it, even with the help of spiritual liquid and elixirs. At the entrance of the academy, Instructor Li used the Scarlet Blood Bird to carry Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao back to Wushuang City. The trip to Sky Flame Academy ended just like that. Brother Feng, she will definitely regret it. You don't have to be sad about it. It's not worth it. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile as she looked at Feng Wuchen. I know. I just hope that the Mo family won't go against our Feng family. For the sake of our old friendship, I won't do anything to the Mo family. However, if the Mo family doesn't want it, then don't blame me. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen was merciful, but that Feng Wuchen valued friendship. Even if Mo Linger betrayed him and trampled on his dignity, they were still childhood sweethearts. He could just cut them off. There was no need to destroy the Mo family. Mo Linger, thank you for not cherishing me and being arrogant. You gave me a good opportunity. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Ling Xiaoxiao said in her heart as she looked in the direction of the academy. After returning to Wushuang City, Feng Wuchen noticed that the way people looked at him had changed. There was no longer contempt and disdain, but respect and envy. The passers-by were all praising him. It was obvious how important strength was. As long as one had enough strength, power, status, money, and beauties were all within reach. Even if you broke someone's leg, they would still smile at you. Feng Wuchen went to his family's shop to get some rainbow spiritual liquid and hurried back to his room to cultivate. At the peak of the 8th level of the body refinement realm, Feng Wuchen could step into the 9th level of the body refinement realm at any time. Although the Feng family wasn't afraid of the Yang family, he had to be prepared. Therefore, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Skyflame Academy. Jinyin Tian was treating Yang Tian's leg injury. Fortunately, he was sent here in time. After Jinyin Tian's treatment, Yang Tian's leg was saved. However, it would take at least a few months to recover. As for how long it would take, no one knew. Feng Wuchen didn't go easy, but I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Even a first level of the Qi refinement realm couldn't defeat him. Jinyin Tian stroked his white beard and smiled. Xing Tianfeng nodded his head and said, an 8th level of the body refinement realm defeated a first level of the Qi refinement realm. This Feng Wuchen isn't simple. Dean, are the conditions you gave Feng Wuchen true? Elder Su looked at Xing Tianfeng and asked. Xing Tianfeng nodded his head slightly and said, Feng Wuchen is indeed a peerless genius. He's just a 16-year-old kid, but the old man couldn't see through him. This kid is extremely mysterious. After a slight pause, Xing Tianfeng continued, my conditions aren't without basis. Feng Wuchen's miraculous method isn't simple either. He didn't need any true qi or true yuan to easily expel the poison. What if he could expel the fire poison as well? Do you know what this means? Expel the fire poison? Hearing this, the faces of the 3 elders instantly changed, becoming incomparably shocked. The 3 elders had obviously guessed something and knew what it meant. Xing Tianfeng smiled and said, ever since I saw Feng Wuchen expel the cold poison for Elder Su, I've been wondering if the fire poison could be removed. If Feng Wuchen could even expel the fire poison, then wouldn't all the alchemists and weapon refiners on the continent have to beg him? Not to mention those powerful alchemists and weapon refiners. Why didn't I ask him? Elder Su's face was filled with annoyance. As a rank 4 alchemist, Jinyin Tian knew best what this meant. If Feng Wuchen can really expel the fire poison, then this kid is too terrifying. No wonder the dean agreed to his request without hesitation. Jinyin Tian frowned. He was imagining the scene of those powerful alchemists and weapon refiners on the continent begging Feng Wuchen to expel the poison. The more Jinyin Tian thought about it, the more shocked he was. He didn't dare to imagine any further. Xing Tianfeng smiled and said, Feng Wuchen knows what his ability means, so he doesn't plan to enter our academy. I'm afraid he wants to go to the continent. This kid's ambition isn't small. I didn't expect such a terrifying genius to appear in our empire. With such a miraculous method, no wonder he didn't need the dean's conditions. Lu Changfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen had such a miraculous method. What couldn't he want? The key was whether Feng Wuchen wanted it or not. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the body refinement realm. He was only 1 level away from the Qi refinement realm. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the strength in his body getting stronger and stronger. He was once again amazed by the terror of the Supreme Dragon God technique. With my current strength, I have the confidence to defeat him even if I have to fight him head-on. Feng Wuchen sneered confidently. He clenched his fist and felt the fierce power. I'm not far from the first level of the Qi refinement realm. Once I break through to the Qi refinement realm, I will be able to cultivate martial skills. At that time, my battle prowess will become even stronger. Feng Wuchen was filled with joy and anticipation. If others knew that Feng Wuchen had broken through again, they would probably be scared to tears. It was difficult for others to raise their cultivation even if they risked their lives. Even with the help of the spirit liquid, it was still difficult for them to break through. However, Feng Wuchen broke through every few days. He didn't care if others could endure it or not. Stretching his waist, Feng Wuchen got down from the bed. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoxiao's pleasant laughter came from outside the door. "Brother Feng, come out quickly. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion sent news that there will be an auction today." "Auction?" Feng Wuchen was startled at first. After opening the door, he asked, "What treasures are there?" Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "I don't know either, but Uncle Feng seems to be excited. It should be a good treasure." Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." The moment Xiaoxiao held Feng Wuchen's arm, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother Feng, you broke through again? You can even tell." Feng Wuchen also looked at Xiaoxiao in surprise. Others couldn't tell, but this little girl did. Xiaoxiao smiled cutely and didn't answer. Perhaps only she knew how she could tell Feng Wuchen's cultivation. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion's auction attracted many families from the surrounding cities. Ordinary treasures didn't need to be auctioned at all. Only real treasures were qualified to be auctioned. Today, Wushuang City was very lively. Families from the surrounding cities had all come. Waves of tyrannical auras filled every street. The 4 major families of Wushuang City had also gone to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. "Third brother. Third brother. Are you done? Hurry up." Feng Zhan's shout came from the hall. "Coming." Feng Wuchen replied loudly. After a while, the 3 Feng brothers and Xiaoxiao went out together. On the street, everyone who saw Feng Wuchen and his brothers would politely greet them. "Young Master Feng." The Feng clan had a terrifying Feng Wuchen. Who didn't want to curry favor with him? "Big brother, how's my hammer? Have you smelted it out?" Feng Wuchen asked while heading to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Feng Wuchen was moved. No wonder Xiaoxiao said Feng Jingxiong was excited. "Third brother, what do you need the black iron for?" Feng Wuchen wasn't a blacksmith, so what did he need the black iron for? Feng Zhan was very curious. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Isn't Dad going to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion to get the sword? Naturally, the black iron will be merged into the sword. At that time it will become a high-grade artifact, or even a spiritual artifact. Then we'll have to find a blacksmith. Dad doesn't have that ability." Feng Yuan said helplessly. "Dad can't, but Grand Elder can, right?" Feng Wuchen smiled. "What a joke, Grand Elder only knows how to refine pills, how can he refine artifacts? But let's talk about it after we get the sword. Mid-grade artifacts are very popular," Feng Zhan said. As they chatted, they arrived at the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. It was very crowded and lively as groups of people entered the auction hall. "Young Masters Feng, please come in." The Thousand Treasure Pavilion's guards respectfully welcomed them and led Feng Wuchen and the others into the auction hall. The auction hall was already filled with people. The upper echelons of the Peerless City and the surrounding cities had been arranged in private rooms on the 2nd floor. "Chen Dad will help you get the sword." Seeing Feng Wuchen enter the private room, Feng Jingxiong smiled happily. Feng Wuchen's sword was already broken. It was proof that he had severed all ties with Mo Ling. "Thank you, Dad." Feng Wuchen smiled and said. Yuan Xiong stood on the auction stage in the middle of the auction hall and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Yuan Xiong smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Today, we have 10 treasures to auction, so I won't waste time." Zhang Han had already placed the first treasure on the stage. Yuan Xiong picked up the treasure and introduced it. The first treasure is a high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, Thunder Cloud Palm. It's a powerful thunder attribute martial skill, so don't miss it. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins. High-grade yellow-ranked martial skill. The power is absolutely terrifying. The crowd below was already excited, and they couldn't wait to film it. But the problem was, where was he going to get 300,000 gold coins? And it was only the starting price. 400,000. The first to bid was the head of the Yang family, Yang Qingyun. 450,000, Patriarch Lin continued to bid. The other families started bidding. Looking at the clansmen bidding one after another, the crowd below could only be a bystander, unable to bid at all. Even though it was only a high-grade yellow-class martial art, it was still a very powerful martial art to the clans of Peerless City and the surrounding cities, With one more powerful martial skill, the clan's strength would become even stronger. Feng Wuchen, you're about to enter the qi refining realm. All you need to do is find a lightning attribute cultivation method and cultivate lightning attribute true qi, then you'll be able to cultivate the thundercloud palm. If you like it, then name your price. Feng Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen, as if he would not hesitate to bid as long as Feng Wuchen liked it. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, Dad, this also depends on whether or not I have the lightning attribute. Plus, the thundercloud palm consumes a lot of true qi. It's not as good as you think, so there's no need to waste gold coins. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Feng Xianxia and the others were shocked. How did Feng Wuchen know that the thundercloud palm consumes a lot of true qi? He had never seen it nor cultivated it, so how did he know? As time passed, treasures were auctioned off one after another, but none caught Feng Wuchen's eye. The Feng family also did not bid, as if they were just here to watch the fun. The seventh treasure, I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time. Mid-grade artifact, flaming sword, a fire attribute sword. It can cut through iron like mud and is very powerful. Yuanxiong raised the flaming sword and injected a bit of true qi into it. The flaming sword's surface instantly ignited with a layer of flame, emitting a tyrannical aura and high temperature. The flaming sword was exquisite and beautiful. When the flame was ignited with true qi, it really looked like a flaming sword, very dazzling. As expected of a mid-grade artifact. What a powerful aura. Those who cultivate the fire attribute, with the flaming sword, their combat power will definitely increase by 2 times. The crowd was excited again, their eyes filled with desire. Many families were here for the flaming sword, including Feng Xianxia. Everyone wanted this flaming sword. My Yang family must get this sword. Yang Qingyun's eyes were burning with passion. If she could get this sword, she was confident that she could defeat Feng Xianxia. This was the Yang family's chance to fight back, and Yang Qingyun would not miss it. Chen how is it? How about the flaming sword? Feng Xianxia asked. Feng Wuchen's favorite weapon was the sword. Although it was only a precious artifact, it suited Feng Wuchen's taste. Just nice, I'm lacking a sword, so I'll just make do with it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, looking very reluctant. Make do my ass. You're the picky one. Seeing Feng Wuchen's reluctant look, Feng Xianxia laughed and scolded him. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. There were less than 3 mid-grade artifacts in Wushuang City. The sword was the king of all weapons. The flaming sword was definitely a treasure among treasures. Looking at the excited crowd, Yuanxiong smiled and said, the starting price of the flaming sword is 500,000 gold coins. This is the only artifact in Wushuang City, it will be gone if you miss it. 600,000. Yang Qingyun was the first to bid. 700,000. Emokuan followed suit, obviously also wanting the flaming sword. 800,000. 1 million. Many families were bidding fiercely. In a few breaths, the price had risen to more than 1 million. No one was willing to give in, and everyone was competing with their own abilities. When the crowd below heard the astronomical figure, they were all dumbfounded. Dad, it's already more than 1 million. Are we still going to bid? Feng Yuan frowned and asked worriedly. Feng Qianyang said solemnly, a mid-grade artifact is hard to come by, we can't miss it. Dad, a few 100,000 is nothing, but this 1 million, where are we going to find it? And we don't even know the final price of the flaming sword. Feng Yuan smiled helplessly. Although the Feng family was a big family with more than 10 shops, and they also sold elixirs and elixirs, their gold coins were all used on goods, so they didn't have much gold coins. Feng Xianxiong said with a look of determination, Humph. We don't have enough gold coins to sell the shops. We must get the flaming sword. A mid-grade artifact has already reached 2 million. I really want to know what they will do if they don't have the money. Are they going to sell the shops like Dad said? Feng Wuchen shook his head. What else can they do? Do you really think they can take it out? Feng Xianxiong didn't believe that these families could take out 2 million gold coins at once. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously and said, Dad, don't worry, I have an idea. I don't want to let anyone else take this sword away. Oh? What idea? Feng Qianyang looked at Feng Wuchen with interest and asked. Crush them with a price. Feng Wuchen sneered and looked at Yuan Xiong. Feng Wuchen said loudly, I bid 3 million. As soon as Feng Wuchen spoke, the fierce competition between the clans instantly quietened down. They all looked in Feng Wuchen's direction. Hiss, the crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were wide open. 3 million? It's the Feng family's third young master's price. Can the Feng family take out 3 million? Young Master Feng actually increased the price by 1 million. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at Feng Wuchen in the second floor. 3 million? The Feng family's third young master is so bold, but I don't know if the Feng family can take out 3 million gold coins. Don't embarrass the Feng family if you can't take it out. Yang Qingyun sneered. Patriarch Yang, is your Yang family able to take out 2 million gold coins? Are you planning to sell your Yang family shop? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. Haha. The crowd below burst into laughter. Yang Qingyun's face was ashen and the ferocity in his eyes was undisguised. He wanted to slap Feng Wuchen to death. Feng Wuchen increased the price by 1 million in one breath and crushed many families. Not to mention 3 million, even 2 million would be hard to take out. Although many families were unwilling, they didn't dare to bid anymore. If the Feng family wanted to embarrass themselves, there was no need for them to follow suit. Is there anyone else bidding? Yuan Xiong was also stunned and asked. 3,500,000. Mo Kuan suddenly bid, as if he was determined to get the red fiery sword. Mo Kuan's bid shocked the crowd again. The astronomical figure scared them so much that their faces turned pale. However, could the Mo family really take out so many gold coins? Before the crowd could recover from this shock, Feng Wuchen's next bid almost scared them to death. 5 million. Feng Wuchen bid without hesitation. He was like a nouveau riche who treated money like dirt. The entire auction hall was silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths. Even Yuan Xiong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. 5 million. Chen Er. Are you crazy? Xiao Qingqing was trembling in fear. Even if they sold the entire Feng family, they wouldn't be able to get 5 million. Chen Er, that's 5 million. Feng Xingxiong also stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. Dad, don't worry. Feng Wuchen said without any worry. It was as if 5 million was nothing to him. Hee, Feng Wuchen, the old man of the red fiery sword is yours. I just don't know if your Feng family can take out 5 million. Mo Kuan smiled faintly. It was obvious that he was trying to trick Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Mo, thank you for letting me win. The hall was silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was an uproar as exclamations came one after another. That's 5 million. Can the Feng family take it out? Young Master Feng can't be crazy, right? Even a mid-grade artifact isn't worth that much, right? Everyone was discussing. No one believed that the Feng family had such a strong foundation. If no one bids, then the red fiery sword will belong to Feng Wuchen. Looking at the crowd, Yuan Xiong said. He was also wondering if the Feng family could take out 5 million. However, when Yuan Xiong's eyes met with Feng Wuchen's, his heart couldn't help but thump. Pavilion Master Yu, can I put it on credit? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. What? On credit? Feng Wuchen's words caused another uproar in the hall. What kind of rule was this? Mo Kuan and the other upper echelons were stunned. Yuan Xiong's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. At first, no one reacted. But when they did, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's movements froze. The hall that was boiling with excitement suddenly became strangely quiet. Mo Kuan's proud smile also stiffened. Many pairs of shocked eyes looked at Yuan Xiong with great difficulty. Did they hear wrongly? That's 5 million gold coins. Yuan Xiong actually agreed, even Feng Wuchen himself couldn't believe it. Even if Yuan Xiong needed Feng Wuchen's help, he still couldn't believe that Yuan Xiong would agree. Pavilion Master, that's 5 million gold coins. Did you make a mistake? Zhang Han's face was filled with panic. He thought that Yu Wanxiong had heard wrongly and hurriedly whispered. Yu Wanxiong shook his head slightly. He knew that he didn't make a mistake. The fire poison in his body still needed Feng Wuchen to expel. How could he dare to not agree? Thank you, Pavilion Master Yu. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Strange, isn't the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and the Feng family at odds because of the price of the rainbow spiritual liquid? Why would Yu Wanxiong agree to Feng Wuchen's request? Mo Kuan woke up from his shock and frowned. He couldn't understand. Not only Mo Kuan, but the Lin family and everyone in Peerless City were also extremely confused. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and the Feng family. There was no reason for Yu Wanxiong to agree to Feng Wuchen's request. Is Yu Wanxiong's brain rusty? Yang Qingyan stared blankly at Yu Wanxiong as if she was looking at an idiot. Yang Yin frowned and said, "What's going on?" Yu Wanxiong can't possibly agree, but Yu Wanxiong agreed without even thinking. The eerily silent hall was soon bustling again as everyone recovered from their shock. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. 5 million gold coins on credit? Who else in Peerless City and the surrounding cities would have the guts to do so? Chen aren't you going too far? Xiao Qingqing asked after she recovered from her shock. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly and said, "What else can I do?" Moreover, Pavilion Master Yu wants to become a second-grade alchemist, so 5 million is still considered a small sum. 5 million isn't a small amount. Xiao Qingqing smiled bitterly. Where would the Feng clan find 5 million? Feng Jingxiong smiled and said, "Madam, money can be earned again, but treasures are hard to come by. Plus, Chen likes the red fiery sword." Patriarch is right. Feng Qianyang nodded with a smile. But what about the third-grade pill? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously. In this auction, other than the red fiery sword, the most important item was the third-grade pill. Oh? There are third-grade pills? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Of course, your father is still waiting for a third-grade pill to break through to the Origin Core realm. Xiao Qingqing smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. If the Mo clan or the Yang clan obtained the grade 3 pill, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Feng clan. Especially the Yang clan. Once Yang Qingyun obtained the grade 3 pill, the Yang clan would definitely not let the Feng clan off. A mid-grade artifact sword was already sold for 5 million, let alone a grade 3 pill. The price of a grade 3 pill would definitely not be lower than 5 million. Who can afford the price of a third-grade pill? Feng Yuan shrugged. The last item might be a grade 3 pill, but it's not a pill for breaking through. It's only a pill that can increase one's cultivation speed. This kind of pill isn't expensive, at most 2 million. Feng Qianyang explained. Feng Jingxiong smiled and said, "Grand Elder is right. Don't worry." Of course, even though it only increased one's cultivation speed, it was still very popular. After all, it was a grade 3 pill. The 7th and 8th items were both high-grade yellow class techniques. It was just that their attributes were different. The Feng clan didn't participate in the bidding. Many clans also didn't participate in the bidding. After all, high-grade yellow class techniques weren't profound class techniques. The last item is also the item that everyone is looking forward to the most. Yu Wanxiong smiled as he held a jade bottle in his hand. Inside the jade bottle was a green pill. Looking at the pill in the jade bottle, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Many of the upper echelons of the clans couldn't wait any longer. Yu Wanxiong introduced, "This pill is called Green Yuan Pill. It's a grade 3 pill. It can help an Origin Transformation Realm cultivator increase their cultivation speed by 30%. The starting price is 300,000. Pavilion Master Yu, it's just a grade 3 pill. It shouldn't be that expensive, right?" Mo Kuan asked. Even if Mo Kuan wasn't an alchemist, he still knew a little about the price of pills. Yes. Pavilion Master Yu, the starting price of 300,000 is too expensive. Pills aren't treasures. It's not a grade 3 pill that can increase cultivation. The hall was in an uproar. The price isn't set by the old man. Even the old man can't do anything about it. Yu Wanxiong smiled bitterly. The price of the pill was set by the seller. Yuan Xiong was only helping to auction and collect some fees. 500,000. Yang Qingyun was the first to bid again. It seemed that the Yang clan had a deep foundation. Yang Qingyun was currently at the 8th level of the Origin Transformation realm. If she could obtain the Green Yuan pill, it wouldn't be a problem for her to step into the 9th level of the Origin Transformation realm. At that time, she would be able to challenge Feng Xiong and avenge the 3 juniors of the Yang clan. As for the Green Yuan pill, Yang Qingyun was also determined to obtain it. Yang clan head, the Green Yuan pill won't be easily obtained by you. 600,000. Feng Xiong smiled and added another 100,000. Feng Xiong, your precious son has 5 million on credit. If you compete with me, I'm afraid your Feng clan won't be able to pay back 5 million. Yang Qingyun sneered and continued to bid, 700,000. 800,000. Another private room continued to bid. 900,000. 1 million. One by one, the private rooms started to bid. The intense bidding once again occurred. It was obvious that the Green Yuan pill was very important to them. It's just a Green Yuan pill for over 1 million. It's not worth it. Mo Kuan shook his head. The price of the pill was already out of his acceptable range, so Mo Kuan did not bid. Clan head, you don't have to waste your gold coins on the Green Yuan pill. We only need to prepare our own ingredients. When the time comes, Ling will ask the Academy's Grand Elder to help us refine the pill. Moreover, there's also Huang Fu's 3rd-tier alchemist. An elder from the Mo clan smiled. Mo Kuan nodded. Once he obtained the pill, he could step into the Yuan Dan realm anytime. However, it's okay to make the Feng clan bleed a little. Mo Kuan changed his mind. Mo Ling was already the number 1 in Wushuang City. When she humiliated and trampled on Feng Wuchen's dignity, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Now that Feng Wuchen had mysteriously become a peerless genius, Mo Kuan could not allow the Feng clan to rise. He had to crush the Feng clan and destroy Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, wouldn't the Mo clan become the laughingstock of Wushuang City? Wouldn't Mo Ling be laughed at by everyone? 1,200,000. Looking at the intense competition, Yang Qingyun bid again. 1,500,000. Feng Xiong added 300,000 in one go, 300,000 in one go. Instantly, many clans were silenced. Obviously, they all felt that the Green Yuan pill was worth more than that. 1,600,000. Yang Qingyun's face darkened. She raised the price again and snorted, Feng Xiong, just name your price. I must get the Green Yuan pill. I must get it too. Let's see who has the ability. Feng Xiong smiled calmly and said, 2 million. Preposterous. He actually added 400,000. Feng Xiong added another 400,000 in one go. Yang Qingyun was so angry that her face darkened. She began to hesitate. Feng Wuchen could make Yuan Xiong pay 5 million in one go. Who knew if Yuan Xiong would agree again? Furthermore, Yang Qingyun knew that this price had already exceeded the price of the Green Yuan pill. If the competition continued, not to mention whether she could get it, she might be tricked by Feng Xiong. Feng Xiong added a few 100,000 in one go. Next time, it would probably be 2,500,000. As Yang Qingyun hesitated, the hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at the Yang clan and Mo clan. The Yang clan hesitated, but the Mo clan did not bid. This made them very confused. Patriarch Yang, if you don't name your price, the Green Yuan pill will be mine. Feng Xiong smiled coldly. He looked very confident and was not afraid of Yang Qingyun bidding. Feng Xiong, you win. Yang Qingyun shouted angrily. Seeing that Yang Qingyun had backed out, Yuan Xiong smiled and said, since no one is bidding, then the Green Yuan pill will. Without waiting for Yuan Xiong to finish, Mo Kuan, who had not bid, suddenly said, Pavilion Master you, please wait. Old man bids 2,500,000. Once Mo Kuan said that, everyone looked over. He had already tricked Feng Wuchen once. Now, Mo Kuan wanted to do it a second time? Humph. With Patriarch Mo making a move, let's see if you can still survive. Yang Qingyun sneered. Father, that bastard is deliberately going against us. Feng Zhan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely cold. Mo Kuan had made things difficult for them again and again, which made Feng Wuchen furious. How could Feng Xianxia not see through it? Everyone present could see that Mo Kuan was deliberately making things difficult for the Feng clan. If Feng Xianxia called out a price, Mo Kuan would definitely not compete, just to make the Feng clan pay a few 100,000 gold coins. If Feng Xianxia did not compete, Mo Kuan was not worried. Firstly, he could suppress Feng Xianxia's cultivation. Secondly, he had a chance to step into the Yuandan realm. Even if the price was higher than the green yuan pill, it was worth it. Mo Kuan, you are courting death. Yuan Xiong smiled bitterly in his heart. The current Feng Wuchen is not the same as the Feng Wuchen from a month ago. If he wanted to go against your Mo clan, he would have cut off all business with your Mo clan. Sigh. As an alchemist, Yuan Xiong naturally knew what Feng Wuchen's mysterious technique meant. However, when Yuan Xiong thought about the Huangfu clan behind the Mo clan, he did not say much. Feng clan head, I am sorry. Old man also wants to use the green yuan pill to break through to the Yuandan realm. Mo Kuan smiled and pretended to be apologetic. Auctions are based on one's ability. Feng Xianxiong said slowly. Although he did not seem to care, he was worried that his anger had already reached the heavens. I bid 2,600,000. Mo clan head, as long as you name a price, even if it is 1 gold coin more, I will immediately give the green yuan pill to you. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. The smell of gunpowder had already started to spread. Mo Kuan smiled faintly and waved his hand. He looked as if he was reluctantly giving up a treasure and said, forget it, forget it. I will give it to your Feng clan. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Mo clan head, let me remind you. You have to think carefully. Do not cut off your Mo clan's escape route. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything because he had already conveyed his message. There was no need to say anything else. The azure pill belongs to the Feng clan. You. Wan Xiong's voice resounded. Zhang Han then brought the red fiery sword and azure pill to the private room and respectfully handed them over to Feng Wuchen. The hall was very quiet, as if waves of chilly wind were blowing, causing everyone to feel fear, making their hair stand on end. Those who were timid had already left the hall in a panic. The weaker clans also left in a hurry. About 10 minutes later, the hall was deserted. Only the Feng clan remained. Yuan Xiong came to Feng Wuchen's room. Feng Wuchen took the initiative to say, Pavilion Master Yu, thank you for your help. I will pay you back as soon as possible for the red fiery sword and green essence pill. Feng Xianxiong and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. 7,600,000 gold wasn't a small amount. Moreover, from Feng Wuchen's words, he was planning to pay it back himself. Was this possible? Where did Feng Wuchen get so much gold? Shaking his head slightly, Yuan Xiong smiled, young Master Feng is too polite. I'm already very grateful that you helped me get rid of the fire poison. Yuan Xiong was also selfish. If he didn't need Feng Wuchen's help, he probably wouldn't have agreed. After chatting for a while, the Feng clan also left the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Pavilion Master, do you think the Feng clan can pay back 7,600,000 gold? Zhang Han carefully asked. Yuan Xiong pondered for a moment and said, the Feng clan might not be able to, but Feng Wuchen definitely can. That brat is too mysterious. When they returned to the Feng clan, Feng Xianxiong and Xiao Qingqing were incomparably anxious. Even if they sold the entire Feng clan, they still wouldn't be able to pay it back. Fortunately, Yuan Xiong had a favor to ask of Feng Wuchen, so he wouldn't go and ask for the debt. Third brother, you're too impulsive. That old fox Mo Kuan is clearly raising the price on purpose. You shouldn't have competed with him. Feng Yuan helplessly said. It was too late to regret now. Feng Wuchen smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't feel the slightest sense of danger. Xiao Qingqing's face was anxious as she said with a hint of blame, 6 million, where's our Feng clan going to find it? Aunt Xiao, don't worry. Brother Feng will definitely have a way. Ling Xiaoxiao comforted her with a smile. Sigh. Xiao Qingqing sighed helplessly. She knew that it was too late. Feng Xiong smiled faintly. Madam, winning the red fiery sword and the green essence pill is enough to make our Feng clan stronger. Why are you sighing? As the head of the Feng family, Feng Xiong was very optimistic and faced everything calmly. Wu Chen, old man has watched you grow up. I know your character. If you didn't have a solution, you wouldn't have done this. Feng Qianyang looked at Feng Wuchen and said with a solemn face. Then give me the brush, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Xiaolan quickly brought over the brush, ink, and bamboo slips. Feng Xiong and the rest looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. At this time, Feng Wuchen still had the mood to practice calligraphy or painting, but it was extremely rare to see Feng Wuchen practicing calligraphy or painting. What was he trying to do? Feng Xiong, Xiao Qingqing, and Feng Qianyang all gathered around to see what was going on. Feng Wuchen picked up the brush and wrote quickly on the bamboo slips. Every stroke was vigorous and powerful, and it was done in one go. At first, they didn't know what Feng Wuchen was writing. But when they saw the first few words, their faces changed drastically, and they were stunned. This is... Feng Qianyang's reaction was the strongest. His face was full of shock, and his old eyes were about to bulge out. After finishing the brush, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "This is the solution." Feng Xiong and the rest were still looking at the bamboo slips in shock, as if they didn't hear Feng Wuchen's voice. They didn't react for a long time. Even Ling Xiaoxiao had a look of shock on her face at this moment. 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Powder. After a long time, Feng Qianyang was the first to come to his senses. He couldn't help but exclaim. "Chen this is the prescription?" Feng Xiong asked in shock. That's right. Feng Wuchen had written the prescription for the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Powder on the bamboo slips. The required ingredients and quantities were written in great detail. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "That's right. This is the prescription. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Powder can help Qi Refinement Realm cultivators increase their cultivation speed. Its effect is also 10 times stronger than the Qi increasing powder refined by Grand Elder." What? 10 times? Feng Qianyang's jaw almost dropped. "Chen you're making this up, right? You're not an alchemist. How could you have a prescription?" Xiao Qingqing asked in disbelief. She felt that Feng Wuchen had made this up to fool them. Feng Qianyang looked carefully and was even more shocked. "This isn't made up. Heavens, this prescription is simply perfect. The quantities of each ingredient are very precise, and these ingredients are very common. Why didn't old man think of this?" What? Not made up? Xiao Qingqing and the rest were shocked again. What was going on? How could Feng Wuchen have a prescription? And he remembered it so clearly, word for word, thinking back to Feng Wuchen's amazing performance in the past month. The more Feng Xiong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "Chen answer honestly. Where did you get this prescription? Also, where did you get that miraculous technique? What's going on?" At this point, it was no longer possible to hide it. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, "Dad, actually a month ago, I met an expert. He said that my talent in alchemy was very high, so he took me in as his disciple. He taught me a miraculous technique and gave me pointers. This prescription was also given by him." "Expert? Took you in as his disciple?" Feng Xiong and the rest were shocked. "And he is also an alchemist. In short, he is very powerful. He can fly through the sky and burrow through the earth." Feng Wuchen nodded. This was what he had made up. "Then what about your master? Why didn't he tell us about such a big matter? How could he neglect your master?" Feng Xiong hurriedly asked. Such an expert could not be neglected. Looking at Feng Xiong's anxious appearance, Feng Wuchen secretly laughed, but said, "Dad, my master doesn't want to be too ostentatious and has a bad temper. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no choice, I wouldn't have told him. And a high-ranked alchemist's temper is indeed strange. No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. With such an expert guiding you, it all makes sense." Feng Qianyang nodded. "That's great. I didn't think that Chen had such an expert master. Xianxia happily smiled. This meant that Feng Wuchen's future was limitless. Passing the bamboo scroll to Feng Qianyang, Feng Wuchen continued, First Elder, my master said that no one in the entire continent knows how to refine this 7 treasures qi condensing powder. First Elder wrote it down and burned it. With this prescription, our Feng family will quickly become powerful. We can also sell it and pay back the money we owe the Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen picked up the brush again and quickly wrote on the bamboo scroll without any pause. This is alchemy formula. Feng Qianyang gasped in shock and his body started to tremble. There was even alchemy? Feng Jingxiong and the rest were overjoyed. First Elder, this is the alchemy manual that my master left behind. If you practice it, you will quickly become a second-ranked alchemist. Master also said that this alchemy manual can help you become a 6th-ranked alchemist. Remember to burn it after you write it down. Feng Wuchen smiled. A 6th-ranked alchemist. Feng Jingxiong and the rest were trembling in fear. A 6th-ranked alchemist had an extremely high status. There wasn't a single 6th-ranked alchemist in the entire Inferno Empire. Even on the continent, a 6th-ranked alchemist was an extremely terrifying existence. Good, good, good. Feng Qianyang beamed with joy, extremely excited. The heavens want to bless our Feng family. Second Elder Feng Yunshan was so excited that his eyes were wet. Chen the trading rights you obtained from the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, could it be that you want to sell the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir? Feng Jingxiong guessed. That's right. Everyone in Peerless City can buy it except the Yang family and the Mo family. But now is not the time. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Good, good, good. As expected of Feng Jingxiong's son. Haha. Our Feng family is going to prosper. Feng Jingxiong was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. Once the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir was sold in large quantities, what was a mere few million gold coins, moreover, in the entire continent, only the Feng family had the formula. It was an exclusive formula, even though it could only help cultivators in the qi refinement realm increase their cultivation speed, it was definitely in demand. The continent didn't lack strong cultivators, nor did it lack cultivators in the qi refinement realm. In fact, there were countless of them. Once the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir was released, the Feng family would rise. Brother Feng, looks like you've already planned this. Ling Xiaoxiao whispered into Feng Wuchen's ear. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Chen it's rare for you to meet a master. You must work hard in your cultivation. Don't disappoint your master. Feng Jingxiong exhorted. He couldn't hide his excitement. Don't worry, Dad. Feng Wuchen smiled. Even if Feng Jingxiong didn't say anything, Feng Wuchen would still work hard in his cultivation. Only after entering the qi refinement realm could one be considered a true martial artist. Only after entering the qi refinement realm could one have the opportunity to comprehend elemental qi. Seeing his family so happy, Feng Wuchen was also very happy. In life, happiness was better than anything else. Looks like I have to quickly break through to the qi refinement realm. Without qi, it's too inconvenient. Feng Wuchen calculated in his heart. Old man, you have to quickly refine the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir. But you can't reveal your wealth. Otherwise, it will bring trouble to our Feng family. It's better not to sell the elixir for now. Feng Qianyang said. Feng Jingxiong nodded solemnly and said sternly, no one is allowed to say anything about the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the family rules. Although the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir was only a low-grade elixir, it was definitely a treasure to Wushuang City. To put it a little too harshly, it was also a treasure to the empire. Feng Wuchen had said before that no one in the entire mainland could refine it. The 7 treasures qi condensing elixir was more than 10 times stronger than the qi increasing elixir. One could only imagine how frightening the speed of a qi refinement realm practitioner would be if they used it. At that time, who knew how many people would go crazy over the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir? And Feng Wuchen's journey would begin with the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir. In order to increase his cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen poured dozens of bottles of rainbow spirit liquid into the bathtub and started cultivating. The domineering Supreme Dragon God technique was crazily absorbing the spirit liquid and spirit chi for Feng Wuchen to cultivate. In the room, thick spirit chi was visible to the naked eye, crazily surging toward Feng Wuchen. Outside the room, Ling Xiaoxiao watched Feng Wuchen cultivate through the window. Surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Big Brother Feng's technique is very domineering. His cultivation speed is very fast. Even I have never seen it before. In a few days, he should be able to enter the Qi refining realm. Frowning, Ling Xiaoxiao guessed, could it be that Big Brother Feng has received an inheritance? From Ling Xiaoxiao's guess, it could be seen that Ling Xiaoxiao did not believe that Feng Wuchen had a master behind him. Even if he did, he would not have given Feng Wuchen such a domineering technique. But Ling Xiaoxiao did not know that Feng Wuchen had received the evil dragon god's memories and experience. No matter what, this is a good thing for Big Brother Feng. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, Big Brother Feng's bloodline should be gradually awakening, Ling Xiaoxiao thought to herself. A sweet smile appeared on her face before she left. This little girl. As soon as Ling Xiaoxiao left, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, smiled faintly. Obviously, he knew that Ling Xiaoxiao was watching from outside the window. Ling Xiaoxiao was obedient, sensible, and smart. After spending some time together, Feng Wuchen had already lost his guard against her and started to have a good impression of her. At least, he did not feel that Ling Xiaoxiao was disgusted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Qianyang, who had been desperately refining the qi condensing powder, finally succeeded in refining the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. However, the quality was very low. Of course, the low quality did not affect Feng Qianyang's ecstasy. After refining more and familiarizing himself with it, the quality would naturally be higher. With the 7 treasures qi condensing powder successfully refined, Feng Xiangxiong and the rest of the upper echelons were extremely excited. They immediately let Feng Yuan try to cultivate it. He would not have known if he had not tried. However, the moment he tried, Feng Yuan was dumbfounded. His cultivation speed was 2 times faster than usual. If the quality of the medicinal powder was high, his cultivation speed would be even faster. The entire Feng clan was very excited. They were all looking forward to Feng Qianyang refining even more medicinal powders. Like this, the Feng clan's strength was just around the corner. After knowing the terrifying effect of the medicine powder, Feng Qianyang was full of enthusiasm. He immediately locked himself in his room and continued to refine the medicine powder. In order to refine the 7 treasures qi condensing powder, Feng Qianyang did not even cultivate the alchemy formula. It could be said that he was doing his best. At the same time, Feng Wuchen, who had been in seclusion for many days, had successfully refined the 7 treasures qi condensation powder. Feng Wuchen had also successfully broken through to the first tier of the qi condensation realm. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. His qi had condensed true qi. Feng Wuchen felt that he had become several times stronger in an instant. That indescribable feeling of pleasure made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. As I expected, it's just too wasteful of spiritual liquid. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. Although it was a waste of spiritual liquid, it could increase his cultivation speed. Once I condense true qi, I will have a way to fuse the black iron into the red fiery sword. With the evil dragon god's strength as a weapon refiner, it won't be a problem at all. Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. After saying this, Feng Wuchen closed his eyes and simply checked the attributes of his true qi. After breaking through to the qi condensation realm, one would normally comprehend 1 type of true qi. Being able to comprehend 2 types was either due to good luck or talent. And to comprehend more than 3 types was definitely a genius. Take Mo Ling for example. With her 6th grade martial spirit talent, she had only comprehended 2 types of true qi. Huang Fuqing was the same. In the entire younger generation of the Inferno Empire, only the genius prince of the imperial family had comprehended 3 types of true qi. He was hailed as the #1 genius of the empire and had never been surpassed. He was looking forward to seeing what type of true qi Feng Wuchen would comprehend with his 2nd grade martial spirit. After checking, Feng Wuchen tried to circulate his true qi. However, what made Feng Wuchen stunned was that the true qi he circulated did not have any attributes, it was pure true qi without any attributes. In other words, Feng Wuchen could not comprehend any type of true qi. However, this cyan-colored true qi was somewhat strange. It was different from other people's true qi. The true qi that Feng Wuchen circulated was like a spirit, jumping around continuously. It was completely different from other people's true qi that flowed smoothly. It can't be? It doesn't have any attributes? Feng Wuchen did not dare to believe it. After checking again, Feng Wuchen still did not dare to believe that he could not comprehend any type of true qi. Circulating his true qi, a faint cyan-colored true qi appeared on Feng Wuchen's palm. It was pure true qi and did not contain any type of true qi. What's going on? Normal people can comprehend at least one type of true qi. Even those with first-grade martial spirits can comprehend it. Why can't I? The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the stranger it became. Even with the evil dragon god's memories, he could not figure it out. The evil dragon god had never encountered a situation where he could not comprehend any type of true qi. In fact, he had never even heard of such a situation in his memories. The more he thought about it, the more he did not understand. He could not help but feel a nameless fire ignite in his heart. Damn it! How can this be? Feng Wuchen angrily said, his face extremely ugly. If he could not comprehend any type of true qi, then it meant that he did not even have the fire attribute. In this way, the evil dragon god's alchemy and weapon forging skills were useless. Such a world-shaking divine ability had been wasted just like that. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to rely on the evil dragon god's alchemy and weapon forging skills to increase his battle prowess, as well as to refine a terrifying divine weapon. But all of this had been destroyed. Bang! In his anger, Feng Wuchen fiercely slammed his fist on the table in the room. With a muffled bang, a tyrannical and ferocious force smashed the table into powder. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright. Looking at the table that had been smashed into powder, Feng Wuchen could not recover for a long time. What kind of power was this? Although the strength of a first-grade qi refining realm cultivator could smash a table, it should not be enough to turn it into powder, right? What was that power just now? Why did it feel a bit like the evil dragon god's power? Feng Wuchen said with a face full of astonishment, but he did not dare to be sure. Feng Wuchen's fist in anger, he did not expect it to have such a terrifying power, so he did not sense what kind of power it was at that moment. But what he could be sure of was that Feng Wuchen's body had already nurtured a mysterious power. At the same time, in Ling Xiaoxiao's room, the moment Feng Wuchen punched out, Ling Xiaoxiao, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Dragon god's power! Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise, her beautiful eyes instantly looking at Feng Wuchen's location. She smiled in pleasant surprise. Big brother Feng's dragon god's power has awakened. In her pleasant surprise, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed out of the room and dashed towards Feng Wuchen. In the room, Feng Wuchen was still in shock, but at this moment, his heart was already surging with ecstasy. What tyrannical power! This won't do. I have to find it immediately. The ecstatic Feng Wuchen closed his eyes again. He had to find this mysterious power as soon as possible. In the qi refinement realm, it was actually impossible to look inside one's body, but Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memories and experience, so he had plenty of ways to check. After searching his entire body and finding nothing, he could rule it out. He checked all the meridians and blood vessels in his body, but found nothing abnormal. In his dantian, upper dantian, and middle dantian, there were no abnormalities. Finally, in his lower dantian, which was also his qi, where true qi was stored, Feng Wuchen finally found something abnormal. In his qi, other than the strange green true qi, there was also a mysterious energy floating in the center of his qi, emitting a faint golden light. As expected. It's the dragon god's power. It's just that the dragon god's power has just awakened, so its aura is different from the evil dragon god's powerful dragon god's power. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with joy and excitement. This faint golden mysterious energy was the dragon god's power that had just awakened. It was exactly the same as the faint golden energy emitted from Feng Wuchen's body. But what made Feng Wuchen curious was, how did the dragon god's power awaken in his body? Could it be related to the evil dragon god? Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's happy voice came from outside the door. Without waiting for Feng Wuchen's reply, Ling Xiaoxiao had already pushed open the door and entered. With a charming smile on her face, Ling Xiaoxiao happily said, "Congratulations big brother Feng for breaking through to the first level of the Qi refinement realm. You found out so quickly." Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly, secretly amazed at Ling Xiaoxiao's powerful perception. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and asked, "What attribute true Qi did big brother Feng comprehend?" Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled bitterly, "My true Qi doesn't have any attribute, I don't know what's going on either." "What? No true Qi attribute?" Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth was wide open in surprise. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao's surprised expression, Feng Wuchen activated his Cyan true Qi and said helplessly, "See, it's just pure true Qi, it doesn't have any attribute." Even if he unintentionally awakened the dragon god's power, Feng Wuchen was still a little disappointed because his true Qi had no attribute. Looking at the Cyan true Qi, Ling Xiaoxiao's eyebrows slightly knitted and said, "Big brother Feng, your true Qi is very strange." "Strange?" Feng Wuchen was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Xiaoxiao, what did you see?" "I don't know either, I just feel weird." Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head, but she was shocked in her heart. Big brother Feng's true Qi is actually the dragon god's breath. I heard father say that the dragon god's breath is the supreme true essence that only the ancient dragon god has. It's much more terrifying than ordinary attribute true Qi, and it must be the power of the dragon god's body. Could it be that big brother Feng has the dragon god's body? The more Ling Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. That's not right, the entire dragon clan doesn't have the dragon god's body, how could big brother Feng have the dragon god's body? Ling Xiaoxiao secretly shook her head again. Seeing the change in Ling Xiaoxiao's expression, Feng Wuchen asked doubtfully, "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Is there something on your mind?" "Eh?" Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned, she quickly waved her hand and said, No, I'm just curious about big brother Feng's true Qi." "Sigh, forget it, if there's no attribute then there's no attribute." Feng Wuchen sighed. Although he said so, he was still disappointed in his heart. "Big brother Feng, I remember reading about it in an ancient book. Try to use your mind to activate the attribute true Qi and see if you can activate the attribute true Qi." Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said. "Mind control?" Feng Wuchen was startled at first, and felt that Ling Xiaoxiao's words made sense. Adding the evil dragon god's memories and experience, Feng Wuchen also felt that this true Qi was unusual. What Feng Wuchen wanted the most was the fire attribute true Qi. He closed his eyes and thought about the fire attribute in his heart. Bang! Fire attribute innate Qi. Looking at the cyan flame on his palm, Feng Wuchen was dumbstruck, and ecstasy surged in his heart. Wow! It really worked. Ling Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen was extremely confused. How could this innate Qi, which did not have any attributes, be condensed by his own will? Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao with a doubtful gaze, Feng Wuchen asked, "Xiaoxiao, how did you know that it was activated by will? What kind of innate Qi is this? And where did you read the ancient books?" What Feng Wuchen found even more strange was that he did not know what kind of innate Qi this was even with the memories of the evil dragon god. How did a little girl like Ling Xiaoxiao know? Feng Wuchen possessed the memories of the evil dragon god, so logically speaking, he should know about the dragon god's breath. However, in the memories of the evil dragon god, there were no memories of the dragon god's breath. Big brother Feng, according to the ancient records, this green vital energy is the dragon clan's dragon god's breath. The dragon god's breath can be used to activate any type of vital energy. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I thought it was just a legend, so father didn't tell me much about it. Now, it seems like it's true. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. She didn't reveal everything to prevent Feng Wuchen from asking about her origin. Dragon god's breath? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and thought, I have just awakened the power of the dragon god in my body, and now I have the dragon god's breath, what is going on? If it is related to the evil dragon god, why is there no dragon god's breath in the memories of the evil dragon god? Other than these doubts, Feng Wuchen was even more curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's origins. Normal people would definitely not know about the dragon race, and would not have any ancient books that recorded the dragon race, unless they were an extremely terrifying distant race or a transcendent power, with the evil dragon god's memories and experience. No one could hide their aura in front of Feng Wuchen, but Ling Xiaoxiao could hide her original aura so that Feng Wuchen could not see through it. This proved that Ling Xiaoxiao had a terrifying background. At the very least, she was not weaker than Feng Wuchen had imagined. Brother Feng, try activating the true qi of other attributes. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed and quickly changed the topic. Feng Wuchen nodded, closed his eyes, and tried again. With the ice attribute in his mind, Feng Wuchen quickly activated the ice attribute true qi, and his palm was filled with a domineering cold qi. Next, he tried the water attribute, earth attribute, wood attribute, thunder attribute, and wind attribute one by one. No matter what attribute Feng Wuchen wanted, he could use his mind to activate it. The dragon god's breath was just that terrifying. It could have whatever attribute it wanted. This also meant that no matter what attribute the martial skill was, Feng Wuchen could cultivate it without any restrictions. This also meant that Feng Wuchen could refine pills and even refine divine weapons. What a terrifying dragon god's breath! Feng Wuchen looked at the cyan flame on his palm in ecstasy. Strange, Brother Feng has already awakened the dragon god's power, and even the legendary dragon god's breath. Why hasn't his bloodline awakened? Ling Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Although she was puzzled, Ling Xiaoxiao did not say it out loud. Xiaoxiao, let's go somewhere. Feng Wuchen laughed happily and pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand towards the door. Feng Wuchen's actions seemed casual, but Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face instantly turned red. Although she was a little shy, she did not refuse and obediently followed behind Feng Wuchen without asking where they were going. Because wherever Feng Wuchen went, she would follow. When they passed by the front yard, this scene was coincidentally seen by Xiao Qingqing hurriedly hid to the side and snickered. Chen, you can do it. Do it first and report later. Mother supports you. Feng Jingxiong, who came out of the hall, saw the sneaky Xiao Qingqing and could not help but ask, Madam, what are you doing? Shoo. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly made a shushing gesture and glared at Feng Jingxiong at the same time, indicating that Feng Jingxiong should not speak. Feng Jingxiong was confused. He followed Xiao Qingqing's gaze and saw Feng Wuchen holding Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walking out. Making a fuss over nothing. Feng Jingxiong could not help but roll his eyes. You're the one making a fuss over nothing. Chen wants to do business. Mind your own business. Xiao Qingqing said confidently and glared at Feng Jingxiong again. I can't be bothered. Feng Jingxiong said grumpily. He turned his head and wanted to return to the hall, but he stopped and quickly glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Jingxiong said in shock, First level Qi refinement realm. Chen has broken through. First level Qi refinement realm? Xiao Qingqing was stunned. She did not seem to notice, but when she took a closer look, she really did sense traces of true qi emanating from Feng Wuchen's body. He really broke through. It's only been 3 days. What a fast cultivation speed. Xiao Qingqing's face was stunned. She was so shocked that she could not believe it. What kind of elixir did Chener's master give him? His cultivation has improved so quickly. Feng Jingxiong was really curious. He was even more curious about what kind of expert Feng Wuchen's master was. This is a good thing. When Chener becomes an expert in the future, our Feng family can become a big family. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. The style of a big family had already appeared in her mind. Madam, why don't we do business tonight to celebrate? Feng Jingxiong asked tentatively, looking at Xiao Qingqing with a naughty smile. You old pervert. Xiao Qingqing blushed and rolled her eyes at Feng Jingxiong. On the streets of Peerless City, Feng Wuchen held Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand. He was a handsome and beautiful young man. They were a golden couple that made people envious. Young Master Feng. The people on the streets greeted them respectfully. At the same time, they praised Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty and cleverness. Feng Wuchen defeated Yang Tian, who was at the first level of Qi refinement realm, when he was only at the 8th level of body refinement realm. This had already shaken Peerless City. He had also helped Elder Su get rid of the cold energy. After that, he had also bought things on credit at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. In order to thank Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen even bought a beautiful purple hairpin for Ling Xiaoxiao. This made Ling Xiaoxiao very happy. Xiaoxiao, in order to thank you for your help, I will refine an exquisite hairpin for you in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Thank you, big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was very happy and grabbed Feng Wuchen's arm. Ling Xiaoxiao did not ask if Feng Wuchen knew how to refine hairpins. As they walked, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao to his own medicine store. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appear, the leader of the Feng family's guards, Bai Yunqi, quickly asked with a smile, "Third young master, why are you here?" Bai Yunqi was the leader of the Feng family's guards. He was already at the 6th level of Qi refinement realm, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to get some medicine." To refine medicine for the Grand Elder? Bai Yunqi asked excitedly. Everyone in the Feng family already knew that the 7 treasures Qi condensing powder was successfully refined, and everyone was looking forward to it. Help me get the medicine according to the instructions on the bamboo slip. Feng Wuchen handed over a bamboo slip. Okay. Third young master, please wait a moment. Bai Yunqi did not ask much and quickly went to get the medicine. Big brother Feng, are you planning to refine medicine? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. Now that he had stepped into the Qi refinement realm and had the fire attribute, Feng Wuchen planned to refine medicine to increase his cultivation. Big brother Feng's soul force is strong, you can indeed become an alchemist. Ling Xiaoxiao praised. As for how Ling Xiaoxiao could see that Feng Wuchen's soul force was strong, Feng Wuchen was not surprised at all. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Ling Xiaoxiao. The medicine was quickly prepared. After receiving it, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. When Feng Wuchen arrived, Zhang Han respectfully received him, not daring to slight him in the slightest. Housekeeper Zhang, does the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion have a fire attribute monster core? Feng Wuchen asked directly. Fire attribute monster core? Zhang Han was slightly surprised, then asked, Young Master Feng, may I know what level of monster core you want? The so-called monster core was the essence of a demonic beast. Practitioners could go to the Magic Beast Mountain range to kill demonic beasts to obtain monster cores, which could be used for cultivation. It was equivalent to human blood essence. The highest level in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Feng Wuchen smiled. Young Master Feng, please wait a moment. I'll go look for it. Zhang Han nodded. While waiting, Feng Wuchen went to the back of the hall to help Yuanxiong expel the fire poison. This was the 3rd time, and Yuanxiong's fire poison was completely removed. For this, Yuanxiong was extremely grateful. Young Master Feng, you broke through to the Qi refining realm? After thanking him, Yuanxiong asked in shock, his old face somewhat stiff. I just broke through. Feng Wuchen did not hide it. Young Master Feng is a genius among geniuses. With such a frightening cultivation speed, even the Empire's #1 genius would not be able to compare to young Master Feng. Yuanxiong praised in shock. He was not bragging. Pavilion Master, you must be joking. I can't compare to the Empire's #1 genius. Feng Wuchen modestly smiled. What is a mere #1 genius in the Scorching Fire Empire? When Brother Feng awakens his bloodline, even the Tianhan continent's #1 genius would not be able to compare to Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao secretly thought. Young Master Feng is too modest. Yuanxiong smiled, secretly rejoicing in his heart that he came to apologize. Otherwise, if he became an enemy of such a terrifying genius, wouldn't he be courting death? Young Master Feng, I've searched all the monster cores. The highest level of monster cores is only level 2. At this time, Zhang Han ran over, wiping his sweat. Monster cores of fire? Yuanxiong asked, did young Master Feng comprehend fire qi? Are you going to use these monster cores for cultivation? Feng Wuchen shook his head, I want to fuse the monster cores into the red fiery sword. This way, the red fiery sword will be even more powerful. If I fuse the black iron into it, it will be even more powerful. Fusing the monster cores into the red fiery sword? Isn't this something only a blacksmith can do? Does Peerless City have blacksmiths? Yuanxiong was extremely puzzled. There were no blacksmiths in Peerless City. Blacksmiths were even rarer than alchemists, not to mention fusing the monster cores into the red fiery sword. Even fusing the black iron into the red fiery sword was extremely difficult. Without a blacksmith, it was impossible. The monster cores of fire will be on credit. I'll pay them back in a few months. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and did not answer Yuan Xiong's question. He then left the myriad treasure pavilion with Ling Xiaoxiao. Yuan Xiong still wanted to ask something, but he swallowed the words back down. Pavilion master, could young Master Feng be a blacksmith? Zhang Han guessed, but even he did not dare to believe it. Big brother Feng, you helped Yuan Xiong completely remove the fire poison. Aren't you afraid he'll go back on his word? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly as they walked out of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Yuan Xiong is a businessman and an alchemist. Profit is more important than anything else. Do you think he'll go back on his word? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Even if Yuan Xiong went back on his word, Feng Wuchen was not worried. As soon as his voice fell, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's faces changed at the same time. Be careful, there's a murderous aura. Both of them noticed a murderous aura almost at the same time and warned each other. Whoosh! Suddenly there was a sonic boom in their ears. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao turned their heads to look and found that a dagger was rapidly flying towards them. Ding! Feng Wuchen pulled Ling Xiaoxiao and quickly dodged. The dagger was nailed to the doorpost of the 10,000 treasures pavilion in the next moment. Feng Wuchen's cold eyes swept towards the person who made the move and said indifferently, "MOU." The person who made the move was MOU from the MO family. He was walking over step by step with a trace of arrogance and sneer on his face. MOU was the son of the MO family's great elder and was already at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. However, he was not in the same generation as Feng Wuchen. He was a few years older than Feng Wuchen and was in the same generation as Feng Yuan. Ling Xiaoxiao stared at MOU with cold eyes. If their cultivation was not good enough, Feng Wuchen would have died under MOU's sneak attack. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was able to dodge quickly, MOU was surprised. This kid actually broke through to the 1st level of the Qi refining realm. He has already caught up with Ling Er. What a terrifying cultivation speed. Father was right. This kid will definitely be a threat in the future. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Big brother Feng, I'll kill him. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. She was very angry in her heart. If anyone wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao would never allow it. MOU's sneak attack had touched Ling Xiaoxiao's reverse scale. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped her and said, if we kill him, we'll be the ones being unreasonable. At that time, the MO families will take this opportunity to deal with the Huangfu family. We'll avoid them for now. Are we going to let it go just like that? Ling Xiaoxiao was really unwilling to give up. I said. But I didn't. But. Even though MOU was in the 4th tier of the Qi refining realm, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely confident. The appearance of MOU, as well as the murderous aura emanating from his body, had scared away the people on the street. Raising his head slightly, Feng Wuchen sneered, who knows? Feng Wuchen never had a good impression of MOU. Even when he was with MO Linger, MOU always made trouble for him. I'll take it as a yes. MOU said coldly. He urged the true Qi in his body and took a step forward. Like a viper, he rushed at Feng Wuchen. Xiaoxiao, you step back first. Feng Wuchen urged. The dragon god's breath was fully urged. Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly reminded. After all, MOU was in the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. His cultivation was far above Feng Wuchen's, not to mention that Feng Wuchen had just broken through to the Qi refining realm. Feng Wuchen, who rushed up, took the lead and punched. His fist glowed with a faint blue light. His fist was as fierce as a tiger. What a strong power. This stinking brat can defeat Yang Tian. His strength is not weak. Now that he has broken through to the 1st level of the Qi refining realm, I can't underestimate him. MOU secretly said in his heart. MOU was very clear about Feng Wuchen's deeds. MOU's speed was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had approached Feng Wuchen. His body bent down to avoid Feng Wuchen's attack. Then, Mo's palms hit the ground and his feet kicked up in a spiral. His movements were smooth and without any sloppiness. Feng Wuchen's speed was not slow. His body slightly leaned back and kicked at Mo's head. Bang! A kick hit Mo's face and at the same time avoided Mo's attack. It could be said that it was very clever. Being kicked by Feng Wuchen at the beginning of the battle made Mo furious. His face was in extreme pain. In terms of combat experience, Mo was far behind. Mo's ferocious face glared at Feng Wuchen. His murderous aura became heavier. Then, he rushed up again, jumped high, and kicked at Feng Wuchen. Humph! Seeing through Mo's move, Feng Wuchen accelerated and rushed out. Mo's flying kick had not yet fallen. Feng Wuchen had already appeared below Mo. His left hand grabbed Mo's flying leg and his right hand grabbed Mo's vital part, directly lifting Mo up. Mo's complexion changed greatly. Before he had time to react, his whole body was thrown out by Feng Wuchen. Like throwing out garbage, Mo fiercely smashed into a stall on the side of the street. The crowd watching the battle in the distance was shocked to see Feng Wuchen's fierceness. They were shocked that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the first level of the qi refining realm. They were shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. First, he easily defeated the 3 juniors of the Yang family. Now, even Mo of the Mo family could not withstand a single blow. Among his peers, was Feng Wuchen invincible? Don't take out your 3-legged cat's skill to lose face. The younger generation of the Mo family is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen sneered. At this time, Yuan Xiong and Zhang Han also received the news and came out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Pavilion Master, Mo attacked young Master Feng and almost killed him. It seems that young Master Feng will not let Mo go. A guard reported in a low voice. Feng Wuchen's strength has improved so fast. It's really frightening. Yuan Xiong frowned and did not have any intention to stop him. Mo awkwardly got up and glared at Feng Wuchen like a fierce beast. He looked like he wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Smelly brat. How dare you look down on me? Mo gritted his teeth and murderous aura filled his body. Feng Wuchen, who had stepped into the first level of the qi refining realm, both his true qi and physical strength had been strengthened. With Feng Wuchen's current combat strength, if he used the red fiery sword, he could at least fight against a 4th level of the qi refining realm and would not be defeated. Mo was only at the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. How could Feng Wuchen put him in his eyes? It seems that I was worried too much. Brother Feng is too strong. Mo is not his opponent at all. Ling Xiaoxiao secretly said in her heart. She was relieved and a smile appeared on her pretty face. The furious Mo fully stimulated his true qi and formed a seal with his hands. He immediately shouted, medium-grade yellow rank martial skill. Cold ice cut. Xiao. As soon as his shout fell, an arm-sized ice blade flew out. Wherever it passed, the cold air was oppressive. Humph. Feng Wuchen sneered. With a thought, ice attribute true qi was stimulated, and at the same time, he quickly rushed towards the cold ice cut. You're courting death. Mo angrily shouted. Although his move was seen through by Feng Wuchen, as a 3rd level of the qi refining realm, he was confident that he could defeat Feng Wuchen in terms of martial skills. Yuan Xiong slightly frowned. He could not see what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. Feng Wuchen's speed was getting faster and faster. Just when he was half an inch away from the cold ice cut, a magical scene occurred. Under the incomparably shocked gaze of everyone, Feng Wuchen's body instantly condensed into ice. In the next second, Feng Wuchen returned to his original appearance. Moreover, at this time, Feng Wuchen had unknowingly bypassed the cold ice cut. How is this possible? Mo's complexion wildly changed. He was extremely shocked. Young Master Feng seems to have passed through Mo's cold ice cut. Was it an illusion? What happened just now? It clearly hit young Master Feng, but how did young Master Feng dodge it? Is it possible that young Master Feng can turn invisible? Young Master Feng did not dodge at all. He just rushed through the cold ice cut and came out unscathed. Everyone was boiling. Pairs of eyes were enlarged to the extreme. At that moment, they all felt that they were hallucinating. Bang! Feng Wuchen fiercely rushed up and directly hit Moyu's chest with his elbow. With a muffled bang, the tyrannical force shook Mizuryu and made him spit out blood. His figure flew out several meters and rolled several times on the ground. What a magical ability! Feng Wuchen's ice attribute seems to have integrated with Moyu's cold ice cut. Yuan Xiong was extremely shocked. He had never seen anyone who could use ice attribute true qi to such a terrifying level. Feng Wuchen did not avoid the cold ice cut's attack. He really did pass through the cold ice cut. Bastard! What happened just now? How could he be so strong? A mere first-layer qi refining realm martial artist can't defeat me. Moyu struggled to get up. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was roaring with anger. Moyu did not know how Feng Wuchen avoided his attack. He also did not have the heart to think about it. At this moment, he was blinded by anger. If it's a head-on collision, perhaps we're evenly matched. But fighting is not only about strength, but also about experience and brain. Feng Wuchen sneered and walked over step by step. The domineering aura of a powerhouse made Moyu's heart produce a trace of inexplicable fear. The Feng Wuchen in front of him was not the Feng Wuchen of the past, but an extremely dangerous character. With a ferocious face, his viper-like eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Moyu urged his true qi and seemed to want to continue the fight. But in the next second, the dagger that was originally nailed to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's doorpost, under the control of Moyu's true qi, suddenly bounced back. At this moment, Moyu also fiercely rushed up. Insignificant skill. Feng Wuchen's face was full of disdain. Feng Wuchen turned around and swept his foot out in the air, kicking the dagger. The dagger suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Moyu. The dagger rapidly enlarged in Moyu's shocked and frightened eyes. Moyu was so scared that his soul flew away. The frightened Moyu instinctively leaned to the right, but unfortunately, it was too late. Chi! The dagger mercilessly pierced Moyu's right shoulder. If he was a step slower, perhaps the dagger would have pierced Moyu's chest. Bang! Ah! In the next second, Feng Wuchen fiercely rushed up and hit the dagger with his palm. With a muffled bang, the dagger instantly pierced Moyu's shoulder and flew out. Moyu was also sent flying several meters away. Moyu was seriously injured and was unable to get up. He wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Feng Wuchen, but unexpectedly, he ended up in such a sorry state. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen was soft-hearted, nor that he didn't want to kill Moyu, but Feng Wuchen had to consider the Feng family. Although the current strength of the Feng family was enough to compete with the Mo family, the Feng family had no backing, while the Mo family had the Huangfu family to back them up. Once the war started, the Feng family would definitely be at a disadvantage, which was not what Feng Wuchen wanted to see. The strength of the Huangfu family was far above the Feng and Mo families. The cultivation of the head of the Huangfu family had reached the Yuandan stage, and they were quite famous in the empire. The Feng family didn't have the strength to challenge the Huangfu family. Even with the help of the Lin family and the Wanbao Pavilion, they couldn't defeat the Huangfu family. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't hesitate to kill Moyu. More importantly, Huangfu's brother was a disciple of the Tianyun clan, the #1 sect in the empire. With this relationship, even the empire had to show some respect to the Huangfu family. As the #1 sect in the Yanhua Empire, the strength of the Tianyun clan was imaginable. Pavilion Master Yu, goodbye. Feng Wuchen smiled and left with Ling Xiaoxiao as if nothing had happened. A first-layer qi refinement stage defeated a third-layer qi refinement stage in a few moves. Young Master Feng's strength is too terrifying. Indeed, he has surpassed Mo Ling Er. Such a terrifying genius, I don't know if the Mo family will regret it now. I don't know if Mo Ling Er will regret her decision. Young Master Feng's cultivation speed is too terrifying. I'm afraid he will have another breakthrough in half a month. Feng Wuchen had brought them too many surprises, again and again. With a second-grade martial soul talent, such a terrifying cultivation speed had completely subverted their understanding. In terms of strength, Feng Wuchen and Moyu are on par, but in terms of combat experience, Moyu is far behind. Feng Wuchen is simply a combat genius, and it feels like he is possessed by a terrifying powerhouse. It's too incredible. This person can't be an enemy. Yu Wanxiong thought. Pavilion Master, young Master Feng is too scary. The moment he dodged the inky rain cold ice slash was too incredible. Zhang Han, who was at the side, exclaimed in shock as cold sweat dripped down his back. Yu Wanxiong said, Feng Wuchen hasn't drawn his sword yet. When Zhang Han heard this, his body froze. The fear in his eyes deepened. Such a genius, watching Feng Wuchen fight, to the people of Wushuang City, was a kind of enjoyment. The news that Mou was defeated by Feng Wuchen quickly spread to the Mo family, and at the same time, it also spread in Wushuang City. The news of the Feng family's third young master, who was at the first LV Qi cultivation realm, defeating the Mo family's Mou, who was at the third LV Qi cultivation realm, spread like wildfire in Wushuang City, shocking every household. The news that Feng Wuchen had broken through to LV one of the Qi cultivation realm shocked the three clans. What a terrifying speed, the number one genius of Peerless City, Mo Ling Heir, couldn't do it, even the number one genius of the empire didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? For a time, Feng Wuchen was pushed to the position of number one genius by the people of Wushuang City. In Wushuang City, a sentence began to spread, Wushuang City's number one genius is none other than Feng Wuchen. Mo Ling Heir had previously insulted Feng Wuchen as trash, trampled on Feng Wuchen's dignity, and heartlessly said that she would never turn back. Now that Feng Wuchen had defeated Mou, who was stronger than Mo Ling Heir, and this sentence circulating in Wushuang City was undoubtedly a slap to the Mo family's face. Such a peerless genius was heartlessly abandoned by Mo Ling Heir and the Mo family. The people of Wushuang City laughed at him. If Mo Ling Heir knew, who knew how she would feel? The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Many things were unpredictable, and even more unexpected. In the Mo family's hall, the faces of the upper echelons were gloomy. The hall was filled with a cold and angry atmosphere. Mou had lost to the former trash of Wushuang City, and it was under the circumstances of bullying the weak. He had lost the Mo family's face, and was mocked by the people of Wushuang City. How could the Mo family not be angry? But the Mo family did not dare to go to the Feng family to denounce them. First, Mou had launched a sneak attack, and second, he was bullying the weak. If he was defeated, what face did the Mo family have to ask for an explanation? Wasn't that more shameful? Mo Kuan could not afford to lose this face, and the Mo family could not afford to lose this face. They could only suppress their anger in their hearts. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Mou for being weak. Having said that, the Mo family would never give up. How could they not fight back after being bullied? Was the Mo family so easy to bully? Of course not. Not only would the Mo family not give up, but their counterattack would be even fiercer. Patriarch, Feng Wuchen's cultivation is too terrifying. He can defeat Mou in the first layer. If he is given time to cultivate, I'm afraid that when the time comes. An elder said gloomily. Feng Wuchen, this stinking brat, suddenly became a genius. We must not let him live. Otherwise, won't our Mo family be laughed at by Wushuang City forever? Yes. We must not let this stinking brat grow up. We must kill him as soon as possible. The Feng family and the Yang family have already shed all pretense of cordiality. We can join hands with the Yang family and take this opportunity to destroy the Feng family. The elders were indignant. The existence of Feng Wuchen had begun to pose a threat to the Mo family. They absolutely could not allow such a threat to exist. Mo Kuan's face was gloomy, and his deep eyes were filled with fierce killing intent. However, he had been silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Can Feng Wuchen really pass through Mou's cold ice cut? After a long time, Mo Kuan slowly opened his mouth. It seemed that he had been thinking about this matter. When Feng Wuchen and Mou fought, the magical scene had already spread throughout Wushuang City, but no one knew how Feng Wuchen did it. Great Elder Mo Yuankong frowned and said doubtfully, this matter is extremely strange. According to you, Feng Wuchen did not dodge at all, but the cold ice cut did not hit him. I can't figure it out. It was a pity that they were not present at that time. Otherwise, they might be able to see what was going on. Mo Kuan stood up with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with an imperceptible fierce killing intent, and said, this Feng Wuchen has become mysterious. He is no longer the Feng Wuchen of the past. This boy is too big of a threat to our Mo family. Patriarch, how do you plan to deal with that stinking brat? Mo Yuankong asked. His words were obviously filled with anger and killing intent. He would not let Mou be injured for nothing, nor would he let the Mo family lose face for nothing. The Yang family's business is basically broken. If our Mo family makes a move now, what do you think the Yang family will do? Mo Kuan asked with a sinister smile. Patriarch, if we join hands with the Yang family, it won't be a problem to deal with the Feng family. If we help the Yang family, old man is worried that the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and many other families will cut off their cooperation with our Mo family. Patriarch, the top priority is to deal with the Feng family. Joining hands with the Yang family is a foregone conclusion. The elders and others expressed their opinions. However, Mo Kuan shook his head and said, "You all misunderstood. I am talking about making a move against the Yang family. Sometimes, a rabbit will bite when it is forced into a corner. The Yang family is a rabbit that is forced into a corner. It's just that they are still lacking a little bit." Patriarch, what do you mean? One of the elders asked. He didn't seem to understand. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Feng Xianxia wants to fight with our Mo family, but he is still far from it. Mo Kuan sneered. Old man understands. Mo Yuankong nodded. Some of the others seemed to understand, and some didn't understand at all. Do as I say. Mo Kuan sneered. Feng family. Because Feng Wuchen defeated Mou, the entire Feng family was excited. They were full of praises for Feng Wuchen. Chen, you are really capable. You have brought honor to our Feng family. Xiao Qingqing praised. Third brother, it seems that your strength has surpassed mine. Your cultivation speed is too terrifying. Feng Yuan laughed. He still couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could defeat Mou. Sigh. Feng Jingxiong sighed and frowned. Don't be happy too early. That old fox Mo Kuan is not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Mo family has the support of the Huangfu family. Feng Qianyang nodded and said solemnly, Patriarch is right. Wuchen defeated Mou, which undoubtedly made the Mo family lose face. It is equivalent to offending the Mo family. How could Mo Kuan let it go? First elder, put aside the 7 treasures chi condensing powder for now. Break through to 2nd grade alchemist as soon as possible. I will refine the powder. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. You will refine it? Feng Qianyang looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Yes, my master has already taught me. It should be no problem. Feng Wuchen nodded. Only in this way could he help the Feng family improve their strength in a short time. I see. Feng Qianyang nodded and smiled. Our Feng family has another alchemist. Not bad, not bad. Feng Wuchen handed the green essence pill to Feng Jingxiong and said, Father, my master has refined the green essence pill. It should be enough to help you enter the Yuandan realm. Even if the Mo family does not let it go, they will not make a move so early. Father should cultivate well during this time. Oh? Your master has refined it? Feng Jingxiong's eyes lit up. His heart was wild with joy. Breaking through to the Yuandan realm was not a problem. Feng Wuchen smiled, yes, when first elder becomes a 2nd grade alchemist and father breaks through to the Yuandan realm, even if the Mo family wants to make a move, they will have to consider their own strength. Chen, your master is so powerful. Why don't you let him make a move? Xiao Qingqing quickly asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen helplessly smiled bitterly, Mother, my master's temper is very strange. He never meddles in other people's business. I can't do anything about it. However, he gave me a mystic rank technique and 2 mystic rank martial skills. What? Mystic rank technique and martial skills? When everyone heard this, they were so shocked that they stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Feng Wuchen then wrote down the mystic rank technique and martial skills one by one. After they memorized it, they burned the bamboo slips to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. Feng Wuchen also wanted to give powerful mystic rank techniques and martial skills to his own family, but this way it would be too obvious and would be easily suspected by others. Everything had to be done slowly. When the Feng family's strength increased, he would give them even more powerful ones. Looking at the mystic rank technique and martial skills, Feng Xianxia and the others could not stop smiling. This was simply a pie falling from the sky. Brother Feng has been cultivating all this time. He just broke through and immediately went out with me. He doesn't have time to see his master. Ling Xiaoxiao secretly laughed in her heart. She knew that Feng Wuchen was lying and was fooling Feng Jingxiong and the others. However, Ling Xiaoxiao did not expose him. Sensing Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze and seeing Ling Xiaoxiao secretly laughing, Feng Wuchen could only smile embarrassedly. Phew! Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath. His face was pale and covered in sweat. It was obvious that he was exhausted from overexertion. Feng Wuchen wiped his sweat and smiled bitterly. Refining pills is really tiring. No wonder First Elder couldn't refine many pills even after refining for a whole day. The consumption of soul power is too great. Looking at the 7 treasures qi condensing powder he refined, Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, the evil dragon god's dragon soul alchemy skills are powerful. After cultivating, my soul force has increased by several times. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to refine so many pills. The more I refine, the stronger my soul force becomes. With the evil dragon god's memories and experience, Feng Wuchen could easily cultivate the dragon soul alchemy skills. Using the evil dragon god's experience and mysterious alchemy skills, he was able to refine more than 77 treasures qi condensing powder in one day. If his soul force wasn't so weak, Feng Wuchen could have refined even more. Refining more than 70 pills in one day was already terrifying. If Feng Qianyang knew, his jaw would drop. The evil dragon god's dragon soul's alchemy skills were extraordinary. Feng Wuchen didn't need a cauldron to concoct medicinal powders. He wasn't like other alchemists who needed a cauldron. Feng Wuchen refined the 7 treasures qi condensing powder by activating the fire attribute and directly burning the ingredients in his hands. He could refine 1 pill in 10 minutes. His refining speed was very fast, and there was no chance of failure. My soul force recovers very quickly. After resting for only a moment, Feng Wuchen felt his soul force had recovered a lot. He was once again amazed by the dragon soul's alchemy skills. If I refine another qi gathering pill and combine it with the high-grade 7 treasures qi gathering powder, I should be able to break through 2 levels in a short time. I'll definitely be able to do it in half a month, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. A single qi amassing pill could help a qi training realm cultivator advance by 1 tier. Admirable of the 7 treasures qi condensing powder, coupled with Feng Wuchen's frightening cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen was confident that he could break through 2 tiers within half a month. After cultivating the dragon soul alchemy technique, as long as Feng Wuchen had a strong enough soul force, he could refine any pill he wanted. With Feng Wuchen's current soul power, he was only a first-grade alchemist. Cultivate when you've exhausted yourself. That way, the effects of your cultivation will be even more obvious. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique to cultivate. After an hour, Feng Wuchen had already recovered to his peak state. His spirit was 100 times stronger, and he felt that his cultivation had improved a little. Then, Feng Wuchen refined a qi gathering pill for his breakthrough. Bang! Feng Wuchen circulated his fire attribute qi. With a muffled sound, a wisp of blue flame ignited in his left palm. Let's try the evil dragon god's refining technique and see what grade the red fiery sword can be upgraded to. The black iron should be enough to refine a storage ring. Feng Wuchen smiled. He took out the fire element magic core from his pocket and placed it on his palm, which was burning with green flames. A storage ring was used to store items, and was convenient to carry around. Circulating the refining technique, Feng Wuchen's left hand changed mysterious gestures. The demon core was quickly melted, turning into a black liquid that directly merged with the red fiery sword. The red fiery sword floated in the air and spun, emitting a faint fiery light. A powerful aura slowly spread out. When the demon core's liquid completely merged with the red fiery sword, a powerful aura fiercely swept out. Success! The red fiery sword's aura is much stronger. The refining technique is also so terrifying. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, too bad the demon core is only 2nd rank. Otherwise, it might be upgraded to an upper-rank artifact. Although it was not enough, Feng Wuchen was already very satisfied. After all, there was still black iron. Upgrading the red fiery sword to an upper-rank artifact would not be a problem. The melting point of black iron was relatively high. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, it would not be easy to melt black iron. But fortunately, Feng Wuchen's blue flame was not an ordinary flame. It only took him half an hour to melt the black iron. After merging the black iron liquid into the red fiery sword, Feng Wuchen quickly changed his hand gestures. It was incomparably mysterious. The red fiery sword spun in the air, emitting a fiery red light, as if a peerless treasure had just been born. As Feng Wuchen merged the black iron liquid, he also changed the shape of the red fiery sword, making it longer and more surprising. The hilt and the guard were also different from before. The hilt was longer, but the guard was directly removed. It was equivalent to only having the hilt and the body of the sword. The red fiery sword's aura is increasing. Looking at the fiery red glow of the red fiery sword, Feng Wuchen began to feel the powerful aura of the red fiery sword. Slowly, the black iron liquid merged into the red fiery sword. Not only did it increase the aura of the red fiery sword, it also made the red fiery sword harder and sharper. Therefore, divine weapons made from black iron were all very powerful. At the very least, they were artifacts and spirit artifacts. Of course, divine weapons made from meteoric iron were even more terrifying. However, meteoric iron was very precious and could only be found by chance. After 2 hours, Feng Wuchen successfully merged the black iron liquid into the red fiery sword, and the red fiery sword was upgraded to an upper-rank artifact. Its power had increased by several times. It's a lot heavier. It's a good sword. It's a pity that the black iron is not pure enough. Otherwise, it might be possible to upgrade it to a spirit artifact. However, if I want to take a spirit artifact now, I'll probably be killed. There's no need to worry about that. Holding the red fiery sword in his hand, Feng Wuchen happily laughed. Holding the red fiery sword tightly, Feng Wuchen began to dance with great interest. The moves were ingenious, and the form was perfect. Compared to the Feng Wuchen of the past, it was 100 times more exquisite. If someone were to watch at this moment, they would definitely be mesmerized by Feng Wuchen's sword moves. Every move was memorable, and it was the essence of the sword. Ordinary sword moves, when performed in Feng Wuchen's hands, felt like the arrival of the sword god. Return! Feng Wuchen shouted, and the red fiery sword instantly turned into a ball of flame and entered Feng Wuchen's body. After adding the demon core and black iron, the power of the red fiery sword should be about the same as a low-grade spirit artifact. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was more and more satisfied with the red fiery sword. After resting for a while, Feng Wuchen used the remaining black iron to refine a storage ring. Due to the lack of materials, Feng Wuchen could only refine the most ordinary storage ring. The space was only 3 square meters. However, this was enough. Feng Wuchen did not have anything else to store. When he had the materials in the future, he would refine a higher-grade storage ring. In one day, Feng Wuchen finished all the things he needed to do. After that, Feng Wuchen did not care about the shock of the Feng family members and distributed the 7 treasures qi condensation powder. The upper echelons of the Feng family were stunned. They stared at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. In just one day, he had refined so many? If it were any other alchemist, they would not be able to refine more than 70 pills in half a month. However, when they remembered that Feng Wuchen had a powerful alchemist as his master, they were relieved and did not ask any more questions. More than 70 pills were of high quality, much higher than the ones refined by Feng Qianyang. These 7 treasures qi condensation powder were mainly for the upper echelons of the Feng family to cultivate. As for the guards, they would have to wait for the next batch. Back in his room, Feng Wuchen began cultivating. He poured the 2 pills into the bathtub and swallowed a qi-amassing pill to begin cultivating. As the qi-amassing pill entered his throat, it instantly turned into a huge amount of heat for Feng Wuchen to absorb. His body also began to absorb the power of the qi-amassing powder. His cultivation increased at a terrifying rate. Feeling the speed of his cultivation increase, Feng Wuchen gasped in shock. His expression was one of disbelief. It's even more terrifying than I thought. The effects of the qi amassing pill and the qi amassing powder are indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. The ecstasy in his heart surged uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen's current cultivation speed was several times faster than before. The number one genius of the Yanhua Empire would never have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He immersed himself in his cultivation, madly absorbing the power of the qi amassing powder and the qi amassing powder. Time passed day by day. Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased rapidly. 5 days later, Feng Wuchen was close to breaking through to the second tier of the qi cultivation realm. Even a rocket would not be able to achieve such a terrifying speed. After 2 days of consolidating his cultivation at the peak of the first tier of the qi cultivation realm, Feng Wuchen successfully stepped into the second tier of the qi cultivation realm. His strength and body instantly increased by several times. The qi amassing pill and the qi amassing powder were also half consumed. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Feng Wuchen, who had been cultivating madly, had reached the peak of the second tier of the qi cultivation realm. His terrifying cultivation speed left others in the dust. To Feng Wuchen, breaking through was like an adult jumping into a small stream. It only took him one step to cross it. There were no obstacles to breaking through to the third tier of the qi cultivation realm. In half a month's time, Feng Wuchen broke through again and again. He was now at the third tier of the qi cultivation realm. With such a terrifying speed, who in the empire could compare to him? It would be difficult to find a second person like him in the entire mainland. However, just as Feng Wuchen was celebrating his breakthrough to the third tier of the qi cultivation realm, something big happened in Wushuang City. 2 of the Yang family's shops were destroyed and 13 of their guards were killed. Furthermore, they were killed in a single night without any news. The news had spread throughout Wushuang City. Everyone was shocked. When the Yang family heard the news, they were furious. Unfortunately, the 2 shops of the Yang family were the closest to the Feng family's shop. They were the shops that sold medicinal herbs and qi amassing pills. Not long ago, the Yang family had fallen out with the Feng family. Now that 13 of the Yang family's guards were dead, it was not hard to guess that the Feng family was the culprit. Such a ruthless method was very similar to Feng Wuchen's. Of course, guesses were just guesses. Without any evidence, no one in Wushuang City dared to conclude that the Feng family was the culprit. However, the Yang family insisted that the Feng family was the culprit. The entire Yang family was clamoring to destroy the Feng family and avenge their dead guards. When the Feng family heard the news, the first person they thought of was the Mo family. The Mo family had framed them. Wushuang City was now in a mess. No one dared to leave their house for fear of being killed. Wushuang City had been relatively quiet for many years. Today was definitely the most terrifying day in the history of Wushuang City. With Yang Qingyun as the leader, the entire Yang family was mobilized and headed towards the Feng family with a murderous aura. They looked as if they would risk their lives to make the Feng family suffer. The streets were deserted. Not a single person could be seen. It was like a ghost city, but it was also filled with murderous aura. Feng family hall. After Feng Xianxia and the elders found out about this, they all came out of seclusion. That old bastard Mo Kuan made his move so quickly. Feng Xianxia's face was gloomy as he insisted that the Mo family was behind this. Treacherous and cunning old bastard. He actually used such a despicable method. Feng Qianyang shouted angrily as he crushed the teacup in his hand. Father, congratulations on stepping into the first level of the Origin Core stage. Grand Elder, congratulations on stepping into the second level of Alchemist. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's faint laughter sounded from outside the hall as he walked in. Chen, what time is it now? You still have the mood to talk about this? Xiao Qingqing said angrily with a face full of anxiety. I've heard about this matter. Since it has already happened, we can't avoid it and can only face it calmly. Feng Wuchen was very optimistic and wasn't worried in the slightest. Sigh. Feng Xianxiong sighed helplessly. Big brother Feng, the Mo family probably did this to target you alone. Moreover, they want to destroy the Feng family as well. The Mo family is afraid that you'll become stronger and threaten them. Ling Xiaoxiao whispered in Feng Wuchen's ear. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't say anything. Third brother, more than half of the people in Peerless City are suspecting our Feng family. The Mo family must also want to use the Yang family to make both sides suffer. Do you have any ideas? Feng Yuan asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, no. Feng Jingxiong. Get the hell out here. Yang Qingyan's furious roar suddenly sounded out from the Feng family estate. His voice contained a powerful true energy that resounded throughout the entire Feng family estate. What will come will come. Feng Jingxiong shook his head helplessly and took the lead to walk out. The Feng family higher-ups followed one after another. In front of the Feng family's entrance, there were 13 corpses that were all covered with white cloth. The Yang family's hundreds of people were all blocking the entrance to the Feng family, shouting for the Feng family members to get the hell out. Some brave people were watching from the surrounding houses, but no one dared to speak. Feng Jingxiong waited for the Feng family higher-ups to come out before the Yang family members quieted down, but their eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. Feng Jingxiong. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, my Yang family will destroy you even if it costs us our lives. Yang Qingyan pointed at Feng Jingxiong and roared, his eyes bloodshot. Feng Jingxiong frowned slightly and said seriously, Patriarch Yang, their deaths have nothing to do with my Feng family. You have no evidence, so don't slander my Feng family. It has nothing to do with your Feng clan? What? You don't dare to admit that you killed someone? You want to push away all responsibility with just one sentence? Yang Qingyun shouted angrily, her emotions becoming agitated. Feng Jingxiong's expression did not change as he said in a low voice, Patriarch Yang, if I, Feng Jingxiong, want to destroy your Yang family, I will not use such despicable methods. Furthermore, why would I kill a dozen of your Yang family guards? Stealing your Yang family's goods? My Feng clan does not lack gold coins. Someone must be framing my Feng clan. I hope that Patriarch Yang will not be used by others. Cut the crap. In the entire Wushuang city, other than your Feng family, who else could it be? Yang Qingyun shouted angrily. The Yang family had never offended the Lin family, nor had they offended the Mo family. They could only fall out with the Feng family. Yang Qingyun was extremely sure that it was the Feng family who did it. Mo Kuan, that old bastard. Old man will not spare him. Feng Qianyang's face was gloomy. Yang Qingyun. If I want to destroy your Yang family, I can do it at any time. There is no need to kill 13 of your Yang family guards. Feng Jingxiong shouted angrily, and a vigorous aura exploded out. First level of the origin core stage. Feeling this vigorous aura, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the Yang family was shocked by Feng Jingxiong's aura and instantly quieted down. Even Yang Qingyun was stunned at this moment. The people hiding in the house and watching were also incomparably shocked. No one expected that Feng Jingxiong would actually break through to the origin core stage. So formidable. Patriarch Feng stepped into the origin core stage. Looks like it's the effect of the Azure Essence pill. Patriarch Feng actually stepped into the origin core stage a step earlier than Patriarch Mo. No, the Azure Essence pill only has the effect of increasing cultivation speed. It's only been half a month, how could Patriarch Feng possibly break through to the origin core stage? Everyone discussed animatedly and were extremely shocked. Feng Jingxiong. You're going too far. Relying on the fact that you broke through to the origin core stage, you killed my Yang family guards to vent your son's anger. Yang Qingyun was even more furious. You. Feng Jingxiong was enraged and secretly cursed Yang Qingyun for being an idiot. Dad. Feng Wuchen hurriedly called out to Feng Jingxiong, then said coldly to Yang Qingyun, since your Yang family insists that it was our Feng family who killed your 13 guards, then what do you want to do? Fight a bloody battle with our Feng family until the end? Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen sneered, but let me say the ugly words first. Once the battle begins, your Yang family won't be able to protect itself. Stinking brat. Yang Qingyun's rage shot to the sky as he glared at Feng Wuchen. His fists were tightly clenched, and his fingernails had already pierced into his flesh. Yang Qingyun, you have to think carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered, his appearance extremely arrogant and domineering. Patriarch. Not good. Something has happened. Right at this moment, a Feng family guard hastily ran back. What is it? Feng Xianxiong asked with a frown. Reporting to Patriarch, the Mo family also had 9 guards killed last night. Someone saw that it was done by the Lin family. Patriarch Mo has already brought the Mo family experts to the Lin family, the guard hastily reported. Hearing that, Feng Xianxiong's expression changed drastically. What? This is bad. Feng Wuchen frowned. The Lin family's strength was on par with the Yang family. They were not a match for the Mo family at all. If the Mo family made a move, the Lin family would definitely be annihilated. Feng Wuchen was extremely worried in his heart. Lin Yu was his only friend in Peerless City. If something happened to the Lin family, Lin Yu would probably be unable to recover from the setback. For many years, the Lin family had always been safe and sound. It was precisely because the Lin family and Feng family had a deep relationship that no one dared to touch them when the two families joined forces. But now that the Feng family was being obstructed by the Yang family, once the Mo family made a move, it would be a disaster. Big brother Feng, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as we think. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Could it not be the Mo family? Who could it be? Who is playing tricks in the dark? Feng Wuchen thought to himself with a frown, unable to figure out the reason for it for a moment. On the same day, the Yang family came to find the Feng family to seek revenge, while the Mo family went to find the Lin family to seek revenge. Was there such a coincidence? Feng Xianxiong. What else do you have to say? Your Feng family and the Lin family secretly joined forces. You even dare to kill the Mo family guards. Don't think that no one can deal with you just because you stepped into the Origin Core realm. Yang Shan yelled furiously. Yang Shan. Don't make slanderous accusations. Feng Yunshan yelled furiously, enraged until his face was contorted. Yang Shan narrowed his old eyes and said furiously, slanderous accusations? Humph. Feng Xianxiong stepped into the Origin Core realm. Who in Peerless City is his match? Feng Xianxiong clearly wants to eliminate the other families so that your Feng family can dominate. Family head Mo has yet to break through to the Origin Core realm. Isn't this your Feng family's best chance? Feng Xianxiong. You're a beast. You won't even let off the Lin family. You killed the Mo family guards and framed the Lin family. You want to borrow the Mo family's hands to eliminate the Lin family. That's right. Just because you're strong, you want to eliminate the other families. We can't let him off. We can't let the Feng family off. Everyone in the Yang family roared furiously, pointing all the spearheads at the Feng family. Husband, what should we do? Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously. The Mo family guards were also killed. What the hell is going on? Could it be someone else? Feng Xianxiong frowned as he secretly guessed. Feng Xianxiong. If you don't give my Yang family an explanation, I won't let your Feng family have it easy even if I have to risk my life today. Yang Qingyun yelled furiously with a murderous aura. Yang Qingyun, if you don't scram, I'll kill you. Feng Xianxiong yelled furiously. His gaze was incomparably ferocious as a biting cold murderous aura spread out. The Lin family was in danger. Feng Xianxiong did not have time to tangle with Yang Qingyun. If he did not go now, the Lin family would suffer heavy casualties. First Elder, follow me to the Lin family. The rest stay. Feng Xianxiong yelled furiously and was about to leave. Feng Xianxiong. If you dare to leave, I'll kill everyone in your Feng family. Seeing that Feng Xianxiong was about to leave, Yang Qingyun immediately roared. You dare to threaten me? You don't know what's good for you. Feng Xianxiong was enraged. The tyrannical power of the Yuan Dan realm exploded as he immediately charged towards Yang Qingyun. Feng Xianxiong was furious. He was truly furious. I, Feng Xianxiong, am a righteous person. I have never done anything wrong. The death of your Yang family has nothing to do with my Feng family. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish now. Feng Xianxiong yelled furiously. He did not show any mercy as he struck out with a palm strike. Feng Xianxiong's domineering aura was something that everyone in the Feng family, including Feng Wuchen, had never seen before. A tyrannical power exploded from Feng Xiong's body. A gust of wind swept out, sweeping up a large amount of dust on the ground. It was majestic and majestic. Yang Qingyun was frightened. He seemed to have a trace of regret. However, time did not allow him to think too much. He hurriedly channeled all his true essence. Family head, be careful. Yang Shan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly moved forward and pushed out with both palms. Boom! Puff puff! Feng Xiong mercilessly struck out with his palm. With a loud boom, the tyrannical power caused Yang Shan and Yang Qingyun to spit out blood. The two of them flew out together, both heavily injured. This unyielding method scared the Yang family into silence. Their faces were filled with fear. The raging Feng Xiong had terrifying strength. Humph! If I, Feng Xiong, wanted to destroy your Yang family, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to kill your Yang family guards? Extremely stupid. Feng Xiong yelled furiously. Every word was filled with power. Feng Xiong heavily injured Yang Qingyun and Yang Shan with a single palm strike. He fully displayed the power of an expert. Everyone in the Feng family was excited and worshipped him. Father is so powerful. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan's faces were filled with joy. Feng Wuchen smiled and said softly, Father is so domineering. His fierce gaze swept across the Yang family. Feng Xiong said angrily, I, Feng Xiong, am worthy of my conscience. I won't argue with you for what you did today. If anyone dares to stop me, die. With that, Feng Xiong walked over step by step. The Yang family members opened up a path in fear. No one dared to stop him, let alone speak. After walking for a while, Feng Xiong stopped. He turned around and glanced at Yang Qingyun. He said angrily, Yang Qingyun, if anyone in my Feng family loses a single strand of hair, I will raze your Yang family to the ground. I will make your Yang family disappear from Wushuang City. Feng Xiong spat out those words and flew towards the Lin family with Feng Qianyang. Feng Xiong was not worried that Yang Qingyun and the rest would attack the Feng family. The powerful aura from before had already frightened them. Feng Xiong was already an Yuan Dan realm expert. Even if Yang Qingyun was not afraid, she had to think for the Yang family. If Feng Xiong was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao, let's go take a look. Feng Wuchen said, and the two quickly followed. Chen be careful. Xiao Qingqing wanted to stop them, but it was too late. She could only warn him. Let's go. The injured Yang Qingyun roared. They really did not dare to attack. Mo Kuan had already brought many experts from the Mo family into the Lin family residence. He did not waste any time. A fierce battle had already begun. The Mo family had many experts and was much stronger than the Lin family. The head of the Lin family, Lin Tianqing, was already injured by Mo Kuan. The elders and experts of the Lin family all suffered different degrees of injuries. The other guards were either dead or injured. Lin Tianqing and the Lin family elders fought with all their might, but they would not be able to hold on for long. The Lin family was in a panic. No one expected such a disaster to befall the Lin family. Mo Kuan, are you going to kill us all? Lin Tianqing roared. He was already furious when he saw so many people from the Lin family die. Humph. Killing the guards of the Mo family means that you are disrespecting the Mo family. Great Elder Mo Yuankong said viciously. Lin Tianqing said angrily, the guards of the Mo family were definitely not killed by the Lin family. What proof do you have? Just based on one person saying that it was done by the Lin family. What are your intentions? Someone said that the Mo family took 5 million gold coins worth of goods from the Lin family. Can we say that it was definitely done by the Mo family? An elder roared. You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Mo Kuan said coldly. He was determined to destroy the Lin family. The Yang family's 13 guards were killed, and the Yang family insisted that it was the Feng family's doing. The Mo family's guards were killed, and you insisted that it was the Lin family's doing. I'm afraid the Mo family and the Yang family are in cahoots. They want to destroy the Lin family and the Feng family. Bang! After a fierce clash of palms, Lin Tianqing was blown away. He was no match for Mo Kuan, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the origin transformation stage. Mo Kuan said coldly, I don't know about the Yang family, but your Lin family has to die for killing my Mo family's guards. A high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill. Gale Palm. Mo Kuan shouted as he activated his powerful wind attribute and blasted out a palm across the air. A white energy palm print flew out. Looking at how ferocious it was, if Lin Tianqing was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. A high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill. Dark Ice Fist. Lin Tianqing had just steadied himself when he hurriedly activated his genuine qi to perform a martial arts technique. Boom. Pooh. The two strong forces collided and there was a loud explosion. Lin Tianqing, who was injured, spat out blood again. He flew backward and hit the doorpost of the Lin family's hall. Father. Patriarch. Everyone from the Lin family turned pale with fright, but they could not free themselves to go and help. Mo Kuan. How dare you kill my father? I will definitely end your bloodline. Lin Tianqing's eldest son, Lin Tianli, roared in panic and anger. Humph. Then I will completely destroy your Lin family. Lin Tianqing, die. Mo Kuan said fiercely. The murderous aura in his eyes increased by 2 times. Mo Kuan charged forward fiercely and would not let go of the chance to kill Lin Tianqing. Mo Kuan, stop. Just as Mo Kuan was about to make his move, a majestic and angry voice rang out. Accompanying the angry voice was a powerful aura. Yuandan Realm. Feng Jingxiong has broken through to Yuandan Realm. Feeling the strong aura, Mo Kuan's face changed. He was extremely shocked. Feng Jingxiong. Mo Yuankong's face changed. He said in shock, he has broken through to Yuandan Realm. This is troublesome. Patriarch Feng is here. On the contrary, everyone from the Lin family was overjoyed. Feng Jingxiong was undoubtedly their savior. No. We cannot miss this opportunity. Mo Kuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. The murderous aura in his eyes intensified. Mo Kuan's speed did not decrease but increased. He wanted to kill Lin Tianqing before Feng Jingxiong arrived. Bastard. Mo Kuan. You're courting death. Feng Jingxiong was furious. He channeled all his true qi and increased his speed. His body turned into a black shadow and dashed forward. Not good. Sensing Feng Jingxiong's shocking speed, Mo Kuan's face changed again. Boom, poof, Feng Jingxiong dashed over and appeared in front of Lin Tianqing before Mo Kuan. He threw a palm strike at Mo Kuan. Boom. Mo Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back over 10 meters. His back slammed into the wall of the Lin family's courtyard. The powerful impact caused cracks to appear on the wall. Patriarch. Mo Yuan Kong and the other Mo family experts panicked. So strong. Mo Kuan frowned and stared at Feng Jingxiong fiercely. He did not expect Feng Jingxiong to break through to Yuandan Realm so quickly. Brother Lin, are you alright? Feng Jingxiong did not even look at Mo Kuan. He quickly helped the severely injured Lin Tianqing up. Lin Tianqing shook his head and said weakly, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Brother Feng. All of you, stop. Feng Jingxiong shouted angrily. His ferocious aura swept out and scared the Mo family experts away. Feng Jingxiong. Are you going to interfere with the Mo family's matters? Mo Kuan glared at Feng Jingxiong and asked. The Feng family did not mean that. Patriarch Mo, you have misunderstood. We are only here to save a friend, Feng Qianyang said slowly as he walked over. Humph. Save a friend? The Lin family killed my Mo family's guards. The Lin family must die. Mo Kuan said fiercely. Feng Jingxiong's appearance made him extremely unhappy. Lin Tianqing was about to die in his hands, but Feng Jingxiong appeared out of nowhere. Feng Jingxiong fed Lin Tianqing the healing medicine before looking at Mo Kuan. He said in a low voice, Mo Kuan. You have no evidence, yet you insist that the Lin family did it. If the Lin family did not do it, isn't the Mo family slandering us? You believe just based on the words of one person? If that's the case, aren't you too stupid to be the patriarch of the Mo family? Feng Jingxiong added. Mo Kuan's face darkened. His skin was twitching. Feng Xingxiong and Feng Qianyang would appear here. He had already guessed that Yang Qingyun and the rest had been defeated. Not to mention Yang Qingyun, even Mo Kuan was no match for Feng Xingxiong. Feng Xingxiong. Don't think that you're very impressive just because you broke through to the origin core realm. My Mo family's matters are not for you to interfere. Mo Yuankong shouted angrily. Hearing that, Feng Xingxiong's expression did not change. He said coldly, I know that your Mo family has the Huangfu family backing you. But don't forget that Lin Yu is still in the Skyflame Academy. My Chen'er is even a nominal student that the dean personally agreed to. No matter how powerful the Huangfu family is, they still have to give some face to the academy. Nominal student? Mo Yuankong's old face was stunned. Everyone was also very surprised. Nobody had heard of this before. Feng Xingxiong said with a cold smile, Patriarch Mo, you can leave. My Feng family has no intention of becoming enemies with your Mo family. But I, Feng Xingxiong, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. I'm definitely going to interfere in the Lin family's matters. Feng Xingxiong. You will regret it. Mo Kuan said viciously. He turned around and left after leaving this sentence. The Mo family people also left one after another. Feng Xingxiong had already broken through to the origin core realm. They no longer had the chance to destroy the Lin family. Rather than staying, they might as well go back and recuperate. I'll wait for you to regret it. Feng Xingxiong retorted rudely. Since things had already come to this point, Feng Xingxiong did not need to give face to the Mo family. Moreover, he had already stepped into the Yuandan realm and was not afraid of the Mo family at all. The Mo family people who left the Lin family met Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao on the way. However, Mo Kuan did not dare to make a move. He only glared at Feng Wuchen and left. Looks like Dad made it in time, Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. He ignored the Mo family people and entered the Lin family with Ling Xiaoxiao. The moment Feng Wuchen entered the Lin family, he saw dozens of guards killed and dozens more injured. His face instantly turned cold. Uncle Lin, elder, are you all right? Feng Wuchen asked with concern. We're fine, we're fine. We're just injured. Lin Tianqing smiled and waved his hand. He was secretly glad that Feng Xingxiong had made it in time. Otherwise, the Lin family would really be finished. The Mo family has gone too far. They've killed so many of our people. Old man will not let this matter rest. An elder of the Lin family said angrily. Don't be rash, great elder. The Mo family has the Huangfu family's support. I heard that the Huangfu family also has a genius who is a disciple of the Tianyun clan. If this matter blows up, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to both our families, Feng Xingxiong said solemnly. This was what he was most worried about. Even if the Huangfu family wanted to give face to the Skyflame Academy, the Tianyun clan might not. Lin Tianqing said solemnly, we can't let Yu Er know about this. We can't delay her training. Feng Xingxiong helped Lin Tianqing into the hall while the Lin family guards cleaned up and brought the injured away for treatment. Brother Feng, have you settled the matter with the Yang family? Lin Tianqing asked in the hall. Feng Xingxiong nodded and then explained the matter. Only then did Lin Tianqing and the rest feel relieved. I didn't expect so many things to happen in Wushuang City in one night. However, I feel that this matter is too strange. It's not a coincidence. There must be someone behind this, Lin Tianqing said with a frown. That is indeed the case. However, we don't know who it was that killed 13 guards of the Yang family and 9 guards of the Mo family in just one night. Someone is definitely trying to provoke a fight between the 4 families. Feng Xingxiong said in frustration. Who else in Wushuang City has the ability to do this? Feng Wuchen asked. Frowning slightly, Lin Tianqing said, in Wushuang City, other than the 4 families, only the Wanbao Pavilion has the ability to do this. Yu Wanxiong is a grade 1 alchemist and the pavilion master. He knows many experts. It's impossible for Yu Wanxiong. Although Yu Wanxiong had some conflicts with the Feng family in the past, I still know his character. He would never do such a despicable thing. Feng Xingxiong shook his head. He trusted Yu Wanxiong. The only person with the ability to do this was eliminated. Who was the one behind this? Feng Xianxiong and the rest could not figure it out. The strange incident was worrisome. Many people in Wushuang City had their own guesses. Some even thought that it was the work of the strong fighters from other cities. It was impossible for the Feng and Lin families. It was also impossible for the Yang and Mo families to have their guards killed. Before Feng Xianxiong and the rest left, they told the Lin family to be on high alert. At the same time, they were secretly investigating the incident. Father, did you notice? Feng Wuchen seems to be in the LV3 Qi cultivation realm. Did I see wrongly? Lin Tianli only reacted after Feng Xianxiong and the rest left. LV3 Qi cultivation realm? Lin Tianqing and the rest were shocked. The Lin family had suffered heavy casualties. They were all focused on this strange incident. Indeed, no one paid much attention to Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Lin Tianli nodded and said, "It should be. He's in the LV3 Qi cultivation realm." But how is that possible? Feng Wuchen was in the LV1 Qi cultivation realm half a month ago. How did he become in the LV3 Qi cultivation realm? 2 Qi cultivation realms in half a month? Lin Tianqing was shocked. The Feng family has a peerless genius. Old man has never seen or heard of anyone with such a terrifying cultivation speed. The head elder of the Lin family exclaimed. Who would have thought that Feng Wuchen, who was called a trash martial soul in Wushuang City, would become such a peerless genius? Unbelievable. Lin Tianqing recovered from his shock. He could only use these words to describe it. Master! Master! Just then, a guard rushed in. What is it? Lin Tianqing asked. Patriarch, before young Master Feng left, he asked me to give you these 7 treasures Qi condensing powder. The guard hurriedly presented the 10 packets of powder. Qi condensing powder? Lin Tianqing and the elder looked at each other in confusion. They had never heard of this powder. Yes, young Master Feng said it can help Qi cultivation realm cultivators increase their cultivation speed. It's more than 10 times stronger than the Qi increasing powder, the guard said respectfully. More than 10 times stronger? Lin Tianqing could not sit still. He stood up in shock. The elder and Lin Tianli stared with their eyes wide open. Did they hear wrongly? How could there be such a powerful powder? Lin Tianqing hurriedly took the medicine and asked, Did Elder Feng make this? Why haven't I heard of the 7 treasures Qi condensing powder? The guard shook his head and said, Young Master Feng did not say. Tianli, quickly distribute the elixir. Let Lin Xiaoya and the others cultivate immediately. Lin Tianqing quickly instructed as he passed the elixir to Lin Tianli. Is it really 10 times more effective? Lin Tianli still couldn't believe it. Thinking about how Feng Wuchen's cultivation had soared rapidly, Lin Tianli's heart was filled with joy. Whether or not it was 10 times more effective, he would only know after trying it out. After returning to the Feng family, Feng Xianxiong also ordered an investigation into this matter. If they didn't find the mastermind, they wouldn't be able to live in peace for even a day. Patriarch, I've examined the wound. It's just an ordinary wound. I can't tell who did it, Feng Yunshan said solemnly in the Feng clan's main hall. Feng Xianxiong sighed softly and said, The killer is very careful. How could he let others see through him? Feng Qianyang shook his head and said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find out. Unless this person kills again, there might be some clues. But now that things have gotten out of hand, I'm afraid this person has already achieved his goal and won't appear again. Pass down the order to increase the security, just in case. I have to consolidate my Yuandan realm as soon as possible, Feng Xianxiong said solemnly. He was also worried that the mastermind behind this would also attack the Feng family. After Feng Xianxiong left, Feng Qianyang also went back to make the 7 treasures Qi condensing powder. The others also went back to cultivate. Brother Feng, who do you think it is? On the way back to the room, Ling Xiaoxiao asked. It's hard to say. At first, I thought it was the Mo family who framed us. But now that the Mo family has also died, I can't be sure. Only the Mo family knows who the informant is. As long as we find this informant, perhaps the truth will be revealed, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I believe Brother Feng will definitely find out who did it. Let's go back and cultivate. You're about to break through to the 7th LVC cultivation realm. If you cultivated diligently, you would have broken through long ago. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, as if he was not worried about the mastermind behind this. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and did not say anything. With Ling Xiaoxiao's terrifying talent, she should have broken through to the 7th LVC cultivation realm long ago. But now, after hiding for a month, she still did not break through. It could only be said that Ling Xiaoxiao did not put much effort into cultivation. Mo family hall. Mo Kuan and the elders' faces were very ugly. It was a rare opportunity, but not only did they not destroy the Lin family, they were also injured by Feng Jingxiong. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Feng Jingxiong, that bastard. After breaking through to the Yuandan realm, he did not even put the Mo family in his eyes. Mo Yuankong snarled. A terrifying murderous aura spread out, scaring the others in the hall into silence. A mere green yuan pill allowed him to break through to the Yuandan realm. Mo Kuan said coldly. His fierce anger almost spat out from his eyes. Mo Kuan's strength had always been superior to Feng Jingxiong. But now, Feng Jingxiong had surpassed him. He did not believe that a green yuan pill could allow Feng Jingxiong to break through to the Yuandan realm in half a month. Feng Jingxiong. How dare you ruin my plans, I will not forgive you. Mo Kuan said fiercely. Mo Yuankong said, Feng Jingxiong will not be able to protect the Lin family for long. We will destroy them sooner or later. Mo, how's the pill? Mo Kuan looked at Mo and asked. Master, the Hua Yuan pill has been refined and is being sent to the Mo family. It should arrive in 3 days. Mo replied respectfully. Very good. Mo Kuan squinted his eyes and sneered, Feng Jingxiong. Your time of death is coming soon. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wushuang City was relatively peaceful. It seemed that the matter had been settled, and the mastermind did not intend to make a move. Everyone gradually relaxed. Wushuang City, which had just calmed down, was once again shaken by a major piece of news. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was about to release a powerful elixir called the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder. It could increase the cultivation speed of Qi Refinement Realm cultivators by more than 10 times. Once the news came out, it shook the entire Wushuang City. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was almost filled with people from Wushuang City. Every day, people would ask when it would be sold and if it really had such a powerful effect. Other than the Feng family, the other 3 families were shocked and took it seriously. The Lin family's upper echelons were shocked and confused. Before this, Feng Wuchen had just given them 10 portions of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder. In just a few days, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion announced that it would be selling this elixir. What made them confused was the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder made by Yuanxiong or Feng Qianyang? If it was made by Yuanxiong, why did Feng Wuchen have it? The temptation of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder was so great that the 2 family heads, Mo Kuan and Yang Qingyun, personally came to ask about it. However, Yuanxiong was tight-lipped. He did not say anything until the day it was sold. He did not even say the price. This made them very anxious. If the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder was as powerful as the Thousand Treasure Pavilion said, then the rise of the family would not be a problem. The rise of the family mainly depended on the younger generation. If the younger generation became stronger and surpassed the older generation, then the family's power would naturally become stronger. The news had already spread in Wushuang City. When the people and families in the surrounding cities heard about it, they all rushed to Wushuang City to ask if it was true. In the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Han was in a hurry. There were too many people, filling the entire main hall. Feng Qianyang's alchemy has reached a new level. The old man really lost. He can even make such a powerful elixir like the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Powder. It's really admirable. However, the quality of the elixirs varies. It's obvious that they were made by different people. Yuanxiong thought to himself. After eliminating the people from the Feng family one by one, the most suspicious person was the mysterious Feng Wuchen. Thinking that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist who could make elixirs of much higher quality than Feng Qianyang's, Yuanxiong was shocked. Could Feng Wuchen be an alchemist? It shouldn't be. I didn't sense soul power on him before. Yuanxiong was not sure. If Feng Wuchen was an alchemist, then wouldn't that be too scary? The 7 treasures qi condensing powder he made was of a higher quality than a tier 2 alchemist. The more Yuanxiong thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. Looking at the lively crowd in the main hall, Yuanxiong did not care. He turned back and continued to study the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. Time passed day by day. On the 5th day, the people of Wushuang City finally got the day when the 7 treasures qi condensing powder would be sold. On this day, the entrance of the 1,000 treasure pavilion was crowded with people. The 3 streets were filled with people like 3 long dragons. It was extremely noisy and everyone was extremely excited. Pavilion Master Yu, how much does 1 dose of 7 treasures qi condensing powder cost? 1 dose of qi increasing powder costs 3,000 gold. The 7 treasures qi condensing powder is so powerful. It can't be more than 10,000 gold, right? Is the 7 treasures qi condensing powder really 10 times more powerful than the qi increasing powder? In the crowd, countless people were asking the same question. They were most concerned about the efficacy and price of the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. As for the efficacy, everyone only knew on the surface. They did not know the specifics. In terms of price, if it was too expensive, many people would be disappointed. The qi increasing powder's efficacy was average, and the price was already 3,000 gold per dose. The people of Wushuang City could barely afford it. If the 7 treasures qi condensing powder was too expensive, not many people could afford it. In the spacious main hall of the 1,000 treasure pavilion, Yuanxiong looked at the excited crowd and smiled happily. Everyone, quiet down. Old man knows that the 7 treasures qi condensing powder is very important to all of you. However, there aren't many of them. Not everyone can buy one. The efficacy of this powder is indeed 10 times more powerful than the qi increasing powder. Old man can guarantee it with his life. Pavilion Master Yu, how much does 1 dose of 7 treasures qi condensing powder cost? The Mo family will double the price and buy all of them. Mo Kuan was the first to speak. He wanted to buy all of them. Pavilion Master Yu, I'll double the price too. I only want 20 doses. Yang Qingyun quickly said. She was afraid that the Mo family would snatch all of them away. If you buy all of them, what will we do? That's right. Pavilion Master Yu, we want to buy them too. We can't sell all of them to both of them. Once Mo Kuan and Yang Qingyun spoke, the crowd went wild again. They were all emboldened by the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. Once Yuanxiong said this, the crowd realized that no one from the Feng family was here. The crowd fell into a short silence. The silence was eerie. The 7 treasures qi gathering elixir was refined by the Feng family head elder? It was refined by the Feng family head elder. No wonder I didn't see the Feng family head. No one would have thought that such a powerful elixir was refined by the Feng family head elder. Yang Qingyun and Mo Kuan's faces were gloomy. They wanted to buy it in bulk, but the Feng family had no intention of selling it to them. This was embarrassing. Feng Wuchen, that brat. Mo Kuan gritted his teeth. He was furious and looked like he could explode at any time. The people from Wushuang City were secretly overjoyed. Many of them were gloating. Without the competition from the Yang and Mo families, more people could buy the 7 treasures qi gathering elixir. Looking at the 2 family heads, Yuanxiong smiled faintly. Family heads, Elder Feng is already a grade 2 alchemist. The Wanbao Pavilion can't afford to offend him. I hope you can forgive us. Grade 2 alchemist? The crowd exclaimed again. Humph. Mo Kuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yang Qingyun also left with the rest of the Yang family. The 2 families offended the Feng family. They have no fate with the 7 treasures qi gathering elixir in this lifetime. If I were the Feng family head and had reached the Yuandan realm, I would definitely destroy the Yang and Mo families. The Feng family is going to rise. With such a powerful elixir, the Feng family will become even stronger. Our descendants will also have a chance to surpass the descendants of the 2 families. The Yang family is going to fall. Without anyone to work with, the family's gold coins will run out sooner or later. Luckily, we didn't offend the Feng family. The Feng family head is righteous and upright. God always takes care of the righteous. The crowd was envious. Yuanxiong pressed his hand down again and smiled. The 7 treasures chi gathering elixir. Isn't expensive. The Feng family head has considered everyone's difficulties, so each elixir is only 5,000 gold coins. That's great. 5,000 gold coins for 1 elixir. I can buy 1 elixir a month. The Feng family head is really a good person. He knows how to consider us. The Feng family is the best. Long live the Feng clan. Long live the Feng clan. When Yuanxiong's words fell, the crowd once again went into an uproar. Many people were moved and cried tears of joy. Looking at the excited crowd, Yuanxiong smiled and said, "The Feng family's 3rd young master also said that everyone has the medicinal powder, but it will take time to wait. He hopes that everyone won't fight for it. If you can't buy it today, you can buy it tomorrow. If you can't buy it tomorrow, you can buy it the day after tomorrow. The 7 treasures chi condensing powder will not run out. Pavilion Master Yu, there are so many people in Wushuang City. Can Elder Feng refine so many? Won't it tire your body out?" "Yes. I heard that alchemy is very tiring and consumes a lot of soul power. If Elder Feng collapses from exhaustion, wouldn't we have no more medicine in the future?" The crowd was worried again. Everyone can rest assured, Elder Feng has already promised to give the formula to the old man, and the old man will refine it as soon as possible. Yuanxiong smiled happily, and this was also the critical moment for him to step into the 2nd grade alchemist. After that, he looked at Zhang Han and signaled for him to start selling. "Everyone line up, don't fight for it," Zhang Han said loudly, and the crowd became excited again. "Steward Zhang. I'm the first one. Give me 1. Hurry up. I want 1 too. Me too. I want 1 too. 1 set, 2 sets." Everyone fought like crazy, as if they were in the middle of a clearance sale. In less than an hour, the hundreds of medicinal powders refined by Feng Qianyang and Feng Wuchen were all sold out. Such a popular medicinal powder was definitely the most popular in the history of the Wanbao Pavilion, even more popular than the auction. After selling out, Zhang Han was stunned. He couldn't believe that hundreds of medicinal powders were sold out so quickly. 350 were sold out? Zhang Han blinked in a daze. One by one, they were sold out. It didn't feel like long. Zhang Han reached behind him and found that it was empty. There were 3 long lines outside the Wanbao Pavilion, but none of them could buy any. Even the people in the main hall couldn't get any. Although they were disappointed, they knew there would be more tomorrow, and there would never be a shortage. I don't know how Feng Qianyang researched this medicinal powder. Yuanxiong was envious. Wu Chen, check the heat, is it okay? In the Feng family's alchemy room, Feng Qianyang, who was refining medicinal powders, asked anxiously. "First Elder, increase the heat. Otherwise, the other herbs will be destroyed before the purple condensed mystic leaf can bloom." Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. He stared at the cauldron and pretended to focus on refining. Refining the 7 treasures chi condensing powder was a piece of cake for Feng Wuchen, but he couldn't show it in front of Feng Qianyang. These few days, Feng Wuchen and Feng Qianyang were refining medicinal powders in the alchemy room. Feng Qianyang already knew that Feng Wuchen could refine high-quality medicinal powders, so he had been asking for advice. With Feng Qianyang's continuous efforts, the quality of the medicinal powders refined were getting higher and higher. According to Feng Wuchen, Feng Qianyang increased the heat, step by step. After half an hour, Feng Qianyang successfully refined the 7 treasures chi condensing powder, and the quality was much higher than before, which made him very happy. "Wu Chen, your master is really amazing. According to your master, the quality of the medicinal powders has improved a lot. And you, kid, your alchemy talent is also so scary. How many days has your master taught you? You seem to be more skilled than me." Feng Qianyang was overjoyed, and at the same time, he couldn't help but praise Feng Wuchen. "Not many days, it should be about 5 or 6 days." Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "Brat. Don't beat me up." Feng Qianyang rolled his eyes. 5 or 6 days was too long, who knew how long it would take for others to succeed. If Feng Qianyang didn't have many years of foundation, it would be impossible to succeed in half a month. After several days of crazy and high-intensity refining, Feng Wuchen felt that his soul power was increasing rapidly, and he began to touch the threshold of second-grade alchemist. Great Elder, after so many days of refining, these medicinal powders should be able to last for a few days. I hope you Wanqiong can refine them as soon as possible. I have to go back to practice. Great Elder, don't forget to practice alchemy. Master said that practicing alchemy will help you break through to third-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said as he walked out of the alchemy room. After staying in the alchemy room for a few days, his whole body was filled with the smell of herbs. Looking at Feng Wuchen leaving, Feng Qianyang's old eyes slightly wrinkled, and muttered, "This brat is not simple, his soul power is extremely strong, he can refine medicinal powders as he pleases, and the quality is higher than old man's, and he didn't fail once, no wonder there is an expert in my Feng family." Back in the room, Feng Wuchen asked Xiaolan to change a bucket of water, and took a comfortable bath to get rid of the smell of herbs on his body. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen lay down on the bed, and said, "Refining medicine is really not easy, but now is a good time to practice, I can't be lazy." Resisting the exhaustion, Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged, and began to practice the Supreme Dragon God cultivation technique. Even without the qi-gathering pill, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was very fast just by relying on the qi-gathering powder. When I go back, I have to refine some qi-gathering pills to help Big Brother and Second Brother improve their cultivation. Feng Wuchen calculated in his heart. Although the qi-gathering pill is a first-grade pill, even Feng Qianyang found it difficult to refine it. Of course, it is a different story when he becomes a second-grade alchemist. After 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen's exhaustion was swept away, and he was full of energy again. My cultivation and soul force have both improved, the effect is very obvious. It seems that it won't be long before I can become a second-grade alchemist. At that time, I can refine the soul-dissolving pill and give it to Second Elder and the others to practice. Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. The soul-dissolving pill can help an origin transformation cultivator to increase their cultivation by 1 level, and its effect is very powerful. Stretching his body, Feng Wuchen walked out of the room, and planned to go to his family's medicine shop. The next step is to refine some qi-gathering pills. Big Brother Feng. Feng Wuchen had just stepped out of the door when Ling Xiaoxiao's laughter reached his ears. Feng Wuchen was already used to it. Every time he went out, the first person to appear in front of him was Ling Xiaoxiao. 7th level of qi refining, I finally broke through. I really don't know where you little girl came from, your talent is so terrifying. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao with a sweet smile, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. To be honest, Feng Wuchen had not seen Ling Xiaoxiao fight, but he felt that Ling Xiaoxiao's strength must be very strong, or at least stronger than he imagined. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao stuck out her pink tongue, and said with a smile, "No matter how terrifying my talent is, my cultivation can't increase as fast as Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng's talent is even more terrifying, increasing 2 levels in half a month, I can't do that. Let's go, I'll take you out for a walk." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was already used to Ling Xiaoxiao following him around, and he did not feel the slightest bit of disgust. Instead, he felt very at ease. Okay. Ling Xiaoxiao was full of joy, and she intimately held Feng Wuchen's arm. The appearance of the two was like a couple falling in love, and it made people envious. Feng Wuchen did not know that he did not go out, but when he went out, he was shocked. Outside the Feng family, there was a large crowd of people from Wushuang City, all fighting to buy the medicinal powder. The appearance of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao immediately made them excited. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Feng Wuchen did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Everyone, quiet down." Feng Wuchen shouted, and then said, "Everyone, the qi condensing powder of 7 treasures can only be bought at the Wanbao Pavilion. The Feng family and the Feng family shops do not sell the qi condensing powder of 7 treasures. If the Wanbao Pavilion is sold out, you can only wait until tomorrow." Feng Wuchen had long expected this to happen, so he put the medicinal powder on sale at the Wanbao Pavilion. Feng Wuchen had obtained the right to sell it just to prepare. The crowd was disappointed. They thought that they could buy it at the Feng family, but in the end they could only leave helplessly. Seeing the crowd leave, Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "There's a murderous aura." "Big brother Feng, it's the Mo family." Ling Xiaoxiao saw the Mo family at a glance. "Mo Lei? Who is he?" "I don't think I've seen him in the Mo clan," Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Feng Wuchen sneered, "Mo Kuan's son. He's Mo Ling Er's brother. I didn't expect him to come back so quickly. I heard from Mo Ling Er that he went out to train." Ling Xiaoxiao nodded, "I see. No wonder he's at the third level of the origin transformation realm." "Let's go," Feng Wuchen said with a smile, glancing at Mo Lei. Mo Lei was a few years older than Feng Wuchen, which was why he was at the third level of the origin transformation realm. Unfortunately, his talent was not as good as Mo Ling Er's. With Mo Lei's third level of the origin transformation realm cultivation, he was already considered an expert in the Mo clan. The origin transformation realm was incomparable to the qi refining realm. If a qi refining realm cultivator wanted to break through to the origin transformation realm, he had to refine his true qi into true yuan. Otherwise, he would never be able to step into the origin transformation realm. Third level of the qi refining realm. I didn't expect this brat to be able to make a comeback. His cultivation speed is indeed terrifying, Mo Lei said coldly to himself as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen's back. In half a month, father should be able to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. At that time, it will be your time to die. Mo Lei sneered and turned to leave. He was not in a hurry to attack Feng Wuchen. Mo Lei's appearance and his murderous aura was to remind Feng Wuchen that he was back. He wanted to tell Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't take him seriously at all. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appeared on the street, everyone in Peerless City respectfully greeted them as young Master Feng. Other than respect, there was more envy in their eyes. The Feng clan's reputation had skyrocketed. They were now the strongest clan in Peerless City, completely suppressing the Mo clan. Most importantly, the Feng clan sold the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Elixir, which was very popular in Peerless City and the surrounding cities. Moreover, they had a partnership with the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Their future was limitless. If news of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensing Elixir continued to spread, it would not be long before it reached the Skyflame Academy. There were many students in the Skyflame Academy, and even more of them were in the Qi refinement realm. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir was undoubtedly the best cultivation treasure for them. At that time, the Academy elders would probably visit Wushuang City again and even ask for the prescription. Of course, this was a matter for the future. Third young master. Bai Yunqi greeted respectfully in the medicine shop. "Uncle Bai, help me prepare the herbs on the bamboo slip. If you have these herbs in the future, feel free to bring more of them." Feng Wuchen handed over the bamboo slip. "Good. Please wait a moment, third young master." Bai Yunqi nodded. "Brother Feng, the people from the Yang family are here." At this time, Ling Xiaoxiao reminded, her beautiful eyes already looking at the street outside the shop. On the street, the Yang family's guard leader, Yang Yunfei, was leading over a dozen guards in an aggressive manner. Feng Wuchen turned his head and sneered, "They're probably here for the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir." "Feng Wuchen." Yang Yunfei shouted at Feng Wuchen as soon as he arrived at the Feng family's medicine shop. As the Yang family's guard leader, Yang Yunfei's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, and his strength could be considered strong. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression unfriendly. Feng Wuchen was already extremely disgusted by the fact that the Yang family had turned out in full force to denounce the Feng family. Therefore, Feng Wuchen would not give the Yang family any face. The Feng family sells elixirs. If business is fair, why don't you sell it to my Yang family? Yang Yunfei asked angrily. Feng Wuchen sneered, "Don't you think your question is stupid? Why should I sell it to your Yang family? Give me a reason why I should sell it to your Yang family." "Young Master Feng, are you afraid that our Yang family's talents will surpass your Feng family's?" A guard provoked. "Surpass?" Feng Wuchen sneered with disdain, "Your Yang family wants to surpass my Feng family? What a joke, so stupid that no medicine can save you. Yang Yunfei's face darkened, and he said fiercely, Feng Wuchen. Didn't your father teach you how to do business? You are clearly using your position to avenge your personal grudge. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and sneered, my father really didn't teach me how to do business. My Feng family sells elixirs to whoever we want. If you don't want to sell, then don't even think about getting it. If you have the ability, then refine it yourself. You. Yang Yunfei was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything. Coldly glancing at Yang Yunfei, Feng Wuchen said mockingly, if you want to buy it, then fine. As long as Yang Qingyun personally kneels in front of my Feng family and apologizes, then I will reluctantly sell you one elixir. If you can't do it, then scram. This young master has no time to talk nonsense with you. Feng Wuchen. You're going too far. Yang Yunfei roared. Why don't you kneel and kowtow to me, then I will sell you one elixir right now. Feng Wuchen sneered. If Feng Wuchen wanted to do this, then the Yang family could buy it. Whoever wanted to buy it would have to beg. Whoever wanted to buy it would have to beg. You want me to kneel? In your dreams. Yang Yunfei shouted angrily. Want to buy elixirs? In your dreams, kneel and kowtow and I will sell it. Also, go back and tell Yang Qingyun that whoever wants to buy elixirs can come to the Feng family and kowtow, free of charge. Feng Wuchen retorted without holding back. Looking at Feng Wuchen's arrogant appearance, Yang Yunfei exploded with anger. His face twitched, and he wanted to slap him to death, but he didn't dare. This was Wushuang City, the Feng family's territory. If he dared to make a move here, Feng Jingxiong would definitely not let the Yang family go. Yang Yunfei. You dare to touch my third young master, I will kill you right now. At this time, Bai Yunqi, who had brought the herbs, pointed at Yang Yunfei and said angrily. He rushed over angrily, looking like he was about to attack. When Bai Yunqi came out, Yang Yunfei didn't dare to say anything. Both of them were in the 6th Qi realm, but Bai Yunqi was stronger than him. Scram! Bai Yunqi roared, and a powerful aura burst out, scaring the Yang family guards. The Feng family was no longer the same as before. Feng Jingxiong had stepped into the Yuandan realm, and his strength had increased greatly. The Yang family didn't have the strength to challenge the Feng family. They didn't want to cause trouble, nor did they dare to. Yang Yunfei, instead of wasting time here, why don't you go back and think about how to earn money to support the Yang family? You can still hold on now, but I don't know how long you can hold on. Feng Wuchen sneered, and then he put the herbs into his storage ring and left with Ling Xiaoxiao. Storage ring. Third young master has a storage ring. Bai Yunqi was shocked. Yang Yunfei and the others also saw that Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the herbs disappeared. A storage ring was as precious as a high-grade artifact. A storage ring was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. In the entire Feng family, only Feng Jingxiong and Feng Qianyang had a normal storage ring. The others didn't have one. Therefore, it would be strange if they weren't shocked to see Feng Wuchen have a storage ring. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I was the one who told the Wanbao Pavilion and the surrounding families to cut off their business with the Yang family. Don't forget to tell Yang Qingyun when you go back. Feng Wuchen sneered. What? You did it? Yang Yunfei's eyes widened, and the guard stiffened. Feng Wuchen had the ability to make the Wanbao Pavilion do something? The current Feng family could, but the previous Feng family definitely couldn't, let alone Feng Wuchen. Even the current Feng Wuchen, to Yang Yunfei and the others, didn't have the ability to make the Wanbao Pavilion cut off their business with the Yang family. You won't have a good ending if you offend me. Feng Wuchen sneered without turning his head. When Feng Wuchen was ruthless, those who offended him would feel fear. You were the one who killed my Yang clan's guards? Yang Yunchong asked furiously. Yang Yunfei. If you dare to slander my young master again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bai Yunqi shouted angrily, staring at Yang Yunfei fiercely. Humph. Let's go. Yang Yunfei snorted angrily and left with his men. Seeing Yang Yunfei and the others leave, Bai Yunqi sneered, Yang Qingyun, our third young master is no longer the third young master of the past. Third young master is definitely more terrifying than you can imagine. Everyone in the Feng family already knew that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist, and that the 7 treasures qi condensing powder he refined was even more powerful than Feng Qianyang's. He also had a terrifying cultivation speed, and he had an expert master behind him. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's expert master, just Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation talent was terrifying. To provoke such a genius, wasn't that cutting off one's own path of retreat? There was no medicine for regret in this world. It was too late. Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao for a stroll, had some food, and returned to the Feng family. "Brother Feng, you provoked them just now. Aren't you afraid that they will do something desperate?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. "The Yang family is no longer a threat. The main threat is the Mo family. The Yang family and the Mo family have a good relationship. If I don't provoke the Yang family, how can I make them attack?" Feng Wuchen sneered. "I see. Brother Feng is so smart. You want to use the Yang family to make the Mo family attack. Then you can destroy them justifiably." Ling Xiaoxiao laughed. "Aren't you smart too?" Feng Wuchen laughed. With the Feng family's current strength, they could indeed destroy the Mo family. However, Feng Jingxiong was an upright person. Even if Feng Wuchen was willing, Feng Jingxiong would not agree. If the Mo family and Yang family attacked first, then it would be different. "Brother Feng, I'll give you a treasure." Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes turned as she suddenly spoke, as if she had long wanted to say it. "What treasure?" Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in surprise. Ling Xiaoxiao flipped her jade hand, and with a flash of white light, a scroll appeared out of thin air. "This is?" Feng Wuchen could tell that it was a cultivation technique or martial skill at a glance, but he was not sure what it was. "This is a martial skill." Ling Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "Brother Feng, I've been in the Feng family for so long. Everything I eat and drink is from the Feng family. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Feng are so good to me, and Brother Feng is also so good to me. As a token of appreciation, this is my gift to the Feng family." Worried that Feng Wuchen would refuse, Ling Xiaoxiao added, "If Brother Feng doesn't want it, you can give it to Uncle Feng and the others. This is a mid-grade mystic class martial skill." Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao's worried expression, Feng Wuchen laughed and said, "Little girl, I was waiting for you to say it. Only a fool would not want a mid-grade mystic class martial skill. The entire Peerless City only has one low-grade mystic class martial skill. If Dad and the others cultivate this martial skill, their battle strength will definitely increase greatly." Feng Wuchen had the memories of the evil dragon god, so he had all kinds of martial arts techniques. As long as he wanted, everyone in the Feng family could practice Earth-class martial arts techniques or even Heaven-class martial arts techniques. However, the Feng family was too weak. If they suddenly practiced powerful martial arts techniques, people would suspect them and it would bring a lot of trouble to the Feng family. Therefore, everything had to wait until the Feng family became stronger before Feng Wuchen could take out powerful martial arts techniques. These things couldn't be rushed. The most important thing was to increase their strength, not to practice powerful martial arts techniques. Back at the Feng family, Ling Xiaoxiao gave the mystic mid-level martial arts technique to Feng Jingxiong. This made everyone in the Feng family overjoyed. Although it was only a mid-level mystic martial arts technique, it was already a very powerful existence to Peerless City and the other powers in the surrounding cities. With a mid-level mystic martial arts technique, the Feng family could become even stronger. In the future, they might even be able to stand on equal footing with other large sections. Just from the increase in cultivation of the Feng family in the past few days, it could be seen that the Feng family's strength was rising at a terrifying speed. The Feng family could see these changes. This was the beginning of the Feng family's rise, and all of this was brought about by Feng Wuchen. After a few days, the 7 treasures qi condensing powder's powerful effects had already conquered everyone in Peerless City and the surrounding cities. For this medicine, everyone became even crazier. Using the 7 treasures qi condensing powder to cultivate made many qi refinement realm practitioners feel like they had become geniuses. They could even stand on equal footing with the geniuses of the Yang family and the Mo family. That terrifying. Cultivation speed completely made up for their lack of talent. A medicine that could turn oneself into a genius, one could imagine how many people would go crazy over it. Of course, this was only a powerful effect in the qi refinement realm. It would lose its effect after entering the essence realm. However, it would still allow one to enter the essence realm before others. To break through to the essence realm, the 7 treasures qi condensing powder was absolutely necessary. In just a few days, the news had already spread to the Skyflame Academy. It was confirmed that the 7 treasures qi condensing powder was 10 times stronger than the qi increasing powder. This made the students extremely anxious. They couldn't wait to rush out of the academy and fly to Peerless City to buy the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. What shocked them even more was that such a powerful 7 treasures qi condensing powder was created by an elder of the Feng family. Hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Mo Ling-er's ears. Her entire body froze. Mo Ling-er felt that after she broke up with Feng Wuchen, everything had changed. The dean and the 3 elders were equally shocked. As a 4th-grade alchemist, Xianxia had never heard of the existence of the 7 treasures qi condensing elixir. What's more, it was 10 times stronger than the qi increasing elixir. Feng Qianyang has just become a 2nd-grade alchemist, and he's already able to develop the 7 treasures qi condensing powder? The news says that the 7 treasures qi condensing powder is 10 times more powerful than the qi increasing powder. Is that possible? Elder Su asked doubtfully. He could not believe it. The news came from Wushuang City. It shouldn't be fake. Xing Tianfeng said solemnly. However, he didn't dare to believe that Feng Qianyang could develop such a powerful medicinal powder. If it was really developed by Feng Qianyang, then how many powerful alchemists would be inferior to him, a 2nd-grade alchemist? If the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir really has such a powerful effect, it will be very important to our academy. Zhen Yuntian said. As a 4th-grade alchemist, he knew the true value of the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir. Xing Tianfeng nodded and said, "You're right, great elder. It would be best if we could get the prescription. That way, the students of the academy would be able to improve their cultivation rapidly." Dean, Elder. Instructor Li walked into the main hall. "Instructor Li, didn't I ask you to go to Wushuang City?" Elder Su asked. "There's no need to go. The Lin family of Wushuang City has already sent someone to deliver the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir to Linyu. I've taken a portion from Linyu. Please take a look, Great Elder," Instructor Li said respectfully and presented the elixir. Zhen Yuntian took the elixir anxiously. With just a sniff, he was very sure of the powerful effect of the elixir. He became extremely excited. Looking at Zhen Yuntian's excited expression, Xing Tianfeng and the rest were already sure that the elixir's effect was not fake. The power of the elixir is indeed 10 times stronger than the qi increasing powder. It seems that Feng Qianyang has really developed a magical elixir, Zhen Yuntian said excitedly. Xing Tianfeng nodded and said, "It seems that Great Elder has to find time to go to the Feng family of Wushuang City. Hopefully, you can get the formula back. Now is not the time. The 7 treasures qi condensation elixir has just been released. The news has already spread to the academy. Many other families and forces should have already received the news. It's not the right time to go now." Zhen Yuntian shook his head. "Yes. Feng Wuchen is a student of the academy. The Feng family might agree to give us the formula." "There's no rush," Xing Tianfeng said with a faint smile. The 7 treasures qi condensation elixir had already made the Feng family and Feng Qianyang more and more famous. The families and forces within a radius of 10,000 miles all brought congratulatory gifts to the Feng family. The Feng family was extremely glorious. The gifts filled the main hall. The upper echelons of every family and force were very respectful to Feng Jingxiong and were very polite. Apart from buying the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir, these families and forces all wanted to cooperate with the Feng family. Even the alchemists from other places came to the Feng family. The people of Wushuang City were extremely envious. Feng Jingxiong had never thought that the Feng family would have such a glorious day. Any guard walking on the street would feel proud. All of the Feng family's glory was brought about by Feng Wuchen. As time passed, the news of the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir had spread to some of the big families and forces in the empire. They had never heard of the 7 treasures qi condensation elixir before. A rank 2 alchemist could create such a powerful elixir. Without a doubt, the fact that so many families and forces went to congratulate the Feng family in Wushuang City was the best proof. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir had completely replaced the Qi Boosting Elixir. This was a miracle in the mainland. Huangfu's house. Wushuang City's Feng family. Isn't that Feng Wuchen's family? That old man Feng Qianyang could create such a powerful elixir? In the main hall, an old man said with slight surprise. Great Elder, it's true. Moreover, Feng Wuchen is no longer a good-for-nothing. He is now a peerless genius in Wushuang City. He has already broken through to the Qi cultivation realm, a middle-aged man reported respectfully. On the main seat, the head of the Huangfu family smiled faintly. A rank 2 alchemist has created the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir. That's something to be proud of. Today's Feng family is famous everywhere. However, if you want to rise, you have to ask for my Huangfu family's permission. Great Elder's eyes flashed coldly. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir is a good thing. We must get the recipe back. The Mo family and the Feng family have already fallen out. Let Mo Kuan handle this matter, the head of the Huangfu family smiled faintly. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir was valued by a big family like the Huangfu family. This was enough to prove the value of the elixir. Other than the Huangfu family, other big forces were also eyeing the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir. Because of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir, the Feng family became the center of attention. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The news of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir had spread far and wide. News of the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir had already reached the Empire's Imperial General's residence. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir, which was 10 times more powerful than the Qi Increasing Elixir, had also attracted the attention of the general. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir was essential to the training of the Empire's soldiers. With this elixir, soldiers in the Qi refinement realm could break through to the primordial realm in the shortest amount of time. This would greatly increase the soldiers' combat power. A small Wushuang city actually has an alchemist who can create such a powerful elixir. And a rank 2 alchemist at that. In the general's residence, a middle-aged man was shocked. The middle-aged man was in his early 30s. He was handsome and exuded the aura and authority of an expert. He was the general of the general's residence, Xianxia. Xianxia had many achievements and made countless contributions to the empire. He was known as the youngest and most powerful general in the history of the empire. He was in charge of all the soldiers in the empire. Xianxia's existence was famous in the empire. He was highly respected in the empire and was on an equal footing with the imperial advisor. Even the generals of other countries respected Xianxia. Xianxia was the current head of the Yi family. The Yi family was a large family in the empire and was far more powerful than the Huangfu family. In the eyes of the Yi family, the Huangfu family was just a small family. The two could not be compared at all. General, I also found out that the Feng family has already given the elixir to Yuanxiong of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Now, only Yuanxiong and the Feng family have the elixir. Many families and powers are crazily fighting for the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir. The Feng family's reputation is growing, a leader reported respectfully. Xianxiong nodded and said, the 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir is indeed powerful. One elixir only costs 5,000 gold coins. That's 2,000 gold coins more expensive than the Qi Increasing Elixir. No wonder it attracted so many people. Xianxiong took a sip of his tea and said, Feng Qianyang and Yuanxiong can't make a large amount of 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir. That was indeed the case. The 7 Treasures Qi Condensation Elixir was too popular and there were too many people fighting for it. General, why not send someone to Wushuang City and ask the Feng family to hand over the elixir? If the empire intervenes, the Feng family will not dare to disobey, the leader suggested. In his opinion, the Feng family was part of the empire. For the empire, the Feng family should hand over the elixir. No, Xianxiong immediately shook his head and scolded, how is that different from robbing the mountain bandits? Immediately send someone to Wushuang City and discuss it with the Feng family. If the Feng family is not willing, then forget it and ask them to help make a batch of 7 treasures chi condensation elixir, Xianxia ordered. Yes. I will do it immediately, the leader nodded respectfully. If the empire can train a group of elite soldiers, the Yanhua Empire will become a great nation soon, Xianxia secretly thought to himself. Leading the Yanhua Empire to become a great nation was Xianxia's lifelong dream. Although Xianxia was not the current head of the Yi family, his heart was for the empire. He was loyal and devoted to the empire. It had been half a month since the 7 treasures chi condensing elixir was released. The elixir had always been in short supply. People from different cities and powers were queuing up for the 7 treasures chi condensing elixir. The streets of Wushuang City were congested every day. It was comparable to the rush hour in modern times. The 7 treasures chi condensing elixir was too influential and tempting. It was a treasure that could help the younger generation reach the essence transformation realm quickly. No other treasure could replace it, not even the chi gathering elixir. Although the chi gathering elixir was a first-grade elixir, it could help a chi refinement realm cultivator advance by 1 level. However, it was very expensive. Not many people could afford it. More importantly, even an alchemist would find it difficult to make the chi gathering elixir. After all, the alchemy realm was too weak. Even Feng Qianyang, a second-grade alchemist, could not make it. Elixirs that could increase one's cultivation were the most complicated and difficult to make. There was no other elixir that could compare. Mo Family Hall. Congratulations to Family Head for breaking through to the Yuandan realm. Mo Yuan Kong and the other higher-ups were extremely excited. Mo Kuan had broken through to the Yuandan realm with the help of the Essence Transformation Elixir. Mo Kuan was originally at the peak of the 9th level of the Essence Transformation realm. Hence, it was normal for him to break through in half a month with the help of the Essence Transformation Elixir. Mo Kuan's face was filled with joy. The strength of the Yuandan realm was much stronger than the peak of the 9th level of the Essence Transformation realm. Feng Jingxiong, it's time for the Feng family to pay the price. Mo Kuan narrowed his eyes and sneered. Mo Kuan, who had broken through to the Yuandan realm, was very confident in his own strength. Even if Feng Jingxiong had broken through to the Yuandan realm earlier than him, Mo Kuan was not afraid at all. Family Head, if the Feng family does not sell the 7 treasures chi condensing elixir to us, we will snatch the formula back. A junior said fiercely. That's right. Snatch it back. The others agreed. Mo Kuan gestured for them to be quiet. After a while, he asked, have the Huangfu family arrived? Family Head, they arrived 2 days ago, Mo Yuankong replied. Mo Kuan nodded and said coldly, the Lin family has yet to recover. They can't help the Feng family. Send my orders. The Mo Kuan family's formula. Yes. Mo respectfully and excitedly accepted the order. Lei make a trip to the Yang clan. If the Yang clan wants to avenge their humiliation, get them to act secretly and stop the Lin clan. Once the Feng clan is eliminated, they will be rewarded handsomely. Mo Kuan ordered. Yes. I'll do it right away. Mo Lei nodded. Feng Jingxiong, isn't your Feng family famous now? Don't many families want to curry favor with you? Today, I will destroy your Feng clan and seize the prescription. I will make your Feng clan disappear completely. Mo Kuan said viciously in his heart. His eyes were also filled with viciousness. Not long after, the Mo clan moved out in full force with great momentum and murderous intent towards the Feng clan. The people on the street were all scared witless. They had never seen the Mo family in such a situation. When the originally crowded street sensed the Mo clan's powerful formation, everyone was frightened to the point that they dispersed and hid. Yuandan stage. Something bad was about to happen. The Mo family head had also stepped into the Yuandan stage. They must have gone to seek revenge from the Feng clan. What a terrifying aura. The crowd was terrified. They had also guessed the Mo clan's motive. The Mo clan's guards were killed by the Lin clan. Feng Jingxiong stepped in to stop them. This had already caused the 2 clans to fall out. After that, because of the 7 treasures chi condensing elixir, the Feng clan publicly slapped them in the face and refused to sell it to the Mo clan. This made the Mo clan even more furious. Now that Mo Kuan had stepped into the Yuandan stage, how could he let the Feng clan off so easily? No matter how many people there were in Wushuang City, no one dared to offend a Yuandan stage expert. Because once they did, they would face death. Pavilion Master. The Mo family head has brought everyone from the Mo clan to the Feng clan. The two clans are probably going to war. In the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Han reported in a panic. Not good. Quickly go to the Feng clan. Yuan Xiong's expression changed. He immediately went to the Feng clan. The Feng clan was now the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's best business partner. Yuan Xiong would not sit idly by. Master. Something bad has happened. Mo Kuan brought everyone from the Mo clan to our Feng clan. A guard hurriedly ran into the main hall to report. Looks like Mo Kuan has also broken through to the Yuandan stage. Feng Jingxiong frowned. If the two clans are going to war, there will definitely be casualties. What will come will come. Feng Qianyang's face was indifferent. After the news spread, the Feng clan quickly gathered everyone. They looked like they were going to fight the Mo clan to the death. Xiao, don't get involved. You're not from the Feng clan. There's no need to take the risk. Feng Wuchen said with concern. If something happened to Ling Xiao, where would Feng Wuchen find such a beautiful girl to? Compensate Ling Xiaoxia's parents? I'll listen to Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. Didn't many clans and forces say that as long as the Feng clan is in trouble, they would not sit idly by? I'll take a good look today. Feng Wuchen sneered. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the main gate, they did not see any clans or forces. The streets were deserted. Everyone hid in their houses to watch. When they saw the Mo clan's formation, they guessed that a fierce battle would break out. None of them dared to show half of their heads. At this moment, the Feng clan and Mo clan were facing off against each other. Feng Jingxiong, I won't argue with you if you don't sell the medicine to the Mo clan. But when the Lin clan killed our guards, you stopped them. You don't respect the Mo clan at all. It's time to settle the grudges between us. Mo Kuan said coldly. Mo Kuan, what do you want? Feng Jingxiong asked. He was not afraid of starting a war with the Mo clan. Mo Kuan's words were just an excuse, so Feng Jingxiong could not be bothered to waste his breath. Destroy the Feng clan. Attack. Mo Kuan shouted angrily. There was no room for discussion. Mo Kuan didn't bring the Mo family here to discuss, but to fight. The Mo clan's hundreds of people roared and charged forward with killing intent. Weapons have no eyes, everyone be careful. Kill. Feng Jingxiong shouted coldly. He activated his powerful true origin and charged towards Mo Kuan. Kill. Feng Qianyang's eyes widened. His killing intent soared as he roared fiercely. Kill. The Feng clan's hundreds of people charged out without hesitation. After half a month of cultivation, with the help of the 7 treasures Qi condensation elixir, the Feng clan's cultivations had increased significantly. Those in the Qi cultivation realm were much more powerful. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The two clans could not avoid a fierce battle. Feng Wuchen's killing intent filled the air. He took out his red fiery sword and activated his true Qi to charge forward. Brother Feng, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted with concern. Third brother. Let's fight side by side. Feng Yuan shouted. All right. The three of us brothers have not fought together for a long time. Feng Wuchen was fearless. The battle between the two clans was chaotic. Fourth realm of Qi cultivation realm. Feng Wuchen has broken through again. Yuan Xiong was shocked. It seemed that he was the only one who could sense Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Wait. Yuan Xiong's face changed again. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When did the red fiery sword become a high-grade artifact? Yuan Xiong was even more shocked when he recalled the fire attribute demon core that Feng Wuchen took away from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. He could not help but have a thought that even he could not believe. Feng Wuchen is a blacksmith? This was the thought in Yuan Xiong's mind. If Feng Wuchen was not a blacksmith, then how did the red fiery sword become a high-grade artifact? There were no blacksmiths in Peerless City. There were no blacksmiths in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The red fiery sword could not have become a high-grade artifact for no reason. Pavilion Master, do we need to help? Zhang Han asked in a low voice. The Feng clan was facing a crisis. If they did not help, then he was worried that Feng Wuchen would not save his life. He was worried that the Feng clan would give up on their business cooperation with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If they helped, then they would undoubtedly become enemies with the Mo clan. The Mo clan had the support of the Huangfu clan. Yuanxiong did not answer. He seemed to be thinking about this issue. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the casualties of the two clans gradually began to increase. The streets were dyed red with blood and filled with the smell of blood. Feng Wuchen and his two brothers fought side by side, ruthlessly killing the Mo clan's guards. Mo Lei also led the Mo clan's guards in a fierce counterattack. Everywhere they went, the Feng clan's guards were killed. Both sides were in a killing frenzy. Their clothes were dyed red with the blood of their enemies. The fierce battle between Feng Xianxiong and Mo Kuan had also entered a white-hot stage. The two of them were evenly matched. They fought with their fists and feet, not holding back at all. Guangma, you join hands with big brother and second brother. I'll go kill Mou. In the midst of the fierce battle, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. His fierce and murderous eyes stared at Mou. Okay. Feng Guangma immediately responded without the slightest hesitation. Third brother, be careful. Feng Zhan shouted. Feng Guangma was Feng Qianyang's grandson. He was 1 year younger than Feng Wuchen. With a 4th-grade martial spirit talent, he could be considered a genius in the Feng clan. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the identity he displayed was also very strange. It made people unable to catch him. Swaying left and right, he was like a ghost. Wherever he passed, anyone below the 4th layer of Qi refining realm would have their throats slit by Feng Wuchen's sword. His attacks were cold-blooded and merciless. Young Master Feng is too scary. What a powerful movement skill. The Mo clan's guards can't stop him at all. 4th layer of Qi refining realm. Young Master Feng has broken through again. His talent is too terrifying. Feng Wuchen, who was holding the red fiery sword and ruthlessly killing his enemies, frightened everyone who was hiding in the room. Mou, be careful. Quickly go and protect Mou. Mo Lei, who sensed something, quickly shouted and ordered a few guards to protect Mou. When 5 or 6 Mo clan's guards rushed over, they saw a terrifying scene that they never wanted to see in their lives. Feng Wuchen rushed out. His eyes were cold. He activated the dragon god's breath and the red fiery sword instantly ignited with raging flames. Feng Wuchen drew a circle with the red fiery sword in his hand. Suddenly, 6 flaming swords were condensed and shot out. Chi chi chi. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 6 Mo clan's guards who came to stop him were all pierced by the flaming swords and died on the spot. Chi release. No. Feng Wuchen hasn't stepped into the essence transformation realm. How is this possible? A Qi refining cultivator can actually project true essence? This is Qi release. What a vigorous Qi. Young Master Feng was actually able to release his true Qi. No one in the Qi refining realm has ever been able to do this. Using a martial skill and transforming the power into a form to launch an attack was considered external release of true yuan. External release of true yuan was something only transformation realm cultivators could do. Although Qi refinement realm cultivators could cultivate true Qi, their true Qi was not strong enough, so they could not release true Qi. There were very few who could do it. Basically, no one had ever seen it before. Therefore, Feng Wuchen was able to release true Qi with his 4th realm Qi refinement realm cultivation. Moreover, the power of the fire sword was very strong, which shocked everyone present. I didn't expect Chen to be able to use a sword technique with his 4th realm Qi refinement realm cultivation. Feng Xianxiong looked at his son in disbelief. Unbelievable. The power of the sword technique is terrifying. Feng Qianyang also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Yuanxiong, Xiaoqingqing, Mo Kuan, Mo Yuankong, and the others were all shocked. How powerful must one's true Qi be to be able to release true Qi? Even the Empire's #1 genius could not do it when he was in the Qi refinement realm. Was Feng Wuchen not a monster? It seems that third brother's master is a very powerful expert. Otherwise, how could third brother have such a powerful sword technique? Feng Yuan guessed in shock. The crowd hiding in the room watching the battle was already stunned. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, Feng Wuchen rushed towards Mou without hesitation. Mou looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. His whole body was trembling, his face was pale, and he could not speak. Watch out! Mo Yuan Kong was the first to recover. His face changed drastically as he shouted in panic and rushed over. Where are you going? Feng Qianyang quickly stopped him. Go away! Mo Yuan Kong roared, Feng Wuchen, you dare to kill my son. I will tear you to pieces. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a vicious sneer. The red fiery sword mercilessly pierced Mo's chest. Blood spurted out. Feng Wuchen ignored Mo Yuan Kong's threat. Mo Yuan Kong shouted in panic. Seeing his son fall, his heart was bleeding. He was extremely angry. Pulling out the red fiery sword, Feng Wuchen sneered, you can't even withstand a single blow. You're scared out of your wits. Mo Lei roared. The anger in his heart erupted. Then, he rushed madly towards Feng Wuchen. Preposterous. Mo Kuan was enraged. He wanted nothing more than to kill Feng Wuchen with his palm. Unfortunately, Mo Kuan's opponent was Feng Jingxiong. If he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, he would have to defeat Feng Jingxiong first. Feng Wuchen, Mo Ling has made a wrong decision. I wonder if she will regret it. Feng Jingxiong coldly smiled. He felt proud and happy for Feng Wuchen. Lei kill Feng Wuchen. Mo Kuan said angrily as he glared at Feng Jingxiong with a murderous aura. Mo Lei charged forward furiously. His speed was extremely fast. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. Mo Lei was an essence transformation realm cultivator, his strength far above Feng Wuchen's. Be careful, brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out worriedly. If you want to bully my son, ask me first. Xiao Qingqing said coldly and angrily. She was about to rush over. If you want to save your son, then ask me first. Right at this moment, a figure swiftly appeared and blocked Xiao Qingqing's path. Second uncle, kill her. Mo Lei said coldly. As he rushed towards Feng Wuchen, the long sword in his hand was thrown out fiercely. You want to kill me? Xiao Qingqing said coldly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a never-before-seen fierceness. Third brother. Feng Yuan was shocked. He wanted to help but couldn't. Go help Wu Chen. Feng Yunshan shouted. Feng Wuchen's face was solemn. He avoided the long sword's attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he guessed that Mo Yu would take the opportunity to attack. Therefore, the moment he avoided the long sword, Feng Wuchen urged the wind attribute to retreat at an even faster speed, pulling away from Mo Lei. However, Mo Lei's speed was even faster. In a few breaths, he had caught up with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's face changed slightly. Mo Lei's cultivation was much higher than his. If there was no support, Feng Wuchen was not his opponent. Although Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memory and rich experience, if the opponent was too strong, even if Feng Wuchen could see through the opponent's moves, he could not avoid because Feng Wuchen's speed was not as good as the enemy's. Feng Wuchen. Die. Mo Lei roared and clawed at Feng Wuchen. The claw contained tyrannical true essence. Feng Wuchen could not avoid it. He could only bite the bullet and stab with his sword. Ding! Mo Lei's claw hit the tip of the red fiery sword. With a crisp sound, the tip of the sword was blocked half an inch away from the claw by a powerful force. Humph! Peerless genius? Today, I will destroy this genius and avenge Mo Yu. Mo Lei said fiercely, his killing intent soaring to the sky. The powerful force sent Feng Wuchen flying. His arm was in pain and the red fiery sword almost fell out of his hand. The blood in his body was churning violently. If not for Feng Wuchen's strong body, he would have vomited blood. Mo Lei's speed is much faster than mine. Feng Wuchen frowned. Chen Feng Jingxiong's face was full of worry. After all, Feng Wuchen's opponent was Mo Lei. Even if Feng Wuchen could release his true qi, even if Feng Wuchen's strength far exceeded his own cultivation, the gap between him and Mo Lei was too big to make up for. Third brother, be careful. You are not his opponent. Feng Zhan roared anxiously. Third young master. Everyone in the Feng family was shocked. They all wanted to help, but they were entangled by the Mo family. Quickly kill Feng Wuchen. Kill him for me. Mo Yuankong roared with a commanding tone. His son was killed. How could Mo Yuankong let Feng Wuchen live? After sending Feng Wuchen flying, Mo Lei didn't give Feng Wuchen a chance to breathe. He rushed up fiercely again and grabbed the long sword that he had thrown out. Mo Lei didn't care about a LV4 Qi refining realm cultivator. Ding! As soon as Feng Wuchen's body stabilized, the red fiery sword stabbed into the ground. With a crisp sound, Feng Wuchen put his palms together and stared at Mo Lei fiercely. Everyone in the Feng family was worried, but Feng Wuchen's face was cold and fierce. There was no worry at all. A strong force spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. His long hair fluttered without wind. Looking at Feng Wuchen's posture, it seemed that he wanted to fight Mo Lei head-on. You overestimate yourself. Mo Lei's face was full of disdain. Does he want to die? Yuan Xiong frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen strangely. With such a big gap in strength, he still wanted to fight head-on. Looking at Feng Wuchen's posture, everyone knew that Feng Wuchen wanted to fight head-on. But wasn't this courting death? Could it be that Feng Wuchen had some kind of ultimate move? Vigorous green true qi rushed out crazily and condensed into a green energy shield on the surface of Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen's true qi is extremely vigorous. It's not an ordinary true qi. Yuan Xiong frowned again. Everyone present felt Feng Wuchen's vigorous green true qi again and was shocked. Their eyes fell on Feng Wuchen again. Middle grade yellow rank martial skill. Breaking wind fist. Ignoring Feng Wuchen's powerful green energy shield, Mo Lei shouted and punched fiercely. Boom! The powerful punch landed on the energy shield. With a loud bang, the energy shield was instantly shattered. Feng Wuchen was sent flying by the powerful force. I see. Yuan Xiong finally understood. Feng Wuchen condensed the energy shield to reduce the damage. The energy shield blocked most of Mo Lei's power and minimized the damage that Feng Wuchen received. However, Feng Wuchen was still injured after being sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how long you can last. Mo Lei continued to chase and didn't give Feng Wuchen any chance. However, when Feng Wuchen was sent flying, he had already pulled apart the distance and gained some time. Many Feng family guards desperately rushed to support him. However, with their strength, they couldn't stop Mo Lei at all. His body swayed quickly and the long sword in his hand attacked ruthlessly. The guards fell one by one. In a few blinks of an eye, Mo Lei approached Feng Wuchen again and stabbed his long sword mercilessly at Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao finally couldn't stand it anymore. She activated her genuine qi and used her body movement skill. She turned into a black shadow and rushed out at an amazing speed. Ling Xiaoxiao appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Her face was cold and her jade-like hands formed a mysterious seal. She was about to use her martial skill to block the attack. Xiaoxiao, run! Feng Wuchen was shocked and anxious. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation was at the LV7 Qi cultivation realm, she was no match for Mo Lei. The moment Ling Xiaoxiao made her move, somewhere in the dark, a mysterious man frowned slightly. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Humph! I'll send you both to hell. Mo Lei sneered. The fierceness in his eyes intensified. However, when the long sword in Mo Lei's hand was 1 meter away from Ling Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoxiao was about to use her martial skill, a black shadow flashed quickly. Ding! When the long sword in Mo Lei's hand was half an inch away from Ling Xiaoxiao, there was a sudden crisp sound. A pair of fingers clamped the tip of the sword, and it couldn't move an inch further. Mo Lei looked at the person fiercely and said gloomily, Pavilion Master Yu, do you know what you are doing? The person who made the move was Yuan Xiong. He acted in time and stopped Mo Lei. Yuan Xiong. How dare you interfere with the Mo family's business? Mo Kuan was furious. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to die in Mo Lei's hands, he didn't expect Yu Wanxiong to intervene. How dare you? Yu Wanxiong. How dare you save Feng Wuchen? After destroying the Feng family, I'll destroy your Wanbao pavilion. Mo Yuan Kong was so angry that his veins were bulging. Yu Wanxiong ignored Mo Yuan Kong's threat. The moment he made his move, he had already prepared for the worst. Feng Xingxiong and the others didn't expect Yu Wanxiong to help, and they were relieved. Pavilion Master Yu, aren't you afraid of offending the Mo family? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Yu Wanxiong also knew that the Mo family was supported by the Huangfu family. Hearing that, Yu Wanxiong smiled and said, I couldn't control myself and acted. I'm afraid it's too late for regrets now. Ding. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wanxiong used a little force and broke Mo Lei's sword. Yu Wanxiong's cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the origin transformation stage. Mo Lei was no match for him. In desperation, Mo Lei could only vigilantly distance himself. Huangfu clan? Yu Wanxiong's face changed. Mo Kuan's sudden outburst of words made everyone's face change as fear appeared on their faces. The brother Huangfu that Mo Kuan mentioned was definitely a powerhouse from the Huangfu clan. Huangfu clan's powerhouse came to Matchless City. Feng Xingxiong frowned and thought to himself, this is troublesome. Huangfu clan was a large clan with terrifying strength that was not something the Feng clan and Mo clan could compare to. Once the Huangfu clan interfered, the Feng clan and Myriad Treasure Pavilion would be doomed. Huangfu clan's people came? No wonder the Mo clan is so unscrupulous. Feng Wuchen frowned as a trace of worry appeared in his heart. Young Master Feng, be careful, Yu Wanxiong said solemnly with a vigilant expression. It was unknown if Yu Wanxiong was regretting it at this moment. Following Mo Kuan's roar, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out as a black shadow swayed towards them at a terrifying speed. This aura is Huangfu Liang. Feng Xingxiong frowned as he could guess who it was from the aura. He's here. Yuandan stage. Feng Wuchen frowned as he felt the tyrannical aura and knew it was in Yuandan stage powerhouse. Pavilion Master Yu, be careful. Feng Xingxiong sensed something and shouted. The black shadow's speed was too fast. Even though Feng Xingxiong warned him, Yu Wanxiong still did not react. Boom. Pooh. The black shadow's speed was too terrifying. Other than Feng Xingxiong and Mo Kuan, no one else noticed it at all. Suddenly, there was an explosion and Yu Wanxiong was sent flying while vomiting blood. With just one blow, Yu Wanxiong was heavily injured. His body crashed into the Feng clan's wall and was buried under the rubble. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Pavilion Master Yu. Feng Wuchen's face darkened as the anger in his heart boiled. The person that arrived was precisely the Huangfu clan's expert, Huangfu Liang. He wore a gray-colored large robe, was a little over 40 years old, and his cultivation had attained the 1st level of the origin core stage. Based on his aura, he was slightly stronger than Feng Xingxiong. Huangfu Liang had his hands behind his back. He was full of arrogance, giving people a feeling that he was looking down on everyone. Pavilion Master. The terrified Zhang Han suddenly woke up and rushed over in panic. Mo family head, just let go. Whoever dares to interfere today, I'll kill them. Huangfu Liang said coldly. He didn't care about the people from Peerless City at all. After an intense battle, Feng Xingxiong and Mo Kuan were both injured and exhausted quite a bit of their primeval essence. Even Feng Qianyang and the other elders were injured to varying degrees. If Huangfu Liang attacked at this time, then no one in the Feng clan would be able to escape death. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Huangfu Liang. He was also worried that Huangfu Liang would attack at this time. At the same time, it made Feng Wuchen realize that the more dangerous the situation was, the more he needed a strong backer. Feng Wuchen only had the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, but he didn't have the evil dragon god's terrifying cultivation. Of course, his own strength was the most important. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had an unprecedented thirst for power. At this moment, Feng Wuchen wished so much that he could instantly become a terrifying expert and kill Huangfu Liang with a slap. Thank you, Brother Huangfu, for your help. Mo Kuan said gratefully. With Huangfu Liang here, he could rest assured. Brother Huangfu, watch Feng Wuchen, this stinking brat, don't let him escape. I want to tear him into pieces with my own hands. Mo Yuankong shouted angrily as he stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Huang Fuliang turned his head to look at Feng Wuchen behind him and sneered, he won't be able to escape. Brother Feng, are you all right? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with concern. Her charming face was filled with concern and there was no trace of panic. Even if Huang Fuliang came, Ling Xiaoxiao was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen shook his head. His expression was abnormally calm. He didn't say anything. His gaze moved away from Huang Fuliang and looked at the people of the Feng clan. The Feng clan had suffered many casualties. All of this reminded Feng Wuchen that he needed strength. The Feng clan was too weak. They still had to pay a painful price when facing the Mo clan, not to mention the Huangfu clan. As if she could see that Feng Wuchen was abnormally angry, Ling Xiaoxiao's heart also surged with anger as she clenched her fists. When Brother Feng becomes stronger, all of you will die. Ling Xiaoxiao said angrily in her heart. As time passed, the casualties of the two clans became more and more serious. Only Feng Jingxiong, the elders, and a few people with higher cultivation were still fighting. Moreover, it was nearing the end. Their true essence was almost depleted. Feng Jingxiong. Today is the day your Feng clan perishes. I'll let you try the power of a profound martial skill. Mo Kuan shouted angrily. The true essence in his body was activated crazily. His hands formed a seal and a powerful force surged out. Low-grade profound martial skill. Blazing divine palm. Mo Kuan roared as a powerful flame energy gathered in his palm. Then, he blasted his palm across the air. A white energy palm print flew out with a shocking aura. A profound martial skill. The Mo clan actually has a profound martial skill. Feng Qianyang was secretly shocked. Feng Jingxiong frowned and thought to himself, this might be the Huangfu clan's profound martial skill. In the entire Wushuang city, other than Pavilion Master Yu's low-grade profound martial skill, no one else has it. Not only the Feng clan, but the people who were hiding in the room were also extremely shocked. No wonder the Mo clan dared to declare war on the Feng clan so brazenly. It turned out that they had a profound martial skill. This was their trump card. Profound martial skill. Not only does the Mo clan have it, my Feng clan has it too. Feng Jingxiong sneered. His aura suddenly changed as a powerful true essence was fully activated. You have it too? Mo Kuan was slightly stunned. He could not believe it. However, in the next second, Mo Kuan's face changed. An extremely powerful aura burst out from Feng Jingxiong's body, forming a gust of wind that swept out. Middle-grade profound martial skill. Nirvana slaughter. Feng Jingxiong's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. He shouted and waved his hand. A powerful blue light shuttle shot out like a meteor. It was majestic and had the power to pierce through everything. The blue light shuttle was extremely powerful. It was much more terrifying than Mo Kuan's energy palm print. Middle-grade profound martial skill? Mo Kuan's face changed drastically as he widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? How can Feng Jingxiong have a middle-grade profound martial skill? Mo Yuankong was so frightened that his face turned pale. Everyone from the Mo clan was shocked. They were petrified and did not move. Patriarch Feng actually hid it so well. For so many years, no one knew that Patriarch Feng had a middle-grade profound martial skill. Everyone was shocked and frightened. Huang Fuliang looked at Feng Jingxiong and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, a small Feng clan actually has a middle-grade profound martial skill. The middle-grade profound martial skill that Feng Jingxiong used was given to him by Ling Xiaoxiao not long ago. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiaoxiao. If he did not have a middle-grade profound martial skill, Feng Jingxiong would definitely lose this battle. Boom! Puff! The two powerful forces collided in front of everyone's horrified eyes. An explosion sounded and Mo Kuan's expression changed drastically. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Patriarch! Everyone from the Mo clan panicked. Father! Mo Lei ran over in a panic. The Mo clan did not expect Feng Jingxiong to have a middle-grade profound martial skill. Although Feng Jingxiong had defeated Mo Kuan, His face was pale and he was panting heavily because of the huge consumption of his true essence. Their strengths were on par, but the middle-grade profound martial skill was extremely powerful. Mo Kuan's defeat was inevitable. Brother Huangfu, kill Feng Jingxiong. Mo Yuankong said angrily. Hearing that, Feng Jingxiong's face darkened. He looked at Huangfu Liang and said, Huangfu Liang, my Feng clan and your Huangfu clan have always minded our own business. Why do you have to help the Mo clan deal with my Feng clan? Even so, the Mo clan is Huangfu clan's in-laws. I can't just sit by and do nothing. Huangfu Liang smiled coldly. In-laws? Feng Jingxiong was slightly stunned. That's right. The Huangfu clan has already proposed marriage to the Mo clan. The marriage has already been decided. Therefore, the Mo clan's matter is the Huangfu clan's matter. This is an order from the clan head himself. Feng Jingxiong, you can only blame yourself for being a busybody. Huangfu Liang smiled coldly with disdain in his eyes. If you dare to harm a single hair on my father's head, I will definitely annihilate your Huangfu clan. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A cold killing intent was emitted from Feng Wuchen's body. Is that so? Huangfu Liang sneered disdainfully. Unfortunately, you will never have the chance. You offended the Mo clan, which is equivalent to offending the Huangfu clan. You must die. After saying that, Huangfu Liang suddenly rushed out. He activated a powerful force and condensed it all on his fist. Looking at his ferocious posture, it seemed like he was planning to kill Feng Jingxiong with a single punch. Be careful, clan head. Husband. Father. Everyone in the Feng clan cried out in panic. Xiao Qingqing's tears flowed out as her heart burned with anxiety. Stop. Just when everyone in the Feng clan was in a state of panic, an aged yet dignified cold shout sounded out. Subsequently, an extremely vigorous aura swept over madly. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Sensing this extremely strong aura, Huangfu Liang's face changed greatly. Huangfu Liang. How dare you? The aged yet dignified cold shout sounded out once more. The Academy's Grand Elder. Hearing this voice, Feng Jingxiong was overjoyed in his heart. Everyone in the Feng clan endured the humiliation and heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment earlier, it was simply the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Zhenyin Tian. Why is he here? The heavily injured Mo Kuan frowned. An aged figure was like a gust of wind, bringing along numerous afterimages as it swayed and appeared before Feng Jingxiong in the blink of an eye. The Skyflame Institution's Grand Elder has arrived. Everyone hiding in the room cried out in surprise. The person who arrived was precisely the Skyflame Institution's Grand Elder, Zhenyin Tian. Zhenyin Tian waved his hand and a vigorous force directly blasted Huangfu Liang flying. The strength of his strength was unimaginable. This old thing's strength has improved by quite a bit. Huangfu Liang frowned as he thought to himself. His eyes were filled with viciousness and rage. All of you, stop. Zhenyin Tian shouted coldly once more, scaring the Mo clan experts into retreating one after another. No one dared to attack again. Zhenyin Tian, since when is it your turn to meddle in the affairs of my Huangfu clan? Huangfu Liang asked in a deep voice. Huangfu Yunzhong was the patriarch of the Huangfu clan, and his cultivation was extremely high, already at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. As for Huangfu Liang, who was at the 1st level of the Origin Core Stage, his strength in the Huangfu clan was only considered average, and there were still many experts stronger than Huangfu Liang. Zhenyin Tian, that old bastard, must have come for the 7 treasures qi condensation powder, Huangfu said coldly. Otherwise, Zhenyin Tian would absolutely not come to a small place like Peerless City. Zhenyin Tian came precisely for the 7 treasures qi condensation powder, and he seemed to have come at the right time, just in time to save Feng Jingxiong. Thank you, Grand Elder, for saving me. Feng Jingxiong hurriedly thanked him. Zhenyin Tian could be said to have come at the right time. If he was half a minute later, Feng Jingxiong would have already died. Zhenyin Tian took out a healing pill and gave it to Feng Jingxiong, saying, "Consume this healing pill first to heal your injuries." Feng Jingxiong thanked him again and hurriedly swallowed the medicinal pill. His cold gaze swept over Zhenyin Tian, but Huangfu Liang's face was fearless as he said calmly, "Zhenyin Tian, I know your position in the empire is high, and the patriarch did indeed respect you to some extent in the past, but it's different now. Not long ago, my Huangfu clan's grand elder broke through to become a grade 4 alchemist. Things are different now. Is that so? Then congratulations. Jin Yuntian snorted coldly, not the slightest bit moved. Seeing that Jin Yuntian did not take it to heart, Huang Fuliang's face suddenly turned gloomy. A grade 4 alchemist had already appeared in the Huangfu clan, so there was completely no need to fear the Skyflame Academy. Moreover, the Huangfu clan still had a genius who was a Tianyun sect disciple. With this layer of relationship, why would the Huangfu clan be afraid of the Skyflame Academy? Jin Yuntian, you really want to interfere? Huang Fuliang asked gloomily. Hearing this, Jin Yuntian said coldly, Feng Wuchen is a student of my academy. Do you think the old man should interfere? Don't forget, Huang Fuqing is also in the academy. As long as they are students of the academy is responsible for them. I forgot to tell you that in a few days, Huang Fuqing and Mo Ling will withdraw from the academy. The clan master of the Tianyun clan has agreed to let them enter the Tianyun clan. Huang Fuliang sneered smugly. Old man doesn't care where they go. Zhen Yuntian's expression remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice, you should go back and ask Huangfu Yunzhong if your Huangfu clan wants to become enemies with the academy. Huang Fuqing and Mo Linger are going to the Tianyun clan? Hearing the news, the Feng family and Wushuang city were shocked. Although the threshold to enter the Tianyun clan was not as high as that of the Heavenly Flame Academy, the Tianyun clan was still the top clan in the Inferno Empire. With tens of thousands of disciples, it was definitely a colossus. As long as one was a genius, entering the Tianyun clan would have access to endless cultivation resources, as well as powerful techniques and martial arts to practice. However, there were certain restrictions in the academy. If one did not meet certain requirements, one would not be able to practice powerful techniques and martial arts. More importantly, the Tianyun clan was much more powerful than the Heavenly Flame Academy. The existence of the Tianyun clan was something that even the imperial family of the empire had to be wary of. Seems like it was arranged by the genius of the Huangfu clan, Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart. Brother Feng, if Mo Linger enters the Tianyun clan, her cultivation should improve very quickly, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Feng Wuchen said calmly, the Tianyun clan is the strongest clan in the empire. As long as one is a genius, the Tianyun clan will focus on nurturing them. With Mo Linger's talent, she should be valued. Brother Feng, are you worried about her revenge? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Now that the two families have fallen out, it's normal for her to want revenge. However, as long as I'm alive, I will never let today's incident happen again. Feng Wuchen said calmly, but his words became more serious at the end, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. It was the first time she saw Feng Wuchen's calm expression. She could feel Feng Wuchen's anger and strong desire for power. Sigh, maybe Brother Feng didn't want the Feng clan and the Mo clan to fall out like this. Brother Feng must be in pain. Or maybe from today onwards, Brother Feng can let go. Ling Xiaoxiao sighed in her heart. The world was unpredictable, and no one knew what would happen tomorrow. Huangfu Liang, go back and tell Huangfu Yunzhong that if he really wants to become enemies with the academy, the old man is always waiting for him. If there's nothing else, get out of here. Jin Yuntian said coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out, causing Huangfu Liang's face to turn pale. Hearing this, Huangfu Liang's face turned even uglier. Although the Huangfu clan was not afraid of the Tianyun Academy, he did not dare to say that he wanted to become enemies with the Tianyun Academy. What was the Tianyun Academy? The Tianyun Academy was the academy of the Scorching Fire Empire, and the students in the academy were all geniuses from various clans in the empire. Even the geniuses of the imperial family were all in the academy. The Tianyun Academy was related to the families of countless geniuses. Even if the Huangfu clan had a relationship with the Tianyun clan, they did not dare to become enemies with the Tianyun Academy. Becoming enemies with the Tianyun Academy was equivalent to becoming enemies with the empire. Wouldn't becoming enemies with the empire make them traitors? The Huangfu clan could not bear this accusation. This old fox. Huangfu cursed in his heart, and his face began to turn sinister. Mo Kuan and the rest did not dare to speak, and could only suppress their anger. The Huangfu clan was not afraid of the Tianyun Academy, but it did not mean that the Mo clan was not. Humph. Huangfu Liang harumphed coldly, then turned and left. Mo Kuan and the rest could only leave silently. The appearance of Jinyun Tian had already doomed them to failure. Mo Kuan, I will make you pay the price for what the Mo clan has done today. Feng Wuchen said coldly with an expressionless face. Feng Wuchen originally did not plan to deal with the Mo clan on account of his acquaintance with Mo Ling. However, the Mo clan had attacked the Feng clan today, which had completely enraged Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's calmness surprised Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing. Humph. Try it if you dare. I don't believe that the Tianyun Academy can protect your Feng clan forever. Huangfu Liang said disdainfully. Feng Wuchen, you killed my son, Mou. I will burn your bones and scatter your ashes. I will also need the blood of your entire Feng clan as a sacrifice. Mo Yuankong said fiercely, his mind filled with revenge. Seeing that the Mo clan had left, Feng Jingxiong ordered the injured to be treated and the bloodstains on the street cleaned. Yuanxiong's injuries were serious, and he even had a few broken bones, but his life was not in danger. Over at the Lin clan's side, they were unable to come and provide support because of the Yang clan's obstruction. But knowing that Feng Jingxiong they all were fine, Lin Tianxing also set his mind at ease. In the Feng clan's hall, Feng Jingxiong was currently entertaining Jinyun Tian. As the academy's head elder, and also a rank 4 alchemist, Feng Jingxiong did not dare to slight such a lofty status. When Jinyun Tian had just sat down to drink tea, Feng Wuchen took the lead to open his mouth and said, Head elder, I know your intentions for coming. I can bring the medicinal formula back for you, but I have a condition. Jinyun Tian was slightly stunned. He was not surprised that Feng Wuchen guessed his intentions, but he was surprised that Feng Wuchen was so direct. Chen don't be rude to head elder. Feng Jingxiong berated. But he discovered to his surprise that Feng Wuchen was very calm at this moment. Xiao Qingqing and Feng Qianyang they all could tell that after the great battle earlier, Feng Wuchen became extremely calm. Even his words did not carry a trace of emotion. What condition? Jinyun Tian asked indifferently. His deep gaze looked at Feng Wuchen as he thought to himself, this kid is strangely calm. His eyes are filled with fighting spirit. Protect my Feng clan for a year. 1 year is enough. Feng Wuchen said calmly. Feng Wuchen's strength was too weak. What he needed the most was time. When Feng Wuchen said this, the upper echelons of the Feng clan were stunned. Feng Wuchen's condition was quite unexpected. No one had expected it. The Feng clan and the Mo clan had already fallen out. The Mo clan had the Huangfu clan behind them, and the Huangfu clan had the Tianyun clan behind them. With such a terrifying backing, if the Feng clan did not have a strong backing, they would be killed by the Mo clan sooner or later. All right. I promise you. Jinyun Tian agreed without hesitation. Not to mention the medicinal formula, just based on Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed and magical techniques, Jinyun Tian would agree without hesitation. Thank you, head elder, Feng Wuchen said gratefully. With the Sky Flame Academy protecting the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen could rest assured. The Feng clan is still too weak. Compared to the big clans, we are like ants, waiting to be slaughtered. Feng Jingxiong smiled helplessly. Everyone could guess Feng Wuchen's intention. If not for head elder's help today, my Feng clan would have been finished. Xiao Qingqing's face was full of fear. Thinking back to how Feng Jingxiong had almost been killed, she could not help but feel terrified. Feng Wuchen wrote down the medicinal formula on the bamboo scroll and then handed it to Jinyun Tian. The 7 treasures qi condensing powder was nothing to Feng Wuchen. It was not even considered an elixir. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Father, mother, elders, this 1 year is enough for us to become stronger. I will not let today's incident happen again. Absolutely not. Feng Wuchen said calmly, but his words carried a sense of confidence. Old man believes that you can do it. Jinyun Tian nodded and smiled. Seeing the confidence on Feng Wuchen's face, Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing felt extremely gratified. Father also believes in you. Feng Jingxiong nodded excitedly. Feng Yuan said excitedly, third brother, with your cultivation speed, we all believe in you. Our Feng clan will definitely become stronger. Big brother Feng will definitely make the Feng clan stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Feng Wuchen, don't forget to return to the academy in a year. Zhen Yuntian added one last sentence and then left the Feng clan. The Feng clan had just gone through a great battle and suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, there were many things to deal with. Since he had already obtained the medicinal formula, Zhen Yuntian had no reason to stay. Father, mother, my master plans to bring me out to train. This way, I can become stronger faster. As soon as Zhen Yuntian left, Feng Wuchen opened his mouth to speak. He was very serious and very calm. Xiao Qingqing sighed softly and choked with sobs. From what you said just now, mother can tell. It's just that you have never left mother's side since you were young. Mother can't bear to part with you. At the end, Xiao Qingqing's tears rolled down. Feng Wuchen was the youngest son of the Feng clan, and also the one they doted on the most. Moreover, he was the current peerless genius of the Feng clan. They were more or less worried about Feng Wuchen. Chen don't worry. Don't worry about the family. Moreover, Elder Zhen Yuntian has already promised to protect our Feng clan for a year. I hope that after a year, I can see you become stronger. Feng Jingxiong walked down and looked at Feng Wuchen. He said seriously and expectantly. After packing up, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao stepped out of the Feng residence under the reluctant gazes of Feng Jingxiong and the others. Xiao Qingqing was sobbing uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance and worry as she kept muttering Chener's name. This was the first time in 16 years that Feng Wuchen had left home. Feng Wuchen didn't look back because he knew that once he did, his tears would fall uncontrollably. He didn't want Feng Jingxiong and the others to see his weak side. A man doesn't cry easily. Feng Wuchen suppressed his reluctance, but his tears betrayed him in the end. The tears that fell before he left were tears of strength, tears of the future. Feng Wuchen was the future of the Feng family. He had to show the Feng family his strong side. He had to bring hope to the Feng family. Third brother, take care. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan kept shouting. Third young master, take care. Everyone in the Feng family kept shouting. Xiao Lan, who had served Feng Wuchen for many years, also shed tears of reluctance. Madam, don't be sad. Chener is just following his master to train. We should be happy. Feng Jingxiong forced a smile and comforted her. However, the reluctance in his heart was no less than Xiao Qingqing's. Father, after I leave, Xiao Lan will give you the things I left behind. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's feelings could no longer be described with words. Ling Xiaoxiao quietly followed beside Feng Wuchen. Seeing Feng Wuchen's tears, she also felt very sad and didn't know how to comfort him. Along the way, Feng Wuchen's mood was very heavy. Even when passers-by greeted him, Feng Wuchen ignored them as if he didn't hear them. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao walked out of Peerless City. Feng Wuchen stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the familiar words on the city gate. His heart was once again filled with complicated feelings. In front of the city gate, Feng Wuchen did not know how long he had been standing there. It was only when he heard Ling Xiaoxiao's voice that he came back to his senses. Brother Feng, let's go, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen suppressed the complicated and sad feelings in his heart and said with a smile, let's go. Feng Wuchen had been gone for a whole year. In this year, Wushuang City no longer had Feng Wuchen, the terrifying young man who only had a second-grade martial spirit talent and a monstrous cultivation speed. Outside the city, many people saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao leaving the city, and they were very puzzled about their whereabouts. Brother Feng, where are we going? After leaving Wushuang City, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had put away his complicated feelings, Ling Xiaoxiao was also relieved. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, let's walk around. The empire is so big, we can go anywhere. Okay. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was full of joy and wanted to agree, but at this time a voice sounded in her mind. Miss, it's time to go back. The voice in Ling Xiaoxiao's mind made her unable to continue. What's wrong? Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao hesitating to speak, Feng Wuchen asked. Nothing, it's just that I've been out for a long time, I should go back. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a depressed mood. As soon as her voice fell, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly explained, Brother Feng, please don't misunderstand, I don't want to leave you. If it's not for other reasons, I won't leave you even if I die, Without waiting for Ling Xiaoxiao to finish her explanation, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I know, I can understand. You've been in the Feng family for 2 months, it's time to go back, don't let your parents worry. Feng Wuchen understood Ling Xiaoxia's situation. He had just left Wushuang City for a few minutes, and he was already very reluctant, let alone Ling Xiaoxiao who had been out for 2 months. Thank you, Brother Feng, I'll definitely come and find you. I promise. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a serious face, afraid that Feng Wuchen would not believe her. How are you going to go back alone? Feng Wuchen asked. Moreover, Feng Wuchen also heard that Ling Xiaoxiao came from the mainland, which was very far away. Young Master Feng doesn't need to worry about this. I'll send young Miss back. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded, followed by a figure appearing out of thin air. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He was very young, dressed in white brocade, and emitted an aura of an expert. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked by the appearance of this man. This was definitely a terrifying expert, and he was secretly protecting Ling Xiaoxia's safety at all times. Brother Feng, he's called Yi Wuhan. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly introduced. Thank you, young Master Feng, for taking care of young Miss during this time. Yi Wuhan smiled politely and slightly bowed to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Xiaoxiao has helped my Feng family, there's no need to be polite. With you escorting her, I'm relieved. Brother Feng, take care. I'll look for you. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, and tears were glistening in them. Goodbye, young Master Feng, Yi Wuhan smiled politely and immediately disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao, as if he had never appeared. The power behind Xiaoxiao must be very terrifying. With Yi Wuhan's cultivation, he alone can sweep the entire Yanhua Empire, Feng Wuchen said to himself. With Ling Xiaoxiao's departure, the surroundings became quiet. It was as if in an instant, Feng Wuchen had nothing left. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with determination as he walked into the depths of the forest. The reason why Feng Wuchen left the Feng family was because he didn't want the Feng family to know his secret. At the same time, he couldn't cultivate freely. He didn't want to bring more trouble to the Feng family. Not long after Feng Wuchen left Peerless City, a subordinate who called himself a general of the empire came to the Feng family. His purpose was the 7 treasures Qi condensation elixir. Knowing that the empire needed the 7 treasures Qi condensation elixir, Feng Xianxia handed over the prescription without hesitation. As a citizen of the empire, it was the Feng family's honor to be able to help the empire. Naturally, Feng Xianxia wouldn't refuse. On the other side, Feng Wuchen traversed the mountains alone, cultivating as he hurried. 3 days later, he arrived at the cloud region of the empire. He was already far away from Peerless City's Tianzhou. On this day, Feng Wuchen arrived at Water Cloud City. After a few days of acclimatization, he met many people along the way. After passing through many beautiful sceneries, Feng Wuchen's mood improved a lot. He found that cultivating alone was more comfortable and peaceful. Without the interference of the outside world, Feng Wuchen could cultivate wholeheartedly. He cultivated without any distractions. Other than elixirs and elixirs, I need to find all kinds of treasures to increase my cultivation, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he walked on the streets of Water Cloud City. On the first day of his arrival, Feng Wuchen first went to the medicine shop and bought many herbs and materials for refining weapons. After that, Feng Wuchen went to the mountains outside Water Cloud City to refine elixirs and elixirs. The spiritual energy in the mountains was dense and the environment was quiet. It was suitable for cultivation. After 7 days, Feng Wuchen successfully stepped into the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. The increase in his cultivation was astonishing. After the breakthrough, Feng Wuchen began to search the evil dragon god's memories for martial arts techniques that he liked. As the supreme expert of the dragon clan, the evil dragon god had countless martial arts techniques. It could be said that there was no end to them. Of course, the evil dragon god hadn't cultivated all of these cultivation methods and martial skills. Instead, these cultivation methods and martial skills were all stored in his memories. Feng Wuchen spent 6 hours to find martial arts techniques and sword techniques that were suitable for him. They were, exterminating heavenly punishment / God punishing soul severing finger, third heaven's wrath palm, and disillusionment sword technique. Apart from the third heaven's wrath palm, which was a mystic-ranked martial arts technique, the other 3 were earth-ranked. Moreover, Feng Wuchen could barely cultivate these 3 earth-ranked martial arts techniques to the beginner level. The stronger the martial arts technique, the higher the cultivation required. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation could one cultivate stronger martial arts techniques. As for movement techniques, Feng Wuchen did not need to cultivate them at all. The evil dragon god's dragon silhouette was an extremely powerful martial art technique. With the evil dragon god's memories and experience, Feng Wuchen could use it at any time. The sword technique that Feng Wuchen used before was not a sword technique. It was a sword technique that merged with the evil dragon god's experience. Any cultivator who had reached the essence transformation realm could use it. However, Feng Wuchen used it as a Qi refinement realm cultivator. That was why it shocked everyone. Feng Wuchen first cultivated the third heaven's wrath palm, which was the most suitable martial art technique for him at the moment. The third heaven's wrath palm was extremely ferocious and was very suitable for cultivators with strong bodies. This was also why Feng Wuchen chose it. In addition, the third heaven's wrath palm's power could be stacked. With 3 stacks, its power could be compared to a mystic-ranked martial art technique. The third heaven's wrath palm was very suitable for Feng Wuchen. Other than that, Feng Wuchen also discovered a mystical body technique. This body technique was created by the evil dragon god himself. It was called the sovereign body. It was a mystical body technique that the evil dragon god created based on his many years of experience. That was why the evil dragon god named it the sovereign body. The mystical part of the sovereign body was that the cultivator who cultivated the sovereign body could expand their meridians, increase the speed of absorbing spirit energy, increase the speed of refining energy, strengthen the cultivator's physique and self-healing ability, and increase the cultivator's reaction speed, perception, observation, and speed. It could be said that it was an all-round improvement. The evil dragon god is indeed worthy of being a supreme expert of this region. He could even comprehend such a terrifying sovereign body. No wonder Long Tianzhan was defeated by him. In the end, the 6 great elders had to appear to defeat him. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. He was petrified. After cultivating the sovereign body, my abilities in all aspects will be greatly improved. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen could no longer hold back. He forcefully suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and began cultivating the sovereign body. The evil dragon god had cultivated the sovereign body before. Feng Wuchen was only reliving it according to his memories. It didn't take much time at all. After an hour, Feng Wuchen discovered that his body had undergone obvious changes. No matter if it was his reaction speed, perception, observation, or his physique and speed, they were all greatly improved. Too terrifying. I've only just entered the sovereign body, and I've already improved so much in an hour. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. He felt as if he was dreaming. A sovereign body could be said to completely make up for a cultivator's lack of talent. It could definitely be called a mystical body technique. Feng Wuchen secretly scolded himself for not discovering it earlier. If the Feng family were to cultivate such a terrifying sovereign body technique, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. However, thinking that the Feng family was still weak, Feng Wuchen felt relieved. In short, he couldn't let others doubt him before he became strong. Otherwise, the Feng family would be in big trouble. After the excitement, Feng Wuchen continued to cultivate his martial technique. At the very least, he had to cultivate the martial technique to the entry level. Only then would his combat strength be greatly increased. In the mountains on the outskirts of Water Cloud City, Feng Wuchen stayed for more than 10 days. He had already cultivated the martial technique to the entry level. In the future, as long as he practiced diligently, he would definitely be able to unleash the true power of the martial technique. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. In the mountains, a low shout suddenly sounded. A tyrannical force spread out. Feng Wuchen's palm landed on a tree as thick as a bucket. Bang! The palm hit the tree, and with a loud bang, the tree broke on the spot. Large pieces of wood flew everywhere. It's only at the small success level, and it already has such a strong power. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong martial technique. Profound stage already has such power, not to mention Earth stage. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the red fiery sword and activated the dragon god's breath. The red fiery sword immediately ignited with a green flame, and a fierce and violent sword chi spread out. Illusion sword technique. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen stomped on the ground and leaped high. Then, with a loud shout, the red fiery sword swept out. Xiao! A sword chi with cyan flames shot through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom. Everywhere it passed, several large trees as thick as buckets were cut down. Looking at such a powerful sword chi, Feng Wuchen bitterly smiled and said, Jin Qi really can't compare to Jin Yuan. Using it is still very difficult. Wait until I step into the transformed Yuan realm, then the dragon god's breath should be able to display its true power. At that time I will be able to use it as I please. He was still far from the essence transformation realm, but for Feng Wuchen, it was not a problem at all. After staying in the mountains for 10 days, Feng Wuchen had run out of food. After a short rest, he set off for Water Cloud City. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely fast. He shuttled through the dense forest like an agile monkey. All of these were the miraculous effects brought about by the Supreme Being physique. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Once he cultivated it to the peak, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. After entering Water Cloud City and filling his stomach, Feng Wuchen left. Water Cloud City was just a temporary place to stay. Feng Wuchen came out this time to cultivate and temper himself. It didn't matter where he went. After traveling for several days, Feng Wuchen arrived at the center of Cloud Province, Heaven Capital. Heaven Capital was a very large city in Cloud Province. There were many people and powerhouses. Dressed in black brocade, Feng Wuchen walked on the streets of Heaven Capital, looking left and right with great interest. The handsome and calm Feng Wuchen attracted the admiring gazes of many young girls. Feng Wuchen came to Heaven Capital with a purpose. Along the way, Feng Wuchen heard that there was an auction house in Heaven Capital with countless treasures. That was why he came straight to Heaven Capital. Feng Wuchen wanted to break through to the transformed Yuan realm as soon as possible. In addition to medicinal pills, treasures of heaven and earth were indispensable. Taking too many medicinal pills would also have a certain side effect. Therefore, although qi amassing pills could help a qi refining realm cultivator advance by one layer, Feng Wuchen did not want to rely too much on medicinal pills. If he relied on medicinal pills to increase his cultivation, even if his cultivation level increased, it would be difficult to display the strength of the corresponding realm if his cultivation level was not solid. Treasures of heaven and earth were treasures nurtured by heaven and earth. They contained incomparably pure energy without any impurities. They were the most precious of cultivation treasures. Feng Wuchen came to a restaurant in Heaven Capital called Drunken Cloud Restaurant. After traveling for so many days, Feng Wuchen was already hungry. Drunken Cloud Restaurant's business was booming. It was full of customers, drinking wine and eating meat. It was very lively. Feng Wuchen casually ordered a few dishes and ate with relish. As he ate, he muttered, "Fourth-grade alchemist." His soul force is similar to Jin Yuntian's, but his strength is very strong. On the second floor of the restaurant, a white-haired old man was sizing up Feng Wuchen. He smiled faintly and said, "This young man is not simple. His soul force is very strong." "Grandpa, is he an alchemist?" A young man beside the old man asked. The old man nodded and said, "Yes, and he is about to break through to the 2nd grade. At such a young age, he is a genius in alchemy. Moreover, he is also a cultivation genius. At such a young age, he is already at the 5th level of the qi refining realm. I wonder whose disciple he is." No wonder when he came in, Grandpa kept looking at him. The young man nodded. He was only 1 or 2 years older than Feng Wuchen. The old man smiled faintly and said, "This young man's aura is also extraordinary. The old man has seen countless people, but it is rare to see a young man like him." It seems that Feng Wuchen had long noticed that someone was watching him. He just pretended not to know. Old sect leader, he should not be from heaven capital. Beside the old man, a middle-aged man respectfully said. The old man who was addressed as old sect master nodded and said with a smile, "Bai Ming, invite him up." "Yes." Bai Ming respectfully nodded and immediately went down. "Grandpa, why are you looking for him?" the young man curiously asked, seemingly unhappy. The old man did not speak. His gaze was still sizing up Feng Wuchen. Bai Ming came in front of Feng Wuchen's table and smiled politely. "I am Bai Ming. Young man, the old sect leader invites you up to have a seat." Bai Ming's cultivation was not weak. He was at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. His strength was tyrannical. Old sect leader? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He glanced at Bai Ming, then raised his head to look at the white-haired old man on the 2nd floor. Bai Ming nodded and smiled. Xuantianzong. Xuantianzong was considered a large force in the empire. Although it was not as strong as the Tianyun clan, it was not to be trifled with. In Yunzhou, Xuantianzong was the strongest force. No force dared to offend them. Feng Wuchen had naturally heard of the powerful sects in the empire. However, Feng Wuchen really did not realize that the white-haired old man was actually Xuantianzong's old sect leader. Moreover, as the old sect leader, he actually came to a restaurant. However, Feng Wuchen did not refuse. After all, Xuantianzong was the strongest force in Yunzhou. If he did not give face, wouldn't he be too arrogant? Feng Wuchen came to the 2nd floor. The old man politely invited Feng Wuchen into a private room. "I wonder what old mister is looking for me for?" Feng Wuchen asked as he sat down. The old man smiled faintly and asked. "Old man Mu Tianyun. I wonder how I should address you." Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled. Mu Tianyun smiled and praised, "To have such a cultivation at such a young age, and to have such a powerful soul force, you must be a genius. Old mister must be joking. How can my abilities compare to old mister's 4th realm alchemist?" Feng Wuchen said humbly. Not arrogant, not servile, not overbearing. Even in front of the old man, he can still be so calm. He is indeed not simple. Mu Tianyun praised in his heart. "I can see that you are not from Yunzhou. Can you tell old man where you are from? Are you a student of the Skyflame Institute?" Mu Yuntian asked. "No, I am from Tianzhou's Wushuang city." Feng Wuchen answered straightforwardly. "So you are from Tianzhou." Mu Tianyun nodded and smiled. "It must be fate that brought us together. It is your first time in Yunzhou, so it is inevitable that you will encounter some trouble. If you have any difficulties, feel free to find me in Xuantianzong." "Thank you, old mister." Feng Wuchen thanked him. He could see that Mu Tianyun was a person who cherished talents. He wanted to help him and also wanted to pull Feng Wuchen into Xuantianzong. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen had never thought of joining any power. With the evil dragon god's memories, Feng Wuchen did not need to rely on others. He only needed to rely on himself. The young man beside Mu Tianyun looked very unhappy, but he did not dare to say anything. He was still very afraid of this grandfather of his. Mu Tianyun still wanted to say something, but his old face suddenly changed. He was in extreme pain and his whole body was trembling violently. Bai Ming and the young man's expressions changed greatly. Their faces were filled with panic. "Old sect master's fire poison is acting up," Bai Ming said in a panic. He quickly took out a pill from his storage ring and fed it to Mu Tianyun. "Chilling Yin pill." Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. "You know about the chilling Yin pill?" The young man looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. The chilling Yin pill was a tier 4 pill. Feng Wuchen was only a tier 1 alchemist. How could he know about the chilling Yin pill? This made him very surprised. The chilling Yin pill is an extremely cold item. It can indeed suppress the fire poison, but it cannot expel it. Moreover, it will cause the body to produce cold poison. If old Mister's cultivation was not high enough to suppress the cold poison, I'm afraid you would have already lost your life, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He then walked to Mu Tianyan's side. As expected of an alchemy genius, you have such an understanding of the chilling yin pill. Your knowledge of alchemy is also not low. Mu Tianyun smiled with difficulty. His old face was very pale. It could be seen that the fire poison was acting up, causing him great pain. Old mister, don't speak first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Because of Mu Tianyun's kindness just now, Feng Wuchen also decided to help him. His hands quickly made mysterious and wonderful gestures behind Mu Tianyun's back. It was very smooth and without any sloppiness. Bai Ming and the young man looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. They did not know what he was doing. This? Mu Tianyun's face suddenly changed. He was extremely shocked. Mu Tianyun could feel the fire poison in his body being suppressed in an instant. It spread out along the meridians in his hands. Black threads appeared on his arms, and finally turned into wisps of black qi that spread out. Mu Tianyun's body was emitting black qi. It was very strange and scary. Bai Ming and the young man were so frightened that they retreated in fear. Bai Ming and the young man were stunned. This is fire poison. Mu Tianyun was stunned. He looked at the black qi that was spreading out in disbelief. The fire poison was actually expelled from his body so easily. What Mu Tianyun could not believe was that Feng Wuchen had only pressed on his back a few times, and it had such a terrifying effect. This is too amazing. Mu Tianyun was extremely shocked. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his true essence to further expel the fire poison. In just a moment, Mu Tianyun felt that he was more than 10 years younger. The fire poison that had accumulated in his body for many years was instantly expelled by more than half. Brother Wu Chen, can you tell old man, what kind of divine ability is this? You can actually expel the fire poison so easily, and even a lot of the cold poison that old man was suppressing has been expelled. Mu Tianyun quickly asked in shock, even the way he addressed Feng Chen had changed. Old mister, this is my secret, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. As for what kind of divine ability it was, Feng Wuchen really didn't know. In the evil dragon god's memories, his divine ability didn't have a name. Old sect leader, you're alright? Bai Ming asked in a daze. More than half of the fire poison and cold poison have been expelled, too miraculous. Mu Tianyun was still in shock, he felt as if he was dreaming. Old mister, because alchemists concoct pills for a long time, it's hard to avoid accumulating fire poison, especially when concocting complicated pills. Old mister should pay more attention in the future when concocting pills, try to concoct less grade 4 pills that you're not familiar with. Many precious medicinal ingredients themselves are a kind of deadly poison, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Mu Tianyun nodded and asked, Brother Wu Chen, can you help old man expel all the fire poison from his body? The existence of the fire poison has seriously affected old man's pill concoction. If the fire poison isn't expelled, it's unknown whether he can break through to become a grade 5 alchemist. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen helplessly said, Old mister, it's not easy to expel the fire poison, and it can't be completely cured in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, I don't have the time right now. Mr. Feng, as long as you can help old sect leader expel the fire poison, no matter what request you have, I can promise you. Zuantianzong can also give you a powerful cultivation method and martial skill. Seeing that Feng Wuchen could cure the fire poison, Bai Ming hurriedly begged. Elder Feng, no, big brother Feng, please save my grandfather. My grandfather's fire poison flares up frequently, and I'm scared just looking at it. The young man also hurriedly pleaded, directly changing the way he addressed Feng Lin as big brother Feng. How about this, old mister? I'll give you a prescription. With your cultivation as a 4th grade alchemist, it won't be difficult to refine it. If you take it for a long time, it can remove the cold poison in your body. However, it won't completely cure you, but it won't affect your alchemy and cultivation, Feng Wuchen said after much consideration. Many thanks, brother Wuchen. Mu Tianyun was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Even if it couldn't be completely cured, for Mu Tianyun, this was already very good. Mu Tianyun secretly rejoiced at his love for talent. Otherwise, he would not have called Feng Wuchen up. If he did not call Feng Wuchen up, he was afraid that he would never be able to get rid of the fire poison. Many thanks, Mr. Feng. Bai Ming also hurriedly thanked. If Mu Tianyun's fire poison could be removed, then he would have the opportunity to step into the level of a fifth alchemist. In the future, he would be able to lead Xuantianzong to become stronger. Xuantianzong's powerful strength today was completely dependent on Mu Tianyun. Without Mu Tianyun, there would be no Xuantianzong. Feng Wuchen ordered the waiter to bring a brush, ink, and bamboo slips. Then, he listed a detailed prescription and handed it to Mu Tianyun. Old mister, most of these medicinal herbs are common, and only some medicinal herbs are more precious. Old mister should have these medicinal herbs. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lihua spiritual liquid. Mu Tianyun carefully looked at the prescription, and his heart was shocked. The prescription was very detailed, and the weight of each medicinal herb was also very detailed. The order of refining, the time, and the heat of each step were all very precise. Master. Mr. Feng is really a master. After these medicinal herbs are combined, it can indeed expel the fire poison. Such common medicinal herbs can actually be developed into such a powerful spiritual liquid in the hands of Mr. Feng. Mu Tianyun exclaimed, and the way he addressed Feng Wuchen changed again. Old mister, remember not to leak out the prescription. After memorizing it, burn it. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, I will definitely not leak it out. Mr. Feng's kindness, I will definitely remember it in my heart. Mu Tianyun excitedly bowed to Feng Wuchen. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would definitely drop. Xuantianzong's #1 expert, and also Yunzhou's strongest alchemist, actually bowed to a young man. Looking at Mu Tianyun, Feng Wuchen calmly said, Old mister, although the alchemy technique you practice is powerful, it is not complete. It will be a big hindrance to your alchemy realm. It would be better to practice a complete alchemy technique. Even if it is not as good as your current alchemy technique, it will be more beneficial to you. Pausing, Feng Wuchen continued, if my guess is correct, Old mister usually feels that your strength is not as good as your desire when refining alchemy. Your soul force is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Sometimes, you can refine some common medicinal pills with your eyes closed, but you will fail. This is the reason for the alchemy technique. Exactly, Mr. Feng is simply a god. Mu Tianyun was more and more shocked as he listened. He admired Feng Wuchen so much that he almost knelt down. He and Feng Wuchen met for the first time, but Feng Wuchen could tell from his superficial observation that if this was not a god, then what was? Mr. Feng, please come to Xuantianzong as a guest so that we can repay Mr. Feng's kindness. Bai Ming quickly said, looking at Feng Wuchen with a respectful gaze. No need, I really don't have time. Feng Wuchen directly refused. He only had 1 year. In this 1 year, he must make himself stronger and not let Feng Xianxia and the others down. Mr. Feng, if you have time, you must come to Xuantianzong. If I can't repay Mr. Feng, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Mu Tianyun quickly said. I won't leave Tiandu for the time being. If I have time, I'll definitely go. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen said lightly, cupped his fists, then turned and left. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Mu Tianyun said excitedly, I didn't expect Tianzhou to have such an expert. This is the fortune of the empire. The fortune of an alchemist. Old sect leader, after the fire poison is expelled, you have hope of stepping into the realm of a 5th-grade alchemist. Bai Ming said excitedly. Return to Xuantianzong immediately and pass down the order. The disciples of the sect must not offend Mr. Feng. Mu Tianyun quickly said. Such an expert, he really didn't dare to offend. After leaving the restaurant, Feng Wuchen went straight to the auction house. The auction house was much larger than the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It was completely incomparable. There were many people in the auction house. There were cultivators everywhere who came to buy treasures. It was very lively. Tiandu Auction House. This is also a big force. So many Essence Transformation Realm and Origin Core Realm powerhouses, and even a 3rd-grade alchemist. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen arrived at the entrance of the auction house. Immediately, a maid came forward to receive him. With a smile on her face, she said respectfully, "Young master, please come in." The beautiful maid introduced the treasures of the auction house as she led Feng Wuchen in. Her attitude was very good. The maid led Feng Wuchen into the main hall. Immediately, another maid came up with hot tea. The service was very considerate and gave people a very comfortable feeling. The maid looked at Feng Wuchen and asked respectfully, "May I know what treasures young master Feng wants to buy?" 30 years of 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid, 10 portions, 1 piece of warm jade, 3 pieces of elven mystic stones, and 1 piece of meteoric iron. Feng Wuchen said slowly, his expression remaining calm. When the maid heard, a hint of shock suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, "Is young master Feng an alchemist?" Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently and said, "I'm in a hurry. Quickly go and prepare for me." The maid was immediately put in a difficult position and said with an apologetic look, "Young master Feng, the auction house has all the treasures you want. It's just that meteoric iron is a rare treasure. It's very rare and the price is very expensive. I need to report to the elders." Go. Feng Wuchen nodded. The existence of meteoric iron was indeed a rare treasure. It was 100 times more precious than mystic iron. The use of meteoric iron was to refine spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts were very precious and rare. Alchemists were even rarer. Therefore, the price of meteoric iron was very expensive. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Feng Wuchen bought meteoric iron to refine a storage ring. The ordinary storage ring that he refined previously had too little space. Meteoric iron? Kid, do you know the price of meteoric iron? I've been in Tiandu for so many years and I've never seen anyone who can afford meteoric iron. You want to buy meteoric iron? Ridiculous. As soon as the maid left, Feng Wuchen heard an ear-piercing sneer. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He glanced at the person who spoke and asked, "Then tell me, how much is a piece of meteoric iron?" 1 billion gold coins. No one in the entire Tiandu can afford it, unless it's a big power. The man sneered, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Looking at the man's clothes, he should be a young master from a family in Tiandu. There were 7 or 8 guards following behind him. "How do you know I can't afford it?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. The man was even more disdainful. He sneered and said, "Look at your poor appearance. Not to mention 1 billion, you can't even take out 10,000 gold coins. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I'll make a bet with you. The auction house will give me the meteoric iron. I don't need to pay a penny. If I win, I'll break one of your hands. If you win, I'll break both of your hands. How about it?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. His eyes flashed with fierceness. "Give it to you? Haha." The man was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. "Young Master Lu, why are you so happy?" At this time, a middle-aged man heard the news and came over. He smiled politely at young Master Feng. "Manager Li, you came at the right time. This stinking brat wants to buy meteoric iron. He also made a bet with me that you'll give him the meteoric iron without him paying a penny. If he wins, he'll break one of my hands. If I win, I'll break both of his hands." Young Master Lu laughed happily. Hearing this, Manager Li glanced at Feng Wuchen and sneered, "Brat, I advise you not to make a bet. You can't afford the meteoric iron, and you can't afford to offend young Master Lu. Hurry up and leave." Manager Li obviously looked down on Feng Wuchen. Not to mention a 16 or 17-year-old boy, even the strongest family in Tiandu couldn't afford it. "If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll break one of your hands." Feng Wuchen looked at Manager Li coldly and said, "Oh? Quite a temper, quite arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to? Coming to the auction house to behave atrociously, you should take a look at yourself first." Young Master Lu sneered with a gloating look. General Manager Li was the manager of the auction house. He was at the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. A cold murderous aura spread out, and the originally bustling main hall immediately quieted down. Everyone was shocked by the cold murderous aura, and their gazes also followed it. What's going on? Why is General Manager Li so angry? Did you see that kid? I don't know who he is, but he dared to bet with young Master Lu that the auction house would give him the meteoric iron. If he won, he would break one of young Master Lu's hands. If he lost, he would break both of his hands. That's right, that's right. He even said that he would let General Manager Li and young Master Lu kneel down and kowtow to him as if nothing happened. Young people are too arrogant. Isn't he courting death? Who is this kid? So arrogant? I think he won't cry until he sees the coffin. After everyone heard this, they were shocked and mocked. Stinking brat, there are too many people who come to the auction house to behave atrociously. I originally wanted to let you off because you are young. Unfortunately, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. General Manager Li said expressionlessly. It was obvious that he was angry. Feng Wuchen said such arrogant words to General Manager Li and young Master Lu in front of so many people in the auction house. It was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes. As the manager of the auction house, how could he let Feng Wuchen off so easily? Originally, I didn't want to bicker with you because you're the manager of the auction house, but you just had to look down on me, Feng Wuchen retorted fearlessly. His voice was still cold. You are courting death. General Manager Li was furious. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The furious General Manager Li flew forward without saying anything and wanted to slap Feng Wuchen to death. Coldly glancing at the furious General Manager Li, Feng Wuchen said coldly, I will let you die in a moment. Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Young Master Lu sneered at the side. What's the commotion? Just as General Manager Li was about to make a move, an old but dignified voice sounded. Grand Elder. Hearing this voice, Manager Li immediately stopped and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Everyone in the auction house and the main hall greeted him respectfully. An old man in a gray robe with white hair and beard slowly walked over. An invisible force field was enough to intimidate everyone present. He was the Grand Elder of the auction hall, Wei Yun, and his cultivation was already at the 5th level of the origin core stage, causing his strength to be extremely terrifying. At the same time, Wei Yun was also a 3rd-grade alchemist. He was a well-known figure in the Cloud Prefecture. Manager Li hurriedly walked over and said respectfully, First Elder, this kid came to the auction house to behave atrociously. He even said that he wanted me and young Master Lu to kneel down and kowtow to him. Otherwise, he would break our hands. As soon as General Manager Li finished speaking, Feng Wuchen added, You're wrong. I'm not going to break your arm. I just said that I want you dead. Wei Yun slightly frowned. His deep old eyes sized up Feng Wuchen as he thought to himself, a 2nd-grade alchemist. This kid's identity is absolutely not simple. Could it be that he's a genius alchemist of the Tianyun sect? As a 3rd-grade alchemist, Wei Yun could naturally feel the vigorous soul force within Feng Wuchen's body. Ah? The attendant that followed Wei Yun out was instantly frightened to the point of crying out. The kid General Manager Li spoke of was precisely the guest she was receiving, Feng Wuchen. The attendant hurriedly said, First Elder, it's this young Master Feng who wants to buy the meteoric iron. Buy what meteoric iron? Can he afford it? Young Master Lu said in disdain, This stinking kid made a bet with me. He arrogantly said that the auction house would give him the meteoric iron, and if he lost, he would have to break both his hands. Wei Yun roughly understood what he meant. His old face turned extremely ugly as he said in a deep voice, Everyone who comes is a guest. Just because you can't afford it doesn't mean that others can't either. You can't judge a book by its cover. His deep old eyes swept towards General Manager Li with a hint of anger. Wei Yun said coldly, General Manager Li, don't bring your own hospitality to the auction house. It's ruining the reputation of the auction house. Yes. General Manager Li replied respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit rash. Old man Wei Yun, 1st Elder of the auction house. Young Master Feng, please forgive us for our lack of hospitality. This is meteoric iron, please take a look. Wei Yun looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled politely. He hurriedly placed a piece of meteoric iron on the table. The attendant also hurriedly placed the other treasures that Feng Wuchen wanted on the table. Wei Yun had seen countless people. Naturally, he could tell that Feng Wuchen was no ordinary person. Humph. I don't believe that he can afford it. Young Master Lu said unconvinced. Feng Wuchen only took a glance to confirm that it was meteoric iron. He immediately sneered and said, I didn't say that I can afford it, nor did I say that I can't afford it. I only said that the auction house will give it to me. If I win, I'll break one of your hands. Humph. Then you can ask First Elder if he'll give you the meteoric iron. Young Master Lu sneered. Would the auction house give a meteoric iron worth 1 billion to an unknown youth, unless everyone in the auction house was an idiot? Then watch carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered and suddenly urged the dragon god's breath. Pung, a wisp of green flame instantly ignited on Feng Wuchen's palm. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the meteoric iron, warm jade, and elven stone floated up. The meteoric iron was calcined by the green flame on Feng Wuchen's palm, while the warm jade and elven stone revolved around the meteoric iron. Refiner. Wei Yun's eyes flashed with shock. He's a refiner. General Manager Li and young Master Lu were dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Even if they were not refiners, they could guess that Feng Wuchen was a refiner. The existence of refiners was even rarer than alchemists, and powerful refiners were even rarer. However, what shocked them was not as simple as Feng Wuchen being a refiner, but a refiner who could use meteoric iron to refine weapons. Ordinary refiners could at most use fine iron to refine ordinary weapons and magic treasures. Second grade, third grade, and even fourth grade refiners could only use black iron to refine weapons and magic treasures. To be able to use meteoric iron to refine weapons, that was definitely a powerful refiner, at least a fifth grade refiner. Ordinary refiners were enough to make people respect and awe, then what about a fifth grade refiner? This kid can actually use meteoric iron to refine qi. He's a fifth grade refiner. Wei Yun was shocked. In the entire Yunzhou, you can't find a third grade refiner. In the entire empire, there's only one fourth grade refiner. This kid is actually a fifth grade refiner. To be a fifth grade refiner at such a young age, how terrifying was that? Wei Yun didn't dare to imagine. The meteoric iron was burning in Feng Wuchen's palm. Not long after, it began to turn red and finally turned into liquid. The warm jade and elven stone had also merged into the meteoric iron. Feng Wuchen's hands were constantly changing mysterious gestures, and the liquid meteoric iron was squirming like a spirit. The entire hall was silent. Everyone was immersed in Feng Wuchen's wonderful refining. That superb method made them feel excited and shocked. Feng Wuchen continued to refine the meteoric iron, removing all the impurities. Then, according to his thoughts, he began to divide the meteoric iron into two. At the same time, it began to condense into two identical storage rings. The two storage rings emitted an extremely powerful aura, and a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire hall. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen kept the two storage rings in his palm. The dazzling blue light disappeared, and the entire hall was dumbfounded. At this moment, Wei Yun was also dumbstruck. He was completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's superb refining skills. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two storage rings were completely refined. Crafting with a thought. Crafting with a thought. Wei Yun exclaimed, breaking the silence in the hall. What a powerful aura. It's a spiritual equipment. It can't be wrong. I've never seen such a powerful refiner before. His speed is too fast. Low-grade spiritual equipment. Low-grade spiritual equipment. He's a fifth-grade refiner. Young Master Lu is finished. Offending a fifth-grade refiner, even the Heavenly King can't save him. Refining with the palm of his hand, without the need for a refining furnace, he can refine as he pleases. And it's a spiritual equipment. As Wei Yun broke the silence, the entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his palm, and the two storage rings emitting blue light appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. They were like peerless treasures, shocking countless people. Crafting with a thought was unparalleled in the world. Crafting with a thought. Even a fifth-grade refiner can't do it. he's definitely not at the level of a 5th-grade refiner. Wei Yun was so shocked that even his old bones were trembling. Looking at the shocked young Master Lu, Feng Wuchen sneered, "Now, tell me the price of these 2 storage rings." Young Master Lu was already petrified and did not move. Although a spiritual equipment was only 1 grade higher than a treasure equipment, they could not be compared. If a comparison had to be made, simply put, if the space of a high-grade treasure equipment storage ring was only 1 square meter, then a low-grade spiritual equipment would be at least 100 square meters. If it was a spiritual equipment, its power would be 100 times that of a treasure equipment, not to mention the price of a spiritual equipment. Just based on Feng Wuchen's identity as a 5th-grade refiner, it was already a priceless treasure. Mr. Feng is really an expert. After Wei Yun regained his senses, he hurriedly said excitedly, "The meteoric iron has not been sold in the auction house for many years. Today, it can only shine after meeting Mr. Feng. This means that the meteoric iron and Mr. Feng are fated. The meteoric iron will definitely be given to Mr. Feng as a gift." Wei Yun was not stupid. If he still dared to accept money at this time, the auction house would not be able to operate anymore. "You heard that?" Feng Wuchen sneered. His right hand grabbed the air, and the red fiery sword appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen waved his sword and cut off the petrified young Master Lu's arm without hesitation. Fresh blood spurted out. Ah! The moment his arm was cut off, young Master Lu suddenly woke up. The intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to scream. Manager Li knelt down in fear and begged for mercy, "Mr. Feng, please spare my life. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. I did not know Mr. Feng's honorable self. I was looking for Mr. Feng." Before General Manager Li could finish speaking, Feng Wuchen had already slashed out with his sword and chopped off General Manager Li's arm. General Manager Li endured the pain and didn't dare to scream out loud. "Seeing that Elder Wei Yun gave me the meteoric iron, I will spare your life," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Wei Yun at the side did not dare to stop him. Who would dare to offend such a terrifying and powerful refiner? Everyone in the main hall was so scared that their faces turned pale. The fear and respect they had for Feng Wuchen came from the bottom of their hearts. "Stinking brat! How dare you break my arm? My Lu family will never let you off." Young Master Lu roared in pain and anger. He was already blinded by anger and didn't know what the existence of a 5th-grade weapon refiner meant. Young Master Lu only knew that Feng Wuchen cut off his arm. "Is that so? Then hurry back and tell your father." Feng Wuchen sneered. To deal with people like young Master Lu, one had to be ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't learn his lesson. In the entire hall, Feng Wuchen had become the most dazzling halo. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship and respect, as if he was a god. Being able to refine a spirit weapon with a wave of his hand made everyone extremely envious. If one wanted to obtain divine weapons and treasures, they could buy them in the auction house. The higher the grade, the more expensive it was. If one wanted to obtain a spirit weapon, they had to find a weapon refiner to refine it for them. Then the question was, were they familiar with each other? "Why would I help you refine a weapon?" Everyone in the hall had this thought, but they didn't know Feng Wuchen. Alchemists and weapon refiners were the most popular professions on this continent and were respected by countless people. Because of this, there were many arrogant and condescending alchemists and weapon refiners. Therefore, wanting to obtain powerful pills and divine weapons was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were people here who were puzzled. Feng Wuchen was only a 2nd-grade alchemist. How could he refine a 5th-grade weapon? Because alchemists were limited by their soul force, Feng Wuchen needed to cultivate. Weapon refiners didn't have this restriction. The evil dragon god was a 9th-grade weapon refiner and his weapon refining skills were extremely powerful. It could be said that as long as Feng Wuchen wanted and had the materials, not to mention spirit qi, he could even refine immortal weapons. It was just that it would consume more true qi. Master Feng's weapon refining skills are superb, no one in the empire can compare. Wei Yun quickly flattered. He didn't dare to offend such a terrifying weapon refiner. Even if Wei Yun had the thought of killing Feng Wuchen and seizing his treasures, he still had to figure out the origins of Feng Wuchen. If such a terrifying genius was the young master or disciple of some terrifying power, then wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, for such a terrifying genius to go out, who knew if there were any terrifying experts protecting him in the dark? He didn't even understand the principle of not showing off his wealth. If Feng Wuchen did this, wouldn't he be inviting a fatal disaster? Go ahead and give it a try. Feng Wuchen looked at Wei Yun and said indifferently, "It's the smell of a Tier 3 gold spirit pill. It's a pity that you didn't use enough six-tailed blue cloud flower and condensing essence fruit to refine the gold spirit pill. Moreover, these two herbs haven't completely condensed into spirit liquid. Even if you refine the gold spirit pill, the quality will be very low and the heat will be lacking. When you condense the gold spirit pill, your soul force isn't enough, so the heat is sometimes strong and sometimes weak." Hearing this, the smile on Wei Yun's face instantly stiffened. Once again, his eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. A Tier 2 alchemist could actually tell the insufficiency of a pill just by its smell. How terrifying was this? Wei Yun was stunned. This was a Tier 2 alchemist, this was simply an alchemy grandmaster. Just by the smell of the pill, he could tell which part of the gold spirit pill was lacking. He could even tell which part of the gold spirit pill had not been completely calcined. Such terrifying experience, even a Tier 5 or Tier 6 alchemist couldn't do it. Wei Yun's heart was filled with admiration. He almost knelt down before Feng Wuchen and worshipped Feng Wuchen as his master. Master Feng's words have revealed everything. You are truly an alchemy grandmaster. I hope Master Feng can give me some pointers. Wei Yun quickly bowed deeply with a very respectful attitude. Everyone was stunned. A blacksmith and an alchemy grandmaster? How could there be such an abnormal genius in this world, a Tier 5 alchemist and an alchemy grandmaster? Moreover, he was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. How terrifying was his talent? Manager Li, who had his arm cut off, was terrified. Now he finally understood what kind of terrifying existence he had offended. He was secretly glad that he was still alive. Such a terrifying genius, a blacksmith grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he was killed, the auction house would not dare to say a word. Today's auction house was definitely the most shocking day in the history of the auction house. I'm not giving pointers. I'm just pointing out your shortcomings. The next time we refine pills, I'll definitely be able to improve the quality of the pills, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He didn't feel arrogant at all because of Wei Yun's respect and flattery. I will remember Master Feng's instructions. Wei Yun nodded repeatedly. At this time, Wei Yun did not have the demeanor of a grand elder at all. He was just a learning alchemy apprentice. Feng Wuchen handed one of the storage rings to Wei Yun and said, "The storage rings were refined from the meteorite iron you gave me. I'll give you one of them." Give? Wei Yun was shocked when he heard this. At the same time, he was ecstatic. When Feng Wuchen said this, everyone was shocked again. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Giving away a spirit artifact. A low-grade spirit artifact storage ring was actually given away. The price of a storage ring was very expensive. Even an ordinary storage ring was tens of thousands of gold coins. A treasured artifact storage ring was worth millions. A spirit artifact storage ring was a priceless treasure. Giving away a priceless treasure? Wasn't this too generous? Or did Feng Wuchen have other motives? Feng Wuchen was not stupid. He knew better than anyone how precious a spirit artifact was. He really did have other motives for giving it to Wei Yun. When Feng Wuchen helped Mu Tianyun at the restaurant, he also had a motive. Wei Yun only came back to his senses after a long time. He thanked him excitedly. "Thank you, Feng Master. Thank you, Feng Master. This is my auction house's honor. I will definitely treat this storage ring as a priceless treasure. It is only to prove that Feng Master can make a weapon with a thought. Let the world know of Feng Master's superb refining ability. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Then, he put the 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid into the storage ring. The 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid was naturally a gift. How would Wei Yun dare to accept money? He couldn't wait to curry favor with him. He respectfully sent Feng Wuchen out of the door. Everyone followed behind him. It was as if the triads were respectfully sending off a big shot. It was as big as one could imagine. The news spread out from Tiandu at lightning speed, sweeping across all the major cities and forces in the cloud region. In one day, the earth-shattering news shook the entire Yunzhou. Every corner of Yunzhou was talking about the magical scene of Feng Wuchen in the auction house. There were all kinds of versions, and they were all described by everyone as if it was a myth. Feng Master's name resounded throughout Yunzhou. For a time, countless experts from Yunzhou poured into Tiandu. All kinds of treasures were sent, just to make friends with Feng Wuchen. However, they were all rejected by Feng Wuchen. The leader of Tiandu and the powerful forces in Yunzhou all invited Feng Wuchen to be a guest. The treatment was very good. Feng Wuchen didn't accept the treasures, but Feng Wuchen didn't refuse the invitation. Yunzhou Xuantianzong, Bai Ming hurried into the gorgeous main palace and reporting to Sect Master, Old Sect Master, it has been verified that Feng Master is Feng Wuchen. It's absolutely true. It's really him. I didn't expect him to be a 5th-grade blacksmith. Mu Tianyun stood up in shock. Although he had guessed it, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart after knowing that it was true. Crafting with a thought. Is there really such a terrifying blacksmith? On the main seat, a middle-aged man in a white robe frowned. He still didn't dare to believe that there was a blacksmith grandmaster in Yunzhou. Bai Ming said respectfully, Sect Master, it's true. It was Elder Wei Yun who said it himself. Feng Master also gave one of the storage rings to Elder Wei Yun. According to Elder Wei Yun, Feng Master is also very good at making pills. Just by the smell of the pills, he can tell the shortcomings in them. Moreover, it's very detailed and there's no mistake in it. Refining spiritual weapons, he doesn't even need a furnace. This person is a 5th-grade blacksmith at such a young age. What is his background? The strongest blacksmith in our empire is only a 4th-grade blacksmith. The middle-aged man was puzzled. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen. He once said that he came from Wushuang City in Tianzhou. Sect Master, should we investigate Feng Master's background? Bai Ming asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said seriously, no, we can't provoke this person. We can't investigate his background. Otherwise, we'll get burned. This person is not simple. It's not wise to make an enemy out of such a terrifying genius. Yunshan, immediately send people down the mountain and invite Feng Master to Xuantianzong as a guest. Mu Tianyun quickly said. Xuantianzong naturally wanted to befriend such a terrifying person. Feng Wuchen's existence was also very beneficial to Xuantianzong. Let's let Bai Ming go. Bai Ming has seen Feng Master before. It's more appropriate. Mu Yunshan nodded. I'll go to Tiandu now. Bai Ming said respectfully. He didn't dare to be negligent. For the next few days, Feng Wuchen didn't have time to cultivate. He only cared about running around and visited almost all the major forces in Yunzhou. No matter which force it was, no matter how high their cultivation was, in front of Feng Wuchen, they all had to bow their heads and respectfully address him as Feng Master. Even when he went to Xuantianzong, the old Sect Master Mu Tianyun and Sect Master Mu Yunshan were very respectful. They all had to address him as Feng Master. Feng Master's name was already a supreme existence in Yunzhou. Just his identity as a 5th-grade alchemist was enough to make them look up to him. Feng Master's name wouldn't stop at Yunzhou's earth rank. In a few days, it had already spread out from Yunzhou. Apart from Mu Tianyun and the rest who knew Feng Master's name, no one else knew. They only knew that he was Feng Master. Even Wei Yun didn't know. For the next few days, Feng Wuchen was exhausted. He had run to all the major forces near Tiandu. Feng Wuchen had been in Tiandu for nearly half a month. Now, his name was well known in Yunzhou. I've already wasted a few days of cultivation. I have to make up for it. Feng Wuchen muttered. He immediately took out the 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid and 7 treasures chi condensing powder and swallowed them. The Supreme Dragon God technique was quickly activated. Phew, I finally broke through. Deep in the mountains on the outskirts of Tiandu, Feng Wuchen let out a sigh of relief. After more than 10 days of cultivation, he had stepped into the 6th LV of the chi refining realm. The 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid is indeed a good thing. There are still 7 bottles left. It should be enough. Feng Wuchen chuckled. He clenched his fists and felt the powerful energy in his body. Slowly standing up and stretching, Feng Wuchen said, "Unfortunately, I am still too weak. If I want to take over Yunzhou, it will not be that easy with the identity of an alchemist and a blacksmith." The identity of an alchemist and a blacksmith was at most worshipped and respected. Moreover, the powerhouses of Yunzhou were all here for benefits, not for submission. If Feng Wuchen wanted to take over the powerhouses of Yunzhou, he had to rely on his own strength. The reason why Feng Wuchen helped Mu Tianyun and displayed his powerful refining skills at the auction was to suppress these two powerhouses. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen had this plan after meeting Mu Tianyun. Someone is here. Third LV of the Qi refining realm. Just as he stretched, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned as he sensed someone approaching. Feng Wuchen climbed up a tree like a monkey and looked in the direction of the approaching person. With one look, Feng Wuchen was surprised to find that the person in front of him was a beautiful girl in a white dress. This place is quite far from Tiandu. What is a girl doing in the mountains? Feng Wuchen was puzzled as he looked at the girl. The girl in the white dress did not panic at all. It was as if she was strolling in her own backyard. Her courage was not ordinary. "Hey!" Seeing the girl in the white dress walk under the tree, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. "Ah!" The sudden shout startled the young girl, who was not prepared at all. She was so frightened that she jumped on her toes, as if her soul had flown away. "Who is it?" The girl in the white dress looked up warily. Feng Wuchen jumped down from the tree and lightly said, "Don't panic, I'm not a bad person." The girl hurriedly took a few steps back and sized up Feng Wuchen. With a face full of suspicion, she asked, "If you're not a bad person, why are you hiding in the tree? Do I look like a bad guy? This is where I cultivate. You are the one who barged in. I also want to ask you, why did a girl like you come to this mountain forest?" Feng Wuchen asked coolly. "What does that have to do with you?" The young girl glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen, turned around, and quickly left. She was really worried that Feng Wuchen was a bad person. "She reeks of medicinal herbs. Is she here to pick herbs?" Feng Wuchen shook his head. He could not be bothered with her. "That's not right. This medicinal smell is a knockout drug. We've been tricked." Just as he was about to turn around, Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly turned around and saw the girl sneering not too far away. Feng Wuchen quickly rubbed and pressed a few times on his body. Realizing that a knockout drug had been injected into his body, he immediately expelled it from his body. Perhaps it was because she was a girl that Feng Wuchen was careless. Who would have thought that the girl was actually a bait? Just as Feng Wuchen realized that it was a knockout drug, a cold laugh sounded in his ears. "Master Feng, I've finally found you." In the direction where the girl came from, three figures quickly flew over. Their cultivation was above Feng Wuchen's. One of them was even at the peak of the LV9 Qi cultivation realm. "Who are you? How did you know that I was here?" Feng Wuchen coldly asked as he glanced at the three middle-aged men behind him. "We secretly watched you leave Tiandu. In order not to be detected by you, we did not immediately follow you. We spent a few days and searched several mountains before we found you." One of the men sneered. "Just as I expected, for the sake of profit, there will always be people with ulterior motives who will do anything," Feng Wuchen said angrily in his heart. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not have left Tiandu and come to the mountains to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was still found by some insidious and cunning people. The knockout drug took effect very quickly. Feng Wuchen felt dizzy, and he felt weak all over. "Master Feng, how does the knockout drug taste? Do you feel weak all over now?" "This is a level 3 knockout drug. As a level 2 alchemist, I'm afraid you won't be able to cure it." The man in the lead sneered, his face full of viciousness. "You know that I'm an alchemist and you still dare to attack me. You have guts?" Feng Wuchen gloomily asked, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Feng Wuchen did not care about a mere knockout drug. The memories and experience of the evil dragon god were not just for show. Now, the knockout drug in Feng Wuchen's body had already been removed. "Master Feng, you are too naive. In a world where strength is respected, without a strong cultivation, what use is a level 5 weapon refiner? Do you really think that because the major powers of Cloud region invited you as a guest, they would treat you seriously? If you die, no one will take revenge for you. Moreover, in this desolate mountain, no one will come to save you. The man in the lead sneered in disdain. What do you want? Feng Wuchen coldly asked, pretending that he could not hold on any longer. Hand over your sword and storage ring, as well as your weapon refining technique. Obediently hand it over and we can spare your life. The man in the lead sneered and gestured at Feng Wuchen. If I hand it over to you, I won't be able to live. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Feng Wuchen coldly sneered. Once these people obtained the treasure, they would not hesitate to kill Feng Wuchen. Who would be stupid enough to let a terrifying weapon refiner chase after them all over Cloud region? Then we will kill you and take it ourselves. Another man fiercely said. You are from the Lu family? Feng Wuchen asked in a deep voice. Humph. What is the Lu family? In our Zhou family's eyes, they are just ants. Another man said with a face full of arrogance. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen no longer pretended and sneered, so it's the Zhou family. Your ambition is not small. You actually dare to have ideas about me. So what if you know? Do you think you can still live? The man angrily said. He did not expect that he would let it slip. Seeing that Feng Wuchen suddenly became indifferent, the leader's face changed slightly and asked in a deep voice, You are not drugged? Feng Wuchen coldly said, Knowing that I am an alchemist, you still used a drug to deal with me. You are really stupid. Impossible. You are only a second-grade alchemist. How can you neutralize the third-grade ecstasy powder? The girl not far away exclaimed. It can only be said that you do not know me well. Otherwise, even if you have 10,000 guts, you would not dare to touch me. Feng Wuchen coldly sneered, however, what I did not expect was that your Zhou family would use a girl as bait. You are really shameless. Kill him. You must not let him leave alive. The leader angrily shouted. His eyes narrowed and a strong murderous aura burst out. He took the lead and rushed forward. The three men did not hesitate to rush forward. The three of them joined hands to kill Feng Wuchen. It could be said that it was as easy as turning over a hand. You should think about whether or not you can leave alive. Feng Wuchen sneered. A cold murderous aura filled the air. Taking out the red fiery sword, Feng Wuchen activated the dragon god's breath. The red fiery sword instantly ignited with a cyan flame. An extremely violent sword chi swept out like a gust of wind. Dragon god's shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted and suddenly rushed out. As if his boat was equipped with an ejector, his speed instantly doubled. His movement technique was strange. Wherever he went, a large number of withered leaves would be stirred up. What a terrifying speed! Sensing Feng Wuchen's astonishing speed, the three men's faces changed greatly. The leader's palm struck towards Feng Wuchen's head. Unfortunately, it missed. Feng Wuchen's strange movement technique cleverly dodged. Chi. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had arrived in front of one of the men. The man was so frightened that he did not even have a chance to retaliate before Feng Wuchen's sword slit his throat. Blood spurted out, and he did not even know how he died. You think you can kill me? The naive ones are the Zhou clan. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with cold murderous intent. Arrogant. At this time, the other man had already fiercely punched towards Feng Wuchen. Humph. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted and met the attack with a punch. Bang. Feng Wuchen killed a 7th LV Cultivation realm cultivator with a single strike. He turned around and punched again. After a muffled sound, the man was sent flying by Feng Wuchen's violent strength. How is this possible? The man was shocked. An 8th LV Cultivation realm cultivator could not withstand Feng Wuchen's punch. After sending his opponent flying with a punch, Feng Wuchen followed up with another attack. His speed was astonishing. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen fiercely arrived. With a loud roar, he punched towards the man's chest again. Bang! Pooh! He withdrew his palm, and with a loud bang, the violent power caused the man to spit out blood. His body flew out and crashed into a large tree as thick as a bucket. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? How can a 6th LV Cultivation Realm cultivator be so strong? Is this a mystic class skill? The leader was stunned. You can't even withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sinister smile. He slowly turned around and glanced coldly at the leader. The leader could not help but tremble. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying 6th LV Cultivation Realm cultivator. Not far away, the girl in the white dress was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was so frightened that she could not speak. You're the last one left. Feng Wuchen sneered. Even if the leader was at the peak of the 9th LV Cultivation Realm, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. The leader's face darkened. Anger surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You brat, you talk as if you can kill me at any time. The peak of the 9th LV Cultivation Realm is not to be underestimated. If I face him head-on, I will definitely lose." Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He did not plan to face him head-on. Otherwise, he would not have dodged the man's attack. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen took the initiative to attack. He activated his Dragon God's breath and drew a circle with his red fiery sword, forming 10 fiery energy swords. True chi projection? Seeing this, the leader was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shoo shoo shoo. The red fiery sword swung, and the 10 energy swords flew out together with a series of sonic booms. At the same time, Feng Wuchen quickly swayed to the left. The leader used all his strength to shatter the energy swords with a punch and a kick. His strength was tyrannical. This brat's true chi is so violent. The leader was shocked again. His fists and feet were tingling. Feng Wuchen's strength was tyrannical, and the man from the Zhou clan did not dare to underestimate him. His expression became very serious. This brat's martial skill is very strong, it's definitely a profound rank martial skill. The man was very sure, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Facing Feng Wuchen's fierce attack, the man did not show any weakness. He bent his hand like a claw and tried to grab Feng Wuchen's wrist that was holding the sword, as if he wanted to snatch Feng Wuchen's sword. Humph! Feng Wuchen sneered. With the evil dragon god's rich experience, how could Feng Wuchen not see through it? Feng Wuchen's wrist suddenly turned, and the red fiery sword spun in a clockwise direction. If the man did not stop, his arm would definitely be cut off. Feng Wuchen's reaction speed also amazed the man, and he could only force himself to stop. But the moment the man stopped, Feng Wuchen had already found a flaw. The red fiery sword slashed down from above, accurately leaving a long bloody wound on the man's shoulder. Fresh blood continuously flowed out. This brat actually knows what I'm trying to do. And he seems to be able to see through my moves. The man was shocked, and his face twisted in pain. Feng Wuchen's attack succeeded, and he quickly moved to the man's left side. The red fiery sword once again attacked, stabbing straight at the man's head. The man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and hurriedly retreated. Next, Feng Wuchen used the Dragon God's Shadow's mysterious and strange movement technique to continuously attack. Even if the man counterattacked, he could not cause any threat to Feng Wuchen. This brat can indeed see through my moves. He can predict my next attack. The more the man fought, the more frightened he became. He had never seen such a terrifying youth. Feng Wuchen did not fight him head-on, and the man was angry and helpless. The fierce battle continued for a few minutes, and the man's body was covered in sword wounds. He was completely at a disadvantage. The Zhou clan made a mistake by sending you here. Not to mention you, even if an Origin Transformation Realm martial artist came, he might not be able to kill me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The man's aura had weakened a lot, and he was no longer a threat to Feng Wuchen. The man's face was incomparably ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you. The man could guess that Feng Wuchen was a terrifying genius for being able to fight against someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm at such a young age. If such a genius did not appear, the Zhou clan would definitely perish. Therefore, the man was determined to kill Feng Wuchen even if he had to risk his life, and not bring any threat to the Zhou family. If I didn't have a certain amount of confidence and assurance, Do you think I would show off my divine ability as a blacksmith at the auction? Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing this, the man was a little startled. He frowned. You are not from Yunzhou. Why are you here? The dead shouldn't know too much. Feng Wuchen sneered. The man's face darkened as he thought to himself, this kid isn't as naive as he looks on the surface. He's simply an old fox. The man's murderous aura grew stronger. He channeled his true qi, endured the pain in his shoulder, and formed a seal with both hands. Stinking brat. I will not let you become a threat to the Zhou family. You must die today. The man shouted angrily as a powerful aura spread out. Mid-grade yellow rank martial skill. Limitless wind blade. The man roared as a powerful wind attribute energy condensed on his right arm. As he shouted, the man waved his hand. Swoosh. A 2-meter-long white chi blade flew out. It was powerful enough to kill a 7th-level chi refinement realm cultivator. That might not be true. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The dragon god's breath was activated again, and the green flames on the red fiery sword became even more violent. Illusion sword technique. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen shouted as the red fiery sword shone with a green light. A violent sword chi swept out with a powerful aura. This is a profound rank martial skill? No. Earth rank. It's the earth rank. Feeling the incomparably violent and tyrannical aura, the man was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He was extremely terrified. Swoosh. Feng Wuchen waved the red fiery sword, and a 2-meter-long green fiery sword shot out with an unstoppable force. Boom. Pooh. The violent energy sword easily broke the man's wind blade and hit the man's body without any resistance. With a loud explosion, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The powerful explosive energy spread out, and the few trees around the man were all broken. Uncle Zhou. The girl nearby screamed in fear as tears streamed down her face. Even after breaking through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, it's still difficult to use it. Feng Wuchen sneered. However, Feng Wuchen was satisfied with the terrifying power of the wind blade. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step. The man was severely injured and could not get up. He was covered in blood. You, who are you? The man asked with great difficulty. His face was filled with fear. He had never seen such a terrifying young genius before. It seemed that he regretted provoking Feng Wuchen. Just an ordinary person. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as the red fiery sword in his hand pierced down mercilessly. No. The girl screamed. She was so scared that she fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the crying young girl and said coldly, I won't kill you. Go back and tell your family head that I'll remember this. I'll personally pay him a visit in the future. You dare to kill a member of the Zhou clan? The Zhou clan will never let you go. You're just in the Qi refinement realm and you dare to say that you'll settle the score with the Zhou clan. The girl shouted at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said coldly, you're right. I'm just in the Qi refinement realm. No one will take me seriously. But when I become stronger, I can call anyone my brother. I can order anyone to help me kill people and steal treasures. Before I show my strength, no one will take me seriously. But when I kill everyone in the Yunzhou will worship me like a god. These lofty words of ambition made one's blood boil. Arrogant bastard. The girl shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen ignored her and walked towards the heavily injured LV8 Qi refinement realm cultivator. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk over, the man didn't panic at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his pale face. He strenuously said, to be able to meet such a terrifying genius like you in my life, I can die without regrets. In the entire empire, even the #1 genius in the empire isn't half as good as you. To die in your hands is not an injustice. Looking at the man coldly, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, enemies must die. The Zhou clan may have made the wrong decision. They shouldn't have messed with you. But if you don't have anyone to rely on, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in this world. The man said with difficulty. If I don't have anyone to rely on, I will rely on myself. If there is no world, I will fight for it myself. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the man's body trembled. He felt a rush of hot blood throughout his body. Haha. You're the one who relies on yourself. Fight for it yourself. The man suddenly laughed and said, you should be arrogant when you're young. When you're young, who doesn't have such ambition? But that's only for geniuses. Looking at Feng Wuchen, the man smiled and asked, can you tell me your name? Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen. The man slowly closed his eyes. Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword had already mercilessly pierced down. He knew that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be merciful. There is no glory for no reason in life, only glory obtained through fighting. I, Feng Wuchen, possess everything of the evil dragon god. I will conquer this continent and make everyone on this continent tremble for me. I will let everyone know that the world I fought for is mine. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. The path that Feng Wuchen walked was destined to be a path of slaughter. The major forces of the Cloud Prefecture only acted respectfully because they needed Feng Wuchen's help. Feng Wuchen was very clear about this point. Since his cultivation ground had been exposed, Feng Wuchen immediately changed his location. The Zhou clan was powerful, and Feng Wuchen didn't have the strength to fight against the Zhou clan. After leaving the mountains, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Luantian city. Just as he arrived at the city gate, he saw a man flying out of the city while screaming strangely and fiercely crashing onto the ground. More than 10 guards rushed out from the city, each and every one of them had an anxious expression. Young master, are you all right? The leader of the guards asked in panic. The man crawled up from the ground with a pained expression and said, this guy is really strong, worthy of being an elite of the Black Flag Army. A young man in black clothes walked out from the city with an arrogant expression. He smiled and said, how is it? Young Master Liu, are you convinced now? Humph. Didn't you just train in the barracks for a few years? What's so great about that? Young Master Liu said with an unconvinced expression. My strength is only in the middle of the Black Flag Army. The man in black clothes said proudly. Young Master Liu, you should admit defeat. You can't defeat our young master. Some of the guards who came with the man had a face full of flattery. Admit defeat my ass. Again. Young Master Liu shouted angrily and rushed forward again with his true chi. It seemed like the two of them were having a contest. Who didn't have a competitive heart? Feng Wuchen only gave them a glance and then walked towards the city gate. Just as he walked to the city gate, young Master Liu actually flew towards Feng Wuchen. He didn't even have a chance to attack before he was thrown out. The crowd of onlookers at the city gate all shook their heads. Knowing full well that he couldn't win, he still wanted to show off. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, turned around and pulled young Master Liu down. Thank you, brother. Young Master Liu stared blankly at first, but then he quickly thanked Feng Wuchen. You aren't his match, why ask for humiliation? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Hearing this, young Master Liu was unhappy and said unconvinced, didn't he train in the Black Flag Army for a few years? Otherwise, how could he be my match? The Empire's Black Flag Army are elite soldiers. Their fighting experience is stronger than yours. Moreover, he is an origin transformation stage practitioner. How can you, a chi refining stage practitioner, compare to him? You should go back and train. Feng Wuchen said again and turned around to enter the city. A 6th level chi refinement realm cultivator can take away 30% of my attacks. He is indeed not simple. The black-robed man thought to himself. The black-robed man was the young master of the Phoenix Sky City, Lin Muching. He was one of the young masters of the city. He joined the army 3 years ago. Because of his talent, he was chosen by the leader of the Black Flag Army. That was why he trained in the Black Flag Army for 3 years and developed a powerful ability. In the Black Flag Army, Lin Muching's strength was not just average. He was one of the stronger ones. Moreover, he was about to join the Empire's strongest army, Sky Shadow. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry was the elite of the elites of the Empire. They only listened to the Empire's general. It was because of this honor and powerful background that the arrogant Lin Muching was born. In the Phoenix Sky City, Lin Muching was even more famous than his father. The entire Yunzhou knew of Lin Muching's existence. As for young Master Lu, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Qingyang, was quite talented. However, he neglected his cultivation. His strength was average at the 8th level of Qi refinement realm. Humph. I will defeat you sooner or later. Young Master Lu glared at the black-robed man. He then chased into the city and shouted, "Brother, wait. What is it?" Feng Wuchen asked as he walked. "I am Lu Qingyang. How should I address you?" Lu Qingyang asked as he sized up Feng Wuchen. "Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Lu Qingyang seemed to be very interested in Feng Wuchen. He smiled and said, "Brother Feng, I can see that you are very powerful at the 6th level of Qi refinement realm. Why don't you help me teach Lin Mucheng a lesson?" Hearing this, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to answer. Wasn't this asking him to die? Lin Mucheng was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement realm. Feng Wuchen couldn't beat him at all. Besides, Feng Wuchen and Lu Qinglong didn't know each other, and he didn't have any grudges with Lin Mucheng. There was no need for him to cause trouble. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't answer and still looked indifferent, Lu Qingyang hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother Feng, I was just joking. It must be fate that we meet. Let's go, I'll take you to eat. It just so happens that Lin Mucheng is treating us, and there are also some friends. It's a waste not to eat." Feng Wuchen had originally planned to eat something. Since Lu Qingyang had spoken, he followed. Along the way, Lu Qingyang told Feng Wuchen about Lin Mucheng. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen wasn't interested at all. Not long after, Lu Qingyang brought Feng Wuchen to a gorgeous restaurant. The restaurant had already been booked by Lin Mucheng. After entering, Feng Wuchen found out that Lu Qingyang's so-called friends were all young masters of the major families in Luantian City. They were all famous figures with great wealth and powerful backgrounds. The strongest, Lin Mucheng, was the last to arrive. The other young masters were obviously afraid of him. They were all respectful and flattering him. It could be said that Lin Mucheng was the boss of this circle. Lin Mucheng was the strongest, and he was also an elite of the Black Flag Army. He was also a member of the Empire's strongest army, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Lin Mucheng was the main character. The other young masters all surrounded him and ignored Lu Qingyang. Seeing these young masters flattering him, Lu Qingyang was extremely unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything. Feng Wuchen didn't care about this at all. There was a table full of delicacies. Feng Wuchen only cared about eating and didn't interrupt these young masters' conversation. He just listened to these young masters bragging. However, what surprised Feng Wuchen was that Lin Mucheng often observed him. "Brother Feng, why aren't you saying anything?" Lin Mucheng suddenly asked with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen glanced at Lin Mucheng and said indifferently, "I can't interrupt your conversation." One of the young masters mocked, "It's his honor to be able to eat with us. Does he have the qualifications to speak? Brother, eat more. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to eat these delicacies in the future." Another young master laughed, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. "Young Master Lu, where did you pick them up from? Look at his poor appearance. Aren't you embarrassing us by bringing him here?" Another young master said with a face full of disdain. Hearing these people's ridicule, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. He completely ignored them. However, Lu Qingyang wasn't so good-tempered. No matter what, he was still the one who brought them here. It was fine if they didn't give him face, but now they were mocking and ridiculing him. "You guys have honorable identities, okay? You guys can eat by yourselves," Lu Qingyang said without any curiosity. Then, he pulled Feng Wuchen and said, "Brother Feng, let's go. I'll take you somewhere else to eat. I have no appetite to eat here." Lu Qingyang really couldn't stand these young masters flattering Lin Mucheng. His good mood was ruined. "Young Master Lu, I didn't say you could leave." Seeing that Lu Qingyang and Feng Wuchen wanted to leave, Lin Mucheng said coldly, "I'll leave if I want to. What can you do to me?" Lu Qingyang replied domineeringly, not afraid in the slightest. Lin Mucheng sneered, "I really can't do anything to you, but if I break your legs, your father might not dare to say anything." "Lu Qingyang, don't think too highly of yourself. You know the consequences of offending Big Brother Leng." A young master sneered. Yeah, Lung Muching is an elite of the Black Flag Army, and he's about to enter the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. His name is known throughout the Cloud Prefecture. I can't afford to offend him, but I can hide from him, okay? Lu Qingyang said coldly. Young Master Lu, your words sound so sour. Another young master sneered. Humph. Lu Qingyang snorted and turned to leave. Lung Muching looked at another young master and gave him a look. The latter understood and attacked without hesitation. That young master's cultivation was above Lu Qingyang's. He was in the LV8 Qi refining realm. He channeled his true Qi and punched Lu Qingyang's back without mercy. Bang! Feng Wuchen sensed it immediately and hurriedly reached out to catch it. With a muffled bang, the powerful force couldn't shake Feng Wuchen at all. He can actually block my power. That young master was secretly shocked. He does have some skills. Lung Muching frowned. He could see that Feng Wuchen's strength was not as simple as the LV6 Qi refining realm. Let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight? Feng Wuchen said indifferently and then let go of his claw. You little brat, how dare you stop me? The young master shouted at Feng Wuchen with a fierce look in his eyes. Guchong Kong, how dare you attack me? Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. He was so angry that the veins on his face were bulging. He looked like he was about to explode. Before Lung Muching came back, Lu Qingyun had a good relationship with these young masters. They often played together, but after Lung Muching came back, these so-called friends didn't take him seriously at all. Humph. Guchong Kong snorted angrily and ignored Lu Qingyang. He rushed at Feng Wuchen and punched again. Bang! Feng Wuchen reacted quickly. The moment Guchong Kong attacked, he had already punched at him. With a muffled bang, he hit Guchong Kong's chest and pushed him back. This punch shocked the other young masters. Guchong Kong was in the LV8 Qi refining realm, but in front of a LV6 Qi refining realm martial artist, he was so weak. It wasn't that Guchong Kong was weak, but that Feng Wuchen was too strong. Brother Feng, well done. Lu Qingyang said with a relieved expression. Brother Feng is not weak. You can beat someone in the LV8 Qi refining realm with a LV6 Qi refining realm martial artist. Lung Muching sneered. I'm full. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen was neither servile nor overbearing. Even if Lung Muching was in the LV3 Qi refining realm, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Humph. Lu Qingyang snorted proudly and left the restaurant with Feng Wuchen. Guchong Kong wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Lung Muching. Brother Lung, are we just going to let them go? Guchong Kong said unwillingly. Lung Muching sneered, there will be plenty of opportunities. Feng Wuchen's strength is not simple. You are no match for him, and I can't make a move. I don't want others to laugh at me for bullying the weak. If we were somewhere else, I would kill him. I came back this time with some Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures. I heard that the Feng family in Tianzhou's Wushuang city gave the prescription to the general. Now the Black Flag Army is using this treasure to cultivate. It is 10 times more effective than the Qi increasing powder of 7 treasures. It will be of great help to your cultivation, and it is only suitable for those in the Qi refining realm. Lung Muching smiled. Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures? 10 times more effective than the Qi increasing powder? Is there really such a powerful treasure? The young masters were all shocked. Lung Muching nodded and smiled, it's true. The news should have spread to Yunzhou. Don't you know? The young masters all shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. But this treasure has just been developed by the Empire. I can only bring back 10 portions. You guys get 2 portions each. Lu Qingyang doesn't need it. Lung Muching smiled and generously distributed the treasure to the young masters. Thank you, Brother Lung. The young masters thanked him excitedly. If they knew that the owner of the Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures was Feng Wuchen, who knew what kind of expression they would have. Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Guchong Kong is no match for you. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He even changed the way he addressed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, as long as you work hard, you can also surpass him. Look at your body. You must have been neglecting your cultivation. Lu Qingyang nodded and smiled, yes, yes. Brother Feng is right. You have made enemies with them today. Be careful in the future. I am leaving. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Brother Feng, where are you going? Lu Qingyang quickly asked, as if he wanted to follow. I am going to find a quiet place outside of the city to cultivate. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Cultivate? Lu Qingyang quickly caught up and said, Brother Feng, I know a good place to cultivate. Oh? Where is it? Feng Wuchen asked. Lu Qingyang said seriously, it is in the Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the north. It is deep in the mountains. The spirit qi is very dense. Basically no one has been there before. I also found a cave there. No one has been there before. Why are you going there? Feng Wuchen seemed to be in disbelief. My father punished me to go to the Heavenly Cloud Mountain to cultivate for a month. The cave was found by Qing'er. It has been a year. If Brother Feng didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Lu Qingyang said. How about it, Big Brother Feng? Do you want to go? The spirit energy there is so dense, it might have something to do with the cave. Lu Qingyang hurriedly asked as if he couldn't wait. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, since it's a good place, let's go and take a look. I have to go back and tell my father. I'll bring Qing'er along as well. She was the one who found the cave, we can't not bring her along. Big Brother Feng, wait for us at the city gate. Lu Qingyang shouted as he ran. A few minutes later, Lu Qingyang brought Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing out of the Phoenix Sky City and walked towards the Heavenly Cloud Mountain in the north. In the restaurant, a guard respectfully reported, Young Master, Lu Qingyang and the rest have left the city. They seem to be going to the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Miao Qingqing is also there. Heavenly Cloud Mountain? What are they going there for? That young master was puzzled. Qing'er is going there too? Lu Qingyang, that bastard. He actually dares to steal my woman. A young master angrily cursed with an extremely gloomy expression. Zhao Yang, don't worry. Once we deal with them, you still have a chance. A young master patted Zhao Yang's shoulder and laughed. No one is going to the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Big Brother Lung, this is our chance. Why don't we go and kill that Feng Wuchen? Gu Chongkong suggested. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Wuchen immediately. Lung Muching shook his head and sneered, no need. The Heavenly Cloud Mountain is so big, why waste time looking? It's better to send people to keep an eye on them. Once they come back, it won't be too late for us to make a move. Big Brother Lung is wise. The young masters all gave a thumbs up. Lu Qingyang brought Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing for 2 hours before they arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The Heavenly Cloud Mountain was majestic and had many peaks. It was grotesquely shaped and there were countless vines on the mountain. This was also the reason why no one came here. The mountain terrain was too complicated, who would come here for no reason, however, the Heavenly Cloud Mountain spirit energy was indeed very dense. It was at least several times denser than the outside world. Big Brother Feng, am I right? As soon as I reached the foot of the mountain, I could feel the thick spiritual qi. Lu Qingyang smiled happily. The spiritual energy here is indeed much thicker. This is indeed a treasured place for cultivation. It's just that it's too complicated. Feng Wuchen seemed very satisfied. There was even a faint smile on his face. Big Brother Feng, the abode is inside the mountain. Follow me, I still remember the way. Lu Qingyang said as he walked in front. Feng Wuchen followed closely behind. Miao Qingqing quickly caught up and said with a smile, Big Brother Feng, that valley is very beautiful. The cave abode that Lu Qingyang mentioned was in the depths of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The terrain of the mountain was complicated, so they could only travel through the trees. The deeper we go into the mountains, the denser the spiritual qi. Feng Wuchen muttered in his heart, and began to suspect that it had something to do with the Immortal's Cave. But what kind of treasure could emit such dense spiritual energy? Half an hour later, with Lu Qingyang leading the way, the two of them found the location of the cave residence. Big Brother Feng, the cave abode is in the small valley in front. There are so many beautiful flowers. Miao Qingqing pointed at a small valley in front of them that looked like a paradise. Feng Wuchen looked over and was also amazed. The terrain of Heavenly Cloud Mountain was complicated. All kinds of ancient trees, weeds, and wildflowers were dense and complicated. However, the small valley in front of them was an open space with hundreds of flowers blooming around it. It was very neat, like a small garden. The complexity of the surroundings formed a sharp contrast with the small valley, giving people the feeling of a fairyland. Big Brother Feng, did you feel that powerful aura? At that time, Qing and I were watching from afar. We didn't dare to go over. Lu Qingyang said. Miao Qingqing added, at that time, we thought that there was an expert cultivating inside, so we didn't dare to go in. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, this powerful aura is a kind of seal. Perhaps it's sealing some treasure. Let's go take a look. Big Brother Feng, could there be someone cultivating inside? If we barge in, wouldn't we be dead? Lu Qingyang was a little worried. Miao Qingqing's words were not without reason. Such a beautiful place that looked like a fairyland could not be naturally formed. There's no one here. Feng Wuchen was very certain as he quickly shuttled through. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing looked at each other and then followed doubtfully. When the two arrived at the small valley, they did not directly enter the cave abode. Instead, they first observed the small valley's surroundings. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on both sides of the small valley. The strange fragrance of the flowers made people feel at ease and comfortable. It made them feel 100 times more energetic and very comfortable. Wow! It's so beautiful. Miao Qingqing was pleasantly surprised as she hurriedly ran to the flower bed. Big Brother Feng, how long do you think this place has existed? Why is this valley so beautiful? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. I don't know, but I can see that there used to be an immortal couple living here. From these footprints, I can see that they were practicing swordsmanship. It was a kind of sword art that a man and a woman cultivated together. Perhaps they were tired of the mortal world and lived here in seclusion. The flowers here should have been planted by them, but I don't know why they left. Feng Wuchen squatted on the ground and looked at the clear footprints on the ground as he said. An immortal couple? Miao Qingqing's eyes were filled with envy. I see. Lu Qingyang nodded his head dubiously. Feng Wuchen looked at the cave abode. There was no name engraved on it, and it was not a natural cave abode. It was man-made. Feng Wuchen walked towards the cave abode. The powerful sealing aura was coming from the cave abode. When the three of them entered the cave abode, they were all shocked. Big Brother Feng, there's someone. Lu Qingyang exclaimed in shock and almost fell to the ground. Miao Qingqing was also so scared that her face turned pale. Everything was too sudden, and she could not react in time. Don't panic, they're already dead, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. He was also shocked at first. What? Dead? Miao Qingqing could not believe it. She turned her head and took a closer look. She found that the two of them were motionless and were even wrapped in a faint purple energy shield. In the middle of the cave abode, a handsome man in white was hugging a woman in white. The woman in white was peacefully leaning on the man's chest. Her beautiful face was filled with happiness and willingness. They should have been dead for many years. This seal can protect their bodies from destruction. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see it, Feng Wuchen explained. The cave abode was only a few dozen square meters. The tables and chairs were all made of rocks. Although it was simple, it was very warm. I'm so envious. This beautiful sister must be very happy. She still has a smile on her face even after death. If only they were still alive. Miao Qingqing was touched. She was so touched that her beautiful eyes flashed with tears. Feng Wuchen glanced at the cave abode. Other than the powerful seal, he did not find any other treasures or anything special. Big Brother Feng, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Could it be related to the seal? Lu Qingyang asked in puzzlement. He also did not see any other treasures. Everything has spirituality. Perhaps it's because of their love that they influenced the vegetation of Skycloud Mountain. Even after so many years, the vegetation of Skycloud Mountain still protects this place. The spiritual energy is also gathering here, Feng Wuchen guessed. Refine the plants of Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Lu Qingyang paused, his face full of astonishment. Wasn't this nonsense? How could there be such a magical thing in the world? Let's go outside and cultivate. Don't disturb them, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Seniors, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please forgive us. Qing'er kowtows to you. I hope that you will be together forever. Miao Qingqing, who was extremely touched, knelt down and kowtowed to the immortal couple. Qing'er, get up. I believe the two seniors won't blame us. Lu Qingyang quickly helped Miao Qingqing up. Miao Qingqing nodded and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. But the moment Miao Qingqing got up, a resplendent purple light suddenly appeared in the peaceful cave abode. The source of the purple light was the seal. Big brother Feng, what's going on? The two seniors won't really blame us, right? Lu Qingyang asked in horror. He quickly stood in front of Miao Qingqing to protect her. Don't worry, there's no dangerous aura. Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Although there was no dangerous aura, he didn't know what was going on. Just as the three of them were puzzled and worried, they saw rows of words appear on the seal that was emitting a resplendent purple light. Big brother Lu, look. What is this? Miao Qingqing asked in surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at the words on the seal. Lu Qingyang looked at the rows of words in shock and said, this looks like a sword art martial technique. It is indeed a sword art martial technique. Feng Wuchen smiled affirmatively. He finally understood what was going on. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Miss Qingqing's sincerity has touched the two seniors. This is your fortuitous encounter. The two seniors want to impart to you the sword art martial technique and everything they have learned in their lives. Impart to me? Miao Qingqing was so shocked that she couldn't believe it. Sure enough, while Miao Qingqing was still in shock, a purple light suddenly shot into Miao Qingqing's forehead. A large amount of information rushed into her mind. That's great. Qing'er, you've had a fortuitous encounter. Lu Qingyang was overjoyed. As Miao Qingqing received the information, the figures of the two seniors appeared in her mind. It was a happy scene when they were alive. One played the zither, one danced, and the two of them wielded swords. Every action touched her heart. Unknowingly, tears rolled down Miao Qingqing's cheeks as a touched and happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. What a kind-hearted girl. I hope Lu Qingyang treats her well. Feng Wuchen sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Ling Xiaoxiao. After not seeing her for a long time, Feng Wuchen realized that he was starting to miss Ling Xiaoxiao. Why is Qing'er crying? Lu Qingyang wanted to comfort her but was stopped by Feng Wuchen. He directly pulled him out of the cave. Big brother Feng, what are you doing? Lu Qingyang asked with a puzzled face. Miss Qingqing should have seen the two seniors when they were alive. Perhaps she is accepting the inheritance. This is her fortuitous encounter. Don't disturb her. Find a place to cultivate properly. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. I see. That's great. Lu Qingyang smiled in relief. When they came out, a magical scene appeared. All kinds of beasts in the mountain gathered around the valley as if they were listening to the beautiful zither music. They were intoxicated and refused to leave. Birds flew in the air and flowers swayed. It was as if the happy scenes of the past had appeared in front of them again. Looking at this miraculous scene, Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang both felt as if they were hallucinating. It was as if these birds and beasts were not looking at Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang, but the immortal couple in the cave. Unfortunately, the people were gone, but the scenery was still there, and so was the object. From the behavior of these birds and beasts, one could see how sincere and beautiful the love of the immortal couple in the cave was, and how much they yearned for it. While the two were surprised, they were also touched. Even birds and beasts can be moved, let alone Qing'er. Lu Qingyang sighed, his eyes inexplicably red. Cultivate. Feng Wuchen said lightly, not driving away these birds and beasts. Feng Wuchen leaped onto a cliff several meters high and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Lu Qingyang directly cultivated at the entrance of the cave. Feng Wuchen took out the 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid and 7 treasures Qi condensation powder, and swallowed them down. He circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and madly absorbed the pure energy and medicinal power. The spirit Qi in the valley was very thick, and Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was very terrifying. Spirit chi from all directions madly gathered toward him. The Supreme Dragon God technique was just that domineering. Lu Qingyang, who was cultivating at the entrance of the cave, felt a huge amount of spirit chi converging toward Feng Wuchen. He was so shocked that he opened his eyes abruptly. What a terrifying cultivation method, it can actually gather such a huge amount of spirit chi. Lu Qingyang's face was full of disbelief, and he looked up with wide eyes. This made Lu Qingyang even more shocked. It was definitely unforgettable. In Lu Qingyang's wide eyes, he saw a huge amount of spirit chi converging toward Feng Wuchen in the form of a mist. How is this possible? All the spirit chi is converging toward him. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded, and said blankly, Big Brother Feng's cultivation speed is too terrifying. Lu Qingyang had never seen such a shocking scene when a cultivator cultivated. This was also his first time seeing it. Who exactly is Big Brother Feng? Could he be a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan? Upon seeing such an abnormal genius, Lu Qingyang immediately thought of the Tianyun clan's genius disciples. Lu Qingyang stared blankly for a long time before coming back to his senses. He took a few deep breaths and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. After an unknown period of time, the birds and beasts dispersed one after another, as if they had never been here. The valley once again regained its tranquility, and only the spectacular scene of the mist-like spirit chi madly converging could be seen. Miao Qingqing did not come out of the cave. After 6 hours, when the sky darkened, a tyrannical aura suddenly swept out from the cave. What a powerful aura! Qing'er had broken through. Lu Qingyang, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly cried out in shock. He opened his eyes and looked into the cavern. It's still improving. She's going to surpass me soon. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded. On the rock above the cave, Feng Wuchen also opened his eyes and said in surprise, the 7th tier of the Qi refinement realm. She broke through 2 tiers in one go. Miss Qingqing's talent is indeed amazing. Not long after, Miao Qingqing walked out of the cave with a smile on her pretty face. Qing'er, how is it? Lu Qingyang hurriedly asked. Big Brother Lu, the 2 seniors passed on their lifelong knowledge to me, but my current cultivation level is too low to cultivate too much. The senior's Yin-Yang 2-form sword technique requires a man and a woman to cultivate together. Only by combining Yin and Yang can its true power be exerted. I plan to cultivate with Big Brother Lu, Miao Qingqing said. Cultivate with me? Lu Qingyang was stunned at first, but then he laughed ecstatically and said, Qing'er, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Miao Qingqing nodded seriously and said, the senior's cultivation technique is also a combination of Yin and Yang. We have to cultivate it together. That's great. Lu Qingyang was so excited that he suddenly hugged Miao Qingqing. Congratulations, Miss Qingqing, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Miao Qingqing smiled and said, thank you, Big Brother Feng. Qing'er, let's cultivate quickly. Lu Qingyang could not wait. For the first time, he had the urge to become stronger. Perhaps it was because Miao Qingqing had increased 2 tiers in an instant that Lu Qingyang was stimulated. No matter what, he could not lose to a woman, right? Feng Wuchen continued to cultivate. Soon, the spectacular scene appeared again. Miao Qingqing, who was about to cultivate, was suddenly stunned. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Qing'er, ignore him. Big Brother Feng is a monster. His cultivation is too terrifying, Lu Qingyang hurriedly said with a look of jealousy. I wonder who Big Brother Feng is. He should be a genius disciple of some big faction. Miao Qingqing smiled with a hint of envy in her beautiful eyes. A moment later, Miao Qingqing passed on the cultivation technique and sword technique to Lu Qingyang. The 2 of them also began to integrate into their cultivation. As time passed, the repeated cultivation allowed them to grasp the basics. However, it was difficult to advance further. They needed a certain amount of time to get used to it. They had to be free of distracting thoughts and connected minds. Fortunately, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were childhood sweethearts and understood each other. After a few days of hard work, they were able to comprehend a deeper essence. Their cultivation grew stronger day by day. The 2 of them used rods instead of swords. Their originally stiff movements were gradually integrated. In the end, they became more skilled and had some charm. In a month, with the help of the yin-yang art, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing broke through to the 8th tier of the qi refinement realm. Their understanding of the sword technique also deepened. However, in this month, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing spent almost all of their time in shock. Even though they had cultivated the cultivation technique and sword technique left behind by the immortal couple and had broken through their cultivation speed was still not half as fast as Feng Wuchen's. After cultivating crazily for a month, Feng Wuchen broke through 1 tier in half a month. His terrifying cultivation speed left them in the dust. In a month, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing had only broken through 1 tier after risking their lives. Feng Wuchen had caught up to them. This made them both shocked and helpless. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. However, this also made them realize that Feng Wuchen was an extremely talented and terrifying genius. The 8th tier of the qi refinement realm is not bad. It is indeed a cultivation treasure, Feng Wuchen said to himself and smiled. Breaking through 2 tiers in a month did not disappoint Feng Wuchen. With the cultivation of the 8th tier of the qi refinement realm, Feng Wuchen's strength could be said to have increased by a large margin. He was absolutely invincible under the essence transformation realm. The power of the dragon god has also strengthened a lot. This terrifying power may only be truly unleashed when I break through to the essence transformation realm, Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. Big brother Feng, your cultivation speed is too terrifying. Breaking through 2 tiers in a month. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to death, Lu Qingyang said sourly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, your sword technique is also not bad. You will become stronger in the future. Big brother Feng, what level of talent are you at? Why is your cultivation speed so terrifying? Miao Qingqing asked curiously. She knew that her talent was not bad, but compared to Feng Wuchen, she felt that she was far behind. Big brother Feng, are you a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan? Lu Qingyang also asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I am not a disciple of the Tianyun clan. I don't belong to any clan. My talent is only 2nd grade. What? 2nd grade? Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing exclaimed in unison, their faces full of disbelief. Big brother Feng, are you kidding? 2nd grade martial souls are trash martial souls. There is no way it can have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Let me see if you have an 8th grade martial soul. Lu Qingyang said in a daze. He did not believe that Feng Wuchen's talent was 2nd grade. Feng Wuchen took out the 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid and 7 treasures qi condensation powder and said, my cultivation speed is fast because I have these treasures. I know about the 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid, but what is this? Lu Qingyang asked, puzzled. He had never seen the 7 treasures qi condensation powder before. 7 treasures qi condensation powder. Its effect is 10 times stronger than the qi increasing powder. It comes from Tianzhou, so everyone in Yunzhou should know about it. Don't you know? Feng Wuchen asked. This is the 7 treasures qi condensation powder? Miao Qingqing said in surprise, I've heard of it, but we don't have it in Yunzhou. We can only buy it in Tianzhou, and it's very rare. It's impossible to get it. I've heard of it too. I only heard it from my father recently. Lu Qingyang nodded. I bought quite a lot. Here's some for you. It'll be enough for you to break through to the essence transformation realm. Once you break through to the essence transformation realm, you won't need it. Feng Wuchen politely gave 10 to each of them. Thank you, big brother Feng. The 2 were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Feng Wuchen gave them the 7 treasures qi condensation powder because Lu Qingyang helped him find a good place to cultivate. It was to repay him. With your current strength, other than Leng Mucheng, Gu Changkong and the others are no match for you. Go back and cultivate hard. Surpassing Leng Mucheng won't be a problem, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Big brother Feng, aren't you coming down the mountain with us? Miao Qingqing asked. I'll continue to stay here and cultivate. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He planned to break through to the essence transformation realm before leaving. Big brother Feng, take care. Lu Qingyang cupped his fists. He also guessed that Feng Wuchen planned to break through to the essence transformation realm. After a simple farewell, Lu Qingyang brought Miao Qingqing down the mountain. I'm not far from the essence transformation realm. Next, I'll break through to the essence transformation realm in one go. Feng Wuchen muttered with a faint smile on his face. In order to break through to the essence transformation realm as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen swallowed 3 bottles of 9-colored purple crystal spiritual liquid, 3 portions of 7 treasures qi condensation powder, and 1 qi gathering pill in one go. The huge power caused Feng Wuchen's body to swell. All his meridians and muscles were in extreme pain. Feng Wuchen clenched his teeth and hurriedly cultivated with the Supreme Dragon God technique. He crazily swallowed the huge power in his body and refined the huge amount of spiritual qi and medicinal power. In order to break through to the essence transformation realm, Feng Wuchen chose to cultivate crazily. It could be said that he was risking his life. Succeed or die trying, the effect could be said to be very obvious. His cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. He felt like he was soaring into the sky. However, Feng Wuchen had to endure the pain all over his body. If he couldn't endure it, his life would be in danger. In order to become stronger, this pain was nothing. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen's body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have broken through by the huge power. Time passed day by day. When Feng Wuchen was cultivating with all his might, Xuantianzong received an important news. The arrival of the empire's Grand General did not alarm any factions. In the Grand Palace of Xuantianzong, Mu Tianyun and the rest of the Xuantianzong people were already waiting in the plaza. Yunshan, did the Grand General say what he is here for in Xuantianzong? Mu Tianyun asked. Mu Yunshan shook his head and said, the Grand General only sent someone to say that he is coming to Xuantianzong today. I don't know why. The Grand General has never personally come to Xuantianzong. I don't know what important matter he is here for, Great Elder Xia, he said solemnly. The Grand General only sent someone to inform them, but he did not say what the matter was. Moreover, Yizongqiong had never been to Xuantianzong before. It was inevitable that they would be puzzled by his sudden arrival. The Grand General has arrived. A respectful voice suddenly sounded in front of Xuantianzong's gate. Xuantianzong people all bowed and said, Welcome, Grand General. The loud voice resounded throughout Xuantianzong, representing the respect all of Xuantianzong had for the Grand General. A middle-aged man dressed in black brocade stepped into Xuantianzong. He was only in his early 40s and had a faint smile on his face. However, he could not hide the Grand General's demeanor and dignified aura. Yizongqiong's arrival was not accompanied by many soldiers, only a few people. There is no need for such formalities, Yizongqiong said politely with a smile. He did not have the official air of a Grand General. Old Sect Master Mu, long time no see. How have you been? Yizongqiong asked politely. Mu Yuntian was the strongest person in Yunzhou and a 4th-grade alchemist. Even Yizongqiong, the empire's Grand General, had to give him some face. Mu Yuntian nodded and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, Grand General. Mu Yunshan made an inviting gesture and said politely, Please, Grand General. Thank you, Lord Mu. Yizongqiong smiled politely and followed him into the main hall. Many disciples of Xuantianzong were discussing in low voices. No one knew why the great general had suddenly come to Xuantianzong. In the main hall, Mu Yunshan had already prepared a banquet for Yizongqiong when he found out that he was coming. It's Xuantianzong's honor to have the great general here. Let me propose a toast to the great general. Mu Yunshan raised his glass and said with a smile. Good. Cheers. Yizongqiong's heroic spirit reached the clouds, he drained the cup in one gulp. Mu Tianyun, Xuantianzong, and the other elders toasted one after another, laughing and chatting. After some simple pleasantries, they got to the point. Mu Tianyun was the first to ask, Grand General, why have you come here personally? To be honest, I'm here for Feng Master. Yizongqiong didn't hide anything. Feng Master? Mu Tianyun and the others were all shocked. The empire's #1 Grand General had come personally for Feng Master. Yizongqiong nodded and said seriously, That's right. Feng Master's reputation has already spread to the imperial family. I'm here to invite Feng Master to the empire. I've already reported this to the emperor, and the emperor has agreed. After a pause, Xianxia said again, tool creation with thought. Such a powerful blacksmith is simply unheard of. Even a grade 6 blacksmith wouldn't dare to say that. Feng Master's existence is very important to the empire. Even the grade 4 blacksmiths in the empire find it difficult to forge a spiritual weapon. If Feng Master is willing to forge a spiritual weapon for the empire, our empire will become 100 times stronger. For the empire, the great general has done his best. This old man admires you. Mu Tianyun cupped his fists and said. Old sect leader Mu, you're exaggerating. I'm just doing my duty. Xianxia smiled modestly. The rumors are true. Feng Master has indeed achieved tool creation with thought. Elder Wei Yun saw this with his own eyes at the auction. It's said that Feng Master is also an alchemist. Mu Yunshan said seriously. Xianxia nodded and said, I've also heard about this. He's indeed an amazing genius. I don't know who his master is, and what kind of expert he is to be able to cultivate such a genius disciple. In short, this is our empire's blessing. Great General, you want us to take you to see Feng Master? Great Elder Xia, he asked. That's right. I've heard that Feng Master has also been to Xuantianzong as a guest. Xianxia nodded. When Xia heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Great General, you don't know. We also don't know where Feng Master is. Moreover, he hasn't appeared in Tiandu for more than a month. Perhaps he has already left Tiandu. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned and said, Left Tiandu for more than a month? What should we do? Mu Tianyun shook his head and said, Many great powers in Yunzhou want to find Feng Master. Even Elder Wei Yun doesn't know where Feng Master is. Great General, why don't you send a letter to summon Feng Master? Second Elder Luo Xian suggested. Xianxia said helplessly, That won't work. I don't want to offend Feng Master. Moreover, Feng Master probably doesn't want to be too ostentatious. If we send a letter to summon him, perhaps Feng Master will refuse. Great General, don't worry. Feng Master might be cultivating somewhere and hasn't left yet. We can send people to find him. Mu Tianyun suggested. Yes, that's the only way. Xianxia agreed. Then Mu Tianyun immediately ordered Xuantianzong's disciples to go down the mountain and find Feng Master. For a few days, the Tiandu city lord also sent people to search, but there was no news. This made the great general very disappointed. Searching without a trace was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps Feng Master had already left Yunzhou, however, Xianxia didn't give up because of this. He expanded the search area and sent a large number of Xuantianzong's disciples to Tianzhou and Yunzhou. Time passed day by day, but there was still no news. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was still on Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Feng Wuchen didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Feng Wuchen had been cultivating on Heavenly Cloud Mountain for 2 months. Now, he had successfully stepped into the first level of the Origin Transformation realm. He also spent a few days cultivating his martial skills, greatly increasing his strength. As expected of the Origin Transformation realm. My current strength is already so much stronger. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The feeling of becoming stronger made him unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After breaking through to the first level of the Origin Transformation realm, Feng Wuchen discovered that his body had changed greatly. His strength, speed, and perception seemed to have undergone a super evolution. The increase was shocking. Perhaps it was because he cultivated the sovereign physique. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. The excited Feng Wuchen fiercely circulated his true yuan. With a loud shout, he blasted his palm through the air. A 3-meter-long golden energy palm print flew out. Boom! The tyrannical palm print slammed into the large rock. With a loud explosion, the large rock instantly turned into countless pieces of rock that sputtered out. The power of this palm print was so terrifying that it frightened Feng Wuchen. What's going on? Why is it the dragon god's energy? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with confusion and shock. Feng Wuchen circulated the true yuan converted from the dragon god's breath, not the dragon god's energy. But why did his strength turn into the dragon god's energy when he used his martial skills, the shocked and confused Feng Wuchen hurriedly checked his qi. With one look, Feng Wuchen was stunned. The strand of golden energy floating in the center of his qi had actually already filled Feng Wuchen's qi. There were no traces of true yuan at all. It was all the dragon god's energy. What's going on? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with astonishment, and guessed, could it be that all the true yuan has transformed into the dragon god's energy? Feng Wuchen did not know what had happened. A few days ago, when he was cultivating his martial skills, there was no such situation. He had just discovered it today, and after trying a few times, the power he was channeling was still the dragon god's energy. The existence of the dragon god's energy was much stronger than ordinary true yuan. The dragon god's breath had also merged with the dragon god's energy. In other words, in Feng Wuchen's qi, there was only the dragon god's energy. With the combination of the two, not only did Feng Wuchen possess the dragon god's energy, he could also freely convert various types of true yuan. It was even stronger than the five elements body. Cultivators with the five elements body had 5 types of true yuan attributes in their bodies. Feng Wuchen only had one type, but he could change the attribute as he wished. Not knowing what was going on, Feng Wuchen did not think too much about it. In short, there was no harm. After bidding farewell to the valley, Feng Wuchen went down the mountain. After his cultivation broke through to the essence transformation realm, Feng Wuchen's speed increased by several times. With an extremely fast speed, he shuttled and jumped through the complicated mountain forest. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the depths of the mountain forest. In more than 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen had already left the heavenly cloud mountain. An hour later, Feng Wuchen once again arrived at the Luantian city. Just as he entered the city, Lu Qingyang's excited shout immediately sounded in Feng Wuchen's ears, "Big brother Feng." Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing rushing over in surprise. He was secretly puzzled. Strange, how did they know I went down the mountain? "Big brother Feng, we've been waiting for you for several days," Lu Qingyang said excitedly. "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked. Nothing. We just guessed that you would go down the mountain in these few days, so Qing and I waited at the city gate." Lu Qingyang laughed. Miao Qingqing laughed happily. "Big brother Feng must have broken through to the essence transformation realm, right?" Without waiting for Feng Wuchen's reply, an angry shout suddenly came from the street. "Stinking brat, I knew you would appear. I've finally waited for you to appear." "Gachangkong." Lu Qingyang's face slightly changed. "Big brother Feng, he also broke through to the essence transformation realm. He has been looking for you all this time, relying on his breakthrough to the essence transformation realm. Big brother Lu has been injured by him several times. We can't even beat him. You must be careful," Miao Qingqing hurriedly said. Last time at the restaurant, Gachangkong was knocked back by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. Because of this, Gachangkong was still brooding over it. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. "Kill Feng Wuchen for me," Gachangkong said gloomily and angrily. The dozen or so guards behind him all rushed forward. "You want to kill me?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. The red fiery sword had already appeared in his hand. Feng Wuchen rushed out without hesitation. His speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, under the flashes of a dozen sword lights, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of Gachangkong with the red fiery sword in hand. The terrifying speed scared Gachangkong so much that his whole body trembled. His eyes instantly widened to the extreme, filled with fear. In the next second, a series of horrified screams suddenly sounded on the street. The dozen or so guards all had an arm chopped off. What terrifying speed! Lu Qingyang was so scared that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. No one on the street reacted. No one saw how Feng Wuchen attacked. Gachangkong also didn't see clearly. From the frightening speed of Feng Wuchen's attack, Gachangkong guessed that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the essence transformation realm. But what shocked Gachangkong was that in just 2 months, Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the essence transformation realm from the 6th stage of Qi refining realm. What kind of frightening cultivation speed was this? Gachangkong couldn't imagine it, nor did he have the heart to think about it. Seeing Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude and disdainful eyes, Gu Changkong's anger soared to the heavens. His face turned from fear to malevolence. You can try to resist. Feng Wuchen stared at Gu Changkong with disdain, his face expressionless, completely ignoring Gu Changkong's anger. Stinking brat. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gu Changkong was fuming with anger as he roared at Feng Wuchen, fully activating the true yuan in his body. A tyrannical chi swept out, scaring the people on the street away, but Feng Wuchen didn't care. Gu Changkong's left hand flicked away Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword, and his right fist fiercely smashed forward. Bang! Feng Wuchen stretched out his left hand, and with a bang, easily blocked Gu Changkong's attack. Gu Changkong, who attacked with all his strength, was actually unable to push back Feng Wuchen even half a step. Gu Changkong was so angry that his face twitched violently. Gritting his teeth, he kicked out again. The moment Gu Changkong attacked, Feng Wuchen's left hand pulled back, grabbing Gu Changkong's fist, causing him to lose his balance and fall behind Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng. Beat him up. Lu Qingyang excitedly shouted. Gu Changkong was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He got up and wanted to fight back, but Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword had already appeared in front of him. If you want to live, kneel. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Damn it. Gu Changkong was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. Chi. Gu Changkong didn't kneel. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his red fiery sword and slashed Gu Changkong's shoulder. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. The speed was so fast that Gu Changkong didn't even have the chance to dodge. The spectators on the street and in the buildings were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength. Who is that kid? He's so strong, I don't think I've seen him before. Young Master Lu seems to call him Big Brother Feng. They should know each other. He has entered the transformation realm at such a young age. He must be a genius. That brat's sword is a high-grade artifact. No wonder his strength is above young Master Ge. He probably has some background. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They were very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. If you still don't kneel, the next sword will take your life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The red fiery sword pointed directly at Gu Changkong's chest. As the young master of the Ge family, how could Gu Changkong kneel before Feng Wuchen in front of so many people in the Luantian city? He would rather die than kneel, however, Gu Changkong wouldn't give up just like that. Ah! Gu Changkong roared in anger. He looked like he was going all out. Tyrannical true essence condensed on both of his hands and fiercely pushed towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a cold-killing intent. The dragon god's power was quickly activated. His left palm was not to be outdone. Bang! Pfff. The vigorous power shook Gu Changkong until he spat out a mouthful of blood. The latter's feet slid along the ground for several meters. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Gu Changkong's heart shook. At the moment of collision, he could feel Feng Wuchen's violent power. It was extremely frightening. Just one palm was enough to make Gu Changkong spit out blood. What kind of frightening power was this? The spectators were stunned. It was hard to imagine that Feng Wuchen could injure Gu Changkong with one palm when both of them were at the first level of the transformation realm. Big Brother Feng's strength is so strong. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step. He pointed the red fiery sword at Gu Changkong again and coldly said, "Since you won't kneel, then you can die." As soon as he finished speaking, the red fiery sword in Feng Wuchen's hand pierced out mercilessly, causing Gu Changkong to tremble in fear. Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but shout out. If Feng Wuchen really killed Gu Changkong, then the Ge family and the Lu family would definitely go to war. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but worry. However, Feng Wuchen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The viciousness in his bones wouldn't be restrained in the slightest because of Lu Qingyang. Gu Changkong couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to kill him in Luantin City. This was his territory. Not only Gu Changkong, but everyone in Luantin City was also scared out of their wits. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen was really going to kill him. Third level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Lung Mucheng. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned. He had already sensed Lin Muqing's aura. Whoosh! Ding! Just as the red fiery sword was about to pierce Gachongkong's chest, there was a sudden sonic boom. A black line shot out and accurately struck Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword. The attack was deflected. This deflection saved Gachongkong's life. Feng Wuchen, you've got guts. You actually dared to kill young Master Ge in Wantian City. I think you don't want to live anymore. Lin Muqing's mocking sneer could be heard. This is bad. Lin Muqing is here. Lu Qingyang's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with panic. The young city lord is here. The young city lord is an elite of the Black Flag Army. That brat dares to behave atrociously in Wantian City. He's dead for sure. Everyone's gaze swept towards the source of the voice. Many people began to gloat. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and looked at Lin Muqing, who was walking towards him from the left. He said coldly, he wanted to kill me. Is it wrong for me to fight back? Feng Wuchen didn't make another move because Lin Muqing would definitely stop him. Indeed, but have you thought about the consequences? You killed young Master Ge. Do you think you can leave Wantian City alive? Lin Muqing asked with a sneer. Other than contempt, there was also an iron-blooded killing intent in his eyes. The killing intent on Lin Muqing's body was extremely cold and heavy. This was the killing intent trained in the Black Flag Army. It was the killing intent that an elite soldier should have. Big brother Lin, quickly kill him. Seeing Lin Muqing walking over, Gachongkong roared with joy and anger. Other than Lin Muqing, the young masters of the other clans also followed over. Feng Wuchen, you have nowhere to run. Accept your fate. Zhao Yang sneered as he gloated. This was their best chance to kill Feng Wuchen. Even if they bullied the weak, no one in Wantian City would say anything. Lu Qingyang, seeing that we have known each other since we were young and have a good relationship, if you say that you don't know Feng Wuchen, I won't drag you into this. You have to think carefully. Lin Muqing said coldly as his cold and fierce gaze swept towards Lu Qingyang. I don't have friends who are heartless like you. If you want to bully him with numbers, you have to ask me first. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily and ran to Feng Wuchen's side. Miao Qingqing also ran over without hesitation. Why do you have to interfere? Aren't you afraid of implicating your clans? Feng Wuchen asked. He didn't expect that Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing would still dare to stand on his side at this time. I'm afraid, so what? Who told us to be friends? My father often told me that it's worth it even if I have to pay the price of my life for a true friend. Lu Qingyang said resolutely. Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Feng Wuchen was secretly moved. Even if it would implicate their clans, or even cause their clans to perish, Lu Qingyang's position did not change. Lu Qingyang, this is your own choice. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance. Lin Muqing said coldly. A vigorous true essence energy spread out from Lin Muqing's body, accompanied by an ice-cold killing intent. It was extremely frightening. You guys step back first. Feng Wuchen frowned, indicating for Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing to step back. Big brother Feng, be careful. He's very strong. Lu Qingyang said with concern, secretly worried in his heart. Bang! Lin Muqing fiercely stomped on the ground, and with a muffled bang, the vigorous force shook the ground to the point that spiderweb cracks appeared, and his body had already rushed out like a cheetah, with a fierce aura. Feng Wuchen kept the red fiery sword back into his body, and the moment he activated the dragon god's power, he rushed forward, unwilling to be outdone. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't even use his sword, the contempt in Lin Muqing's eyes increased. As an elite of the Black Flag Army, Lin Muqing was very confident in his own strength. Bam! The speed of the two was extremely terrifying. Even though Feng Wuchen was at the first stage of the origin transformation realm, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. In the blink of an eye, the two fiercely clashed with their fists. With a muffled bang, an extremely tyrannical force swept out like a gale. After a fierce clash of fists, Lin Muqing actually did not gain the slightest advantage. They were actually evenly matched. Lin Muqing frowned slightly, and thought to himself, this brat's strength is so strong, he is a strong opponent, and cannot be underestimated. With just this punch, Leng Mucheng concluded that Feng Wuchen was not someone easy to deal with. As an elite of the Black Flag Army, his judgment was extremely strong. Big Brother Feng actually blocked it. So strong. Lu Qingyang was shocked again, and his entire body stiffened. You seem to think that I'm very weak, is that so? Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint evil smile. You seem to be very confident in your strength. Leng Mucheng said coldly, and a hint of viciousness flashed through his narrowed eyes. Bang bang bang. With that, Leng Mucheng immediately launched a fierce attack. His fists were as fierce as a tiger. Feng Wuchen fiercely counterattacked, and a series of muffled sounds spread out on the street. Wave after wave of tyrannical force spread out. In the intense battle, Feng Wuchen did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Instead, his face carried a hint of calmness. What a strong brat, he can actually contend against the young city lord. No wonder he can easily defeat young Master Go. The young city lord is an elite of the Black Flag Army, and originally has a powerful brute force. This brat's cultivation is not as good as the young city lord's, but he can be evenly matched with the young city lord. The spectators were all shocked by the tyrannical strength displayed by Feng Wuchen. It was very hard to believe that a young man at the first level of the Origin Transformation realm could contend against an elite of the Black Flag Army who was at the third level of the Origin Transformation realm. The more shocked they were, the more they looked forward to it. Could the elite of the Black Flag Army, Leng Mucheng, defeat Feng Wuchen who was at least 2 levels weaker than him? This guy is really abnormal. His cultivation speed is too terrifying. He stepped into the Origin Transformation realm from the 4th level of the Qi Refining realm in 2 months. The intense hand-to-hand combat lasted for a few minutes. As an elite of the Black Flag Army, Leng Mucheng couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Leng Mucheng also realized that Feng Wuchen's reaction speed was faster than an ordinary person's, and he also had the feeling of a god's prediction. Every time he was about to hit him, he would cleverly and dangerously dodge. This made Leng Mucheng quite surprised. As an elite of the Black Flag Army, which one of them isn't an iron wall after 3 years of training in the barracks? This kid can actually contend against me. Leng Mucheng was very shocked. After 3 years of training in the Black Flag Army, what kind of genius hadn't Leng Mucheng seen? He had even seen the Empire's #1 genius, but he had never seen such an abnormal genius like Feng Wuchen. Who is this kid? He's only a few years younger than me, yet he has such fierce strength. Moreover, he doesn't fear the Phoenix Sky City's strength in the slightest. Leng Mucheng began to be curious about Feng Wuchen's background. After the intense hand-to-hand combat ended, the two retreated to one side. As expected of an elite of the Black Flag Army, his strength is indeed very strong. An ordinary 3rd layer of the Origin Transformation realm is simply not his opponent. He shouldn't have used his full strength. With my current strength, it's indeed not easy to defeat him. I must rely on speed to win. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Leng Mucheng's strength was indeed not weak. If they fought head-on, it wasn't that Feng Wuchen didn't have confidence, but it wasn't necessary. Leng Mucheng had been tempered in the Black Flag Army for 3 years. What he had learned were all ferocious fighting skills. Every move was fatal. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's strength and body being strong enough, he would have been defeated long ago. However, Feng Wuchen was able to fight against a 3rd layer of the Origin Transformation realm with his strength at the 1st layer of the Origin Transformation realm. This was already very strong. The street was very quiet. Everyone's gaze fell on Leng Mucheng and Feng Wuchen. To be able to resist 80% of my strength without falling into a disadvantage, you're indeed not simple. Leng Mucheng sneered. As expected, he didn't use his full strength. Leng Mucheng once again assumed a battle posture, and an even more tyrannical power erupted. Leng Mucheng sneered and said, "I will kill you next." "That will depend on your ability." Feng Wuchen sneered. As the Dragon God's power was activated, Feng Wuchen took the initiative to attack. He rushed out like a ferocious tiger, then leaped high into the air and punched Leng Mucheng. He didn't even use his full strength. His speed and strength have increased again. Feeling the power of Feng Wuchen's punch, Leng Mucheng frowned slightly and quickly dodged to the left. Boom! the ferocious fist smashed down and fiercely hit the ground on the street. With a muffled boom, it directly penetrated the bluestone ground and blasted a small hole. The power was incomparably tyrannical. If such a terrifying punch landed on a person's body, all the bones in their body would be broken. Feng Wuchen's punch scared Xianxia and the other young masters so much that their faces turned pale. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Feng Wuchen. Leng Muching snorted coldly and swept out his leg with a fierce force. From the looks of it, if Feng Wuchen was hit, a few of his bones would definitely be broken. What? But the moment Leng Muching kicked out, his expression suddenly changed. Bam! The moment Leng Muching kicked out, Feng Wuchen had already punched out with an even faster speed. With a muffled bang, it hit Leng Muching's abdomen, and the violent force pushed Leng Muching back a few meters. Is that all your strength? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer, looking very domineering. What's going on? His speed instantly increased. Leng Muching's heart trembled. He didn't even have time to react to the attack just now. The tyrannical power made even Leng Muching, who was like an iron wall, feel a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Feng Wuchen's contempt also made Leng Muching angry. Leng Muching's face became gloomy, and the ice-cold killing intent became even more intense. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Leng Muching clenched his teeth and said angrily. His fists were tightly clenched, and then he fiercely charged forward. Bam, bam, bam. Leng Muching's attacks became more and more ruthless. He used all of the Black Flag Army's killing techniques, which were completely different from the usual martial arts. Every punch and kick carried fatal injuries. But even so, Leng Muching still couldn't hit Feng Wuchen. It was as if Feng Wuchen had completely seen through the Black Flag Army's killing techniques. It was fine if he couldn't hit him, but instead, he was counterattacked by Feng Wuchen's astonishing speed and sharp senses. Every punch landed was extremely ingenious. The more Leng Muching fought, the angrier he became. He had already completely lost his calm. There were so many people in Luantian City watching. As the #1 expert of the younger generation in Luantian City, how could he endure being played like a monkey in front of a first-level origin transformation realm martial artist? But the more he lost his calm judgment, the more flaws Leng Muching showed. He was completely suppressed by Feng Wuchen. Big brother Leng is also not his match? Why do I feel that the more he fights, the stronger he gets? Xianxia said in horror, his face as pale as paper. Zhao Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror, and said blankly, I also have the same feeling. Moreover, he has completely seen through Big Brother Leng's moves. The spectators were already more and more shocked. At the beginning, Leng Muching was still able to show his strength, but as time passed, and Feng Wuchen displayed a terrifying speed, he had completely reversed the situation, suppressing Leng Muching to the point that he couldn't fight back at all. Impatient, you can't beat me at all. The elites of the Black Flag Army are only SOSO. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he dodged with contempt. Shut up. Leng Muching roared in fury. He couldn't bear it any longer. Activating his tyrannical true essence, Leng Muching shouted angrily, high-grade yellow-ranked martial skill. Shattering mountains and rivers. An incomparably tyrannical power erupted as Leng Muching struck out with his palm. A white palm print that was 3 meters long flew out, bringing with it an extremely strong palm wind. Feng Wuchen's eyes were solemn as he activated the Dragon God's power once again. Furthermore, he activated it with all his might. His entire body was suffused with a faint golden light, as if he was possessed by the god of war. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice, and also struck out with his palm. A golden palm print flew out with a shocking aura, unstoppable. Rumble. Pfft. The two powerful palm prints collided in the blink of an eye and exploded with a rumble. The extremely ferocious energy shook Leng Muching to the point of vomiting blood, and he was forced back 6 to 7 meters. Although Feng Wuchen wasn't injured, he was still forced back 2 meters, and the blood in his body was churning violently. If not for the Dragon God's power being berserk enough and his strong body, Feng Wuchen would definitely be injured. This is impossible. Leng Muching stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open in shock. Hiss, the spectators, including Xianxia and the others, all gasped in shock. No one dared to believe that Ling Muching was actually injured in a head-on collision. In this head-on collision, everyone could see that Ling Muching had lost. He had lost to a mysterious young man at the first level of the Origin Transformation realm. Big Brother Feng actually injured Ling Muching. Ling Muching is actually not a match for Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang was shocked for a long time before he exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. Big Brother Feng must have used a profound rank martial skill. Miao Qingqing's face was full of shock. She was very sure that Feng Wuchen had used a profound rank martial skill. A first level of the Origin Transformation realm defeated a third level of the Origin Transformation realm. Was this a coincidence or luck? Everyone's heart was full of doubts. Profound rank martial skill. Who exactly are you? Ling Muching stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely as he asked ferociously. Dragon Spirit Shadow. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure miraculously flashed out. His speed was even more terrifying, leaving behind afterimages. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Ling Muching in the blink of an eye. Seeing this miraculous scene and terrifying speed, everyone was deeply shocked once again. What kind of movement skill is this? Ling Muching's heart began to panic. If Feng Wuchen had used such a terrifying movement skill from the beginning, Ling Muching would have been defeated long ago. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. His cold eyes stared at Ling Muching, making the latter feel cold all over. That kind of feeling was as if he had fallen into hell. The Black Flag Army's strength is too weak. After 3 years of training in the army camp, this is all you have. However, it has trained you to be arrogant and condescending. Feng Wuchen said coldly. You dare to insult the Black Flag Army? Do you know the consequences of offending the Black Flag Army? Ling Muching said fiercely. I'm talking about you. Don't use the Black Flag Army to scare me. Feng Wuchen sneered. His contemptuous eyes swept over Ling Muching. You. Ling Muching wished that he could tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured. It was impossible for him to defeat Feng Wuchen. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword was already pressed against Ling Muching's chest. Feng Wuchen said coldly, if I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Then give it a try. I am not someone who is afraid of death. If worse comes to worst, we will fight to the death. Ling Muching shouted angrily. His tyrannical Jinyuan surged out violently. You really think I don't dare? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. Ling Muching said gloomily and angrily, if you kill me, you will definitely be injured. Do you think you can leave the Phoenix Sky City alive? Just when the two were confronting each other, a big commotion came from not far away. A large group of guards rushed over. Konger. How are you? Are you all right? A middle-aged man asked Guchong Kong. He looked very panicked. Yang how are you guys? Another middle-aged man asked Zhao Yang. The upper echelons of the various families in the Phoenix Sky City came one after another with their guards. Obviously, they had already received the news. Even the city lord of the Phoenix Sky City, Ling Muching's father, Ling Jingnan, came. However, his expression was very ugly. Father, quickly kill that brat. He wants to kill me. Lu Qingyang is in cahoots with him. Guchong Kong suddenly woke up from his stupor and shouted at his father. Lu Shan. If anything happens to my son, I will definitely kill your son. The head of the Gu family immediately shouted at Lu Shan. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Qingyang, what happened? The upper echelons of the Gu family also rushed over. Lu asked solemnly. He directly ignored the existence of the head of the Gu family. Father, this was started by Guchong Kong. He first brought people to kill Big Brother Feng. He was almost killed by Big Brother Feng. If it wasn't for Ling Muching, he would have already died. Ling Muching also lost to Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang explained simply. Uncle Lu, what Big Brother Lu said is true. Miao Qingqing added. She was worried that Lu Shan didn't believe them. He is Feng Wuchen? Lu sized up Feng Wuchen. His eyes were filled with shock. It seemed like he was very shocked that Feng Wuchen defeated Ling Muching with only the first level of the Origin Transformation realm. Gu Tianxiong and Leng Jingnan's expressions were extremely unsightly, while the other family heads looked curiously at Feng Wuchen. With their cultivation at the origin transformation stage, they could naturally see that Feng Wuchen was only at the first level of the origin transformation stage, but he was able to defeat Lin Mucheng, who was at the third level of the origin transformation stage. This made them feel shocked. This matter has already involved Qing Yang and Qing Er. I can't ignore it even if I want to. Lu Shan smiled bitterly in his heart. Lu Shan took a few steps forward and cupped his fist with a smile. City Lord, Gu family head, this is all a misunderstanding. The children were just messing around, so there's no need to take it seriously. If I've offended you, old man will apologize to you. I hope the city lord won't take it to heart. Messing around? My son was almost killed by that stinking brat. You dare say it's messing around? The Gu family head shouted angrily, obviously unwilling to let it go. City lord. This kid is a grade 2 alchemist who's about to step into grade 3. Not to mention, he's able to defeat the young city lord with a cultivation at the first level of the origin transformation stage. It's obvious that he's a terrifying genius. This person's background isn't simple. I'm afraid he's a disciple of a large faction. We can't act rashly. An old man behind the city lord said in a low voice. Grade 2 alchemist? The city lord was extremely shocked and couldn't help but take another look at Feng Wuchen. It was hard to believe that such a young youth was actually an alchemist who was about to step into the third level of the origin transformation stage. Lu, you're exaggerating. Chung'er lost, blame it on his inferior skill. After the shock, Leng Jingnan's expression eased up a lot. He didn't plan to take it to heart, but he didn't intend to ignore it either. No matter what, Lin Mucheng was still his son and an elite of the Black Flag Army. Losing to a youth at the first level of the origin transformation stage had already made him, the city lord, lose face. If Leng Jingnan used his strength to bully the weak, it wouldn't be justifiable. He couldn't bring himself to do so as it would be beneath his status. The Lu family's strength wasn't weak. Lu Shan's cultivation was already at the second level of the origin core stage, so he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Gu family head, what do you think? Lu looked at Gu Tianxiong and asked. Since Leng Jingnan didn't intend to make a fuss, Gu Tianxiong naturally didn't dare to fall out with the Lu family. Humph. Since I'm free this time, I won't bicker with you, but that stinking brat must die. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for falling out with you. Gu Tianxiong shouted angrily, his fierce gaze sweeping towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, you can't run away. Seeing that all the major families and his father had arrived, Lin Mucheng sneered proudly. Feng Wuchen put the red fiery sword back into his body and said expressionlessly, you're pretty good at bullying people. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Lin Mucheng said coldly. Feng Wuchen turned around and looked at Gu Tianxiong, Leng Jingnan, and the others. He simply sized them up. Father, quickly kill him. Gu Changkong said angrily. His fierce gaze was like a poisonous snake staring at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's terror made Gu Changkong feel a deep fear, so he had to get rid of this fear, otherwise he would never be able to feel at ease. Stinking brat. You want to kill my son, so old man will get rid of you as a threat. Gu Tianxiong said angrily, his terrifying murderous intent was extremely frightening. Father, you must save brother Feng. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. If Lu Shan didn't intervene, Feng Wuchen would definitely die in Gu Tianxiong's hands. Sigh. Lu Shan sighed helplessly, Qingyang, it's already good that I can protect you. It's not that I don't want to help him, but I can't. You're still young and don't understand the seriousness of this matter. If it's only the Gu family, I'm naturally not afraid, but do you really think the city lord won't care? He obviously wants Gu Tianxiong to intervene. Then what should we do? Lu Qingyang heard and became even more anxious. Young and impetuous, too impulsive. Lu Shan shook his head helplessly. If Lu Shan intervened, the Gu family and Lu family would definitely go to war. At that time, both sides would suffer, and others would take advantage of the situation. Brother Feng is definitely not impulsive. This is all instigated by Gu Changkong. Father, quickly think of a way. Lu Qingyang explained, looking very anxious. Lu Shan sighed and shook his head, then said, "Good family head, since we've known each other for decades, let's forget about it. Why do we have to hurt the harmony between our families?" This matter was also instigated by Guchang Kong. There are so many people in Luantian City watching. If the good family head stops now, I guarantee that this brother won't do anything to Guchang Kong. How about it? Hearing Lu Shan's words, Feng Wuchen felt a little touched. Although he knew that Lu Shan only intervened because of Lu Qingyang, at least Lu Shan had already intervened. Cut the crap. If you want to intervene, then try. Gu Tianxiong shouted angrily and walked towards Feng Wuchen step by step. Lu Shan, thank you for your kindness. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Shan and smiled. He didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Shan. Stinking brat. Die. Gu Tianxiong shouted angrily and quickly rushed up and smashed his palm towards Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang shouted. Let's see if you're still alive. Gu Changkong sneered complacently. Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen's face was serious. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly executed his movement technique. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure dodged like a ghost. His speed was shocking, leaving behind after images. This kid's movement technique is amazing. Not simple. Lu Shan exclaimed in his heart. Humph. Gu Tianxiong snorted disdainfully and urged his true essence, instantly increasing his speed by several times. With Gu Tianxiong's cultivation at the second level of the origin core stage, his speed was far above Feng Wuchen's. Feng Wuchen couldn't escape from his palm. In almost the blink of an eye, Gu Tianxiong had already blocked off Feng Wuchen's path and smashed down with his palm. That terrifying strength was enough to kill Feng Wuchen with one palm. This old bastard. Feng Wuchen cursed endlessly in his heart. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's strength was or how fast his speed was, he wasn't a match for Gu Tianxiong. At the critical moment, Feng Wuchen couldn't care less. The dragon god's energy within his body was fully urged out, and his hands swiftly formed seals. What violent strength! Leng Jingnan was secretly shocked in his heart. Elementary grade earth rank martial skill. God execution soul severing finger. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly in his heart and wanted to execute his earth rank martial skill to resist. He'd rather meet it head on, as Feng Wuchen didn't want to be killed for nothing. Stop. Gu Tianxiong. How dare you? Just when Feng Wuchen intended to fight with his life on the line, a loud shout suddenly sounded out, and it carried a trace of panic. The sudden shout instantly shocked Gu Tianxiong, and he stopped his attack right away. By Ming. Leng Jingnan was slightly startled as he looked towards the source of the voice. A figure jumped down from the building at top speed, and in a few blinks of an eye, he arrived in front of Feng Wuchen. Phew! I finally made it. Bai Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Ming? Why are you here? Gu Tianxiong asked in astonishment. He was very curious as to why Bai Ming had stopped him. Feng Wuchen also looked at Bai Ming in astonishment. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least with Bai Ming's appearance, his life was saved. Could he be Zhuan Tianzong's disciple? Lu Shan gasped when he saw Bai Ming appear in such a panic. Preposterous. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to be killed, but Bai Ming appeared halfway, Gu Changkong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Bai Ming, he's your Zhuan Tianzong's disciple? Leng Jingnan asked curiously. Bai Ming first glanced at Gu Tianxiong and Leng Jingnan, and then ignored them. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Master Feng. I finally found you. Fortunately, I made it in time. Master Feng? What? He's Master Feng? Master Feng who can achieve success with a single thought? Bai Ming's words scared everyone out of their wits. Gu Tianxiong almost fell to the ground, and his body swayed as he retreated. Leng Jingnan was so scared that his face turned pale, and the upper echelons of the families were panicking. Leng Muching was petrified on the spot, and his body was motionless. Feng. Big brother Feng is that grade 5 alchemist Master Feng who can achieve success with a single thought? Lu Qingyang's face was blank, and his voice trembled. How could? Miao Qingqing stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. She couldn't believe that she had cultivated with Master Feng on Heavenly Cloud Mountain for a month. No one expected that the young man in front of them was the famous Master Feng in Yunzhou. "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked curiously. He could see that Bai Ming had been looking for him for many days. Hearing this, Bai Ming thought for a moment, and said respectfully, "Master Feng, it's not too late to wait until you're done with your business." Hearing Bai Ming's words, Gu Tianxiong and Leng Jingnan's expressions changed drastically. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would deal with them because of this. After knowing that Feng Wuchen was the famous Master Feng in Yunzhou, they believed that many powerful people would be willing to help Master Feng deal with them in order to curry favor with Master Feng. Just the terrifying status of a grade 5 alchemist was enough to make countless powerful people work for Feng Wuchen. "Just say it. There's nothing to do with my business. I just don't want to see anyone from the Gu family in the future," Feng Wuchen said calmly. After Feng Wuchen said this, Gu Tianxiong instantly became dispirited. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for the Gu family. Many of the powerful people present were already plotting something in their hearts. Leng Jingnan and the higher-ups of the other families all breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were still filled with fear. Bai Ming also understood the meaning behind Feng Wuchen's words. He then said respectfully in a low voice, "Master Feng, the Empire's Grand General wants to see you. We've been looking for your whereabouts for the past 10 days or so." "Oh?" Feng Wuchen looked at Bai Ming in surprise and asked, "Do you know why he wants to see me?" Bai Ming said respectfully, "Refining for the Empire. The news has already reached the Empire's royal family?" Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Master Feng, the Grand General came personally this time. He's still waiting in Xuantianzong," Bai Ming added. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's go." Bai Ming didn't expect Feng Wuchen to agree so readily. Could it be because Feng Wuchen was someone from the Empire? "Big brother Feng." Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to leave with Bai Ming, Lu Qingyang hurriedly shouted, "Qingyang, Miss Qingqing, it's nice to meet you. If you have any difficulties, you can come find me at any time." Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing and said with a faint smile. It seemed like a simple sentence, but it contained another layer of meaning. Everyone present could hear it, and who knew how many people were envious and jealous. Just as Feng Wuchen and Bai Ming left, another group of people appeared in Luantian City. Moreover, it was the Empire's Black Flag Army. The appearance of the Black Flag Army, that iron-blooded ice-cold aura, made people tremble with fear. Leng Muching was still in shock at the moment, as if he didn't hear the leader's order at all. Not to mention Leng Muching, his father, and the people of the other families didn't notice the appearance of the Black Flag Army. Their shocked eyes kept looking at the direction Feng Wuchen left. All kinds of complicated feelings appeared on their faces. The major families were extremely regretful, but at the same time, they were extremely envious of the Lu family. If they could have stood out to help Feng Wuchen at the critical moment just now, the family's strength would definitely have increased greatly in the future. Leng Jingnan was even more uncomfortable. As the city lord, he had already left a bad impression on Feng Wuchen. In the future, if he wanted to ask Feng Wuchen to help him refine tools, it would most likely be impossible. At this very moment, many people's gazes had already shifted to the Gu family. For the sake of benefits, the Empire had no lack of people who would use any means to deal with the Gu family. Outside the city, Feng Wuchen was thinking about something while walking, and didn't say anything. Bai Ming had been observing Feng Wuchen, and secretly said in his heart, in a short 2 months, he has already stepped into the essence transformation realm. Feng Master's talent is really frightening, it's simply shocking. Feng Wuchen not only had a frightening cultivation speed, he was also a 5th-grade weapon refiner, and also an alchemist. Bai Ming had never seen such an abnormal genius before, nor had the Empire ever seen one. Feng Master, the Grand General has never personally come to Xuantianzong. It can be seen that the Grand General values you very much. I also didn't expect Feng Master to agree so readily, the Grand General was afraid that you would refuse. Bai Ming said with a respectful smile. Feng Wuchen wasn't the least bit surprised that the Empire's Grand General would come to his door. He just didn't expect that the news would spread to the imperial family so quickly. The empire's great general Yi Xianxia, the empire's #1 general, and the head of the Yi clan. If I were to reject such an important figure, wouldn't I be looking down on the great general? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. To put it bluntly, if Feng Wuchen refused and the news spread, not to mention that Feng Wuchen and the Feng family would be scolded by the empire's citizens, the Feng family would have a hard time establishing itself in the empire. Unless you have a terrifying strength that surpasses the empire. Of course, Feng Wuchen did not think of rejecting. The two of them rushed to Xuantianzong and arrived in a day's time. Knowing that Bai Ming had returned with Feng Master, the disciples of Xuantianzong heaved a sigh of relief. After searching for half a month, they were exhausted. Yi Xianqiong, Mu Tianyun, and the others came out from the main hall. Feng Wuchen was favored by the great general, which meant that his status had risen again. Greetings to the great general, old Sect Master Mu, and Sect Master Mu. As soon as they arrived at the square, Feng Wuchen saw Yi Xianqiong and the others under the admiring gazes of the disciples. He immediately bowed politely. Feng Master, no need to be so polite. Yi Xianqiong smiled happily as he sized up Feng Wuchen. As expected, heroes come from the young. Reaching the transformation realm at such a young age. What kind of expert could nurture such a peerless genius? Yi Xianqiong was amazed. He was very satisfied with Feng Wuchen at first sight. Feng Master, please. Mu Yunshan smiled politely. Xuantianzong's Sect Master, Old Sect Master, and Yi Xianqiong personally welcomed Feng Wuchen in the main hall. It was clear that they respected him. Although Feng Wuchen was only a 16 or 17-year-old youth, in front of powerful strength, Yi Xianqiong and the others had to bow their heads. In a world where strength was respected, only the capable would be respected. The identity of a 5th-grade blacksmith was already a transcendent existence, not to mention the empire, even on the mainland. Even though Yi Xianqiong was the empire's #1 general, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Feng Wuchen. Even if the emperor came, he would have to show some respect to Feng Wuchen. The empire didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying genius. Who knew what kind of terrifying expert Feng Wuchen had behind him? Feng Master's remarkable ability to achieve something with a single thought has shocked the Yunzhou and the empire. It is truly admirable. I believe that Bai Ming has already told Feng Master why I am here. I also hope that Master Feng can help me strengthen the empire. Yi Xianqiong went straight to the point. His tone was polite and he didn't have the arrogance of a great general. Mu Tianyun, Mu Yunshan, and the others' gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. They anxiously waited for Feng Wuchen to speak. The hall fell silent for a moment. Great General, I can agree, but I have a condition, Feng Wuchen slowly said. Hearing this, Yi Xianqiong immediately relaxed. He was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Feng Master, please speak. Feng Wuchen calmly said, I can help the empire refine artifacts, but it will only be for a month. In other words, I can only serve the empire for a month. A month? Yi Xianqiong couldn't help but frown. He seemed to think that a month was too little. Moreover, Yi Xianqiong wanted to rope in such a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen. With such a terrifying genius, how could the empire not be strong? Yi Xianqiong, I can't refine artifacts for the empire for the rest of my life. I have my own matters to attend to. Of course, if the empire needs me, I will do my best. Feng Wuchen was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked like Yi Xianqiong was ready to give up if Yi Xianqiong didn't agree. This brat's ambition isn't small. His heart isn't with the empire, but with the continent. Mu Tianyun thought to himself. With such terrifying talent and a 5th-grade artificer, a tiny empire wouldn't be able to contain Feng Wuchen. I'm afraid the great general will be disappointed. Mu Yunshan inwardly shook his head. How could they not know what Yi Xianqiong was thinking? He wanted nothing more than to pull Feng Wuchen into the empire and serve the empire. A 5th-grade artificer's status was incomparably high. Let alone a tiny empire, even the major powers of the continent would fight over him. Moreover, he was a terrifying artificer who could create artifacts with a thought. Fine. A month it is. Yi Xianqiong thought for a long time before speaking. In any case, Feng Wuchen had already said that as long as the empire needed him, he would do his best. Feng Master, what are your conditions? Yi Zongqiong asked again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I want to choose 10 people from the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to be my subordinates. Moreover, they will only listen to my orders and will leave with me in the future. Of course, I won't take away the geniuses General has taken a fancy to. Moreover, I have a way to make General's Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army even stronger. Consider this our deal. Oh? Yi Zongqiong was fiercely shaken. He asked with great joy, Feng Master, are your words true? Absolutely true. I can make them stronger in a month. Feng Wuchen replied with absolute certainty. Good. Yi Zongqiong readily agreed. His heart was wild with joy. Mu Tianyun, Mu Yunshan, and the elder were all very curious, but at this moment, it wasn't good for them to ask. Great General, I don't have any refining materials. You will have to prepare the materials yourselves. I am a poor man. Feng Wuchen shrugged and added. Yi Zongqiong happily smiled and said, Feng Master doesn't need to worry about refining materials. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Master Feng. Feng Wuchen's gaze turned towards Mu Tianyun and said, Old Sect Master Mu, in order to thank Bai Ming for saving my life, I had decided to refine 10 upper-grade artifacts and 1 spirit artifact for Xuantianzong. If not for Bai Ming's timely arrival, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me. Many thanks, Feng Master. Mu Tianyun was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and repeatedly thanked him. Bai Ming, what happened? Mu Yunshan hurriedly asked. Who has the guts to try to kill Feng Master? Yi Zongqiong frowned and said, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashing through his eyes. Without waiting for Bai Ming to explain, Feng Wuchen already said, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Although he said this, Mu Yunshan still gave Bai Ming a cold look. Bai Ming nodded without batting an eyelid. He understood Mu Yunshan's meaning. Xuantianzong was the strongest existence in Yun province. Feng Wuchen had almost lost his life in Yin province. Mu Yunshan definitely wouldn't let this happen again. Feng Wuchen's existence was of great benefit to Xuantianzong. After chatting for a while, Yi Zongqiong left with a few subordinates. Feng Wuchen also agreed to head to the empire in 10 days. Following Yi Zongqiong's return to the empire, Bai Ming also withdrew from the main hall. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, remained in Xuantianzong. Since he had promised to help Xuantianzong refine equipment, Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Xuantianzong wouldn't be lacking in equipment refining materials. Even if it was meteoric iron, he could still take it out. The next day, a shocking news suddenly spread throughout Wantian City. The entire city was in a state of panic. The Gu family suffered a bloodbath overnight. Hundreds of people were killed. The entire Gu family was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. After the news spread, everyone in Wantian City guessed the reason. It was because the Gu family offended Feng Master, and this was their outcome. The painful price frightened all the major clans in Wantian City. They were all secretly glad that they didn't offend Feng Master. At the same time, they hurriedly brought gifts to visit the Lu clan, hoping to establish a good relationship with the Lu clan. The Wantian City Lord, Lung Jingnan, was so scared that his legs went soft. This was the first time he felt that death had brushed past him. Fortunately, he didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, his entire city lord position would be the same as the Gu family. This was the terrifying part of a 5th-grade blacksmith. Once offended, it would bring about a calamity that no one could bear. No one knew who did it, but to be able to slaughter everyone in the Gu family in a single night, it must be a terrifyingly strong expert. The expert who massacred the Gu family was a Xuantianzong expert. Bai Ming led many Xuantianzong Yuandan experts to the Gu family overnight and massacred hundreds of people in the Gu family. And Feng Wuchen didn't know about all of this. After staying in Xuantianzong for 2 days, Feng Wuchen also left. After personally witnessing Feng Wuchen's miraculous refining ability, Mu Tianyun and the others finally understood what a single thought into tools was. They were extremely shocked and respected Feng Wuchen even more. They even had the urge to worship him. A single thought into tools, to them, was simply something that only a god could do. If Mu Tianyun and the others saw Feng Wuchen refining pills, it would be even more incredible. A single thought into pills might make Mu Tianyun kneel on the spot and acknowledge him as his master. Before going to the empire, I have to eliminate the Zhou clan first. The Zhou clan's strength isn't weak. It won't be easy to eliminate the Zhou clan. I have to make some preparations. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself and sneered. Previously, the Zhou clan sent people to deal with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't forget this matter. At the Tiandu auction house, ever since Feng Wuchen displayed the artifact creation with a thought at the auction house, it attracted countless people to view the spiritual artifacts. The business was much better than before. Feng Wuchen's spiritual artifact storage ring was named the Profound Ring by Wei Yun. The appearance of the Profound Ring was a legend in Yunzhou's spiritual artifact world. Feng Master. Feng Wuchen, who had disappeared for 2 months, reappeared in the auction house. The 2 guards were stunned and quickly went up to greet him respectfully. President. Elder. Feng. Feng Master. Feng Master is here. One of the guards excitedly rushed into the main hall and shouted. Feng Master? In the auction house's main hall, everyone was stunned. It was as if time had stopped and everyone's movements stopped. Feng Master, artifact creation with a thought, is here? Everyone was excited and the main hall was in an uproar. The auction house's president and elders rushed out from the backyard one after another. Their faces were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Feng Master, please come in. A guard respectfully welcomed Feng Wuchen into the main hall. Is he Feng Master? He's so young. Feng Master is actually at the transforming essence realm. He's definitely a genius. He's already a 5th grade blacksmith at such a young age? In the main hall, everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's age. Who would have thought that the famous Feng Master in Yunzhou was actually a 16 or 17-year-old youth? Feng Master. General Manager Li respectfully greeted. He didn't dare to look at Feng Wuchen. The fear in his heart was still there. Feng Wuchen was now a big shot in Yunzhou. Ever since General Manager Li's hand was cut off by Feng Wuchen, he became much more honest. He no longer dared to bully others or look down on others. General Manager Li, help me prepare these herbs. Feng Wuchen calmly said and handed the bamboo slip to General Manager Li. Yes. Please wait a moment, Master. Feng. Manager Li replied respectfully. As soon as Manager Li left, the president, Wei Yun, and the others rushed over from the backyard. Master Feng. Last time, I was unable to personally receive Master Feng because I was cultivating. I hope that Master Feng will forgive me. The president smiled respectfully. Master Feng, this is the auction house's president, Xianxia. Wei Yun quickly introduced. Guild leader Xiang is too polite. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. He did not care about such trivial matters. At this moment, Manager Li had already brought over the medicinal ingredients that Feng Wuchen wanted. He said respectfully, Master Feng, your medicinal ingredients. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen stored the herbs into his storage ring. It's rare for Master Feng to grace us with his presence again. We must treat Master Feng well. Master Feng, please. Xianxia smiled respectfully and even made a gesture of invitation. Even in front of so many people in the main hall, the usually dignified Xianxia did not dare to put on the airs of a president in front of Feng Wuchen. No need. I'm just here to buy some medicinal ingredients. I have urgent matters to attend to. Feng Wuchen directly refused. Xiangxia's face stiffened. Not giving him any face, everyone in the main hall was shocked. Xianxia was considered a big shot in Yunzhou. Although Feng Wuchen's name shook Yunzhou, he did not have to be so disrespectful, right? Everyone felt that Feng Wuchen was too arrogant. However, Xianxia did not dare to do anything. He asked, may I know what urgent matters Master Feng has? If it's something that we can help with, we will do our best to help. Murder. Feng Wuchen replied indifferently and turned to leave. Murder? Xianxia and Wei Yun were stunned. Everyone in the main hall was also stunned. Master Feng wanted to murder someone? Who in Yunzhou would dare to offend a 5th grade weapon refiner? Without waiting for Xianxia and the rest to ask, Feng Wuchen had already left the auction house. Everyone finally understood why Feng Wuchen did not give Xianxia any face and why he left in a hurry. It was because he wanted to kill someone. Who offended Master Feng? Xianxia frowned and asked doubtfully. After leaving the auction house, Feng Wuchen first inquired about the Zhou family. Then, he went to the outskirts of Tiandu and found a secluded place to refine the medicinal powder. After everything was ready, Feng Wuchen went to the Zhou family alone the next day. The Zhou family was in Tianfeng City, not far from Tiandu. With Feng Wuchen's speed, he could arrive in 15 minutes. After today, the Zhou family will no longer exist in Tianfeng City. Entering the city, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a cold-killing intent in his eyes. This was not the first time Feng Wuchen came to Tianfeng City. Last time, he was invited by the Yun family. Feng Wuchen remembered that at that time, the Zhou family's patriarch and the upper echelons of Tianfeng City's major families were present. However, Feng Wuchen only knew that the Zhou family was in Tianfeng City and did not know the Zhou family's strength. After asking around, he roughly understood. Stop. Who are you? Feng Wuchen arrived at the Zhou family's residence and was stopped by 2 guards. The person who will kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the red fiery sword appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. In the blink of an eye, the red fiery sword had already slashed across the guard's neck. Blood spurted out as the guard fell to the ground. Before the other guard could react, Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword had already pierced through his chest. The guard looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and said, Why do you want to kill us? It's not that I want to kill the innocent. It's your patriarch's fault for wanting to kill me. Feng Wuchen coldly replied. Pulling out the red fiery sword, he stepped into the Zhou family's residence. Someone killed his way into the Zhou family's residence. On the street, it quickly attracted the attention of many onlookers. Feng Wuchen, who killed his way into the Zhou family's residence, killed anyone he saw. His methods were ruthless and merciless. The Zhou family's guards rushed over, but no one could stop Feng Wuchen. Releasing his true yuan, a tyrannical energy sword shot out, crazily killing the Zhou family's guards. Stinky brat. You have guts, how dare you kill our Zhou family's guards? Kill him for me. A man who seemed to be the leader of the guards shouted angrily. Today, everyone in the Zhou family will die. Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. The cold murderous aura caused people's hearts to tremble. Shameless boasting. The leader angrily shouted. Activating his true yuan, he took the lead and rushed forward. The other guards followed suit. Die. Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. Using the dragon god's shadow, his body flashed out like a ghost. With a flash of his sword, the second-level origin transformation realm guard leader instantly fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. Feng Wuchen attacked with all his might, showing no mercy. The red fiery sword danced mercilessly. Wherever it passed, the Zhou family's guards died one after another. The Zhou family's courtyard was in chaos. The guards were killed one after another. Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods frightened the Zhou family's guards. In the end, no one dared to rush forward. In just a few minutes, dozens of Zhou family's guards had been killed by Feng Wuchen. The front courtyard was already flowing with blood. Patriarch, someone is killing their way in. Someone is killing their way in. The guards cried out in fear. The Zhou patriarch and the elders had already sensed something and rushed over from the backyard. Their faces were gloomy and filled with murderous aura. The Zhou family's experts also came out one after another. When they saw the dozens of dead guards in the front courtyard, they were all scared out of their wits. The courtyard was filled with corpses and the ground was dyed red with blood. The patriarch and the elders are here. A guard shouted. He was relieved. Surround him. Don't let him escape. An origin transformation realm expert angrily shouted as he glared at Feng Wuchen. The Feng family's experts and guards surrounded Feng Wuchen. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out. Before I kill everyone in your Zhou family, I won't leave. Feng Wuchen pointed his red fiery sword at the Zhou family's guards and coldly said. Wherever his murderous gaze passed, the Zhou family's guards would turn pale with fright. Who dares to barge into my Zhou family and kill my guards? At this moment, a majestic and angry voice was heard. The voice was ferocious and filled with murderous aura. Patriarch, this stinking brat killed 35 of our Zhou family's guards. A person reported. Outrageous. The Zhou Patriarch was furious. He was about to give the order to kill Feng Wuchen. But when he looked at Feng Wuchen, his expression changed and he froze. The Zhou family's elders were the same. Their old faces were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. Patriarch Zhou, do you still remember me? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Feng. Master Feng. The Zhou Patriarch's face was filled with fear. Master Feng? He is Master Feng? The Zhou family's guards were shocked and confused. They were shocked because the young man in front of them was the famous Master Feng of Yunzhou. They were confused because why did Master Feng suddenly attack the Zhou family? What was going on? Patriarch Zhou, you didn't forget that you sent people to kill me, right? I said that I would massacre your Zhou family. Feng Wuchen sneered. The Zhou family's guards were stunned. They obviously didn't know about this. The Zhou Patriarch's face quickly darkened. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Kill him. The Zhou Patriarch gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face. The Zhou family's guards looked at each other. They were in a dilemma. On one hand, it was the Patriarch's order. On the other hand, it was the famous Master Feng of Yunzhou. They didn't know how to choose. What are you waiting for? Kill him. An elder shouted angrily. Attack. Kill. A transformation realm expert shouted loudly. The guards attacked one after another with fear in their eyes. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a few bottles flew out. He activated the power of the dragon god and clawed at the air. The bottles exploded, and a large amount of colorful powder splashed in all directions. The colorful powder that sputtered out strangely turned into gas and disappeared. The guards were so scared that they retreated one after another. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. I'll let you have a taste of my medicine. Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing this, the Zhou family members covered their mouths and noses. Humph. The Zhou Patriarch snorted fiercely and rushed up without hesitation. The Zhou Patriarch was at the first level of the Origin Core stage. He was confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen with one slap, but the moment the Zhou Patriarch rushed out, his body suddenly stopped. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The Zhou family members were shocked. The medicine I refined can seal your meridians. It's useless even if you cover your mouth and nose. Unless you don't activate your true energy and true origin, Feng Wuchen sneered and walked step by step towards the Zhou Patriarch who fell to the ground. Hurry up and kill him. The elders roared one after another, panicking to the extreme. End of chapter 53. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.